Hello, everyone, and welcome to a cozy corner of warmth and relaxation. As the days grow shorter and the nights a bit cooler, it's the perfect time of the year to settle in with some calming stories that soothe the soul and spark the imagination. I hope you've had a wonderful day, filled with little moments of joy and peace. Behind me, you can see the gentle glow of a crackling fireplace, adding a touch of comfort to our setting. It's the ideal backdrop for unwinding and letting your mind wander into the world of stories. As we embark on this journey together, I wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day filled with serenity and happiness. So let's gather around, relax, and look forward to the comforting tales that await us. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and babbling brooks, there lived a young lass named Rosalia. Her village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the earthy aroma of the surrounding woodlands. The village seemed to exist in a time of its own, where each sunrise painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, and each sunset bathed the world in a warm, amber glow. The villagers were a close-knit community, their lives intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees that bordered their home. Rosalia's days were filled with the simple joys of country life, tending to the garden, helping her mother weave baskets, and listening to the distant echo of the blacksmith's hammer. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, an insatiable curiosity burned within her heart, beckoning her to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the borders of her humble home. Her father, a traveler before settling in the village, often spoke of lands far away, where the stars shone brighter and the winds carried stories from distant shores. These tales ignited Rosalia's imagination, planting seeds of adventure that grew with each passing day. One crisp autumn morning, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, as Rosalia ventured into the nearby woodlands to gather wild berries. The woods were alive with the rustle of creatures unseen and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The forest was a cathedral of towering trees, their branches arching overhead like the vaulted ceilings of an ancient temple. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that danced like spirits in a forgotten dance. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon an old oak tree unlike any she had ever seen before. Its gnarled trunk twisted and turned, forming intricate patterns that seemed to whisper secrets from eons long past. Moss clung to its roots like a green velvet cloak, and the wind carried a faint, otherworldly melody through its branches. It was as if the tree itself was alive, breathing with the rhythm of the earth, its branches outstretched like arms welcoming an old friend. Entranced, Rosalia traced her fingers along the bark, feeling its ancient texture beneath her fingertips. To her astonishment, the tree began to glow with a warm, ethereal light, casting a golden hue that danced across her skin. A shimmering portal opened within the oak's mighty embrace, revealing a hidden world that defied all logic and reason. Rosalia's heart raced with excitement and trepidation, but her curiosity proved too strong to resist. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the portal and found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between the natural and the supernatural blurred. The world she had stumbled upon was a verdant wonderland, where towering trees stretched their branches towards a sky that danced with brilliant hues of emerald and sapphire. The air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and the sweet notes of honeysuckle. Glittering streams carved their way through lush meadows, their waters shimmering with flecks of magic that sparkled like stardust. Rosalia marveled at the sight, her senses overwhelmed by the vibrant colors, the sweet fragrances, and the melodic whispers of unseen creatures that flitted just beyond her vision. As she wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, Rosalia encountered a peculiar creature, a tiny, winged being with eyes that sparkled like precious gems, reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors around them. The creature introduced itself as Zephyr, a guardian of the hidden world, with a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. Zephyr's wings fluttered like the petals of a flower caught in a gentle wind, shimmering with iridescent light as it hovered beside her. The creature's presence was both comforting and awe-inspiring, a living testament to the magic that pulsed through the very air of this wondrous place. Together, They ventured through the mystical landscapes, encountering wonders beyond Rosalia's wildest imaginings. They passed through groves where ancient trees sang songs of wisdom, their leaves rustling in symphonic harmony. In fields of glowing flowers that bloomed with the laughter of joyous sprites, Rosalia learned of the delicate balance that existed between the natural and magical realms, and how her actions in the mortal world could ripple through this hidden realm. One afternoon, as they journeyed through a meadow painted with the colors of 1,000 wildflowers, Zephyr paused, its wings stilling in the air. "Rosalia," it said, its voice carrying a note of gravity, "there is something you must know. This world is not merely a place of beauty. It is a reflection of the balance that holds all things together. There is a gem, known as the Heart of Gaia, that embodies this balance. Its loss has caused a rift, threatening the harmony of both realms." Rosalia, her heart filled with determination and a newfound resolve, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the Heart of Gaia and restore the balance. Zephyr warned her of the challenges that lay ahead, speaking of trials woven with cunning riddles and formidable foes. Yet Rosalia remained undaunted, for she had discovered a strength within herself that she never knew existed. She felt the magic of the realm coursing through her veins, a symphony of power and purpose. Their journey took them through treacherous landscapes, where Rosalia's bravery and wit were tested at every turn. As she ventured deeper into this world, she began to uncover the layers of her own being, recognizing fears she had long buried beneath her adventurous spirit. Each challenge she faced was a mirror, reflecting her insecurities and doubts, yet she met them with a courage born from her connection with the world around her. Along the way, she formed deep bonds with other inhabitants of the hidden realm, forging friendships that defied the boundaries of species and realms. One such friend was Willow, a dryad whose very life force was entwined with the ancient oak that had first opened the portal for Rosalia. Willow's presence was a calming balm, her voice a soothing melody that reassured Rosalia during moments of doubt. Her gentle guidance and unwavering support proved invaluable as Rosalia navigated the mysteries of the hidden world. Together, they unraveled clues that led them ever closer to the Heart of Gaia, their path fraught with peril and wonder in equal measure. They encountered cunning tricksters who sought to lead them astray, their laughter echoing through the trees like the tinkling of distant bells. Mighty guardians tested their resolve with trials of courage and wisdom, their eyes filled with the knowledge of ages past. One evening, as the sky deepened to a twilight blue and the first stars began to twinkle, Rosalia sat with Willow beside a crackling fire. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows that seemed to join in their conversation. "Willow," Rosalia said, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you ever fear what lies ahead?" Willow smiled, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "Fear is the shadow of the unknown, Rosalia, but it is also the herald of discovery. Embrace it, for it means you are alive and open to the wonders that await." As their journey continued, they came upon a village within the hidden realm, a place vibrant with life and color, where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony. The village was an intricate blend of architecture and nature, with homes built into the trunks of massive trees and bridges, woven from vines. It was here that Rosalia learned more about the Heart of Gaia's significance. It was not just a gem, but a symbol of the unity between realms, a beacon that guided the energies of balance. In this village, Rosalia met an elder named Eldrin, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. Eldrin shared with her the history of the Heart of Gaia, a tale woven with ancient lore and the sacrifices of those who had come before. Rosalia listened intently, her resolve strengthening with each word. She realized that her quest was not just about restoring balance, but also about honoring the legacy of those who had safeguarded it throughout the ages. One night, while the village celebrated a festival under the light of a full moon, Rosalia encountered a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows. This stranger, known as Nyx, was a traveler from beyond both realms, a keeper of time's secrets. Nyx spoke of the cyclical nature of balance, how every era had its own guardian and its own trial. "The Heart of Gaia," Nyx whispered, "is but one of many keys to maintaining harmony." Rosalia pondered these words, feeling the weight of her quest deepen. Yet Nyx's presence also brought a sense of solace, as if the universe itself was watching over her journey. Before disappearing into the night, Nyx gifted Rosalia a small, intricately carved compass, its needle pointing not north, but towards her true purpose. At last, after countless trials and tribulations, Rosalia and her companions found themselves standing before a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in swirling mists that seemed to hold the whispers of the world itself. Within its depths, they sensed the presence of the heart of Gaia, its power pulsing like a heartbeat through the very fabric of the hidden world. The final challenge proved to be the most daunting of all, for the mountain itself was an ancient being, tasked with guarding the heart of Gaia from those unworthy. Rosalia had to confront her deepest fears and doubts, standing at the precipice of her own limitations. She felt the weight of her journey, the friendships she had made, the lessons she had learned, bearing down upon her. In that moment of profound clarity, she realized that the true power lay not in the heart of Gaia itself, but in the connections she had forged, the bonds of friendship, love, and understanding that transcended the boundaries of worlds. With this realization, she was able to unlock the secrets of the mountain, revealing the heart of Gaia in all its radiant glory. The gem sparkled with the light of 1,000 dawns, its surface a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors. As Rosalia clasped the pulsing gem in her hands, a wave of energy swept through the hidden realm, restoring the delicate balance and healing the rift that had threatened its very existence. The trees sang with renewed vigor, their leaves rustling in harmonious jubilation. The streams danced with sparkling magic, their waters a symphony of joy. The creatures of the realm rejoiced in the return of harmony, their voices a chorus of gratitude and celebration. Rosalia's journey had transformed her in ways she could have never imagined. She had discovered the courage to face her fears, the wisdom to navigate life's complexities, and the power of friendship to transcend even the most formidable obstacles. She had learned that magic existed not only in fantastic realms, but also within the depths of one's own spirit, and that true transformation came from embracing the connections that bind all beings together. As she prepared to return to her own world, Rosalia knew that the hidden realm would forever hold a special place in her heart. She had been forever altered by her experiences, her perspectives expanded by the wonders she had witnessed and the lessons she had learned. With a grateful heart, she stepped back through the portal, carrying within her the lessons and memories of her extraordinary journey. The world she returned to seemed unchanged on the surface, the same cobblestone paths, the same thatched cottages, but she knew that she had been forever altered by her experiences in the hidden realm. From that day forward, Rosalia walked a path guided by the wisdom she had gained, sharing her stories and inspiring others to embrace the magic that dwells within us all. And whenever she gazed upon the ancient oak tree, she smiled, knowing that the portal to a world of wonder was never truly closed, but merely waiting to be rediscovered by those with the courage to seek it. Story 2, titled The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle embrace of rolling hills and caressed by the soft whisper of the wind, there lay a village known as Willow Crown. The village, with its quaint cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was surrounded by a lush forest that seemed to hum with an ancient, secretive life of its own. This forest, known as the Whispering Grove, was said to harbor mysteries beyond imagination, and only those with the purest of hearts could hear its secrets. Among the villagers was a young girl named Seraphina, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. Her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, and her laughter chimed like the tinkling of distant bells. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often spoke of the old tales and the magic that once wove through the world like golden threads in a tapestry. In the quiet corners of the village, Seraphina's grandmother, Alara, was known for her herbal remedies and the ancient songs she sang, believed to be passed down from the forest spirits themselves. Her cottage, a cozy abode with a roof of thatched reeds and walls covered in fragrant herbs, was a haven of warmth and wisdom. Alara's stories often painted vivid pictures of the grove's mysterious inhabitants, spirits of the woods, guardians of ancient secrets, and echoes of the past. Serafina's favorite spot in the village was the little bridge that arched over the babbling brook at the edge of the forest. Here, she would sit for hours, listening to the water's song and dreaming of adventures in lands far beyond the horizon. The brook, with its gentle cascades and crystal-clear pools, seemed to carry with it whispers of the grove, beckoning her to step beyond the familiar and into the unknown. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Serafina set out for the brook with her satchel slung over her shoulder. Inside, nestled among her favorite books and sketches, was a small, intricately carved wooden flute, a gift from her grandmother. This flute, her grandmother had said, is imbued with the magic of the forest. It will guide you when you are lost and comfort you when you are alone. The flute, made from the wood of an ancient tree deep within the grove, bore delicate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. Each time Serafina touched it, she felt a connection to the forest, as though it were speaking to her in a language only her heart could understand. As she reached the bridge and settled onto the sun-warmed stones, Serafina felt a peculiar tingling in her fingertips. It was as if the flute was calling to her, urging her to play. She lifted it to her lips and began to play a melody as old as the trees themselves. The notes hung in the air, shimmering like morning dew, and as they faded, the world around her began to change. The brook's babble grew softer, its tones harmonizing with the flute's melody. The air shimmered, and the whispering leaves seemed to lean closer, as if eager to listen. Serafina's heart quickened with a mixture of fear and excitement. She had heard the stories of the Whispering Grove, of how it revealed itself only to those who truly believed. Could it be that she was about to discover its hidden world? As the final note of her song drifted away, the forest opened before her like a great leafy curtain. The path that stretched out was one she had never seen before, lined with luminous flowers that glowed with an inner light. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Serafina stepped forward, feeling the cool, mossy ground beneath her feet and the gentle caress of the breeze against her cheek. The deeper she ventured into the grove, the more alive it seemed to become. Overhead, the branches formed a canopy through which sunlight danced in dappled patterns, and around her, creatures of all kinds peeked out from the underbrush. There were foxes with eyes like liquid amber, and rabbits with fur as soft as thistledown. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their feathers glinting like jewels in the sun. And there, in the heart of the forest, Serafina found a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching toward the sky. It was here that she felt the true magic of the grove, a gentle warmth that filled her with a sense of peace and belonging. As she approached the tree, she noticed something peculiar. Nestled among the roots was a small glowing stone, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a soft, rhythmic light. Serafina knelt beside the stone, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. As she touched it, a vision unfurled in her mind, a vision of the village, of its people, and of a shadow that crept ever closer. The vision faded, leaving Serafina with a sense of urgency. The stone had shown her a truth she could not ignore. She needed to warn the villagers, to prepare them for the coming storm. But how could she convince them of what she had seen? The grove had revealed its secrets to her, but would the others believe in its magic? Determined to find a way, Serafina retraced her steps through the forest, her mind whirling with thoughts and plans. As she emerged from the trees into the familiar world of Willow Crown, she was greeted by the sight of her grandmother, waiting by the brook with a knowing smile. "You have been to the Whispering Grove," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "And you have seen what others cannot. Do not fear, my dear. The forest has chosen you for a reason." With her grandmother's support, Serafina gathered the villagers in the square. She spoke of the magic she had seen, of the danger that loomed, and of the power of friendship and unity. At first, there were murmurs of disbelief, but as she played her flute and the notes echoed with the truth of her words, the villagers began to listen, their skepticism melting away. Amidst the villagers was a young boy named Thorn, known for his quick wit and a knack for crafting intricate mechanisms. Despite initial doubts, His respect for Serafina's courage led him to offer his skills in preparing defenses for the village. Thorn's inventions, from simple alarms to clever traps, became essential in their preparations, showcasing a side of him that few had seen before, a desire to protect what he held dear. As the village buzzed with activity, Serafina found herself drawn to a secluded corner of the grove, where she encountered an elder spirit of the woods. The spirit, with eyes that reflected the shifting shades of the forest, spoke to her of balance and harmony. It revealed that the shadow was not merely a force of destruction, but a consequence of imbalance between the human world and nature. Moved by this revelation, Serafina realized that defending the village was only part of the solution. They needed to restore the balance, to honor the forest and its ancient ways. She shared this insight with Alara, who nodded in understanding and suggested they hold a ceremony to renew their bond with the grove. Together, they gathered herbs, flowers, and offerings from the villagers, crafting a tapestry of gratitude and respect. On the eve of the storm, as the sky grew heavy with dark clouds, they ventured into the heart of the forest. There, beneath the ancient tree, they laid their offerings, whispering words of apology and promise. As the ceremony unfolded, a profound sense of serenity enveloped them. The wind, once biting and harsh, softened to a gentle caress, and the forest seemed to sing in response, its whispers carrying their intentions to every corner of the grove. When the day finally came to face the storm, the villagers stood together at the edge of the whispering grove, their hearts united in a shared purpose. The forest, sensing their determination, offered its own support. The trees whispered words of encouragement, and the creatures of the grove lent their strength and guidance. As the storm broke, with winds howling and rain lashing down, the villagers held their ground. Serafina's flutes soared above the chaos, its melody a beacon of light in the darkness. Together they weathered the tempest, drawing on the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the grove. As the storm raged, Serafina found herself in a moment of doubt. She closed her eyes, the flute resting in her hands, and searched within for the strength she needed. It was then that she felt a gentle presence beside her. She opened her eyes to see a luminous figure, an ethereal guardian of the grove, standing beside her. The guardian's eyes mirrored the deep, ancient wisdom of the forest, and in its presence, Serafina felt a surge of confidence and clarity. "Fear not, child of the forest," the guardian whispered, its voice like the rustling of leaves. "You are the bridge between the world of men and the whispers of the grove. Trust in your heart and let the music guide you." Emboldened by the guardian's words, Serafina lifted the flute once more. The notes flowed from her, a powerful symphony that resonated with the very essence of the forest. The storm, sensing the unity and strength of Willow Crown, began to relent, its fury diminishing as it retreated. When the storm passed and the skies cleared, a rainbow arched over Willow Crown, its colors vivid against the deep blue of the sky. The villagers celebrated their victory, grateful for the magic that had brought them together and the courage that had carried them through. In the days that followed, Serafina returned to the Whispering Grove, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew that the forest had changed her, had shown her the strength within herself and the power of unity. The glowing stone had revealed its secret, and in doing so, had forged a bond between her and the village that would not be broken. As she knelt once more beside the ancient tree, she felt the warmth of the grove enveloping her, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the magic she had discovered. With a smile, she lifted her flute to her lips and played a new melody, a song of peace, of friendship, and of the unending wonder of the world around her. In the following months, a quiet transformation took place in Willow Crown. Inspired by Serafina's journey, the villagers began to deepen their connection with the forest. They organized gatherings where stories of the grove were shared, and where Alara, with her wealth of knowledge, taught them the ancient songs and remedies that had been passed down through generations. Serafina, alongside Thorn, initiated a project to restore areas of the forest that had been affected by human activity. Together with the villagers, they planted new trees and nurtured the land, ensuring that the balance between the village and the grove was maintained. This act of restoration not only strengthened their bond with the forest, but also fostered a sense of community spirit that rippled through Willow Crown. As the seasons turned, Seraphina realized that her journey had only just begun. The grove, with its secrets and wonders, was a wellspring of knowledge and wisdom that she was eager to explore. She spent hours wandering its paths, speaking with the spirits and learning the language of the trees and the creatures that called it home. One particular afternoon, while exploring a new area of the grove, Seraphina stumbled upon a hidden glen where the air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle murmur of a nearby spring. In the center of the glen stood a circle of ancient stones, each etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a quiet power. As she stood within the circle, she felt a deep sense of peace and understanding, as if the very essence of the grove was reaching out to her, offering its wisdom. These new discoveries invigorated Seraphina, deepening her resolve to protect and honor the grove. She shared her experiences with Alara and Thorn, who, along with the villagers, embraced the responsibility of being stewards of the forest. Together, they established a tradition of holding annual celebrations in the grove, where music, dance, and stories brought the community together in joyful harmony. As time passed, the reputation of Willow Crown and the Whispering Grove spread far and wide. People from neighboring villages and beyond came to witness the harmony between the village and the forest, drawn by the tales of magic and unity. The visitors, inspired by what they saw, returned to their homes with a renewed appreciation for the natural world and a desire to nurture their own environments. Seraphina, now a young woman, continued to be a source of inspiration and guidance for the village. Her flute, a symbol of hope and connection, became a cherished artifact, its melodies echoing through the forest and reminding all who heard it of the magic that lay within their hearts. As she grew older, Seraphina passed down the flute to a young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity mirrored her own. "This flute," she told Lyra, "holds the whispers of the grove. It will guide you, just as it guided me." Lyra, with eyes as bright as the dawn, accepted the flute with reverence, understanding the responsibility and wonder it held. Under Seraphina's guidance, she would continue the legacy of the Whispering Grove, ensuring that the bond between the village and the forest remained unbroken. And so, in the gentle embrace of the hills, beneath the watchful gaze of ancient trees, the village of Willow Crown thrived, its heart forever intertwined with the magic of the Whispering Grove. The end. Story 3. In a realm where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. Nestled within a landscape of rolling hills and whispering woods, Willowbrook was a place where magic mingled with the everyday, like a gentle breeze stirring the leaves in an old oak tree. The villagers lived in charming cottages, their chimneys curling with sweet-smelling smoke that hinted at freshly baked pies and simmering stews. The village was alive with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of laughter, where children chased fireflies in the twilight and elders spun tales of old under the glow of lanterns. The market square bustled with vibrant stalls, each offering a glimpse into the rich tapestry of life in Willowbrook, candles infused with enchanted herbs, fresh produce kissed by morning dew, and trinkets that whispered of distant lands and forgotten times. The cobblestone paths echoed with the rhythm of everyday life, a melody of footsteps and cheerful exchanges that wove through the air like a gentle song. Among the villagers was a young girl named Layla, known for her curious nature and caring heart. With eyes as bright as the morning sun and a smile that warmed even the chilliest of days, Lila had a knack for noticing the little things that others often overlooked. She lived with her grandmother, Nanny Fern, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began its gentle embrace. Nanny Fern was a cherished figure in Willowbrook, with her hair like silver threads and eyes sparkling with wisdom. Her garden was a haven of vibrant blooms and healing herbs, a testament to her deep connection with nature. Many sought her counsel, and her stories of the forest's wonders were passed from generation to generation, weaving the community together through shared history and magic. Her tales were not just stories, but lessons wrapped in the guise of folklore, teaching the young and reminding the old of the values that held their village together. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila and Nanny Fern sat by the fireplace, the flames crackling softly. The air was rich with the aroma of spiced cider simmering on the hearth, and the room was aglow with the soft light of candles flickering on the mantel. The shadows danced on the walls, creating fleeting images of past adventures shared and new ones yet to be embarked upon. "You see, my dear," Nanny Fern said, her voice a soothing melody, "the forest is home to many wondrous beings. There are the whimsy sprites who dance in the moonlight, and the everglow foxes, whose tails shimmer like stardust. And of course, the wise old owl, Orin, who knows the secrets of the woods." Lila listened intently, her imagination weaving pictures of these magical creatures. She loved the stories, for they filled her heart with wonder and a sense of belonging to something much larger than herself. The tales were a thread that connected her to the land and its mysteries, a reminder that magic thrived not just in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of kindness and joy. She felt a deep-rooted connection to the stories, as if the very essence of Willowbrook flowed through her veins. As the fire's warmth wrapped around them like a soft blanket, a gentle tap-tap-tap echoed from the window. Lila rose to investigate and found a tiny creature perched on the sill. It was a teacup mouse, with fur as fluffy as dandelion seeds and eyes like liquid onyx. "Why, hello there," Lila greeted the mouse, opening the window just enough for the little creature to scamper inside. It twitched its whiskers and chittered excitedly, as if trying to convey something of great importance. Its small heart beat in rhythm with the urgency of its message, a tiny beacon of the forest's call. Nanny Fern chuckled softly. "It seems our little friend has a message for us. Let's see what it's about." The teacup mouse, whose name was Pip, was a frequent visitor to their cottage. It had a knack for bringing whispers of the forest, and tonight was no different. Pip scurried onto the table and pointed its tiny paw towards the woods, its eyes wide with urgency. The flicker of candlelight reflected in its eyes, creating an image of determination and trust. "I think Pip wants us to follow," Lila said, her curiosity piqued. With Nanny Fern's encouraging nod, Lila slipped on her cloak, and together they ventured into the moonlit night with Pip leading the way. The forest was alive with the soft chorus of crickets and the gentle rustling of leaves. The air was crisp and scented with pine, wrapping around them like a cool embrace. Shadows played tricks on the mind, forming shapes and images that seemed to shift and change with every step they took. As they walked, the path beneath their feet glowed faintly, lit by the bioluminescent fungi that dotted the forest floor. It was a scene straight from a fairy tale, and Lila felt her heart swell with the magic of the night. The trees seemed to lean in closer, as if eager to share their secrets, and the stars above twinkled merrily, guiding their journey with a celestial light. The forest was a living entity, breathing and pulsating with stories untold and mysteries waiting to unfold. Pip led them deeper into the woods until they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood Orin, the wise old owl. With feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that gleamed with ancient knowledge, Orin was a majestic sight. "Welcome, Lila and Nanny Fern," Orin hooted, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "I've been expecting you." Lila and Nanny Fern exchanged curious glances. "What brings us here, Orin?" Lila asked, her voice filled with wonder. Orin fluffed his feathers before answering. "There have been strange happenings in the forest. The whimsy sprites are restless, and the everglow foxes seem perplexed. I believe a mystery needs solving, and I think you, Lila, with your keen eyes and open heart, are just the one to unravel it." Lila felt a thrill of excitement. She loved the idea of solving mysteries, especially in such a magical setting. "What do I need to do?" she asked eagerly. Orin nodded towards a path that wound deeper into the forest. "Follow the light and listen closely. The forest will guide you. Trust in your heart and the friends you find along the way." With a wave of his wing, Orin sent them on their way. Pip scampered ahead, leading Lila and Nanny Fern further into the woods. The path was lit by the glow of fireflies, their light flickering like tiny lanterns. As they walked, the air seemed to hum with anticipation. Lila's senses were alive, attuned to every sound and scent. She noticed the way the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and how the moon cast gentle shadows that danced across the ground. Their journey led them to a series of new encounters that enriched their understanding of the forest's magic. They met the glimmering fairies, who sang songs that resonated in Lila's soul, and the rock trolls, whose gruff exterior belied a deep wisdom and humor that brought laughter to their night. The fairies' songs were like the tinkling of crystal chimes, each note weaving a story of its own, while the trolls shared tales of ancient times, their voices echoing with the weight of history. One memorable encounter was with the Stardust Lynx, a creature so elusive that many in Willowbrook believed it to be a mere legend. Its fur gleamed with a silvery sheen, capturing the light of the moon and stars, creating an ethereal glow that danced with every step it took. The lynx paused to gaze at Lila and Nanny Fern, with eyes that sparkled like the night sky, conveying a sense of deep understanding and compassion. "You seek the heart of the forest," the lynx spoke, its voice a gentle echo in their minds. "Remember, it is not always in the grand gestures that true magic is found, but in the quiet moments of connection." Lila felt a profound sense of peace from the lynx's words, and she understood that every interaction, no matter how small, contributed to the greater harmony they sought. Thanking the lynx, they continued on their quest, carrying the wisdom of the encounter in their hearts. Soon they reached a grove where the whimsy sprites were gathered, their translucent wings shimmering in the moonlight. The sprites twirled and spun, their movements graceful and fluid, yet there was an edge of unease in their dance. Their wings fluttered with a rhythm that spoke of unrest, a silent plea for understanding and harmony. One of the sprites, who wore a crown of daisies, fluttered over to Lila. "We've been trying to tell the forest, but it seems no one hears us," the sprite explained in a voice like tinkling bells. "Something is amiss. The trees are whispering of a lost treasure, but we cannot find it." Lila listened carefully, her mind piecing together the clues. "A lost treasure, you say? Perhaps it's something hidden where no one expects." Pip chittered in agreement, and with a shared glance, Lila and Nanny Fern knew they had to continue their journey. They thanked the sprites and promised to do their best to uncover the mystery. As they ventured onward, the forest grew quieter, as if holding its breath. They followed the path until they reached a small, hidden glade. There, sitting quietly by a bubbling brook, was an everglow fox, its tail glimmering like a comet's trail. The fox looked up as they approached, its eyes wise and kind. "I have been waiting for someone who can see beyond what is visible," it said, its voice a gentle murmur. "The treasure the sprites spoke of is not gold or jewels, but something far more precious." Lila knelt by the fox, sensing the weight of its words. "What is it that we're searching for?" she asked softly. The fox smiled, a serene and knowing expression. "It is the bond of friendship, the kindness that binds us all. The forest has felt a shadow, a forgetfulness of this connection, and it is your task to remind us all of the magic that comes from being together." Understanding dawned on Lila, like the first light of dawn. She realized that the true treasure was the harmony of the forest, the unity of its creatures. It was a lesson of togetherness and understanding, a reminder that even the smallest kindness could light a path through any darkness. With newfound purpose, Lila, Nanny Fern, and Pip set about their task. They visited each corner of the forest, spreading warmth and friendship. They shared stories with the whimsy sprites, danced under the stars, and sang songs that echoed through the trees. They reminded every creature they met of the joy found in companionship and the strength in unity. As the night wore on, the forest seemed to breathe easier. The air was filled with laughter and music, a symphony of harmony that flowed through every leaf and branch. The shadows lifted, replaced by a gentle glow that spoke of peace and contentment. The forest resonated with an energy that was both ancient and new, a testament to the enduring power of connection. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in soft pastels, Lila and Nanny Fern returned to their cottage, their hearts full and spirits lifted. They knew the forest was once again in balance, thanks to the simple yet profound power of connection and friendship. As they settled back by the fireplace, Pip curled up contentedly in Lila's lap, and Nanny Fern smiled warmly. "You see, my dear," she said, her voice like a lullaby, "sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not by finding what is lost, but by rediscovering what is already within us." Lila nodded, her eyes growing heavy with sleep. She felt the comforting embrace of her grandmother's words and the gentle warmth of the fire. With a heart full of gratitude and dreams of magical forests, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the world was a little brighter because of the bonds they had strengthened. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the forest thrived, its creatures bound together by the unwavering light of friendship, a treasure more precious than any could have imagined. The lessons learned that night were whispered from one villager to another, becoming part of the very fabric of Willowbrook, ensuring that the magic of understanding and unity would never be forgotten. As time passed, Lila's adventures became legendary within Willowbrook. Children would gather around her, eyes wide with wonder, as she recounted tales of the forest and its mystical inhabitants. Her stories were filled with wisdom learned from Orin, the owl, and the gentle teachings of the Stardust Lynx. One autumn evening, as the leaves blanketed the village in hues of gold and crimson, a festival was held to celebrate the unity and magic that Lila and Nanny Fern had helped restore. Lanterns swayed in the breeze, casting playful shadows, and the aroma of spiced pastries wafted through the air. The villagers danced and sang, their spirits lifted by the enchantment that seemed to flow from the very earth beneath their feet. In the heart of the festivities, Lila stood, her heart full of joy. She realized that the magic of Willowbrook was not just in the extraordinary beings they had met, but in the laughter shared, the kindness given, and the bonds that had grown stronger with each passing day. It was a magic that would endure, living on in every story told and every act of love. And so the legacy of Lila and Nanny Fern became woven into the rich tapestry of Willowbrook, a reminder that true magic lies not in the grand, but in the simple, everyday moments that connect us all. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, where every leaf seemed to dance in concert with the wind, and beams of sunlight filtered through the canopy like golden threads in a verdant tapestry, lay the quaint village of Everwood. This village, cradled in a realm where magic flowed as effortlessly as the streams that sang over moss-covered stones, seemed to exist in a time all its own, each moment a harmonious note in an endless symphony. The villagers of Everwood led lives that were simple yet filled with joy, each day punctuated by the rhythm of nature's own melody. They tended to their gardens, where flowers of every hue swayed gently in the breeze, and gathered by the warmth of their hearths to share tales of old and new. Among them was Clara, a young girl with an imagination as vivid as the colors of dawn and a heart as gentle as the morning sun. Her emerald eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, and her laughter was a melody as sweet as the tinkling of wind chimes. Clara had a unique talent for noticing the subtleties of the world, the way the first light of dusk painted the sky in hues of rose and amber, or how the scent of wildflowers whispered secrets of the changing seasons. Clara was often found wandering the woods, her presence a gentle balm to all the creatures she encountered. She had a special affinity for the animals, who seemed to sense her kind nature and welcomed her as one of their own. Her days were spent in exploration, each footstep a new note in the symphony of the forest, each breath a connection to the pulsing heart of nature. On one crisp autumn morning, the air was alive with the scent of fallen leaves and a gentle mist that curled around the tree trunks like a sleepy embrace. As Clara made her way along the familiar forest path, she noticed an unusual stillness. The birds, typically lively and full of chatter, were silent, their absence as noticeable as a missing chord in a beloved song. Her curiosity piqued. Clara followed the path deeper into the woods, her senses attuned to the whispers of the trees and the subtle shifts in the air. The path led her to a small clearing, where an ancient oak stood sentinel, its gnarled branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The bark was carved with the etchings of time, and the air around it thrummed with a mysterious energy, as if the tree itself held secrets of the ages. Beneath its boughs was a scattering of shimmering feathers, each one iridescent as a rainbow after a storm. Clara knelt, her fingers brushing against the soft plumage which glimmered in the morning light, casting tiny rainbows upon the forest floor. "Hello, young one," came a voice as smooth as honey, resonating through the air. Clara looked up to find a griffin perched on a low branch, its eyes twinkling with wisdom and a hint of mischief. The creature's magnificent form, with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, was silhouetted against the dappled sunlight, its feathers glowing with a golden hue. "Greetings, Griffin," Clara replied, her voice filled with wonder and warmth. "Do you know where these feathers have come from?" She gestured gently toward the ground, her brow furrowed in thought. The griffin tilted its head, its golden eyes thoughtful. "Ah, these belong to the moonbirds. They are creatures of great mystery, visiting only when the moon is full and the air is thick with secrets. But it seems they have left their feathers behind this time, which is quite unusual." Clara pondered this, her mind painting vivid pictures of moonbirds soaring through silver-lit skies. "Perhaps something startled them," she mused aloud, "or maybe they're trying to tell us something." The griffin nodded approvingly, its gaze intense and knowing. A wise thought, indeed. But to know for certain, we must seek the counsel of the forest sage. He resides near the silver stream, where the water sings. With a heart full of resolve, Clara and her newfound companion set off through the woods, the leaves whispering their secrets as they passed. Each step was accompanied by the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the occasional rustle of a woodland creature going about its day. Clara felt a profound sense of peace and purpose, her heart warmed by the prospect of unraveling the mystery before them. The path they traveled wound deeper into the heart of the woods, where light danced in intricate patterns and the air was cool and fresh. As they walked, Clara shared stories of her adventures, her voice animated and full of life. The griffin listened intently, its eyes reflecting the depth of the forest's mysteries and the bond they were forming. Their journey soon brought them to the silver stream, its waters sparkling like a ribbon of stars fallen to earth. The sound of the stream was a gentle melody, weaving through the air like an old, comforting song. Here, among ancient stones and soft ferns, sat the forest sage, a wise old tortoise whose shell gleamed like polished jade. His eyes, kind and knowing, crinkled at the corners in a perpetual smile that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Clara," the tortoise greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Clara recounted the morning's events, showing the sage the collection of moonbird feathers. The tortoise listened with a gentle nod, his gaze reflecting the weight of many ages. "Ah, the moonbirds," he sighed, his voice carrying a timeless resonance. "They are creatures of intuition and grace, and their presence always heralds a change. But fear not, for their feathers are a gift, a sign of goodwill and protection." Intrigued, the griffin shifted its wings. "But why leave them behind in such a manner?" The forest sage closed his eyes, as if drawing wisdom from the earth itself. The moonbirds sense an imbalance, a disturbance in the harmony of the woods. These feathers are their way of seeking help to restore what has been lost. Clara felt a surge of determination, her heart swelling with a sense of responsibility. "Then we must help them. But how do we find what is causing the imbalance?" The tortoise opened his eyes, which sparkled like pools of deep water. "Look to the smallest things, for often the grandest mysteries are hidden within the tiniest details. Trust in your instincts, Clara, and remember that every creature in this wood has a part to play." Thanking the sage, Clara and the griffin set off once more, their path illuminated by shafts of sunlight and the guiding whispers of the forest. Clara pondered the sage's words deeply, her eyes scanning the woods for anything unusual. The forest was unusually quiet, not just the birds, but the rustling of leaves and the chatter of squirrels had all but ceased, as if holding their breath in anticipation. Then, quite suddenly, Clara noticed something peculiar, a flower at the base of a tree, unlike any she had seen before. Its petals glimmered like moonlit water, and its fragrance was a sweet, strange song that stirred a forgotten memory within her. The griffin sniffed at it cautiously, its eyes narrowing with concern. "This flower should not be here," the griffin observed, its voice tinged with unease. "It belongs to the faraway lands beyond the mountains where the sun sets." Clara knelt to examine it more closely, recalling the sage's advice. "Perhaps this is the source of the imbalance," she suggested, her voice thoughtful. "Its presence here is affecting the harmony of the woods." The griffin nodded, its wings rustling as it considered their next move. "But how did it get here, and how do we return it to where it belongs?" Clara thought for a moment, her mind sifting through the stories her grandmother had told her. a tale of a gentle breeze that could carry seeds across vast distances. Perhaps the wind sprites might know something about this, she proposed. They travel far and wide and might have seen this flower on its journey. With renewed purpose, Clara and the griffin sought out the wind sprites, known to dwell in the high branches of the tallest trees. They climbed a gentle hill until they reached a grove where the trees reached skyward, their branches swaying in a gentle dance with the breeze. As they called out, the wind sprites appeared, their forms shimmering like sunlight through a waterfall. They twirled and laughed, their voices as light as the air itself, surrounding Clara and the griffin with a playful energy. "Hello, Clara," the sprites chimed, their eyes twinkling with mischief. "What brings you to our breezy abode?" Clara explained about the flower and the strange occurrences in the woods. The sprites listened, their expressions turning thoughtful and serious, a rare sight for creatures so full of mirth. "Ah, we recall such a flower," one of the sprites said, her voice as soft as a whisper. "It was carried here by accident, caught in a gust of wind stronger than we intended." Clara nodded, understanding now how the flower had come to be in the woods. "Can you help us return it to its home?" she asked, her voice hopeful and beseeching. The sprites giggled, their laughter like tinkling bells that seemed to lighten the very air around them. "Of course, dear Clara, we shall guide the flower back to where it belongs and restore the balance to your woods." With a flurry of motion, the sprites gathered around the flower, their airy magic enveloping it in a gentle swirl. Clara watched in awe as the flower lifted from the ground, its petals shimmering in the light. With a final burst of laughter, the sprites whisked it away, carrying it high into the sky and far beyond the horizon, leaving a trail of stardust in their wake. Clara and the griffin stood in the grove, watching until the flower was out of sight. The woods seemed to sigh with relief, the air growing warmer and more inviting. The birds began to sing once more, their melodies weaving through the trees like a comforting blanket. It was as if the forest itself had breathed a deep sigh of contentment, the balance restored. With their task complete, Clara and the griffin returned to the village of Everwood, where the villagers awaited with curious smiles and eager ears. Clara shared the tale of their adventure, of how the moonbird's gift had led them to restore balance to the woods, and of the unexpected help from the wind sprites. The villagers listened with wide eyes, their hearts filled with gratitude and admiration for Clara's kindness and bravery. As night fell, they gathered around a crackling fire, the warmth and light wrapping them in a cozy embrace, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Clara sat with the griffin by her side, her heart full not just with the joy of solving the mystery, but with the knowledge that she was a part of something much larger, a world where every creature, no matter how small, had a role to play. She realized that the harmony of the woods was a delicate balance, one that required understanding, care, and a willingness to listen to the whispers of nature. As the villagers shared stories around the fire, one elderly woman began recounting a tale of how Everwood came to be, a story of ancient magic and the first settlers who had made a pact with the forest spirits to live in harmony. Clara listened intently, realizing how deeply intertwined her world was with the magical forces that surrounded her. This revelation deepened her resolve to protect the balance of Everwood. In the quiet of the night, Clara felt a gentle tug at her sleeve. She turned to see the griffin's eyes, filled with a newfound respect and camaraderie. "You have the heart of a guardian, Clara," it said softly, "and the forest is lucky to have you." Clara smiled, feeling the weight of those words settle warmly in her chest. She knew her journey was just beginning, that there would be more mysteries to unravel and more adventures to undertake. But for now, she was content to be home, surrounded by the magic of the woods and the love of her village. And so, with the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft murmur of the woods, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the magical world she called home. Her mind danced with images of moonbirds and sprites, of griffins and ancient sages, all woven together in the tapestry of her imagination. In the end, Everwood returned to its tranquil state, the villagers continuing their simple, joyful lives. And though the moonbirds would come and go with the cycles of the moon, they always left behind a single feather, a reminder of the harmony that could be found when hearts were open and hands were willing to help. Thus the tale of Clara and the magical woods became a cherished story, shared by the fireside for generations to come, a gentle reminder of the magic that lies in kindness and the wisdom found in friendship. It was a story that resonated through time, echoing in the hearts of all who heard it, a testament to the power of nature and the enduring spirit of those who dared to listen to its whispers. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the sunlight dripped like honey through a canopy of emerald leaves, lived a community of remarkable creatures. This was a place where the whispers of the wind were as old as time itself, and the roots of the towering trees delved deep into the earth, cradling secrets of ages past. Here life unfolded in a delicate dance of harmony and balance, choreographed by the unseen hands of nature itself. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors and gentle sounds. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the soft rustle of leaves swaying in a gentle breeze. On the forest floor, a carpet of moss cushioned the footsteps of those who walked upon it, and the babble of a nearby brook added a melodious undertone to the symphony of life. In this enchanted forest lived a wise old owl named Orion. With feathers as soft as the twilight sky and eyes that glimmered like twin moons, Orion was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom. He roosted high in the branches of an ancient oak, overlooking the forest and its many inhabitants. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost painted the leaves with a sparkling glaze, Orion called a gathering. Creatures of all shapes and sizes assembled beneath the oak, their breath misting in the cool morning air. Rabbits with soft, twitching noses, deer with gentle, watchful eyes, and squirrels with bushy tails all joined the circle, eager to hear the owl's words. Orion began with a story of the forest's beginnings, of how each season was woven with threads of magic that brought life and transformation. He spoke of the spring rains that awakened the seeds, of the summer sun that warmed the earth, of the autumn winds that scattered leaves like confetti, and of the winter snow that blanketed the world in silence. "But there is a balance," Orion said, his voice a soothing lull in the crisp air. "A balance that must be maintained. Each creature, each plant plays a role in the grand tapestry of life. We must live in harmony with the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the earth." As Orion spoke, a young fox named Lyra listened intently. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes gleamed with curiosity and wonder. Lyra had always felt a deep connection to the forest, drawn to its mysteries and hidden wonders. She longed to understand the magic that flowed through its veins. After the gathering, Lyra approached Orion, her small paws silent on the soft earth. "Wise Orion," she began, her voice filled with earnestness, "how can I learn to hear the whispers of the wind and understand the secrets of the earth?" Orion gazed at the young fox with a gentle smile. "Patience, young one," he replied. "Listen with your heart, and the forest will speak to you. Each season brings its own wisdom. Embrace it, and you will find your place in the balance." Inspired and determined, Lyra embarked on a journey through the forest. She observed the way the brook sang as it tumbled over stones, the way the leaves rustled like melody sheets in the breeze, and the way the sunlight danced on the forest floor. She watched the bees as they flitted from flower to flower, and the way the mushrooms sprouted overnight, like fairy umbrellas after a rain. As Lyra listened and learned, she began to notice subtle changes in the forest. The once vibrant leaves now fell in gentle showers of gold and crimson, carpeting the earth in a tapestry of color. The air grew cooler, and the days shorter, as the forest prepared for winter's embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Lyra encountered a peculiar sight. A delicate mist rolled in, enveloping the forest floor in a silvery veil. There, in the clearing bathed in moonlight, stood a magnificent stag with antlers that seemed to touch the stars. The stag's eyes met Lyra's, and she felt a warmth spread through her heart, as if the forest itself was speaking to her. "You have listened well, young fox," the stag said, his voice a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "You have learned the language of the forest. Now, it is time to share this wisdom with others." With newfound understanding, Lyra returned to her friends, eager to share the lessons she had learned. She spoke of the importance of each creature's role, of the need to care for the earth and each other, and of the magic that flowed through the changing seasons. Her friends listened with rapt attention, their hearts open to the wisdom she imparted. Together, they worked to nurture the forest, planting seeds, tending to the streams, and ensuring that all creatures had what they needed to thrive. As the seasons turned, the forest flourished, a testament to the harmony and balance that had been restored. The creatures lived in peace, their lives intertwined in a beautiful dance of friendship and understanding. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the whispers of the wind carried a message of hope and wisdom, passed down through generations. It was a gentle reminder that harmony could be found in the smallest of gestures, and that the secrets of the earth were waiting to be heard by those who listened with their hearts. As Orion watched over the forest from his perch high in the oak, he felt a sense of contentment. The forest was alive with the music of life, its creatures united in a shared purpose. And as the stars twinkled overhead, he knew that the wisdom of the ages would continue to guide them, like a gentle wind guiding a leaf to its resting place. In the quiet of the night, with the forest wrapped in a blanket of peace, all was as it should be. The ancient forest, with its magical phenomena and hidden lives, stood as a beacon of environmental harmony and balance, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. Yet there was more to this forest than met the eye. The arrival of a new season brought whispers of change, as an ancient challenge awaited those within. Orion, wise and knowing, sensed the stirrings of something deep within the earth, a shift that had not been felt for centuries. The forest, he knew, was preparing for a time of testing, an event that would require the strength and unity of all its inhabitants. Lyra, having shared the wisdom she had gathered, felt a restlessness in her heart, a call to action beyond the teachings of Orion. She began to notice signs that the forest's balance was more fragile than it appeared, an unusual dryness in the brook, leaves falling before their time, and a peculiar stillness in the air that even the whispering winds could not dispel. Driven by a newfound sense of responsibility, Lyra sought out Orion once more. "Wise one," she implored, "there is a change in the forest I cannot ignore. How can we prepare for what is to come?" Orion's eyes, deep with the knowledge of countless seasons, met hers with quiet resolve. "The forest speaks through you, young Lyra. The time has come for a deeper understanding, a journey to the heart of our world where the oldest of secrets are kept." With Orion's guidance, Lyra embarked on a quest deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured, through ancient groves where the light barely touched the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Alongside her traveled a band of creatures who had become her closest allies, the swift and nimble rabbit, the observant deer, and the resourceful squirrel. Their journey led them to a hidden glade, where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light, and the ground was marked by symbols etched by time itself. Here, they found the source of the forest's ancient magic, a circle of stones, each one a keeper of elemental forces that sustained the life around them. As they stepped within the circle, the stones resonated with a hum that vibrated through their very beings. It was a song of the earth, a melody that told of times long past and of the cycles that governed all. Lyra, feeling the weight of the forest's future upon her shoulders, reached out to the stones with a heart full of hope and determination. In that moment, the forest revealed its deepest secret. The balance was held not just by the natural world, but by the unity and understanding of those who dwelt within it. The creatures, through their harmony and care, were as integral to the forest's survival as the trees and rivers themselves. Empowered by this revelation, Lyra and her friends returned to their community with renewed purpose. They shared not only the wisdom of the seasons, but the vital lesson that true harmony required the combined strength and dedication of every creature. The forest, once again vibrant and alive, stood as a testament to the enduring power of unity and the timeless dance between nature and those who call it home. As Orion watched over them, his heart swelled with pride and hope for the future, knowing that the wisdom of the ages would continue to guide the forest's inhabitants through whatever challenges lay ahead. Seasons passed, and Lyra, now a respected guardian of the forest's secrets, found herself bewildered by a dream that came each night. In it, she saw a realm untouched by time, a place where the forest's magic throbbed with an intensity she had never known. She confided in Orion, who nodded gravely. "This is the realm of the Elder Grove," he explained, "where the heart of our world's magic resides. It calls to you, Lyra, for a purpose that only you can fulfill." Determined to uncover the mystery of her dream, Lyra set out once more, this time guided by the moonlight and Orion's whispered directions. As she journeyed deeper into the uncharted regions of the forest, the air grew thick with enchantment, and the trees stood as silent sentinels guarding the path to the Elder Grove. Upon reaching the grove, Lyra was enveloped by a profound stillness. Here the air was alive with shimmering threads of energy, weaving through the ancient trees like a celestial tapestry. In the center stood a grand tree, its bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the moonlight. It was the heart of the forest, the source of all magic, pulsing with a gentle luminescence that spoke to Lyra's very soul. As she approached, the tree's runes began to shimmer brighter, casting a radiant light that banished the shadows of doubt from Lyra's heart. She understood then that the forest had chosen her as its new guardian, a bridge between the ancient magic and the creatures who thrived under its boughs. With newfound resolve, Lyra returned to her companions, sharing the vision of the Elder Grove and the sacred duty it bestowed upon her. Together, they pledged to protect the forest and its magic for generations to come, ensuring that the harmony and balance that defined their world would endure. Under the watchful gaze of Orion, Lyra and her friends embraced their roles as stewards of the land, weaving their lives into the fabric of the forest's eternal dance. The ancient forest, its heart now beating in tune with the creatures who called it home, flourished in a vibrant symphony of life, echoing with the wisdom of the ages and the promise of a future guided by unity and understanding. As time wove its way through the forest, an unexpected visitor arrived, a traveling herbalist named Elowin, whose knowledge of plants and healing was renowned far beyond the borders of the forest. Her presence was marked by the scent of lavender and sage, and her arrival was heralded by a chorus of birds that seemed to sing for her alone. She had heard whispers of the forest's magic and the young fox guardian and sought to learn from them. Lyra, intrigued by Elowin's tales of distant lands and the healing arts, welcomed her into the community. Together, they explored the forest, sharing knowledge and learning from each other. Elowin taught Lyra about the medicinal properties of plants, how to listen to their needs, and how to harness their power for healing and sustenance. In return, Lyra shared the secrets of the forest's magic, deepening Elowin's connection to the natural world. Their friendship blossomed, and with it, the forest thrived even more. Under their combined guidance, the creatures learned to cultivate a garden of healing herbs, ensuring the well-being of all who called the forest home. The garden became a symbol of the unity between the forest and its inhabitants, a place where magic and healing intertwined. As the seasons continued to turn, the ancient forest stood resilient and vibrant, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the nurturing bond between its creatures and the land they cherished. Orion, from his perch in the oak, watched over them with a heart full of pride, knowing that the forest's legacy was secure in the hands of those who listened with their hearts and walked with purpose and unity. Yet as time stretched on, a new challenge surfaced, one that would test the bonds of friendship and the strength of the forest's magic. An unusually harsh winter approached, unlike any the forest had seen in ages. The winds howled with an icy ferocity, bending the branches of even the sturdiest oaks, and a thick blanket of snow smothered the once vibrant colors of the forest floor. Lyra, now keenly attuned to the forest's rhythms, sensed that this winter brought more than just cold. It was as if an ancient slumber had fallen over the land, a lethargy that threatened to stifle the very life within the forest. She gathered her friends, including Elowin, to discuss how they might preserve the warmth and vitality of their home. Elowin proposed that they use the knowledge she had shared to create a series of sanctuaries throughout the forest, places where warmth and life could be nurtured even in the deepest chill. With Lyra's guidance, they chose locations near the heart of the forest's magic, where the ground pulsed with a subtle heat and the air was filled with the whispers of life. Together, they worked tirelessly, weaving branches and leaves into shelters, lining them with moss and feathers to trap warmth. They planted winter-blooming herbs that thrived in the cold, their blossoms casting a gentle glow that illuminated the dark winter nights. As the days turned to weeks, these sanctuaries became havens for the forest's creatures, a testament to the strength of community and the power of shared knowledge. The harsh winter, though relentless, could not dim the spirit of the forest, which thrived on the unity and resilience of its inhabitants. In the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak stood as a sentinel against the biting winds, Orion watched over his charges with a sense of fulfillment. The wisdom of the forest, passed down through generations, had once again proven its power. Under the guidance of Lyra, Elowin, and their friends, the forest emerged from the winter with renewed vigor, its magic as vibrant and enduring as ever. As the first signs of spring appeared, a delicate thaw spreading through the forest, Lyra realized that the challenges they faced were not obstacles, but opportunities for growth. She understood that the harmony and balance of their world depended on the strength of their bonds and the wisdom they shared. With the arrival of spring, the forest burst into life, the air filled with the scent of blossoms and the songs of birds returning from their winter sojourns. The creatures celebrated their survival and the renewed promise of life, their hearts open to the lessons and magic of the world around them. In this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the whispers of the wind carried a message of hope and wisdom, passed down through generations. It was a gentle reminder that harmony could be found in the smallest of gestures, and that the secrets of the earth were waiting to be heard by those who listened with their hearts. Story 6. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust twinkled like scattered diamonds against a velvet expanse, two planets orbited the same warm, benevolent sun. One was lush and verdant, its skies a gentle wash of aquamarine, while the other was a shimmering desert world, its dunes undulating like golden waves under a sun-scorched sky. From the green planet known as Sylvana came a gentle creature named Finn. Finn was a member of the Sylvans, a race of beings who resembled tall, willowy trees, their skin textured like bark, and their hair flowing like tendrils of ivy. Sylvans were known for their wisdom and their deep connection to nature, able to communicate with the flora and fauna that thrived in their vibrant forests. From the desert planet of Dunestra, a curious traveler named Zara set forth. Zara belonged to the Dunestrians, a hardy people with eyes that glowed like embers and skin that shimmered with the golden hues of their sandy home. Known for their resilience and ingenuity, Dunestrians had a natural affinity for crafting and building, always seeking to create something new from the resources around them. Their meeting occurred aboard a shared interstellar shuttle bound for the Great Conclave, a gathering of species from across the galaxy, held once a decade to promote peace and understanding. The shuttle was a marvel of engineering, its corridors bustling with beings from countless worlds, all bound together by the shared hope of unity. Finn and Zara found themselves seated beside one another, their difference stark but their curiosity mutual. At first, their conversation was stilted, each struggling to understand the other's way of life. Finn spoke of the whispering trees and singing rivers of Sylvana, while Zara shared tales of the ever-shifting sands and the brilliant, fiery sunsets of Dunestra. Their initial misunderstanding came when Finn, in an attempt to share a piece of Sylvana's charm, offered Zara a small, delicate sapling. To Finn, it was a precious gift, a symbol of growth and life. But Zara, unfamiliar with Sylvan customs, misunderstood the gesture. In Dunestra, plants were rare and highly valued for their scarcity, and she feared she might damage such a fragile thing. "Thank you," Zara said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But what if I can't keep it alive? Our world is not kind to such delicate things." Finn, realizing the unintentional pressure placed upon Zara, smiled gently. "The sapling does not need to survive to be treasured, dear Zara. It is a symbol, not a responsibility. Its life, however brief, can still bring joy." This small misunderstanding gave rise to a deeper understanding between them. Finn learned to appreciate the Dunestrian ability to adapt and thrive in a harsh environment, while Zara began to see the beauty in nurturing life. even if only for a moment. As the shuttle continued its journey through the cosmos, the pair faced shared challenges that drew them closer. A sudden meteor shower rattled the ship, causing systems to flicker and alarms to blare. In the chaos, Zara's engineering skills were invaluable. She worked tirelessly to stabilize the shuttle, her hands a blur of motion as she coaxed life back into the failing systems. Finn, on the other hand, calmed the panicking passengers with a soothing melody, a song learned from the winds of Sylvana. The gentle notes wove through the air, bringing comfort and peace to those who listened. Together, they bridged the gap between panic and calm, mechanical skill and natural harmony. Their combined efforts ensured the shuttle's safe passage through the storm, earning the gratitude and admiration of everyone aboard. In the quiet moments that followed, Finn and Zara found themselves reflecting on their growing friendship. They shared stories late into the artificial nights aboard the shuttle, their bond deepening with each passing star. Finn spoke of the ancient oak that stood at the heart of Sylvana, its branches a sanctuary for countless creatures. Zara told of the glass sculptures her people crafted from the sands of Dunestra, each one a testament to the beauty found in resilience. Through these tales, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, not in the sameness of their experiences, but in the richness of their shared journey, where differences became strengths and misunderstandings led to growth. When they finally arrived at the Great Conclave, Finn and Zara stood side by side, their presence a testament to the power of understanding and the bonds that can form between the most unlikely of companions. The lessons they learned together echoed throughout the gathering, reminding all present that friendship, like the stars, knows no boundaries. As they parted ways, each returning to their own world, they carried with them the warmth of their newfound connection, a light to guide them through the vastness of the galaxy. And though they hailed from different planets, their friendship was a constellation all its own, shining brightly in the night sky. Story 7. Once upon a dreamy eve, nestled deep in the ancient evergreen forest, a world of enchantment unfolded beneath the watchful boughs of towering pines. Here, the whispers of the wind carried the secrets of the land, weaving tales as old as the forest itself. Among the lush undergrowth dwelled a community of woodland sprites, their gossamer wings shimmering with the iridescent hues of autumn leaves. These tiny guardians tended to the delicate balance of the forest, nurturing the saplings and whispering encouragement to the wildflowers that carpeted the sun-dappled glades. At the heart of this mystical realm stood the ancient willow tree, her gnarled bark a tapestry of wisdom etched by centuries of growth. It was here that the sprites gathered on the night of the equinox, their voices raised in a melodious chorus to welcome the changing seasons. As the first chill of autumn crept through the forest, the sprites noticed a flurry of activity near the burrow of their dear friends, the rabbits. Concerned, they flitted closer and discovered a tiny leveret, trembling and alone, its mother nowhere in sight. Without hesitation, the sprites rallied together, wrapping the shivering leveret in a blanket of soft moss and ferns. They sang soothing lullabies, their voices like the gentle trickle of a woodland stream, and gradually the little one's fear melted away. Seeking guidance, the sprites sought counsel from the ancient willow tree. Her rustling leaves whispered of the delicate balance that governed the forest, and how even the smallest creatures played a vital role in maintaining harmony. Emboldened by the willow's wisdom, the sprites vowed to care for the orphaned leveret until it could fend for itself. They fashioned a cozy den from fallen leaves and twigs, lined with the softest feathers plucked from the breasts of robins and finches. As the seasons changed, the sprites witnessed the leveret's transformation from a fragile newborn to a strong, curious youth. They taught it the ways of the forest, the secret paths that wound between the mighty oaks, and the hidden glades where the sweetest berries flourished. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost glazed the forest floor, the sprites sensed a shift in the air. A shimmering veil of magic descended upon the land, heralding the arrival of the winter sprites, ethereal beings whose icy breath brought the first snowflakes to dance upon the breeze. In a breathtaking display of elemental harmony, the woodland sprites joined their winter kin in a graceful dance, their movements mirroring the swirling snowflakes. As they twirled and leaped, the leveret watched in wonder, its eyes wide with delight. The ancient willow tree observed the spectacle, her branches swaying in silent reverence. In that moment, she knew the balance had been restored, and the cycle of life would continue, as it had for eons before. As the first snowflakes melted upon the leveret's velvety nose, it raised its head to the sky, a silent promise to one day pass on the wisdom and guardianship of the forest to future generations. For in this enchanted realm, the lessons of harmony and balance were woven into the very fabric of existence, echoing through the ages like the soft lullaby of the woodland sprites. Story 8. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the gentle rustle of leaves could be mistaken for quiet conversations, there existed a world unseen by most but deeply felt by all. It was a place where the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight trickled through the canopy in golden streams, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. In this magical realm, the natural creatures held a secret life, one that thrived in harmony with the rhythm of the seasons. Here, every creature, from the smallest beetle to the grandest stag, played a vital role in the balance of the forest. The wise old owl, known as Sage, was the keeper of the forest's ancient knowledge. His feathers were as soft as the dusk sky, and his eyes glimmered like the moonlit lake. Sage had witnessed countless cycles of the seasons and knew the language of the wind and the wisdom of the trees. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the sweet scent of ripening berries and the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, Sage called a gathering at the heart of the forest, a clearing where the sunlight danced in merry patterns. The creatures assembled, their eyes wide with curiosity and reverence. There was Hazel, the gentle deer whose steps were as light as a feather on the woodland floor, and Whiskers, the clever squirrel whose eyes sparkled with mischief and kindness. Sage cleared his throat, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves, and began to speak. "The time has come for us to share the wisdom of the forest with the young ones," he hooted softly, "for in sharing, we preserve the harmony that binds us all." The creatures listened intently as Sage spoke of the great cycle, the ebb and flow of life that mirrored the changing seasons. He told stories of the spring when the world awoke in a burst of color and song, and of summer when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun's embrace. He recounted tales of autumn, the time of harvest and preparation, and of winter when the world rested under a blanket of snow, dreaming of the life to come. Hazel, her eyes soft and wise, added her voice to the gathering. "Each season teaches us something unique," she said. "Spring reminds us of renewal, summer of abundance, autumn of gratitude, and winter of patience." Whiskers, ever eager to learn, piped up with a question that lingered in the crisp air. "But how do we, as part of this forest, ensure we live in harmony with these changes?" Sage nodded approvingly at the young squirrel's curiosity. "We listen," he replied simply. "The forest speaks in its own language. It is in the whisper of the wind, the murmur of the brook, and the song of the birds. By listening, we learn to respond to its needs and nurture its balance." As the day began to wane, Sage invited the creatures to share their own experiences and stories. An elder fox spoke of a time when a great storm had threatened the forest, and how by working together, the creatures had repaired the damage and restored their home. A family of rabbits shared their tale of planting seeds in the spring and watching them grow into a bountiful garden by summer's end. The gathering continued under the starlit sky, the forest bathed in the silver glow of the moon. The creatures, old and young, drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the stories and wisdom shared that day. As the seasons turned, the lessons of the gathering took root in the hearts of every creature. They learned to respect the delicate balance of their home, to cherish the gifts of each season, and to care for one another as kin. In time, the young squirrel, Whiskers, grew into a wise leader, teaching new generations of creatures the importance of harmony and balance. And though Sage eventually became part of the eternal whisper of the forest, his wisdom lived on, woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. In this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures lived in peace, their lives a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the unbreakable bond with the world around them. And so, with each passing season, the forest flourished, a living symphony of nature's grace and balance, forever echoing the gentle wisdom of the creatures within. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young girl named Lily. Her bright eyes sparkled with the same wonder as the stars that twinkled in the night sky. Lily often dreamed of adventures beyond the horizon, where the sun kissed the earth with golden hues each morning. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and rust, Lily discovered a hidden path in the woods she'd never seen before. It was paved with cobblestones that glimmered like opals in the dappled sunlight. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, promising secrets waiting to be unveiled. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she stepped onto the path. Each step seemed to whisper encouragement to her, urging her to explore the wonders that lay ahead. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the trees began to part, revealing a clearing bathed in a gentle, ethereal glow. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent, ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches spreading like welcoming arms. The tree was unlike any Lily had ever seen, its leaves a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered and danced as if caught in an eternal breeze. Nestled among its roots were delicate mushrooms, glowing softly like lanterns in the twilight. As Lily marveled at the tree, she noticed tiny creatures flitting around its branches. They were like fairies, their wings iridescent and their laughter like the tinkling of bells. One of the creatures, a small, curious sprite with hair the color of moonlight, fluttered down to greet her. "Welcome, brave traveler," the sprite chimed, her voice as light as a feather. "You have found the Heartwood Tree, a place of magic and wonder. Few are those who wander here, drawn by the courage to seek the unknown." Lily smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She introduced herself and shared her dream of exploring the world beyond her village. The sprite, whose name was Lyra, nodded with understanding. "Every journey begins with a single step," Lyra said wisely, "and every explorer must find their own path. But remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it." With Lyra as her guide, Lily began to explore the realm of the Heartwood. She encountered flowers that sang harmonies when touched by the breeze, and streams that ran with waters of silver reflecting the skies above. The forest was alive with creatures of whimsy, rabbits with antlers, foxes with tails of flame, and birds that painted rainbows in their flight. As dusk settled, casting the world in hues of indigo and violet, Lily and Lyra sat by a gentle brook, its waters murmuring secrets of the forest. Lyra spoke of the challenges that lay ahead, not as obstacles, but as opportunities for growth and learning. "Remember, dear Lily," Lyra said, her eyes twinkling like stars, "in every challenge, there is a chance to discover more about yourself. Trust in your heart and the friendships you make along the way." With renewed resolve, Lily thanked Lyra and promised to carry the lessons of the Heartwood with her. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the clearing, it was time for Lily to return to her village. Lyra gifted her a small, shimmering leaf from the Heartwood tree as a token of their friendship and a reminder of her courage. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit alight with newfound strength, Lily stepped back onto the cobblestone path. As she retraced her steps, the forest seemed to hum a lullaby, bidding her farewell until her next adventure. When Lily emerged from the woods, the village greeted her with warm, flickering lights from the hearths in each home. She clutched the Heartwood leaf to her chest, feeling its gentle pulse, a promise of magic and endless possibilities. And so, with dreams of new horizons and the courage to explore them, Lily lay down to sleep, comforted by the knowledge that the world was vast and full of wonders, just waiting for her to discover. And somewhere in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood, its leaves whispering secrets under the watchful gaze of the moon, waiting for the next brave soul to find its magical embrace. Story 10. Once upon a time, in the small village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a quaint little shop known as the Whimsical Curio. It was a place of wonders, filled with trinkets and treasures that seemed to whisper stories from the past. The shop, with its creaky wooden floors and shelves lined with mysterious artifacts, was run by a kindly old man named Mr. Penderwick, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of 1,000 tales. One misty autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze, a young girl named Lily found herself drawn to the shop. Lily was a curious soul with a heart as gentle as the morning dew. Her auburn curls bounced as she skipped along the cobblestone path, her eyes wide with the promise of discovery. As she pushed open the shop's weathered door, a tinkling bell announced her arrival. The air inside was warm, filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood. Mr. Penderwick greeted her with a smile, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear Lily. What brings you to the whimsical curio today?" Lily's eyes wandered over the shelves, alighting on a peculiar old lantern, its glass stained with swirling colors that seemed to shift and change in the light. "This lantern," she said softly, reaching out to touch it. "There's something special about it." Mr. Penderwick nodded knowingly. "Ah, the prism lantern. It's said to hold a magic that reveals hidden truths and lights the way to one's heart's desire. But remember, its magic is gentle and patient, like a river carving its path over time." Intrigued, Lily decided to take the lantern with her. She thanked Mr. Penderwick and promised to return with stories of her adventures. As she stepped back into the world outside, the lantern flickered to life, casting a kaleidoscope of colors around her, painting the path with hues of wonder and possibility. Lily's journey began that very day. With the prism lantern in hand, she ventured into the enchanted whispering woods, a forest known for its gentle, murmuring trees and the soft rustle of leaves that seemed to speak in hushed tones. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of birdsong, the soft padding of deer on fallen leaves, and the distant babbling of a brook. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lily met her first companion, a wise old turtle named Oliver. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, and his eyes held the wisdom of many years. "Greetings, young traveler," Oliver said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "What brings you to these woods?" Lily smiled warmly. "I'm on a journey to discover the lantern's secret and perhaps find something about myself along the way." Oliver nodded sagely. "Then you shall have my company, for a journey is best shared with friends." And so, with Oliver ambling by her side, Lily continued her trek. The forest revealed its secrets slowly, each step a new revelation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like playful spirits, they came upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft moss and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar old oak tree, its branches twisted and gnarled, adorned with tiny glowing orbs. As Lily approached, the lantern's light mingled with the tree's glow, and the orbs began to shimmer, arranging themselves into a pattern that formed a map. "The map of the heart," Oliver murmured. "It shows the path to one's true desires, but it is only visible to those who seek with pure intent." Lily studied the map, her heart swelling with a mixture of excitement and curiosity. It seems to lead further into the woods, towards the mountain. With the moon as their guide, Lily and Oliver set off once more, the path illuminated by the lantern's gentle glow. Along the way they met another companion, a sprightly fox named Trixie. Her fur was a fiery red, and her eyes sparkled mischievously. "I smell an adventure!" Trixie exclaimed, her voice as light as the wind. "May I join you?" "Of course," Lily replied, her heart warmed by Trixie's spirited presence. Together, the trio ventured onward, each step bringing them closer to the mountain. As they journeyed, the forest began to change, the trees growing taller and the air cooler. The challenges along the way were many, rivers to cross, riddles to solve, and paths to choose. But with each obstacle, Lily learned more about herself and her companions. One day, as they neared the mountain's base, they encountered an ancient stone bridge guarded by a wise old owl named Athena. Her feathers were a soft gray, and her eyes gleamed with intelligence. "To cross this bridge," Athena intoned, "you must answer a question that requires great wisdom." Lily listened carefully as Athena asked, "What is the greatest treasure one can possess?" Lily thought deeply, the gentle hum of the prism lantern filling her with clarity. She smiled softly and replied, "The greatest treasure is friendship, for it is a light that guides us through the darkest times." Athena nodded approvingly, and the bridge opened before them, the path now clear. With a sense of accomplishment and a heart full of gratitude, Lily and her friends crossed into the mountain's shadow. Their journey led them to a hidden valley at the mountain's heart, a place untouched by time, where the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers and the sky was a canvas of vibrant colors. In the center of the valley stood a crystal spring, its water sparkling in the sunlight. As Lily approached the spring, the prism lantern glowed brightly, casting a rainbow over the water. In that moment, Lily understood the lantern's true magic. It was not just a guide, but a mirror reflecting her own inner light and the love of those around her. With newfound wisdom, Lily realized that the journey had already granted her heart's desire: companionship, adventure, and understanding. She turned to her friends, her heart overflowing with warmth. "Thank you, Oliver and Trixie. This journey has been the greatest gift, and your friendship the brightest treasure." As the sun began its descent, painting the valley in hues of gold and amber, Lily, Oliver, and Trixie made their way back to Willowbrook. The lantern, now dimmed, was a cherished reminder of their adventure, a symbol of the magic that lay not in the object itself, but in the journey and the bonds forged along the way. And so, with hearts full of joy and memories to last a lifetime, they returned to their village, knowing that the true magic of the prism lantern was the light of friendship and the wisdom it illuminated within them. The story ends here, but the lantern's gentle glow continues, a beacon of hope and kindness, lighting the way for those who dare to seek the wonders of the world with open hearts and gentle souls. Story 11. In a corner of the vast and boundless universe, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels on a velvet tapestry, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Viridia. Its surface was a lush tapestry of emerald forests and sapphire lakes. The creatures of Viridia lived in harmony, their lives a gentle symphony of rustling leaves, chirping streams, and the occasional flutter of wings. On Viridia's most serene moonlit night, a peculiar event unfolded. From the depths of the cosmos, a sleek, silvery spacecraft descended, its surface shimmering with the reflections of 1,000 stars. As it settled quietly within a meadow of luminescent flowers, its door slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a figure named Luna. Luna was a traveler from the planet Etheria, a world known for its ethereal landscapes and misty skies. Her people, the Etherians, were gentle beings with glistening, diaphanous wings and a deep connection to the whispers of the wind. Luna herself was on a quest to understand the universe beyond her home, to weave its stories into her people's songs. But Luna was not alone in her exploration. As she stepped out, her gaze met that of Zephyr, a native of Viridia. Zephyr was a creature of the earth, with skin like bark and eyes that sparkled like dew on leaves. His people, the Verdans, were known for their wisdom and their nurturing spirit. Their first meeting was shrouded in silence and uncertainty. Luna's arrival had startled Zephyr, and she, in turn, had not anticipated encountering another being so soon. The air between them was thick with the unknown, each of them unsure of the other's intentions. At first, they tried to communicate through gestures and expressions. Luna attempted to convey her peaceful intent by tracing gentle patterns in the air with her luminous wings. Zephyr responded with a deep, resonant hum, a language of the earth that spoke of roots and growth. Despite their differences, both sensed a shared curiosity, a spark of understanding waiting to be kindled. Their initial misunderstandings led to moments of frustration. Luna, used to the airy whispers of her world, found Zephyr's earthy resonance difficult to interpret. Zephyr, on his part, struggled with Luna's ethereal gestures, which seemed to dance just beyond his grasp. Yet, every misstep was accompanied by a desire to bridge the gap between them. One evening, as the sky deepened into a twilight of indigo and gold, a gentle rain began to fall. It was a special kind of rain, infused with the light of Viridia's twin moons, causing each droplet to shimmer like liquid silver. Luna and Zephyr found shelter beneath a great ancient tree, its branches forming a protective canopy above them. As they sat together, listening to the rhythmic patter of the rain, Luna began to hum a melody from her homeland. It was a song of the stars, of journeys and dreams, soft and soothing. Zephyr, moved by the music, added his own voice, a low, comforting rumble like the distant roll of thunder. The two melodies intertwined, creating a harmony that transcended words. In that moment, they discovered a language that needed no translation, a language of shared experience, of companionship found amidst the cosmic dance of rain and light. It was as if the universe itself had whispered a secret to them, a truth about the power of connection. Their bond grew stronger with each passing day. Together, they explored Viridia's wonders, the iridescent caverns that glowed with hidden crystals, the bubbling hot springs that sang with warmth, and the vast fields of flowers that painted the landscape with every color imaginable. They faced challenges, too, like the sudden storms that swept through the forests, or the tricky paths that wound through the dense underbrush. Through each trial, they supported one another. Luna's wings provided shelter during sudden downpours, while Zephyr's knowledge of the land guided them through unfamiliar terrains. When Luna felt homesick, Zephyr would craft delicate sculptures from the earth, capturing the essence of Etheria's floating gardens. In return, Luna taught Zephyr the art of storytelling through dance, her wings tracing tales in the air. Their friendship became a tapestry woven from moments of shared laughter and quiet reflection. They learned from one another, their misunderstandings transforming into opportunities for growth. Luna discovered the strength that lay in the stillness of the earth, while Zephyr embraced the freedom of the skies. One day, as they rested beside a tranquil lake, Luna turned to Zephyr with a thoughtful expression. "I've wandered far and wide," she began, her voice as soft as the breeze. "Yet it is here, with you, that I've found a true sense of belonging." Zephyr nodded, his eyes reflecting the shimmering water. "In you, I've found a friend who sees the world through different eyes, and that has made my world all the richer." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they sat together, wrapped in the warmth of their companionship. The stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the preciousness of the connections they had forged. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Luna and Zephyr discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds, a connection that bridged the gap between the sky and the earth. Together, they wove a story that would be sung across the stars, a gentle reminder that even the most unlikely companions could find harmony in the dance of life. As they settled into the comforting embrace of the evening, the gentle hum of the universe around them, Luna and Zephyr knew that wherever their journeys might lead, they would carry the light of their friendship within them, a beacon of hope and understanding in a world filled with wonder. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood as ancient guardians, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind, a small cottage nestled between the folds of the earth. The cottage was made of stone and wood, with a thatched roof that seemed to blend seamlessly into the verdant canopy overhead. Here lived a gentle soul, a young girl named Mara, whose heart was as boundless as the forest itself. Mara had always felt a deep connection to the woods, as if the rustling leaves and babbling brooks spoke directly to her. She spent her days exploring the winding paths, her bare feet treading softly on the mossy ground, her eyes alight with wonder at the simple, profound beauty of nature. Her companion on these adventures was a small, wise owl named Farron, whose feathers shimmered in shades of moonlit silver and deepest brown. One morning, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the dense foliage, painting the world in hues of gold and green, Mara awoke to find a peculiar object outside her door. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, the likes of which she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate etchings of stars, moons, and swirling vines that seemed to almost twinkle in the early light. Curious, Mara gently lifted the box and carried it inside. She placed it on her kitchen table, its presence filling the room with a subtle warmth. As she ran her fingers over the carvings, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the box was alive with magic. Farron, perched on the windowsill, hooted softly, his round eyes wide with interest. With a deep breath, Mara opened the box. Inside, nestled among layers of soft velvet, was a golden key. The key was unlike any she had ever seen, its surface engraved with the same intricate patterns as the box. As she held it in her hand, a feeling of gentle warmth spread through her, as if the key was whispering secrets of its own. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky transformed into a tapestry of stars, Mara sat on the porch of her cottage, the key resting on her lap. The woods around her hummed with the life of night, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, owls calling to one another in the darkness. She wondered what the key might unlock, what mysteries it held within its golden form. Farron, perched beside her, blinked slowly, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "The key chose you, Mara," he said in his soft, melodic voice. "Perhaps it is the beginning of a journey." Mara nodded, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She had always felt there was more to the world than met the eye, hidden layers of magic waiting to be discovered, and now it seemed she had been given a chance to uncover them. The following morning, Mara set out into the woods, the golden key tucked safely in her pocket. She walked with purpose, her senses attuned to the forest around her. The trees whispered encouragement, their leaves brushing against one another in a soft symphony. Farron flew overhead, a silent sentinel guiding her way. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, Mara noticed subtle changes in her surroundings. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of fresh earth and wildflowers. The path beneath her feet seemed softer, more welcoming, as if it had been waiting for her all along. Eventually, she came upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to hide 100 secrets. Its branches stretched towards the sky, draped with silver moss that glistened in the dappled sunlight. At the base of the tree, partially hidden by a tangle of roots, was a small, ornate door. Mara's heart skipped a beat. The door seemed to call to her, its presence both mysterious and inviting. She approached it slowly, feeling the weight of the key in her pocket. The carvings on the door mirrored those on the key and the box, swirling patterns that danced in the light. With a deep breath, Mara inserted the key into the lock. It turned smoothly, as if it had been waiting for her all along. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the earth. Farron landed on her shoulder, his feathers brushing against her cheek. "Are you ready?" he asked, his voice a comforting presence in the stillness. Mara nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. Together they descended the staircase, the light from above gradually fading into a gentle glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. As they reached the bottom, Mara found herself in a vast underground cavern. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the scent of damp stone and blooming flowers. Luminescent fungi dotted the walls, casting a soft, ethereal light that illuminated the cavern in shades of blue and green. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of crystal-clear water. Its surface shimmered with colors that shifted and changed like a living rainbow. Mara approached the water, her reflection merging with the vibrant hues in a mesmerizing dance. It was then that she noticed a figure standing on the opposite side of the pool. A woman with long, silvery hair that flowed like a waterfall down her back. Her eyes were the color of the deep forest, filled with wisdom and kindness. She wore a gown woven from leaves and flowers, a crown of ivy resting gently atop her head. "Welcome, Mara," the woman said, her voice as soothing as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees above. "I am Silva, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Mara felt a sense of awe and humility wash over her. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Silva smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling with warmth. "This is the heart of the forest, where the magic of the woods is strongest. You have been chosen to discover it, to understand its secrets and protect its wonders." Mara glanced at Farron, who nodded encouragingly. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. "Because you have a heart that listens," Silva replied, her gaze gentle and knowing. "You see the beauty in the world and cherish it. The forest has watched over you, and now it asks that you watch over it in return." Mara felt a swell of emotion, a sense of belonging that she had never experienced before. She understood now that her love for the forest was not a solitary feeling, but a connection to something much greater than herself. As she pondered this, Silva gestured towards the pool. "The waters here hold many mysteries. They reflect not only what is, but what could be. Look, and you will see." Mara knelt by the water's edge, her reflection mingling with the vibrant colors that danced on the surface. As she gazed into the depths, images began to form, visions of the forest, its beauty and its fragility, its creatures thriving in harmony with the land. She saw herself, too, walking among the trees, her presence a source of comfort and protection. She saw moments of joy and friendship, of challenges faced and overcome with wisdom and kindness. She saw a future where the forest and its magic remained safe, nurtured by her care and love. Tears of gratitude filled her eyes as she realized the significance of the journey she had embarked upon. The key had not only unlocked the door to the heart of the forest, but had also opened her heart to the possibilities that lay ahead. Silva watched her with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with understanding. "The forest will guide you, Mara. You are not alone in this. Trust in the bond you share with the woods, and you will find the strength to protect it." Mara nodded, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. She understood now that the true magic of the forest was not in the hidden world she had discovered, but in the connections she had formed, the friendship she shared with Farron, the bond she felt with the trees, and the love that had always guided her path. As she rose to her feet, she felt a sense of peace and resolution. The journey had changed her, opened her eyes to the beauty and magic that surrounded her. She knew that she would carry this knowledge with her always, a light in the darkness, a beacon of hope for the future. With a final nod to Silva, Mara turned and made her way back up the staircase, Farron perched on her shoulder. The door closed softly behind them, the key warm in her pocket, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. As she stepped back into the sunlight, the forest greeted her with open arms. The trees whispered a welcome, their leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Mara smiled, her heart filled with the warmth of home. She knew that the road ahead would not always be easy, that challenges would arise and choices would need to be made. But she also knew that she was not alone, that the magic of the forest and the strength of her friendships would guide her through. And so, with the key to the heart of the forest safely in her keeping, Mara set off into the woods once more, her heart aglow with the promise of new adventures and the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The Whispering Woods, with all its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her, and she a part of it, a guardian, a friend, and a keeper of magic. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a gentle twilight, Mara returned to her cottage, her mind still buzzing with the day's revelations. She settled by the hearth, the comforting crackle of the fire wrapping her in its warm embrace. Farron perched nearby, his feathers catching the flickering light. Mara gazed into the flames, her thoughts drifting back to the hidden world beneath the earth and the promise she had made to protect the forest. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that her journey had only just begun. In the days that followed, Mara devoted herself to the care of the woods, her heart attuned to the rhythms of the natural world. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the subtle language of the creatures that called the forest home. She planted new life where it was needed, tended to the flowers and ferns that carpeted the ground, and repaired the delicate balance that sustained the ecosystem. Her friendship with Farron deepened, their bond forged through shared experiences and mutual respect. Together, they explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering hidden glades and secret streams, marveling at the wonders they found. Farron, with his keen eyes and gentle wisdom, became not only a guide but a confidant, his presence a constant source of comfort. As time passed, Mara found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. She became more attuned to the magic of the world around her, her senses sharpened by her connection to the forest. She discovered a quiet strength within herself, a resilience born from her love for the woods and all its inhabitants. The forest, in turn, responded to her care and devotion. The trees stood taller, their leaves a vibrant green that shimmered in the sunlight. The flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their fragrance filling the air with sweetness. The creatures of the forest thrived, their songs echoing through the trees, a symphony of life and joy. Mara knew that the journey she had embarked upon was not solely for her own growth, but for the preservation of the magic that sustained the world around her. She understood that the forest was a living entity, its health intertwined with her own. By protecting it, she was also protecting the delicate balance that allowed life to flourish. And so, with each passing day, Mara continued to walk the paths of the Whispering Woods, her heart open to the wonders that awaited her. She knew that challenges would arise, that the path she had chosen would not always be easy, but she also knew that she was not alone, that the forest and its magic would guide her through the darkest of times. Her journey had taught her that the true magic lay not in the hidden world she had discovered, but in the connections she had forged, the friendships that had blossomed, the love that had grown, and the understanding that had deepened her bond with the natural world. And as the seasons changed and the forest transformed, Mara remained a steadfast guardian, a gentle soul whose heart beat in harmony with the earth. The Whispering Woods, with all its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her, and she a part of it, a keeper of magic, a protector of life, and a friend to all who walked beneath its ancient trees. In the end, it was not the golden key that had unlocked the true magic of the forest, but Mara's own heart, open and willing to embrace the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And in that, she found her greatest treasure, an unbreakable bond with the earth and all its wonders, a journey of growth and transformation that would last a lifetime. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest, Mara sat on her porch, her heart at peace with the world and the life she had chosen to nurture and protect. The Whispering Woods, ever watchful, whispered their gratitude, their leaves rustling in a gentle lullaby that carried her into the world of dreams, her heart aglow with the promise of a new dawn. Story 13, The Whispering Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, verdant forests, there was a young boy named Finn. His days began with the golden rays of the sun kissing the dewdrops on the leaves, and ended with the moon casting a silvery glow over the tranquil landscape. Finn had a heart as open and vast as the sky above him, filled with dreams of adventure and stories untold. One morning, as the first blush of dawn spilled over the horizon, Finn embarked on his daily exploration. The village, with its thatched roof cottages and cobbled streets, was slowly awakening. He wandered past fields where the scent of fresh earth mingled with the soft melody of a distant brook. His path led him to the edge of the forest, a place known more for its mysteries than its familiarity. At the heart of this forest stood a majestic willow tree, its branches draping like the flowing robes of an ancient sage. The villagers often spoke of this willow in hushed tones, for it was said to possess a secret, a whisper that only the kindest of hearts could hear. Finn, with his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit, felt an inexplicable pull towards it. As he approached the willow, a gentle breeze seemed to stir its leaves, creating a soft, rustling song. Finn placed his hand on the tree's gnarled trunk and closed his eyes. The world around him faded away, replaced by a symphony of whispers that seemed to dance through his mind. The whispers spoke of a hidden world, a realm intertwined with the very fabric of nature, invisible to those who did not believe in its magic. The whispers grew clearer, revealing the presence of a magical object, a silver locket, buried at the base of the willow. This locket, they said, held the power to unlock a hidden world, a place where the impossible became possible. Finn's heart leapt with excitement and wonder, for he knew this was the adventure his soul had been yearning for. With careful hands, Finn unearthed the locket, its surface cool and smooth against his skin. As he held it up to the light, a warm glow emanated from its center, casting a gentle radiance that filled the clearing. The whispers urged him to open it, to take the first step into the unknown. With a deep breath, Finn clicked the locket open. Instantly, a shimmering portal unfurled before him like a veil of iridescent mist. Through it, he glimpsed a world of breathtaking beauty, where colors danced in harmony, and the air was alive with the scent of blooming jasmine and sweet cedar. Stepping through the portal, Finn found himself in a landscape unlike any he had ever seen. Towering trees with emerald leaves stretched towards a sky painted with hues of lavender and gold. Rivers of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of flowers, each petal a masterpiece of nature's artistry. Above, birds with plumage like living rainbows soared, their songs weaving a tapestry of celestial music. In this enchanted world, Finn's senses were heightened. He could feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the heartbeat of life in every breath of wind. It was a place of pure magic, where the boundaries between dream and reality blurred into one. As he wandered deeper into this newfound realm, Finn encountered creatures both wondrous and wise. There was Lumina, a gentle doe with eyes like liquid moonlight, who guided him through the labyrinth of ancient trees. There was Zephyr, a playful sprite who danced on the breeze, his laughter a melody that echoed through the forest. Yet, amid this beauty, Finn sensed a quiet sadness, a longing that seemed to whisper through the very air. The creatures spoke of a shadow, a darkness that threatened to shroud their world in despair. It was a force born of forgotten dreams and lost hopes, feeding on the fear of the unknown. The whispers of the willow had chosen Finn not only for his kindness, but for his courage. The locket was a key, but the true power lay in his heart, in his belief that light could conquer darkness. With the help of his newfound friends, Finn set out to unravel the mystery of the shadow and restore harmony to this hidden world. Their journey led them to the Enchanted Glade, a place where time seemed to stand still. In the center stood a crystal fountain, its waters sparkling with an inner light. It was here that the shadow had taken root, a dark presence that twisted the beauty of the glade into a vision of despair. Finn approached the fountain, his heart steady and his mind clear. He understood now that the shadow was not an enemy to be vanquished, but a part of himself to be embraced. It was the fear of the unknown, the doubt that lingered in the corners of his soul. With Lumina by his side and Zephyr above, Finn faced the shadow. He spoke words of friendship and understanding, offering not judgment but compassion. As he did, the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness replaced by a warm, golden light that filled the glade with a sense of peace. The creatures of the hidden world gathered around, their eyes filled with gratitude and wonder. The glade blossomed anew, its beauty more radiant than ever before. Finn had not only saved their world, but had discovered a truth that resonated deep within his heart. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward despite it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the enchanted realm, Finn knew it was time to return home. He bid farewell to his friends, promising to carry their memory with him always. The portal shimmered into existence once more, and with a final glance at the world that had changed him, Finn stepped through. Back in his village, the willow stood silent, its branches swaying gently in the evening breeze. Finn held the locket close, its warmth a reminder of the magic that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. He had embarked on a journey that had transformed not only the hidden world, but his own heart. As he made his way home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, each one a beacon of hope and possibility. Finn knew that the mysteries of the world were endless, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. And as he lay down to sleep, the whispers of the willow echoed softly in his mind, a lullaby of friendship, courage, and the enduring power of belief. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, Finn drifted into dreams, his heart aglow with the wonder of the hidden world and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 14. In a time not so long ago, nestled within an ancient forest where the whispers of the trees mingled with the songs of the wind, there lay a hidden world known only to those who dared to see beyond the ordinary. This was the realm of the verdant glade, a sanctuary of harmony and magic, where the creatures of nature lived in a delicate balance, each with its own tale woven into the tapestry of life. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of rose and gold, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like stars scattered across a velvet sky. Here, in this enchanted realm, the creatures of the wood were not as they seemed to the ordinary eye. Each animal bore a secret, gifted with the wisdom of ages, passed down through whispers of time. In the heart of this forest, there lived a wise old owl named Orin. His feathers were a patchwork of moonlit silver and soft chestnut, his eyes like pools of amber that reflected the mysteries of the forest. Orin was the keeper of stories, the guardian of wisdom, and the one to whom all creatures turned in times of need. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves had turned to brilliant shades of amber and gold, a gentle breeze carried with it a whisper from the north. It was the breath of change, signaling the approach of winter. The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the ancient oak where Orin made his home, their hearts filled with a quiet apprehension about the coming cold. Among them was Silas, a young squirrel with fur as soft as the first snowfall and eyes brimming with curiosity. Silas had heard tales of winters past, of the magic that descended upon the forest, transforming it into a kingdom of ice and wonder. Yet, he also understood the challenges it brought, the scarcity of food, the biting winds, and the long, cold nights. Orin, perched high upon a sturdy branch, spread his wings wide as he spoke, his voice a soothing melody that danced through the air. "Fear not, dear friends," he began, "for within the embrace of winter lies the promise of spring. The forest has endured many seasons, and so shall we." As the creatures listened, their worries softened like the snowflakes that would soon dust the forest floor. Orin shared tales of winters gone by, of how the animals had worked together in harmony to gather food and find warmth, each creature playing a part in the symphony of survival. Silas, inspired by Orin's stories, felt a spark of determination ignite within him. He scampered to the edge of the gathering, his mind racing with ideas. "What if we prepare together?" he suggested, his voice tinged with excitement. "We can build a storehouse of nuts and berries and find safe havens from the winter winds." The creatures murmured in agreement, their hearts buoyed by Silas's enthusiasm. Under Orin's wise guidance, they began to prepare for the coming season. The birds, with their keen eyes, scoured the forest for hidden treasures, while the foxes used their sharp noses to unearth the sweetest roots. Even the shy deer lent their strength to carry bundles of food to the storehouse that Silas envisioned, an old hollow log nestled deep within the forest's embrace. Days turned into weeks, and the air grew colder, the sky a canopy of silvery clouds that occasionally parted to reveal the sun's pale warmth. As the first snowflakes kissed the earth, the creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts united in the spirit of kinship and cooperation. Orin watched with pride as the forest came alive with a new kind of magic, not the kind of enchantment found in spells or potions, but the gentle magic of friendship and shared purpose. The storehouse brimmed with nature's bounty, a testament to the forest's resilience and the wisdom passed down through generations. As winter's breath finally settled upon the land, the forest stood not in fear, but in harmony with the season's embrace. The snow lay thick upon the ground, a soft blanket that muffled the world in peaceful silence. And in the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak, Orin continued to weave his tales, his voice a beacon of warmth in the chill of winter. Silas, nestled among his friends, felt a deep contentment fill his heart. He understood now that true magic lay not in the changing of the seasons, but in the bonds forged through kindness and cooperation. As he closed his eyes, lulled by the gentle rhythm of Orin's words and the soft crackle of an unseen fire within his spirit, Silas knew that the wisdom of the forest would endure, guiding them through the long winter nights and beyond. Thus, in the realm of the verdant glade, the creatures of the forest learned that the greatest treasures were not those hidden beneath the earth or hanging from branches, but those found within each other's hearts. And as the snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in a serene stillness, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle arms of nature's eternal lullaby. Story 15. In the quaint village of Alderwood, nestled among the emerald hills and whispering pine forests, lived a young girl named Mira. Her eyes, wide and full of wonder, mirrored the deep blue sky, and her hair flowed like a river of midnight. Mira was known throughout Alderwood for her gentle spirit and boundless curiosity. She lived with her grandmother, Agatha, in a cozy cottage that brimmed with warmth and stories of old. Agatha was a master storyteller, her tales as rich and varied as the tapestry of stars that adorned the night sky. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in hues of gold and violet, Mira would curl up beside the hearth, listening intently to her grandmother's voice weave magic from words. One chilly autumn night, as the wind rustled the leaves outside and the fire crackled merrily, Agatha began a story unlike any other. Long ago, she began, her voice a gentle melody, there existed a magical compass. It was said to possess the power to guide its bearer to hidden worlds, places untouched by time and unseen by ordinary eyes. Mira listened, enraptured, as Agatha described the compass's ability to reveal paths shrouded in mystery. But remember, Agatha cautioned. The compass finds not what one desires, but what one truly needs. As the tale unfolded, Mira's heart danced with dreams of adventure. The story of the magical compass lingered in her mind long after the fire had died down to embers and the moon had taken its place high in the sky. The following morning, with a crisp breeze carrying the scent of pine and earth, Mira decided to explore the forest that bordered their village. She often wandered through its sun-dappled paths, her imagination weaving stories with every rustling leaf and singing bird. Today, however, felt different. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if the forest itself awaited her discovery. As she meandered deeper into the woods, Mira stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak was a small, intricately carved box. Its wood was dark and polished, gleaming softly in the dappled sunlight. Kneeling down, Mira gently pried open the box, revealing an object that made her breath catch in her throat. A compass, its needle spinning lazily before coming to a rest. The compass was unlike any she had seen before. Its face was a kaleidoscope of swirling colors, and the needle glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Hesitantly, yet compelled by an unseen force, Mira picked it up. The moment her fingers brushed the cool metal, a warmth spread through her, as if the compass had recognized her touch. With the compass cradled in her hands, Mira felt a gentle tug, urging her deeper into the forest. Trusting the compass, she followed its guidance, weaving through the trees with a newfound sense of purpose. The forest seemed to part before her, revealing a path she had never noticed, lined with flowers that glimmered like jewels in the sunlight. As she walked, Mira's mind was a whirl of excitement and curiosity. What hidden world would the compass reveal? What truths would she discover? The path led her to a clearing, where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light. In the center of the clearing stood an archway woven from vines, its entrance veiled by a curtain of mist. Taking a deep breath, Mira stepped through the archway, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her shifted, and she found herself in a land of breathtaking beauty. This hidden world was alive with color and magic. The sky was a canvas of swirling hues, and the ground beneath her feet sparkled with dew like diamonds. Trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind understood. Streams of crystal-clear water danced through the landscape, their laughter echoing like a melody. Mira felt a sense of awe and belonging, as if she had stepped into a dream woven from her deepest hopes and imaginings. As she explored this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures unlike any she had ever seen. Graceful deer with antlers that glowed like moonlight, birds with feathers of spun gold, and gentle, wise-eyed foxes who watched her with curious eyes. But it was not just the beauty of this world that captivated Mira. She sensed a profound peace here, a harmony that resonated with her very soul. The creatures, the trees, the streams, they were all connected, a living tapestry of life and magic. As Mira wandered through this wondrous land, she came upon a grand oak tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens. Beneath its protective canopy sat a figure, cloaked in robes of deep green and brown. The figure looked up as Mira approached, and she saw eyes as ancient as the stars and as kind as her grandmother's. "Welcome, Mira," the figure said, their voice soft as a breeze. "I am the guardian of this realm." Mira felt a thrill of wonder. "How do you know my name?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The guardian smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "The compass brought you here because you seek something that lies within this world. You have the heart of a dreamer, and your spirit is attuned to the magic of the earth." Mira felt a warmth in her chest, a recognition of something she had always known deep within. "What is this place?" she asked, gazing around at the splendor that surrounded her. "This is the realm of true paths," the guardian explained. "It exists beyond the veil of the ordinary world, a sanctuary for those who seek understanding and connection." Mira listened intently, her mind absorbing every word. "Why was I brought here?" she wondered aloud. The guardian gestured to the compass in Mira's hand. "The compass seeks the truth of one's heart. It guides those who are meant to find their way, to learn what they need to grow and transform." As Mira pondered the guardian's words, a realization began to dawn upon her. She had always felt a longing, an unspoken yearning for something beyond the confines of her village. Perhaps this journey was a part of her own path, a chance to discover not just the wonders of the world, but also the depths of her own spirit. With newfound resolve, Mira spent many days in the realm of true paths, learning from the guardian and the creatures of the land. She discovered the harmony that existed between all living things, the intricate balance of the natural world. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the stories written in the stars. As time passed, Mira's understanding deepened, and she felt a transformation within herself. She was no longer the girl who had wandered the forest in search of adventure. She had become a part of the magic, her heart intertwined with the essence of the realm. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of colors, the guardian approached Mira. "It is time," they said gently. "You have learned much, and now you must return to your world." Mira felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving this beautiful place, but she understood the truth in the guardian's words. Her journey here had been a gift, an opportunity to grow and change. Now, she carried the wisdom of the realm of true paths within her, a light to guide her own path. With a heart full of gratitude, Mira bid farewell to the guardian and the creatures who had become her friends. As she stepped back through the archway, the mist enveloped her, and the world shifted once more. She found herself standing in the clearing where her adventure had begun, the compass still warm in her hand. The air was filled with the familiar scent of pine and earth, and the forest sang its timeless song. Mira looked around, her heart brimming with a sense of peace and purpose. She understood now that the magic of the realm of true paths was not confined to that hidden world. It lived within her, a part of her spirit, ready to be shared with others. With a smile, Mira made her way back through the forest, her steps light and assured. The compass had guided her to a place of wonder, but it was her own heart that would guide her forward, illuminating her path with the light of understanding and love. As she reached the edge of the forest, the village of Alderwood came into view, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Mira felt a sense of homecoming, a connection to the land and its people that was deeper than ever before. Her grandmother, Agatha, stood at the door of their cottage, her eyes filled with warmth and pride. Mira ran to her, embracing her tightly. "Oh, grandmother," she whispered, "thank you for the stories. They led me to a place of magic and truth." Agatha smiled, her gaze wise and gentle. "And now, my dear Mira, you have your own stories to tell, tales woven from your own heart and experiences." Mira nodded, her eyes shining with promise. She knew that her journey was just beginning, that the world held endless paths to explore and mysteries to uncover. But she also knew that the greatest adventure lay within, in the journey of the soul, and the endless capacity to grow and transform. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mira and Agatha sat by the hearth once more, the fire casting a warm glow around them. Mira began to tell her story, her voice a symphony of hope and wonder, a testament to the magic that lived within and beyond the realms of imagination. For Mira had learned that the true magic of life lay not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of kindness, understanding, and connection. And as her words wove their gentle spell, the village of Alderwood listened, hearts and minds opening to the infinite possibilities of the world and the dreams that danced just beyond the horizon. In the days that followed, Mira shared the tales of her journey with the villagers, her stories filled with the magic of the realm of true paths and the lessons she had learned. The people of Alderwood listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the wisdom and wonder woven into each tale. As the seasons turned and the village thrived in the embrace of nature's cycles, Mira continued to explore the world around her. Her adventures took her to distant lands and hidden corners of the earth, where she discovered new wonders and forged friendships with people and creatures from all walks of life. Through her journey, Mira spread the light of understanding and compassion, helping others to see the beauty and magic that existed within themselves and the world. She used the wisdom of the realm of true paths to guide her decisions, always seeking harmony and balance in all she did. Her grandmother, Agatha, remained a steadfast presence in Mira's life, a source of comfort and inspiration. Together, they continued to share stories by the fire, their voices blending with the crackle of the flames and the whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Mira grew into a wise and kind-hearted woman, her spirit as bright and unyielding as the sun. She became a beloved figure in Alderwood, known for her gentle wisdom and the warmth of her smile. And though the magical compass had long since guided her to her true path, Mira kept it close, a reminder of the journey that had changed her life. It rested on a shelf in her cottage, its face still a kaleidoscope of colors, its needle always pointing true. In the twilight of her life, Mira found herself sitting once more by the fire, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. She was surrounded by friends and family, their faces glowing with love and admiration. The stories she had shared over the years had connected them all, weaving a tapestry of community and understanding. As the night deepened and the stars shimmered like diamonds in the sky, Mira began to tell her final story. Her voice was a melody of hope and gratitude, a celebration of the magic that existed in every heart and every moment. With her last breath, Mira spoke of the journey that had shaped her life, of the magical compass and the hidden world it had revealed. Her words were a gift, a legacy of love and wisdom that would endure long after she had departed. And as the fire burned low and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Mira's spirit soared into the stars, joining the dance of the universe. Her story lived on in the hearts of those who had heard it, a beacon of light and possibility in a world filled with wonder. For Mira had discovered the greatest truth of all, that the magic of life lay not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of kindness, understanding, and connection. And her story, woven with love and hope, would continue to inspire generations to come, a testament to the power of dreams and the infinite paths that lay before each and every one of us. Story 16. In the heart of a forest known only to those with wild imaginations, there existed a clearing where the sunlight danced as golden dust in the air, filtering through the canopy like a grand chandelier. This forest was called Whispering Woods, named for the gentle murmurs of the leaves as the wind played among them, telling secrets of the hidden world beneath their boughs. It was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary intertwined, and where those who entered left changed, carrying with them the forest's stories whispered in their ears. Among the trees and their hidden whispers, there lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes like polished amber and hair that caught the sun like spun gold, she was as much a part of the forest as the roots anchoring the towering oaks. Her days were filled with exploration and wonder, her feet treading the well-worn paths of the woods, her heart as open as the sky above. Leora's closest companion was a small, sprightly squirrel named Bramble, whose tail curled like a question mark, and whose eyes twinkled with unending curiosity. Together, they roamed the forest, uncovering its myriad secrets. It was on a particularly bright morning, when the mist had just begun to lift and the dew clung to the moss like tiny jewels, that their adventure truly began. As Leora and Bramble wandered deeper into the woods than ever before, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the roots of an ancient yew tree, half hidden in the dappled shadows, was a small, ornate box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that shimmered in the light, as though the box itself breathed with life. "What do you suppose it is?" Leora whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. Bramble tilted his head, his tiny nose twitching in thought. "It looks like it holds something important. Something magical," he chattered, his voice as light and quick as his movements. Leora's fingers traced the intricate designs. The box felt warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting just for her. With a gentle push, the lid creaked open, revealing a single item nestled within, a small glowing pebble. It pulsed with a soft, ethereal light, casting tiny rainbows in the air around it. As soon as Leora held the pebble, a warmth spread through her palm and into her heart, filling her with a sense of calm and belonging. Bramble scampered up to her shoulder, peering at the pebble with wide eyes. "It's beautiful," he murmured, awe threading his voice. "Yes," Leora agreed, "but what does it do?" The answer came not from Bramble, but from the forest itself. The leaves rustled with a sudden vigor, and the sunlight seemed to intensify, casting an otherworldly glow around them. From the depths of the woods, a soft, melodic voice floated towards them, clearer than the babble of brooks, richer than the call of birds. "Leora of the Whispering Woods," the voice intoned, You hold the heart of the forest. Leora's eyes widened, glancing around for the source of this mysterious voice. Who are you? She called out, her voice a mixture of wonder and trepidation. I am the guardian of these woods, the voice replied like a breeze through the leaves. And you, Leora, have been chosen to protect the heart. It is a gift, granting you the ability to see and understand the hidden world within our world. Bramble's tail twitched with excitement. A hidden world? Imagine what we could discover. Leora nodded, her heart racing with the thrill of possibility. I accept this gift and its responsibilities, she said, her voice firm with determination. The Guardian's presence faded, leaving Leora and Bramble alone with the heart, but not unchanged. As they turned to continue their journey, the forest around them seemed to shift, revealing its hidden layers. Trees whispered secrets in languages both ancient and new, and the air shimmered with sights unseen by ordinary eyes. Their first discovery was a grove of trees unlike any they had seen before. The trunks were smooth and silver, the leaves a deep, iridescent green. In the center of the grove stood a creature of legend, a unicorn, its coat as white as freshly fallen snow, its horns spiraling with a soft luminescence. Welcome, Leora, the unicorn greeted, its voice gentle as moonlight. I have awaited the one who carries the heart. Leora bowed her head, feeling the weight of her new role. Thank you, she replied softly. What can I do to help the forest? The heart allows you to communicate with all living things, the unicorn explained. With it, you can mend the bonds between the seen and unseen, heal rifts that threaten our sanctuary. Bramble clapped his paws together, his excitement palpable. We can help everyone, Leora. Imagine the adventures. And so their journey continued. Each day brought new challenges and discoveries. They met creatures who had remained hidden from human eyes for centuries, talking foxes with tales of forgotten magic, wise old owls who hoarded knowledge like treasure, and streams that sang with the voices of sirens. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, they encountered a dilemma that tested Leora's newfound abilities. A part of the forest was wilting, the leaves drooping, the flowers losing their vibrancy. It was as if a shadow had passed over the land, leaving it drained and lifeless. Leora knelt beside a wilting fern, the heart pulsing in her hand. She could feel the pain of the plants, a silent cry for help that resonated through her very bones. What's happening here? She asked, her voice laced with concern. A nearby fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, approached them. There is a rift, it explained, its voice tinged with sadness. A misunderstanding between the elements of our world. The earth and sky are not in harmony. Leora closed her eyes, reaching out with the heart's power, feeling the discord that lay beneath the surface. She saw the elements, once at peace, now in conflict, their energies clashing instead of blending. It was a dance thrown out of rhythm, a song sung off-key. With gentle determination, Leora focused on the heart, drawing upon its strength and wisdom. She spoke to the earth, soothing its wounds, and to the sky, calming its storms. Slowly the energies began to realign, the discord fading into harmony. The transformation was gradual but profound. The leaves lifted, vibrant greens returning to their rightful place, flowers unfurling their petals once more. A gentle breeze swept through the trees, carrying with it a sense of peace and renewal. Bramble watched in awe, his eyes wide with admiration. You did it, Leora. You brought back the balance. Leora smiled, the warmth of the heart still pulsing through her. We did it, she corrected, looking at Bramble, her faithful companion. Together. As days turned into weeks, Leora and Bramble continued their journey, their bond with the forest deepening with each step. They learned to listen to the stories the wind carried, to see the magic in the simplest of things. A dew-laden spider's web, the first bloom of spring, the hush of snowfall. With each challenge they faced, Leora grew more attuned to the heart's power and the responsibilities it bestowed. She learned that true strength lay not in force, but in understanding. That true wisdom was found not in knowledge alone, but in empathy and compassion. And as the seasons changed, so did Leora. She became a guardian in her own right, a steward of the whispering woods, one who walked the delicate line between the visible and the unseen. Her friendship with Bramble, and the countless creatures they encountered, was a testament to the power of connection and the beauty of the world they shared. Years passed like the turning of pages in a beloved book, each chapter filled with its own adventures and lessons. Leora grew from a curious girl into a wise young woman, with stories of her own to tell, stories of courage and kindness, of unity and peace. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Leora and Bramble found themselves once again at the grove of silver trees. The unicorn awaited them, its presence as serene as ever. "You have done well, Leora," the unicorn said, its voice a melody of approval. "The forest thrives under your care." Leora nodded, a sense of fulfillment and gratitude welling within her. "Thank you for trusting me with the heart," she replied, her voice sincere and warm. The unicorn dipped its head, its horn glinting in the moonlight. "The heart will remain with you, as it is a part of you now. Continue to nurture this world, as you have nurtured yourself." With those words, the unicorn faded into the shadows, leaving Leora and Bramble alone in the grove. They sat together in the soft grass, the glow of the heart lighting their faces. As the night enveloped the forest in its gentle embrace, Leora knew that their journey was far from over. There would always be more to discover, more to learn, more to heal. But with the heart of the forest in her hand and Bramble by her side, she felt ready for whatever lay ahead. She leaned back, her eyes tracing the constellations above. The stars seemed to whisper their own stories, joining the chorus of the forest, a symphony of life, ever-changing, ever-growing. And so, in the quiet of the whispering woods, with the world at peace and her heart full, Leora closed her eyes. She drifted into dreams woven with the same magic she had come to cherish, dreams that promised new adventures, new friendships, and a future as bright as the stars. In the heart of the forest, where the ordinary and the extraordinary met, Leora and Bramble slept, wrapped in the warmth of the forest's embrace, a testament to the enduring power of love, understanding, and the hidden wonders that awaited those willing to see them. Story 17. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy danced to the whispers of the wind, there lay a hidden world where the natural creatures lived in perfect harmony. This forest was known as Lumea, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like the soft edges of a watercolor painting. The forest was a symphony of sounds, the gentle rustle of leaves, the bubbling laughter of brooks, and the melodic calls of birds that painted the air with their trills. Sunlight filtered through the verdant tapestry above, dappling the forest floor with golden puddles of light. It was here, amidst the towering oaks and whispering willows, that the creatures of Lumea thrived in their secluded paradise. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak lived a wise old badger named Bramble. His fur was a patchwork of silvery grays and deep browns, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. Bramble was the keeper of the forest's stories, the one who remembered the songs of the wind and the tales of the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Bramble was visited by a young squirrel named Pippin. Pippin's fur was as red as the setting sun, and his eyes were alight with curiosity and wonder. He scampered up to Bramble's burrow, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Bramble, Bramble," Pippin chattered, his voice as lively as the crackle of a nearby stream. "Tell me about the dance of the seasons." Bramble chuckled, the sound like the deep rumbling of distant thunder, and beckoned Pippin closer. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he mused, settling into the soft earth. "It's a tale of balance and change, of how the forest finds harmony through the magic of nature." As Bramble spoke, the air around them seemed to shimmer with anticipation. "Long ago," he began, "the forest was overseen by 4 spirits, each representing a season. There was Aurelia of spring, who painted the world with blossoms and filled the air with the sweet scent of renewal. Solon of summer, who brought warmth and light, coaxing life to its fullest potential. Then came Aurel of autumn, who wrapped the forest in a cloak of vibrant colors and whispered of rest. And finally, Boreas of winter, who blanketed the land in quiet stillness and reflection. Pippin's eyes widened as he imagined these spirits dancing through the forest, their presence a gentle caress on the landscape. "But what happened to them?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "The spirits," Bramble continued, "understood the importance of balance. They knew that for life to thrive, each season must take its turn, passing the baton in an eternal dance." They bestowed their wisdom upon the creatures of the forest, teaching them to live in harmony with the rhythms of nature. The forest around them seemed to sigh in agreement, the breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. Pippin could almost hear the rustle of the spirits' robes as they moved through the trees. But there was a time, Bramble said, his voice growing somber, when the balance was threatened. It was a year when winter refused to leave, its icy grip holding the forest in a silent, frozen embrace. Pippin shivered at the thought of unending cold. What did the creatures do? He asked. They gathered, Bramble replied, a twinkle returning to his eyes. The wise owl, the gentle deer, the playful fox, and all the beings of Lumea came together. They realized that to restore balance, they needed to remind the spirits of their shared purpose. So they sang, Bramble continued, his voice a gentle melody. A song of unity and friendship, of the earth's heartbeat that pulsed beneath their feet. It was a song that rose to the stars and echoed through the forest, a reminder that each season had its place, and that together they formed the tapestry of life. Pippin could almost hear the echoes of that ancient song, a harmonious blend of nature's voices. Did it work? He asked, his heart swelling with hope. It did, Bramble said, nodding. The spirits, touched by the creatures' unity, awoke from their slumber. Winter loosened its hold and spring returned, breathing life into the forest once more. The forest seemed to hum with life around them, as if in gratitude for the tale. Pippin felt a warmth spreading through him, a newfound understanding of the world he called home. Remember, dear Pippin, Bramble said, his voice a gentle benediction, the forest thrives because of balance and the bonds we share. Just as the seasons dance their eternal waltz, so too must we cherish our connections and work together. Pippin nodded, his heart full of resolve. He scampered out of Bramble's burrow, the story a gentle flame kindled within him. As he bounded through the forest, he could feel the rhythm of the seasons beneath his paws, a song that would guide him through the days to come. And so, in the ancient forest of Lumea, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures continued to live in harmony, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the forest settled into the embrace of twilight, a peaceful lullaby sung by the earth itself. Story 18. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was a place where magic wove itself into the tapestry of everyday life. The villagers went about their days with a gentle rhythm, tending to their gardens and gathering in the village square for evening tales by the fireside. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon casting golden hues across the sky, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's beloved wind chimes, which hung from nearly every porch and window, started to tinkle in the absence of any breeze. The melody was soft and sweet, but undeniably unusual, as if the chimes were singing a song only they knew. Among the villagers, a curious young girl named Mina noticed the phenomenon first. Mina had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, a gift she cherished and nurtured. With her bright eyes and a heart full of wonder, she decided to unravel the mystery of the singing wind chimes. Mina lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her deep understanding of the world and its secrets. That evening, Mina sat by the hearth where the fire crackled warmly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. She shared her observations with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "Ah, Mina, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered," her grandmother said, her voice as soothing as the gentle crackle of the fire. "Perhaps the chimes are trying to tell us something. The trick is to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Mina set out the next morning to investigate. As she wandered through the village, her senses were alive to every detail. The air was crisp with the scent of fallen leaves, and the ground crunched beneath her feet. The warmth of the sun kissed her cheeks, while the distant call of the forest beckoned her. Mina's first stop was the home of Mr. Thistle, the village's kindly carpenter. His wind chimes were renowned for their delicate craftsmanship and melodious tones. As she approached, she noticed that his chimes danced with a sound that seemed almost to speak. "Good morning, Mina," Mr. Thistle greeted her with a warm smile. "What brings you to my workshop today?" "Hello, Mr. Thistle," Mina replied, her voice as bright as the morning itself. "I was wondering if you noticed anything peculiar about your wind chimes lately." Mr. Thistle chuckled softly, wiping his hands on his apron. "Why, yes, they've been quite the chatterboxes, haven't they? I must admit, it's a mystery to me." Mina pondered this as she continued on her way, visiting the homes of villagers and listening to their chimes. Each set of chimes had a unique melody, yet all shared the same unusual liveliness. It was as if an unseen wind carried a secret message through their notes. As Mina walked, she felt a gentle tug at her sleeve. Looking down, she found herself face to face with a small creature, no bigger than a teacup. It was a breezelin, a rare and whimsical being known for its playful nature and deep connection to the wind. The breezelin's fur shimmered with the colors of the morning sky, and its eyes twinkled like stars. It chirped softly, a sound reminiscent of the chime's melody. "Hello, little friend," Mina greeted it kindly. "Do you know why the wind chimes are singing their strange song?" The breezelin nodded, its tiny wings fluttering with excitement. It beckoned Mina to follow, leading her through the village and towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were known for their gentle murmurs, a place where the trees seemed to share the secrets of the earth. As they entered the forest, a serene quiet enveloped them, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the whisper of the breeze. Mina followed the breezelin until they came upon a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. Nestled within the roots of the tree was a stone, smooth and round, with runes etched upon its surface. The breezelin chirped again, and Mina understood. The stone was a wind stone, an ancient artifact that amplified the natural harmony of the world. Mina knelt by the stone, her fingers tracing the runes. She realized the stone had awakened, its magic stirring the air and causing the chimes to sing. But why now? As if in answer, the breezelin fluttered to Mina's shoulder, its presence a gentle reassurance. Mina closed her eyes, listening deeply. In the silence, she heard the faintest whisper, a voice carried on the wind, telling of change and harmony, of seasons shifting and the world preparing for a new chapter. With newfound understanding, Mina returned to the village. She gathered the villagers in the square, sharing her discovery by the light of the setting sun. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the wisdom of the breezelin and the ancient stone. The villagers decided to honor the windstone and its message by holding a celebration, a festival of gratitude for the magic that wove through their lives. They decorated the square with lanterns and garlands, their laughter mingling with the melody of the chimes. As night fell, the village came alive with joy and light. Mina stood with her grandmother, watching the dance of shadows and the play of moonlight on the chimes. The breezelin perched nearby, content in the knowledge that its message had been heard. "Mina, my dear," her grandmother said, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, "you have shown us the beauty of listening and the power of curiosity. Remember, the world is full of mysteries, each one a chance to learn and grow." And so the village of Willowbrook found peace in the song of the wind chimes, their gentle music a reminder of the magic that thrived within and around them. As Mina drifted off to sleep that night, cradled by the warmth of her grandmother's love, she dreamed of new adventures and the wonders yet to be discovered. In the soft glow of the moon, the breezelin watched over the village, its heart light with happiness. The wind carried a melody through the night, a lullaby of harmony and hope, as Willowbrook slumbered in the embrace of the magical world it called home. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange things began to happen. It started with the disappearance of Mrs. Willow's prized pumpkins from her garden patch. Every morning, she would wake to find another one gone, leaving only a trail of scattered leaves and vines. The kindly old woman was perplexed, but not one to jump to conclusions. She simply tended to her remaining pumpkins and kept a watchful eye. When the village children's wooden toys started going missing next, the whole town began to buzz with speculation. Little Mara was especially distraught when her favorite carved bear disappeared from her bedside one night. She sobbed into her pillow until a gentle tapping came at the window. It was Quill, a wise old raven who served as a magical messenger in the village. Dry those tears, little one, Quill cooed in his gravelly voice. I'm here to help solve this curious mystery. And so Mara, Quill, and a few other children formed a detective group dedicated to uncovering the strange occurrences. Each night they took turns keeping watch, jotting down any clues in Mara's notebook. Yet every morning brought fresh dismay. More pumpkins, dolls, and marbles had vanished without a trace. One foggy evening, little Theo spotted something streaking through the cornfields. "Over there!" he cried, pointing towards a shadowy figure. The young detectives gave chase, but the shape disappeared among the thick corn stalks. All they found was a trail of tiny footprints and a stray marble. Piecing together the subtle hints, Quill had an inkling of who the culprit might be. "This requires some magic," he said with a wink of his beady eye. That night, the raven performed an intricate spell, weaving strands of corn husk into an intricate dream catcher. "Hang this over your bed, and we'll see who visits while you slumber," he instructed Mara. Sure enough, just past midnight, Mara awoke to the sound of scampering feet. Peering through the dreamcatcher's web, she spotted a tiny, weazened figure no bigger than her thumb. It was rummaging through her toy box, slipping marbles and dolls into an old satchel on its back. "A brownie!" Mara gasped. The mischievous creatures loved to borrow things that piqued their curiosity, though they meant no harm by it. At her words, the little brownie froze, eyes widening in surprise. Then, with a squeaky giggle, it raced out the window and into the night. The next day, the young detectives followed a trail of tiny footprints all the way to the brownie's underground lair, an abandoned rabbit hole. What they found inside was an astounding collection of borrowed treasures from all over the village, including Mrs. Willow's pumpkins. "You cheeky little thing," Quill chuckled. Using his magic, he gently roused the sleeping brownie and struck a bargain. The brownie could keep a few trinkets, but the rest had to be returned to their proper owners. And so the great mystery was solved, and the missing items were returned, much to the villagers' relief. From then on, the children would occasionally leave small gifts for the brownie, shiny marbles, ribbons, and carved toys. In return, the grateful creature became their friend, using its unseen hands to aid in little chores around the village. As the sun set over the forest, Mara and her friends would gather by the crackling hearth. With Quill nestled on her shoulder, she delighted in retelling the tale of how they solved the great mystery, knowing that many more stories and adventures were just around the corner. Story 20. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the sun's rays danced through a canopy of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wild jasmine, life hummed in quiet harmony. This forest was unlike any other, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen wove together like strands of a silken tapestry. Here, the hidden lives of creatures, both great and small, flourished under the watchful eyes of the forest's ancient guardians. As the first blush of dawn painted the sky in rosy hues, a gentle breeze carried the song of the tiny, luminescent fireflies, whose glow mirrored the stars of the night sky. They flitted among the towering oak and elder trees, whispering secrets of the forest to those who would listen. Among them was a wise old turtle named Olin, whose shell bore the etchings of countless seasons. Olin was the keeper of stories and the bearer of wisdom, passed down through generations of forest dwellers. Nestled at the base of a sprawling willow tree, Olin would often gather the younger creatures of the forest around him, sharing tales of ancient times. This particular morning, as dew-kissed leaves glistened in the early light, a group of curious little animals had gathered: a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, a rabbit with ears like soft velvet, and a pair of bluebirds whose songs rang like silver bells. "Come closer, little ones," Olin beckoned, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. "Today, I shall tell you of the magic of the seasons and the balance they bring." The creatures settled down, eyes wide and ears perked as Olin began his tale. "Long ago," he started, "when the world was young, the seasons were not as we know them. There was a time of endless summer, where the sun burned brightly, and the earth grew weary of the heat. The rivers ran dry, and the flowers wilted under the relentless sun. The creatures of the forest, though filled with wonder at the warmth, grew tired and worried." As Olin spoke, the forest seemed to lean in, listening to the tale woven through the rustling leaves and the soft murmur of a nearby brook. It was then that the great spirit of the forest, known as Alara, gathered the elements of nature to restore balance. She summoned the north wind, bringing cool breezes that whispered of change. The leaves turned to hues of gold and crimson, and the harvest was plentiful. This was the birth of autumn, a time of reflection and preparation. The fox, with its sparkling eyes, asked, "But what happened when the cold grew too strong, wise Olin?" "Ah," Olin replied with a knowing smile. Alara had foreseen this. She called upon the soft snowflakes, blanketing the earth in a gentle sleep. The creatures found warmth in each other's company, sharing stories and dreams. Winter taught us patience and the beauty of rest. The rabbit twitched its nose thoughtfully. "And after the rest, what came next?" "Spring," Olin said, his voice rich with warmth. Alara whispered to the earth, awakening the flowers and the streams. Life burst forth in vibrant colors, and the air was filled with the songs of rebirth. Spring reminded us of the endless cycle of renewal and hope. The bluebirds chirped in delight, asking, "And the summer, dear Olin?" Summer returned, not with unending heat, but with days of golden warmth and nights filled with the glow of fireflies. It was a time to celebrate life and the abundance of nature's gifts. The balance was restored and harmony reigned. As Olin concluded his tale, a soft rain began to fall, each droplet a kiss from the clouds above, nourishing the earth. The creatures huddled closer, feeling the gentle touch of the rain on their fur and feathers, grateful for the wisdom shared and the balance that the seasons brought. "Remember, little ones," Olin whispered, "the world is a tapestry of cycles, each thread woven with care. Respect the balance, cherish the seasons, and pass on the wisdom you have learned, for it is through understanding and harmony that we thrive together." With the story's end, the creatures lingered for a moment longer, savoring the peace that filled the forest. Then, with hearts full and spirits light, they bounded back into the embrace of the whispering woods, ready to carry the lessons of the seasons into their lives. And so, in the quiet corners of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the gentle rhythm of the seasons. Story 21. In the heart of a quiet, lush valley, where the mist wove in silken threads over the rolling hills, and the air was perfumed with the gentle scent of blooming wildflowers, there lay a village named Eldergrove. Tucked away from the bustling world, Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to pause, granting its inhabitants a life of serene simplicity and deep connection with nature. The village was embraced by an ancient forest, its trees towering like guardians, whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. In this village lived a young girl named Marin. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as green as the forest canopy, Marin was known for her boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. She spent her days exploring the forest, listening to the symphony of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, imagining what stories the wind carried from afar. Her best companion on these adventures was a small, wise owl named Thistle, who had been her friend since she could remember. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers across the valley, Marin set out for the forest with Thistle perched on her shoulder. The air was cool and invigorating, and the leaves crunched beneath her boots like brittle parchment. She decided to explore deeper than usual, drawn by an inexplicable pull that seemed to call her name on the whispering breeze. As she wandered, the forest thickened around her, the trees standing closer together as though sharing secrets in hushed tones. It was here, in the heart of the woods, that Marin discovered something extraordinary, a large, shimmering pool hidden behind a curtain of weeping willows. The water was as clear as crystal, reflecting the world above in perfect symmetry, yet there was something more, a subtle glow, as if the pool harbored a secret light of its own. Entranced, Marin knelt beside the water, her reflection gazing back at her with a curious, mirrored smile. Thistle hooted softly, a sound of intrigue and encouragement. As Marin dipped her fingers into the cool water, ripples danced across the surface, distorting her reflection into a mosaic of swirling colors. At the center of the pool, something began to shimmer more brightly, a small, iridescent stone lying on the sandy bottom. Without hesitation, Marin reached into the pool and retrieved the stone. It was warm to the touch, almost pulsating with a gentle, rhythmic energy. As she held it in her palm, she felt a connection to something vast and ancient, as though the stone held the memory of the earth itself. Thistle fluttered his wings, his eyes wide with understanding that surpassed Marin's own. Carrying the stone home, Marin could feel its warmth seep into her heart, filling her with a sense of calm and purpose. That night, as she sat by the fire with her family, the stone resting in her lap, she noticed its glow seemed to respond to her thoughts and emotions, brightening when she felt joy, dimming in moments of contemplation. The next day, Marin returned to the pool, eager to uncover its secrets. As she approached, a soft voice seemed to drift from the depths of the forest, a voice that sang a song of ancient times, of nature's balance and harmony. Marin closed her eyes, letting the melody wash over her, and when she opened them again, she saw the landscape had subtly shifted. The forest seemed more vibrant, the colors richer, the air filled with a palpable energy. The song was guiding her, she realized, to a hidden world within the forest, a place where the line between magic and reality blurred. With Thistle by her side, Marin followed the song deeper into this enchanted realm. Along her journey, Marin encountered creatures she had only read about in storybooks. Graceful deer with antlers entwined with ivy, foxes whose fur shimmered with an ethereal glow, and birds whose plumage mirrored the hues of the dawn sky. Each creature greeted her with a knowing gaze, as if recognizing the stone she carried and the purpose it held. As days turned into weeks, Marin discovered that the stone was more than just a relic of beauty. It was a key to unlocking the forest's mysteries. It allowed her to communicate with the creatures, to understand their needs and fears, and to help restore the balance that had been disrupted by an unseen force. She learned that the forest was alive with stories, each creature playing a vital role in the tapestry of life. One day, as Marin sat by the pool with Thistle, the owl spoke to her in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The stone chose you, Marin, because your heart is pure and your spirit is kind. It is a gift and a responsibility. The forest needs you to remind the world of its forgotten magic." Marin nodded, understanding the weight of Thistle's words. She had always felt a deep connection to the natural world, but now she realized she was a guardian of its secrets, a bridge between her village and the hidden wonders of the forest. Guided by the stone and the wisdom of her friends, Marin began to teach the villagers about the importance of harmony with nature. She showed them how to listen to the forest's songs, to care for the land and its inhabitants as they would for their own family. Slowly, the village of Eldergrove transformed, becoming a place of reverence and respect for the living world around it. As the seasons changed, Marin's bond with the forest deepened. She discovered more about the hidden world within, learning its rhythms and stories, its joys and sorrows. The stone remained a constant companion, a beacon of light in times of darkness, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Years passed, and Marin grew into a wise young woman, beloved by the villagers and cherished by the creatures of the forest. She had become a storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom for the children of Eldergrove, passing on the legacy of the stone and the secrets it held. And so, on a gentle spring evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Marin sat by the pool once more. She watched as the fireflies danced in the twilight, their soft glow reflected in the still water. Thistle perched beside her, his eyes reflecting the starlight with a knowing glimmer. As she held the stone in her hand, its warmth spreading through her like a familiar embrace, Marin knew that her journey had only just begun. The forest was vast and full of mysteries yet to be uncovered, each one a story waiting to be told. And she, with her open heart and curious spirit, was ready to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the world with all who would hear. And so, as the night wrapped the valley in its gentle embrace, Marin whispered a promise to the forest, to the village, and to herself, that she would always cherish the magic of the world, nurturing it with love and wisdom, ensuring that the stories of the hidden world would never be forgotten. Story 22. In the heart of the enchanted woodland, nestled between the whispering pines and the babbling brook, lay the village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and laughter danced like the fireflies at dusk. Willowbrook was a village unlike any other, for here magic flowed as naturally as the stream that wound through its center. As the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and blush, a gentle hush fell over the village. It was the time of day when the townsfolk gathered around their hearths, warming their hands and hearts by the flickering flames. Yet, on this particular evening, there was a murmur of unease, like the soft rustling of leaves before a storm. For in Willowbrook, something strange was afoot. It began with the clocks. Every clock in the village, from the grand timepiece in the meeting hall to the small cuckoo clock in the baker's shop, had suddenly stopped. Not a single pendulum swung, nor a second ticked. The villagers, though puzzled, went about their day, thinking it a simple glitch of the magical kind. But when the village's beloved cat, Paws, began vanishing from one doorstep only to reappear at another, the whispers of mystery grew louder. Now, Paws was no ordinary feline. With his sleek coat of midnight black and eyes like pools of amber, he was a creature of comfort and curiosity. He had a knack for appearing exactly where he was most needed, a trait cherished by all who called Willowbrook home. Troubled by these peculiar happenings, the villagers turned to the wisest resident in the woodland, Old Alder, a gentle soul with a beard as white as winter snow and eyes that twinkled with the light of countless stars. Alder lived in a cozy cottage surrounded by a garden that bloomed in perpetual spring, a testament to his nurturing magic. As the villagers gathered in his parlor, warmed by the crackling fire and the scent of spiced apple cider, Alder listened intently, nodding as each tale of oddity unfolded. When all had spoken, he sat back, fingers steepled, and let out a soft, thoughtful hum. "These are curious events indeed," Alder mused, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "But remember, the world often whispers secrets in the most unexpected ways." It was then that a small voice piped up. It belonged to Lila, a bright-eyed girl with a braid of golden hair trailing down her back. Lila had always observed the world with a keen eye, her heart open to its mysteries. "Perhaps," she suggested, "the clocks and paws are trying to tell us something." Alder smiled warmly at Lila, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "A wise thought, young one. Let us consider what each change might mean." The room filled with gentle murmurs as the villagers pondered Lila's words. It was then that a soft tapping came at the window. Turning their gaze, they saw a tiny creature hovering just beyond the glass, its wings shimmering like dew-kissed petals in the moonlight. It was Luna, the village's guardian fairy, known for her playful spirit and love of riddles. Alder opened the window, and Luna flitted inside, leaving a trail of twinkling light in her wake. "Dear friends," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of chimes, "I have seen the cause of your concern." All eyes turned to her, eager and hopeful. Luna settled on the mantel, her wings folding softly behind her. "The forest spirit who watches over time and tides has grown weary. She has paused the clocks to rest, hoping the world might slow and appreciate the beauty of each moment." Alder nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his wise eyes. "And what of pause, dear Luna?" The fairy giggled, a sound like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Ah, pause. He has been visiting each home, carrying with him the spirit's message, that in the silence of time we might find the magic of presence." Understanding spread through the room, a warm glow kindling in each heart. The villagers realized that in their rush to meet each day, they had forgotten the simple joys that surrounded them, the laughter of children, the song of the wind through the trees, the quietude of dawn. With a shared resolve, the villagers decided to honor the forest spirit's wish. They would let the clocks remain still for a time, and instead fill their days with shared stories, songs, and the soft rhythms of their lives. As the days passed, a new harmony settled over Willowbrook. Without the constant tick-tock of time, each moment stretched, rich with the flavors of life. And in the evenings when the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, the villagers gathered once more by Alder's hearth, sharing tales and laughter under the watchful eyes of Paws and Luna. Eventually, the clocks began to tick again, softly, as if waking from a gentle slumber. The spirit of the forest, refreshed and grateful, had resumed her watch, content in knowing her message had been heard. And so, in the heart of the enchanted woodland, amidst the whispering pines and the babbling brook, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people bound by the gentle threads of wisdom and friendship. And every evening, as the stars winked into view, a sense of peace and gratitude filled the air, carrying with it the lessons learned in the silence of time. As the fire crackled softly and the night drew close, the villagers drifted to their dreams, their hearts light and their spirits at rest, knowing that in the magical world of Willowbrook, mysteries only ever led to deeper connections and the wonder of discovery. Story 23. In the heart of a lush emerald forest lay the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the air was always perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. The village was nestled beneath the watchful boughs of ancient trees, whose leaves whispered secrets only the wind could translate. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden beams through the canopy, the villagers would gather by the fireside to share stories and laughter, enveloped in the warm embrace of their community. One such evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the sapphire sky, a curious event unfolded. A soft, shimmering light appeared in the distance, dancing among the trees like a playful spirit. It flickered and glowed, drawing the attention of the villagers who watched with wide eyes and whispered wonder. The light seemed to beckon, inviting anyone brave enough to uncover its mystery. In the heart of the village lived a young girl named Marin, known for her inquisitive nature and keen observation. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was as open as the sky. Marin had always been enchanted by the forest and its secrets, and the mysterious light was a puzzle she felt compelled to solve. She approached her friend Finn, a gentle boy with a knack for understanding the language of nature, to accompany her on this adventure. "Finn," Marin said, her voice a soft murmur beneath the rustle of leaves, "have you seen the light in the forest? It's as if the stars themselves have come to dance among us." Finn nodded, his face thoughtful. "I've seen it. It feels as though the forest is trying to tell us something. We should find out what it is." With the gentle encouragement of the villagers, who knew of Marin and Finn's courage and kindness, the pair set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the silvery glow of moonlight filtering through the leaves. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp moss and the distant song of an owl. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew stronger, its luminescence painting the trunks of trees in ethereal hues. Marin and Finn moved quietly, listening to the sounds of the forest, the crackling of twigs underfoot, the whisper of the wind, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook. Suddenly they heard a soft, musical laugh like the tinkling of bells. Startled, they paused, peering into the underbrush. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a tiny creature with wings as delicate as gossamer, shimmering in the moonlight. It was a fairy, her presence as enchanting as a dream. "Welcome, seekers of light," the fairy said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "I am Lyra, guardian of the forest's secrets. You have been drawn here by the dance of the fireflies, who weave their magic to guide the worthy." Marin and Finn exchanged a delighted glance, their hearts fluttering with excitement. "What is it that the forest wishes to share with us?" Marin asked, her voice filled with wonder. Lyra fluttered her wings, casting a shower of sparkling light around them. "The forest has sensed a disturbance," she explained. "A small imbalance that needs righting, and it believes you two can help. Follow the path of the light, and you shall find the source." Thanking Lyra for her guidance, Marin and Finn continued on their journey, their path illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies that danced ahead, lighting the way through the dense foliage. They walked with purpose, their steps in harmony with the rhythm of the forest. Before long, they arrived at a clearing where the light converged, shimmering above a small pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the starlit sky above. But something was amiss. The surface of the pool rippled with an uneasy energy. Beside the pool stood an old, wise-looking turtle named Elder Shell, known in the forest for his knowledge and serenity. His shell was etched with patterns resembling the rings of ancient trees, and his eyes were as deep and knowing as the ocean. "Elder Shell," Finn called softly, "do you know what troubles the water here?" Elder Shell nodded slowly, his voice a soothing rumble. "The balance of the pool has been disrupted by an overgrowth of reeds, blocking the flow of water. This has caused the creatures of the pool to become restless, and the fireflies have sensed their distress. Marin knelt by the pool, observing the reed-choked water. "We can help clear the reeds," she said, determination lighting her eyes. "Together, we can restore the flow." With Elder Shell's guidance, Marin and Finn set to work, gently removing the excess reeds and clearing a path for the water to move freely once more. They worked carefully, respecting the pool and its inhabitants, mindful of their role as caretakers of this small piece of the world. As the last of the reeds was removed, the pool shimmered with renewed vitality, its surface now smooth and calm. The fireflies danced with joy, their light growing ever brighter as the balance was restored. The creatures of the pool, from tiny fish to playful water skippers, swam with newfound peace. "Thank you, young ones," Elder Shell said, his eyes twinkling with gratitude. "Your kindness and wisdom have brought harmony back to our home." Marin and Finn smiled, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they had been able to help. They bid farewell to Elder Shell and Lyra, promising to visit again and learn more from the forest's endless wonders. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, the leaves rustling a gentle lullaby. The mysterious light that had beckoned them now flickered softly in the distance, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the heart of nature. When Marin and Finn returned to the village, their story was met with smiles and nods of approval from the villagers, who had always known the forest held secrets worth discovering. And as they settled by the fireside, surrounded by the comforting presence of their friends and family, they felt the warmth of the fire seep into their bones, a perfect end to a day filled with adventure and discovery. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the wise and watchful forest, where magic and mystery walked hand in hand, whispering tales to those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a curious spirit and a heart filled with dreams. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily was walking home from the village market, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar. Lying on the ground was a tattered old book, its pages yellowed and worn. Lily picked it up, brushing away the fallen leaves that had gathered on its cover. As her fingers traced the intricate patterns etched into the leather binding, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips. When Lily opened the book, the pages seemed to shimmer with a faint golden glow. She gasped in delight as words began to form before her very eyes, dancing across the parchment like tiny fireflies. "Welcome, dear Lily," the words whispered. "I am a most extraordinary tome, filled with the wisdom of ages past. If you have the courage to turn my pages, I shall reveal to you wonders beyond your wildest imaginings." Lily's heart fluttered with excitement. She had always dreamed of embarking on a grand adventure, and now it seemed that fate had delivered one straight to her doorstep. With trembling hands, she turned the first page, and the world around her dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors. When the swirling mist cleared, Lily found herself standing in a meadow blanketed with vibrant wildflowers. A kindly old rabbit hopped towards her, adjusting his spectacles with a twitching nose. "Greetings, young traveler," he said in a gentle voice. "I am Thaddeus, keeper of the endless meadow. What brings you to our humble realm?" Lily explained her encounter with the magical book, and Thaddeus listened with a wise, knowing smile. "Ah, the Tome of Wonders," he mused. "A powerful artifact indeed, but to unlock its true secrets, you must first face the challenges it presents." Over the coming days, Lily's journey through the book's enchanted realms took her to extraordinary places. She met a whimsical butterfly named Zephyr, who taught her the importance of seeing beauty in the smallest things. A wise old oak tree named Grandmother Willow shared the value of patience and deep roots. With each new friend and lesson, Lily's heart grew braver and her mind more open. She learned that true strength often lies in kindness and understanding, not force or might. Finally, Lily found herself face to face with a towering, menacing beast, a fearsome dragon guarding the book's ultimate secret. But instead of breathing fire, the dragon spoke in a rumbling voice. "Young one, you have come far and learned much," it said. "But now you must answer this final riddle. What is the greatest treasure of all?" Lily thought deeply, remembering all she had learned on her journey. Then with a smile she replied, "The greatest treasure is the wisdom found within our hearts, for it guides us towards compassion, courage, and wonder." The dragon's fierce expression melted into a warm grin. "Well spoken, dear child," it rumbled. "You have proven yourself worthy. The true magic of the Tome of Wonders lies not in its pages, but in the journey of self-discovery it has taken you on." With a blinding flash of light, Lily found herself back in the village, the ancient book clutched tightly in her hands. But she was no longer the same girl who had stumbled upon it. Her eyes shone with a newfound sense of wonder, and her heart was filled with the precious lessons she had learned. From that day on, Lily carried the Tome of Wonders with her always, knowing that its true magic was the power to open one's mind and heart to the extraordinary possibilities that lie within us all. Story 25. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages and the air was perfumed with the scent of blooming jasmine, there existed a little shop with a sign that read, "Whispering Wonders." This shop, nestled between the bakery with its warm, inviting aroma of fresh bread and the apothecary filled with fragrant herbs, was run by a gentle-hearted man named Oswin. Oswin was known far and wide for his curious collection of oddities and trinkets, each purported to hold a secret or a story. Among the villagers, it was whispered that Oswin himself possessed a touch of magic, though no one could quite prove it. One crisp autumn morning, when the world outside was cloaked in hues of amber and gold, a young girl named Clara stepped through the door of Whispering Wonders. Clara had always been drawn to the shop, fascinated by the tales woven around the objects within. Her bright eyes widened as she took in the shelves brimming with peculiar items: a jar of shimmering dust, a clock that ticked backward, and a mirror that reflected not faces but dreams. As Clara wandered deeper into the shop, her fingers brushed against a small wooden box, unremarkable in appearance, save for a delicate engraving of a willow tree etched into its lid. She felt a subtle warmth emanate from it, a gentle pulsing like a heartbeat. Driven by curiosity, Clara lifted the lid and discovered a simple, unassuming key resting inside. Oswin, with his twinkling eyes and soft-spoken manner, approached her. "Ah, you've found the key of whispers," he said, his voice like a soft melody. "It is said to unlock the stories hidden within the hearts of the ordinary. Would you like to know more?" Intrigued, Clara nodded, her imagination aflame with possibilities. Oswin continued, "If you choose to carry this key, it will reveal secrets and tales whispered by the world around you. But remember, its magic lies not in what it shows, but in how you choose to listen." Clara decided to take the key, feeling an inexplicable bond with it. Her journey began not with a grand departure, but with small steps through the village, her senses heightened to the murmurs of everyday life. The butcher's bell chimed with stories of distant lands, the lamplighter's whistle spoke of stars watching over the night, and the river sang of time flowing like water. Along her path, Clara met a motley crew of companions. There was Finn, a jovial blacksmith with hands like hammers and a laugh that warmed the soul, who could hear the metal sing as he forged it. Then there was Lila, a wise woman with a crown of silver hair, who knew the language of the wind and could tell the weather by the scent of the air. Lastly, there was Pip, a mischievous squirrel who had a penchant for mischief and a knack for finding hidden things. Together they embarked on small adventures, each day revealing more of the world's hidden stories. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in shades of rose and lavender, they came across an old oak tree at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Its branches stretched wide, a silent guardian of secrets. Clara felt the key grow warm in her pocket, urging her closer. The tree whispered to her, its voice like rustling leaves. It spoke of a challenge, a riddle that, if solved, would reveal a treasure of wisdom. The riddle was simple, yet profound. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Clara pondered the riddle, feeling the weight of its simplicity. She turned to her friends, seeking their counsel. Finn, with his understanding of metal and fire, suggested they listen to the elements. Lila, the wind talker, leaned in closer, closing her eyes to feel the answer carried on the breeze. Pip chattered excitedly, darting around in search of an answer hidden in plain sight. It was then that Clara, inspired by the harmony of her companions, realized the answer. An echo, she whispered softly, understanding that the answer lay in the reflection of sound, a silent conversation between nature and the world. The oak tree trembled in acknowledgement, its branches swaying in a gentle applause. From its core a soft light emerged, enveloping Clara and her friends in a warm embrace. In that moment, Clara understood that the true treasure was not a physical bounty, but the wisdom to see and hear the world with an open heart. As the days turned to weeks, and autumn gave way to the icy breath of winter, Clara carried the Key of Whispers close, its magic transforming her view of the world around her. She learned to listen with empathy, seeing the beauty in simplicity and the strength in kindness. Her journey, though small in distance, had changed her profoundly. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its cobblestone paths echoing with the laughter and stories of those who lived there. Oswin's shop remained a beacon of wonder, and Clara, often found there, became a storyteller in her own right, sharing tales of wisdom and friendship with anyone who would listen. And so, as the snowflakes danced gently through the air and the fireplace crackled with warmth, Clara's heart beat in time with the whispers of the world, forever entwined with the magic of the ordinary. In the end, she learned that sometimes the greatest adventures start with a single, whispered word. Story 26. In a small, quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a winding silver stream, there lived a curious young soul named Lila. Her heart was as adventurous as the breeze that danced through the tall grass, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lila would sit by her window, dreaming of the wonders that lay beyond the familiar landscape. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dewdrops that clung to the leaves, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to explore the unknown. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of warm bread, a flask of sweet honeyed tea, and a soft woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother. With a determined spirit, she set off towards the edge of the village, where the path disappeared into the whispering woods. The forest was a symphony of life, with towering trees swaying gracefully, their leaves rustling like the softest lullaby. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As Lila ventured deeper, she marveled at the whimsical tapestry of nature around her. Mushrooms with caps like painted umbrellas, moss-covered rocks that glistened like emeralds, and flowers that sang softly when the wind caressed their petals. After walking for a while, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the air shimmered with a strange, enchanting glow. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its bark silver as moonlight, and its leaves a brilliant kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to change with every heartbeat. As Lila approached, she noticed a gentle hum emanating from the tree, a melody both ancient and new. Drawn by the enchanting sound, Lila sat beneath the tree and closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her. It spoke of distant lands and forgotten tales, of courage and friendship, and of the endless wonders waiting to be discovered. As she listened, a soft rustling interrupted her reverie. Opening her eyes, Lila found herself face to face with a most peculiar creature. It was a tiny being with wings like stained glass, reflecting every color of the rainbow. Its eyes were bright and curious, and when it spoke, its voice was as light as the tinkling of bells. "Greetings, traveler," chimed the creature. "I am Finn, the guardian of this enchanted grove. What brings you to our magical realm?" Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of nervousness. "I seek adventure and the beauty of the world beyond my village," she replied. "I wish to learn and grow, to see what lies beyond the familiar." Finn nodded, a smile playing on its delicate features. "The world is vast and full of wonders, dear Lila, but it is also filled with challenges. To journey through our realm, you must first solve a riddle, for only those with courage and wisdom may pass." With a sparkle in its eyes, Finn recited the riddle. "I am not alive, yet I grow. I do not breathe, yet I flow. I am not water, yet I am deep. I am not a dream, yet I help you sleep. What am I?" Lila pondered the riddle, her mind a whirl of possibilities. She thought of the forest around her, of the strength and tranquility it offered. Suddenly, the answer came to her like a whisper from the trees themselves. "A river," she declared confidently. A river flows and grows, it carries life within its depths, and its gentle song can lull even the weariest traveler to rest. Finn clapped its tiny hands in delight. Indeed, you are wise, young traveler. Your heart is true, and your spirit is brave. You may continue your journey. As Lila rose to her feet, the path ahead unfolded like a ribbon of gold, leading deeper into the heart of the enchanted grove. With Finn fluttering beside her, they encountered marvels beyond imagination. A meadow where the flowers glowed like lanterns in the twilight, a brook that sang stories of ancient times, and a hill where the stars descended to dance among the fireflies. Each step of the way, Lila discovered not only the wonders of the world, but also the strength and courage within herself. She learned that exploration was not just about seeing new places, but also about understanding and embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Leela and Finn arrived at the edge of the grove. There, the path circled back towards her village, where the familiar hills waited to welcome her home. "Thank you, Finn," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and joy. "This journey has taught me so much about the world and about myself." Finn nodded, its wings shimmering in the fading light. "Remember, dear Lila, the spirit of exploration lives within you. No matter where you are, there are always new wonders to discover and new friends to meet." With a gentle flutter, Finn bid her farewell and disappeared into the glow of the enchanted grove. Lila turned towards her village, her heart light and her spirit soaring, carrying with her the magic of the forest and the lessons she had learned. As she made her way home, the stars twinkled to life one by one, guiding her path with their gentle light. And as she lay in her bed that night, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's quilt, she dreamed of the adventures yet to come, of the courage that would guide her, and of the friendships that would light her way. And so, in the quiet peace of her room, Lila drifted into a slumber filled with dreams as wondrous and limitless as the world she had begun to explore. Story 27. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. The village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was a place where stories of yore whispered through the rustling leaves and echoed in the songs of the larks. In this serene corner of the world, Lila spent her days tending to her grandmother's herb garden, her fingers stained green with the scent of mint and lavender. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves drifted down like scattered coins, Lila discovered a peculiar object while digging in the corner of the garden. It was a small wooden box, no larger than her hand, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. Curious, she dusted off the earth and gingerly opened the box. Inside, nestled upon a bed of velvet, lay a delicate silver bell, its surface etched with tiny stars that twinkled as if alive. When Lila rang the bell, its sound was unlike any she had ever heard. It was a soft, melodious chime that resonated deep within her heart, evoking images of moonlit nights and starlit skies. To her astonishment, as the sound faded into the crisp air, the garden around her shimmered and transformed. The flowers glowed with an ethereal light, and the air was filled with the sweet music of 1,000 unseen instruments. In that moment, Lila realized that the bell held a magic unlike any other, a magic that revealed the hidden wonders of the world. Yet, as mesmerizing as this newfound magic was, it also brought with it a sense of responsibility. For with every ring, the world would change, showing aspects both beautiful and bewildering. Lila knew she could not keep such a discovery to herself, so she sought out her dear friend Oliver, a kind-hearted boy with a knack for solving puzzles. Oliver, with his tousled hair and ever-present satchel full of books, listened intently as Lila recounted her wondrous find. His eyes sparkled with the excitement of an adventure yet to unfold. "We must understand its secrets," Oliver proposed, "and ensure it is used wisely." Together they embarked on a journey to the heart of Willowbrook, where the wise old librarian, Mrs. Thistle, lived in a cottage overflowing with books and curiosities. Mrs. Thistle, with her gentle smile and spectacles perched on her nose, welcomed them warmly. Her home was a sanctuary of stories, where the scent of aged paper mingled with that of freshly baked scones. Upon hearing their tale, Mrs. Thistle nodded thoughtfully. "This bell," she said, "is a remnant of a time when the world was young and magic flowed freely. It reveals the true essence of things, but it must be rung with care, for if used without understanding, it can create chaos." With this wisdom, Lila and Oliver realized their challenge, to learn when and how to use the bell's power, ensuring it brought harmony rather than disorder. They spent days with Mrs. Thistle, poring over ancient tomes and unraveling the mysteries of the bell. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the village, a dilemma presented itself. The village's beloved oak tree, a symbol of strength and unity, had begun to wither. Its leaves fell like tears, and its branches sagged with the weight of an unknown ailment. The villagers, concerned and saddened, gathered around the tree, unsure of how to save it. Lila, feeling the weight of the bell in her pocket, knew this was the moment to act. With Oliver and Mrs. Thistle by her side, she gently rang the bell. The chime resonated through the twilight, enveloping the oak in a soft, silvery glow. To everyone's amazement, the tree shimmered and transformed before their eyes. Its bark took on a vibrant hue, and its branches stretched skyward, bursting into bloom with fragrant blossoms of every color imaginable. It was as if the bell had unlocked the tree's hidden strength, allowing it to flourish once more. The villagers, in awe of the miracle, gathered around Lila, Oliver, and Mrs. Thistle, showering them with gratitude. Lila, holding the bell close to her heart, knew then that its magic was not just in its ability to transform, but in the wisdom it imparted, the understanding that true magic lies in seeing the beauty and potential within everything. As the village celebrated beneath the now vibrant oak, Lila and Oliver shared a knowing smile. Their journey had taught them that the greatest magic of all was not in objects or spells, but in friendship and the shared wonder of discovery. And so, as the stars twinkled gently above Willowbrook, Lila tucked the bell safely back into its wooden box, its secrets no longer a mystery, but a cherished gift. The village, with its newfound sense of wonder, drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the night. In the quiet of her room, Lila drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of future adventures and the endless magic of the world around her. And in that serene moment, all was right in Willowbrook, where ordinary days blossomed into extraordinary tales of discovery and wonder. Story 28, The Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Willowbend, nestled between rolling hills and gentle streams, life unfolded at a gentle pace. The village was a patchwork of cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, their thatched roofs dusted with the golden glow of the early evening sun. At the heart of the village, the great oak tree stood as a silent sentinel, its ancient branches whispering secrets to the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a young boy named Finn sat by his window, gazing out at the world beyond. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes the color of moss and hair that tumbled in russet waves. He often dreamed of adventures, of hidden worlds and the wonders they might hold. On this particular evening, a soft murmur reached his ears, as if carried on the breeze from the whispering woods that bordered the village. It was a sound unlike any other, a melody of rustling leaves and distant echoes that seemed to call his name. Intrigued, Finn clambered from his seat and slipped quietly out of the cottage, careful not to disturb his slumbering parents. The air outside was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Finn followed the winding path, his footsteps light against the fallen leaves, until he reached the edge of the whispering woods. The trees here were tall and majestic, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that danced with shadows and moonlight. As Finn ventured deeper into the woods, he felt a gentle tug at his heart, as if the forest itself was guiding him. The path was lined with ferns that brushed against his ankles and mushrooms that glowed softly in the dusk. The deeper he went, the more the murmurs grew, until he found himself standing before a shimmering pool of water. In the heart of the pool lay a stone, smooth and round, with a faint luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Unable to resist, Finn reached out and touched the stone. The world around him blurred and shifted, and suddenly he was no longer in the familiar woods of Willowbend. He found himself in a place unlike any he had ever seen, a hidden world within the natural environment. The trees here were taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald that shimmered in the light of countless fireflies. The air was filled with the sweet music of 1,000 tiny voices, each note a perfect harmony with the rustling leaves and bubbling streams. Before Finn could catch his breath, a small creature appeared from behind a nearby tree. It was a rabbit, but unlike any rabbit Finn had ever seen. Its fur was a rich cobalt, and its eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome, traveler," the rabbit said, its voice soft and warm. "I am Loomis, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Finn stared in wonder, his heart fluttering with excitement and awe. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods," Loomis replied. "A place hidden from the eyes of the world, where magic flows as freely as the wind." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "Magic," he breathed, the word tasting like honey on his tongue. Loomis nodded, his long ears flicking with amusement. "Indeed, and you, young Finn, have been chosen to help us with a great task." "A task?" Finn echoed, curiosity piqued. "What kind of task?" "The heart of our world is fading," Loomis explained, his voice tinged with sadness. "The Whispering Stone, which you touched, is the source of our magic, but its light is dwindling, and with it our world fades." Finn felt a pang of determination. "How can I help?" Loomis twitched his whiskers, a smile playing at his lips. "You must journey to the heart of the woods and find the 3 fragments of the Whispering Stone. Only then can its light be restored." With a nod of understanding, Finn agreed. "I'll find them," he promised, his voice steady with resolve. And so, with Loomis as his guide, Finn set off on his journey through the magical realm. The path twisted and turned, leading them through glades of golden sunlight and over streams that sang with the voice of 1,000 raindrops. Along the way they encountered creatures of all kinds, birds with feathers of flame, deer with antlers of crystal, and foxes that glowed with an inner light. Each step was an adventure, and Finn marveled at the wonders around him. But he never lost sight of his goal, driven by the promise he had made. As they journeyed, Loomis shared stories of the woods, of the ancient magic that wove through every leaf and stone. "Magic is not just spells and enchantments," Loomis explained as they paused by a babbling brook. "It is the bond we share with the world, the kindness we show, and the courage we find within ourselves." Finn listened intently, the words weaving themselves into the fabric of his heart. He realized that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in its enchantments, but in the friendships and wisdom that grew from it. Their journey took them over bridges of woven vines and through mists that shimmered with rainbow hues. As they traveled, Finn felt himself changing. He grew more attuned to the world around him, his senses sharpening to the subtle whispers of the woods. On the 3rd day of their journey, they reached a grove filled with ancient trees, their bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the twilight. In the center of the grove lay the first fragment of the Whispering Stone, its surface shimmering like liquid silver. Finn approached it with reverence, his heart filled with a sense of purpose. As he reached out to touch the fragment, he felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reminder of the magic that flowed through the woods. With the first fragment safely tucked away, Finn and Loomis continued their journey. They traveled through fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze and across meadows where the grass was as soft as a whisper. The second fragment lay within a crystal cave, hidden deep beneath a waterfall that sang with the voice of the woods. The cave was a cathedral of light, its walls sparkling with gems that cast rainbows on the floor. As Finn lifted the second fragment, the air around him shimmered with the promise of magic restored. With 2 fragments in hand, they journeyed to the heart of the woods. Their path led them to a clearing where the air was thick with enchantment, and the very ground seemed to hum with power. Here in the heart of the woods lay the final fragment of the Whispering Stone. As Finn reached out to claim it, he felt a surge of energy, a connection that sang through his veins. The 3 fragments united, glowing with a light that banished the shadows and filled the clearing with warmth. Loomis watched with pride, his eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done it, Finn," he said, his voice filled with emotion. "You have restored the heart of our world." Finn smiled, his heart full of joy and wonder. "I couldn't have done it without you, Loomis," he replied, his voice steady and sure. As the light of the whispering stone bathed the woods, the world around them seemed to breathe with renewed life. The leaves sang with the voice of the wind, and the streams sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. With their task complete, Finn and Loomis made their way back to the edge of the woods. As they walked, Loomis shared one final piece of wisdom. "Magic is everywhere, Finn," he said, his voice soft and wise. "It is in the laughter of a friend, the warmth of a hearth, and the courage to follow your heart." Finn nodded, the words settling into his soul like a comforting blanket. He knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with him, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the friends he had made. As they reached the edge of the woods, Loomis paused, his eyes bright with farewell. "Thank you, Finn," he said, his voice filled with warmth. "The Whispering Woods will always remember you." With a final nod, Finn stepped back into the familiar world of Willowbend, his heart light with the magic of his adventure. As he made his way home, the stars above twinkled with the light of 1,000 possibilities. And as he climbed into bed that night, Finn knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be a part of him, a gentle reminder of the wonder and wisdom that lay just beyond the edge of the everyday world. And so, dear reader, as the fire crackles softly and the shadows dance upon the walls, remember that magic is always within reach. It is in the bonds we share, the kindness we offer, and the courage to follow our dreams. As you drift into slumber, let the whispers of the woods guide you to a world of wonder, where every leaf and stone holds a story waiting to be told. Story 29. Once upon a time, in the small mist-kissed village of Willowbrook, nestled among hills that rolled like green waves, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lila. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that captured the soft luminescence of the moon. Willowbrook was a place where whispers of secrets danced through the air, carried by the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. Lila was known for her curiosity and the kindness she scattered like seeds wherever she went. Her days were filled with tending to her small garden, reading stories under the shade of the sprawling oak, and exploring the nooks and crannies of her beloved village. It was during one of these explorations that she stumbled upon something rather peculiar. One crisp morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers over the dewy fields, Lila ventured into the heart of the forest that bordered Willowbrook. The forest was a place of wonder, where shafts of light filtered through the canopy, painting the ground with patterns of light and shadow. As she wandered deeper, she noticed a glimmering object nestled among the roots of an ancient tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with swirling designs that seemed to dance when touched by the light. Curiosity piqued. Lila carefully picked it up. The box hummed softly, a gentle vibration that tingled in her fingertips. With a careful twist, the lid opened to reveal a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As Lila held it, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the stone were whispering secrets of the universe directly into her heart. As she returned home, the stone nestled safely in her pocket. Lila felt a strange sense of connection to the world around her. The colors of the flowers seemed more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious, the air itself more alive. It was as if the stone had awakened something within her, a deep-seated magic that had been waiting to unfurl. Eager to understand the stone's mystery, Lila sought counsel from the village's wise elder, a kind soul named Old Man Rowan. He was a man whose eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stories, and whose laughter was as comforting as a warm hearth on a winter's night. Rowan, upon hearing of Lila's find, stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice rich and soothing, "you have discovered the Heartstone. It is said to be a gift from the stars, a symbol of unity and understanding. It holds the power to reveal the unseen, to connect heart to heart. But remember, its magic is gentle and requires wisdom to wield." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with a mixture of awe and responsibility. She understood that the stone was not merely a tool for her own delight, but a means to bring healing and harmony to the world around her. Determined to use the Heartstone wisely, Lila embarked on a journey of discovery, guided by the gentle whispers of the stone. Her first stop was at the edge of the village, where the stream babbled tirelessly over smooth stones. Here, she met a family of otters, whose playful antics were a joy to behold. Yet she noticed something amiss. The youngest otter was unable to join in the frolic, its paw caught in a tangle of reeds. Kneeling by the stream, Lila held the heartstone over the water. A soft light radiated, and as if encouraged by the stone's gentle magic, the reeds loosened their grip, freeing the little otter. With a grateful squeak, it rejoined its family, and Lila felt a warmth blossom in her chest, knowing she had helped restore balance to a small part of the world. As Lila continued her journey, she encountered many who needed the heartstone's touch: a sparrow with a broken wing, a young boy lost in the woods, an elderly woman yearning for companionship. Each time, she listened to the stone's whispers, using its magic to bring comfort and joy. Yet, the true test of her wisdom came on a moonlit night, when the village was visited by a mysterious fog. It crept silently through the streets, veiling Willowbrook in a cloak of gray. The villagers, bewildered and anxious, gathered in the square, their voices hushed with worry. Old Man Rowan, his face etched with concern, turned to Lila. "This is no ordinary fog," he said, "but a veil of confusion that sows discord and fear. Only the heartstone can dispel it, but it requires a heart united in purpose and love." Lila took a deep breath, feeling the steady pulse of the heartstone in her palm. She closed her eyes, envisioning the love and unity of her village, the bonds that tied them all together like the roots of the great oak. She stepped into the center of the square and raised the heartstone high. Its light poured forth, a gentle, radiant glow that swept over the fog, unraveling its tendrils and revealing the clear night sky. The villagers watched in wonder as the stars reappeared, their light twinkling with renewed brightness. A cheer rose up, and Lila felt herself enveloped in the warmth of their gratitude and love. With the challenge overcome, Lila returned the heartstone to its wooden box and placed it back at the roots of the ancient tree. She understood that its magic was not meant to be hoarded, but shared, a gift for all who sought to bring harmony and kindness into the world. As she walked back to her cottage, the village alive with the soft murmur of night creatures and the gentle rustle of leaves, Lila felt a profound peace settle over her. She knew that though her journey had been guided by the heartstone, it was her own heart, filled with love, courage, and wisdom, that had truly led the way. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lila slipped into a restful sleep, her dreams woven with the gentle magic of the heartstone, and the comforting knowledge that she was part of a world filled with wonder and endless possibilities. Story 30, title: The Whispering Willow. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush valley, there was a village named Eldergrove. This village was surrounded by a thick forest, known as the Whispering Woods, named for the gentle murmurs that seemed to drift from the trees, especially during the twilight hours. The villagers often spoke of the forest's mysteries, with tales passed down from generation to generation, weaving stories of wonder and enchantment into the very fabric of Eldergrove's culture. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that reflected the deep green of the forest, she was known for her gentle spirit and curious mind. Leora loved nothing more than exploring the woods, feeling the soft carpet of moss underfoot, and listening to the symphony of birds and rustling leaves. Though her parents often warned her of the dangers of going too deep into the forest, Leora felt a magnetic pull towards its heart, where she believed secrets lay hidden, waiting to be discovered. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped lazily towards the horizon, Leora set out on one of her adventures. The forest was alive with the vibrant hues of autumn, the leaves painting a masterpiece of crimson, gold, and amber. Leora followed a familiar path, her senses delighting in the crisp air and the occasional flutter of a bird taking flight. It was then that she noticed something unusual, a faint silvery glow emanating from between the trunks of the ancient trees. Curiosity piqued, Leora gently pushed aside a curtain of hanging vines and stepped into a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a majestic willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of emerald. The tree seemed to shimmer with a light of its own, a soft, ethereal glow that captivated Leora's heart and mind. As she drew closer, she noticed something extraordinary. Among the roots of the willow lay a small, intricately carved box, glowing faintly like the tree itself. Leora knelt down, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into the wood. It was warm to the touch, and as her fingers lingered, the lid opened with a soft click, revealing a delicate pendant shaped like a leaf, crafted from a translucent green stone. Leora gently lifted the pendant, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingertips. As she studied it, the whispers of the forest grew louder, more distinct, as if the trees themselves were trying to talk to her. She slipped the pendant around her neck, and in that moment, the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The whispers transformed into words, clear and melodic, telling a tale of the whispering willow and the magic it harbored. The willow, as the whispers explained, was a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the seen and the unseen, the known and the mysterious. The pendant was a gift of sight, allowing its wearer to see the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm of wonder where creatures of light and shadow danced in harmony. Leora's heart brimmed with awe and excitement. She understood now that her beloved forest was more than just trees and streams. It was alive with stories and secrets waiting to be uncovered. With the pendant around her neck, she felt connected to the forest in a way she had never imagined. Days turned into weeks, and Leora found herself drawn to the whispering woods more frequently. The pendant revealed to her the wonders hidden in plain sight, a family of sprites weaving dew into morning webs, a fox with silver fur that left trails of stardust, and flowers that bloomed with the light of the moon. Each discovery was a new chapter in the endless story of the forest, and Leora cherished every moment. However, as the first snowflakes of winter began to dust the village, a shadow fell over Eldergrove. An unusual stillness settled in the air, and the whispers of the forest grew faint and somber. The villagers, sensing the change, spoke in hushed tones of an ancient curse that had long been forgotten, a curse that threatened to silence the magic of the whispering woods. Determined to help, Leora turned to the willow for guidance. Kneeling before the tree, she listened intently to its gentle murmur. The whispers spoke of a journey, a quest to find the heart of the forest, a hidden gem that pulsed with life and magic. Only by returning the heart to the willow could the curse be lifted and the forest song restored. With resolve in her heart, Leora set out on her journey. The forest, once familiar, now appeared shrouded in mystery, its paths winding and uncertain. The pendant around her neck glowed softly, guiding her steps through the deepening shadows. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Leora encountered a myriad of creatures, each more wondrous than the last. There was a wise old owl, its eyes glinting with ancient knowledge, who spoke in riddles and rhymes. A friendly fox with eyes like embers, who offered companionship and courage, and a gentle deer with antlers adorned with tiny, twinkling lights, who provided warmth and hope in the cold, silent nights. Each new friend shared their wisdom and strength, teaching Leora the values of patience, bravery, and kindness. Together, they journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with magic and mystery. Finally, after days of travel, they reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a great stone altar, upon which rested the heart of the forest, a gem of unparalleled beauty, radiating light and warmth. Leora approached with reverence, her heart swelling with the knowledge that she was part of something much greater than herself. As she reached out to take the heart, a dark shadow flickered across the clearing. It was the embodiment of the curse, a creature of darkness born from fear and doubt. It loomed before her, a swirling mass of shadows and whispers, intent on keeping the heart from returning to its rightful place. But Leora, with her friends by her side, stood firm. She remembered the lessons she had learned, the strength of kindness, the power of friendship, and the wisdom of the forest. With the pendant glowing brightly against her chest, she spoke to the shadow with a voice full of compassion and understanding. "You are not my enemy," she said softly, her words carrying the warmth of the willow and the light of the heart. "You are a part of this world just as I am. Let us bring balance and harmony back to the forest." The shadow hesitated, its form wavering in the face of Leora's kindness. Slowly it began to dissolve, the darkness giving way to light as the whispers of the forest grew strong and clear once more. With the path clear, Leora gently placed the heart of the forest upon the altar. A radiant light spread across the clearing, flowing through the trees and into the very earth itself. The forest came alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the songs of birds, and the gentle laughter of the wind. The curse was lifted, and the whispering woods were restored to their former glory. Leora, her heart full of joy and gratitude, returned to the village with her friends, the pendant still glowing softly against her chest. In the days that followed, the village of Eldergrove thrived as never before. The forest, now vibrant and full of life, became a source of inspiration and wonder for all who ventured within its embrace. The villagers, guided by Leora's tales and the wisdom she had gained, learned to live in harmony with the natural world, cherishing the magic and mystery that surrounded them. And as for Leora, she continued to explore the forest, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering woods. She understood that the true magic lay not just in the wonders she had seen, but in the friendships she had forged and the lessons she had learned. The pendant, a symbol of her journey, remained a cherished reminder of the adventure that had changed her life and the world around her. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the story of the Whispering Willow and the girl who saved the forest became a beloved legend in Eldergrove. And though the characters and details might change with each telling, the heart of the tale remained the same. A story of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring magic of the natural world. Thus, under the gentle glow of the moon and the soft rustle of leaves, the whispers of the forest continued to tell their story, a testament to the power of kindness and the beauty of a world seen through the eyes of wonder. The end. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the rolling hills and an ancient, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver had a heart as vast as the sky and a curiosity that never tired. He spent his days wandering the woods, collecting odd-shaped rocks and listening to the symphonies of birds that filled the air like a gentle lullaby. The village, though small, was surrounded by legends that spoke of magical realms hidden beneath their very feet and enchanted objects waiting patiently to be discovered. It was a place where the line between reality and imagination blurred with each step into the forest, and where stories were treasured more than gold. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves fell like golden rain, Oliver decided to explore a part of the forest he had never ventured into before. His mother had always told him tales of the Enchanted Grove, a place where the trees were said to speak in whispers, and the streams sang as they wound their way through the roots of the towering oaks. As he entered the grove, Oliver was greeted by a breeze that seemed to carry a melody of its own. The air was cool and sweet, scented with pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, creating patterns that seemed to move in time with the forest's song. He walked deeper into the grove, his heart thrumming with the excitement of discovery. After some time, he stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was covered in soft, emerald moss that felt like a plush carpet beneath his feet. In the center stood an old, gnarled tree, its trunk twisted and knotted like an ancient puzzle. It was unlike any tree Oliver had ever seen, and he felt a strange pull towards it, as if it held a secret meant only for him. As he approached, he noticed something glinting in the roots of the tree, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own, and a faint, warm glow emanated from within. Oliver hesitated for a moment, the air around him buzzing with anticipation, before he gently lifted the box from its resting place. The moment his fingers touched the box, a soft voice, barely more than a whisper, filled the clearing. Young seeker of wonders, within this box lies a gift, a key to worlds unseen. Use it wisely, for it holds the power to reveal what the eyes cannot see. Oliver's heart beat faster. He carefully opened the box, revealing a small, polished stone that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. It was cool to the touch, yet it radiated warmth that spread through him like a comforting embrace. As he held the stone, the forest around him seemed to shift and change. The trees, once silent sentinels, began to murmur in gentle tones, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of wisdom and ancient stories. The streams, which had whispered before, now sang with a clarity that filled the air with joy. And beneath his feet, Oliver could feel the heartbeat of the earth, a steady, reassuring rhythm that spoke of life and connection. With the stone in hand, Oliver felt a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. He understood now that the grove was indeed enchanted, a hidden world alive with magic and mystery. But more than that, he realized he had been given a gift far greater than the stone itself, the ability to see and hear the forest as it truly was, a living, breathing entity filled with wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Oliver returned to the grove often, each visit revealing new secrets and stories whispered by the trees and sung by the streams. He learned to listen with his heart and to see with more than just his eyes, discovering that the world around him was filled with beauty and magic in the most unexpected places. One day, as he sat beneath the old, gnarled tree, he heard a soft rustling in the bushes nearby. Out stepped a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a deer with fur that shimmered like the moonlight and eyes that glowed with the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. The deer approached cautiously, its gaze meeting Oliver's with an intelligence and kindness that took his breath away. "Thank you, young Oliver," the deer spoke, its voice like a gentle breeze. "You have awakened the heart of this forest and brought light to places long shrouded in shadow. We are in your debt." Oliver smiled, his heart swelling with a joy that filled every corner of his being. He realized that the stone had not only opened his eyes to the magic of the forest, but had also revealed the magic within himself, the power of kindness, curiosity, and the courage to see beyond the ordinary. From that day forward, Oliver became the guardian of the enchanted grove, sharing its wonders with those who had the heart to listen and the eyes to see. And in doing so, he discovered that the greatest magic of all lay not in stones or spells, but in the simple act of seeing the world with wonder and sharing its beauty with others. As the years passed, the village became known as a place of enchantment, where visitors came to experience the magic of the grove and to hear the stories of the boy who could hear the whispers of the trees. And though Oliver grew older, his heart remained as open and curious as it had been on that crisp autumn morning when he first discovered the hidden world within the forest. And so, the story of Oliver and the Enchanted Grove became a cherished tale, told by the fire on winter evenings, a reminder that magic exists in the heart of those who dare to see it, and that the world is filled with wonders just waiting to be discovered by those who are brave enough to look. The end. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her family's garden and playing among the towering trees, Willow always felt a yearning for something more, a sense of wonder that tugged at her heart. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering acorn, radiating a soft, golden light. Enchanted by its beauty, she reached down to pick it up, and in that instant, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips. Suddenly, the world around her shifted, and Willow found herself standing before a magnificent tree, its branches stretching high into a canopy of leaves that seemed to shimmer with magic. A melodious voice whispered in her ear, "Welcome, dear child, to the heart of the whispering woods." Willow gasped in awe as a tiny figure emerged from the hollow of the tree, a woodland sprite named Moss, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops and gossamer wings that fluttered with every movement. "The acorn you hold is no ordinary seed," Moss explained. "It is a talisman, a vessel of ancient magic that will grant you the ability to understand the language of nature. But this gift comes with a quest, to uncover the secrets hidden within the whispering woods and restore the balance that has been disturbed." Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always longed for adventure, but the weight of such a responsibility was daunting. Yet as she gazed into Moss's imploring eyes, she knew she could not turn away from this extraordinary opportunity. With the talisman clutched tightly in her hand, Willow embarked on a journey that would change her forever. Guided by Moss and the whispers of the forest, she discovered a world teeming with wonder and mystery. Talking trees that shared their centuries-old stories, enchanted streams that flowed with liquid starlight, and hidden glades where mythical creatures dwelled. Along the way, Willow encountered challenges that tested her courage and resilience. She faced treacherous paths lined with thorny vines that seemed to reach out and ensnare her, and dark hollows where sinister shadows lurked, whispering temptations to stray from her quest. But Willow's determination never wavered, for she had forged an unbreakable bond with Moss and the other denizens of the Whispering Woods. They became her truest friends, offering guidance and support when she faltered, and celebrating each triumph with joyous song and dance. As the days turned to weeks, Willow began to understand the true nature of her quest, to heal the rift that had formed between the human world and the realm of nature. For too long, humans had exploited the forest's resources without regard for the delicate balance that sustained all life. With the wisdom imparted by the ancient trees and the guidance of the woodland sprites, Willow learned the secrets of nurturing the land and communing with its inhabitants. She witnessed the intricate web of life that bound all creatures together, and her heart swelled with a newfound reverence for the natural world. Finally, after countless trials and triumphs, Willow stood before the heart of the Whispering Woods once more, the talisman glowing brighter than ever. With a whispered incantation, she released its magic, and a wave of energy pulsed outward, awakening the slumbering spirits of the forest and restoring harmony to the land. In that moment, Willow felt a profound transformation within herself. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a guardian of nature, a protector of the delicate balance that sustained all life. Her journey had taught her the true meaning of friendship, resilience, and respect for the world around her. As she emerged from the Whispering Woods, Willow carried with her a newfound wisdom and a deep connection to the natural world. She shared her knowledge with her village, inspiring others to embrace a life in harmony with the forests and fields that surrounded them. And though the talisman's magic had faded, its essence lived on in Willow's heart, a constant reminder of the wonders that await those who dare to embrace the extraordinary and forge bonds of friendship that transcend boundaries. From that day forward, whenever Willow wandered through the woods, she could hear the whispers of the trees and feel the pulse of life all around her. And in those moments, she knew that her journey had only just begun, for the Whispering Woods would forever be a part of her, a place of magic, mystery, and endless possibility. Story 33. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees danced gently to the rhythm of the breeze, there was a little village known as Twinkleton. Twinkleton was not an ordinary village. It was a place where the sky wore hues of lavender and gold, and where laughter bubbled like the sparkling streams that crisscrossed the land. The villagers of Twinkleton were as unique as the village itself. There was Tilly, the petite fairy with wings like stained glass, who had a laugh that jingled like tiny bells. Her best friend was Pippin, a mischievous squirrel who wore spectacles and had a penchant for solving puzzles. Then there was Mr. Wobble, the jolly gnome with a beard as fluffy as a dandelion and shoes that always squeaked, no matter how softly he tried to walk. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled shadows through the canopy of the woods, a curious thing happened. A peculiar mist, colored like the inside of a rainbow, rolled into the village, settling over everything with a magical shimmer. The villagers watched in awe as the mist danced and twirled, but soon realized that it had an unusual side effect. It made everything float. Before long, teacups were bobbing in midair, chickens were flapping about like balloons, and Mr. Wobble found himself hovering just above his toadstool chair as he tried to sip his morning tea. "Oh dear," he chuckled. "This is quite the predicament, isn't it?" Tilly, with her wings fluttering excitedly, was already trying to think of a solution. "We need to find out where this mist came from and how to bring everything back down to earth," she declared with determination. Pippin adjusted his spectacles, his bushy tail twitching with curiosity. "What if the mist came from the enchanted pond?" he suggested. "Maybe there's something magical happening there." The friends decided to investigate. They floated their way to the edge of the village, giggling as they bounced lightly off the tops of trees and bushes. The enchanted pond was a serene place, surrounded by weeping willows whose branches brushed the water like delicate fingers. As they arrived, they spotted a peculiar sight. In the middle of the pond, a large iridescent bubble was growing, pulsating with colors. Inside the bubble was a tiny creature, no bigger than a thimble, with wings made of gossamer and a crown of twinkling stars. "Hello there," called Tilly, her voice carrying across the water. "Are you the one responsible for this floating mist?" The tiny creature nodded sheepishly. "I am Nimbus, the bubble sprite," it explained in a voice as soft as a whisper. "I was practicing my bubble magic, but it seems I've gotten carried away. I didn't mean for everything to float." The friends exchanged knowing smiles. "We can help you," said Pippin, "but we'll need to think creatively." Mr. Wobble, who had been thoughtfully rubbing his fluffy beard, suddenly had an idea. "What if we use the mist itself to create a gentle breeze that can guide everything back down?" he suggested. "A reverse float, if you will." With a plan in mind, Tilly, Pippin, and Mr. Wobble worked together with Nimbus. Tilly sprinkled a bit of her fairy dust over the pond, adding a touch of magic to their efforts. Pippin scampered up to a branch, where he found a large leaf to use as a fan, while Mr. Wobble began to hum a merry tune that seemed to coax the mist into a gentle swirl. Slowly but surely, the mist responded. It began to move in soft waves, guiding the floating objects and villagers back toward the ground. As they descended, the villagers cheered and clapped, delighted by the whimsical turn of events. Nimbus, relieved and grateful, fluttered over to thank them. "I promised to be more careful with my magic." The bubble sprite vowed, its eyes sparkling with sincerity. With the mist cleared and everything returned to its rightful place, the villagers of Twinkleton gathered for a celebration. They danced under the stars, which twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, and shared stories of their floating adventure. As the night wore on, Tilly, Pippin, and Mr. Wobble sat by the pond, their hearts full of happiness. "What a wonderful day," mused Mr. Wobble, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "We floated, we laughed, and we helped a friend. And we learned that sometimes a little creativity and a lot of friendship can solve the most magical of problems," added Tilly, her voice a soft melody in the night. With that, the gentle sounds of the whispering woods lulled them into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the joy and wonder of their whimsical day. And so, all was right in the enchanting village of Twinkleton, where magic danced with laughter, and friendship was the greatest spell of all. Story 34. In a tranquil village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Katrin. She was known for her gentle nature and kind heart, but she often felt a lingering sense of unease, as if she were a seed waiting to sprout, yet unsure of how to break through the soil. Katrin adored her home and the peaceful life it offered, but deep within, she yearned for something more, something she couldn't quite name. The village itself was a tapestry of cozy cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by lush gardens where flowers danced in the breeze. Each evening, the sky would blush with hues of lavender and peach, casting a warm glow over cobblestone paths. It was a place where time seemed to slow, where the laughter of children mingled with the songs of birds, creating a symphony of serenity. Katrin's closest companion was an elderly woman named Agnes, who lived at the edge of the village. Agnes was a wise soul, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a smile that felt like a comforting embrace. She tended to a garden filled with an array of herbs and flowers, each with its own story and purpose. Agnes had long recognized the restlessness in Katrin's heart, and she knew that the young woman's journey was just beginning. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and shadows stretched lazily across the land, Katrin wandered to Agnes's garden. The air was sweet with the scent of lavender and rosemary, and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the wind. Katrin found Agnes tending to a peculiar plant, its leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. "Ah, Katrin," Agnes greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Come, sit with me." Katrin settled beside her, the earth beneath her warm and inviting. She watched as Agnes gently cradled the plant's leaves, her touch both tender and reverent. "This is the moonflower," Agnes explained. "It blooms only at night, unfurling its petals beneath the moonlight. Each blossom is unique, transforming with each phase of the moon." Katrin listened intently, her curiosity piqued. "It sounds magical," she mused. "It is," Agnes replied, her gaze thoughtful. "Much like you, my dear. Sometimes we must wait for the right moment to reveal our true selves." Katrin pondered Agnes's words, feeling a flutter of anticipation within her. She began to visit the garden more frequently, helping Agnes tend to the plants and learning the secrets of each one. The garden became a sanctuary, a place where she could explore the depths of her own heart. As the days passed, Katrin noticed subtle changes in herself. Her dreams were more vivid, filled with vibrant landscapes and mysterious creatures. She felt an unexplainable connection to the natural world, as if the whispers of the trees and the songs of the river were meant solely for her. One evening, under a sky strewn with stars, Katrin found herself drawn to the moonflower. Its buds were closed, but she sensed an energy pulsing within, waiting to be set free. She reached out, her fingers brushing the leaves, and suddenly a gentle glow enveloped her hand. Startled, Katrin pulled back, but Agnes, who had been watching from a distance, only smiled. "You're beginning to see, aren't you?" she said. Katrin nodded, though she didn't fully understand. "I feel different," she admitted. "Change is like a river," Agnes said, her voice a gentle caress. "It flows whether we are ready or not, but in its current we find who we are meant to be." Inspired by Agnes's wisdom, Katrin decided to embrace the changes within her. She spent her days learning the stories of the plants, understanding their healing properties and the magic they held. She discovered that each plant had a spirit, a life force that resonated with her own. As she grew more attuned to the natural world, Katrin found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village. It was a place of mystery and wonder, where sunlight dappled the forest floor and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. She often wandered beneath the ancient trees, feeling their wisdom seep into her bones. One afternoon, while tracing her fingers along the rough bark of a towering oak, Katrin heard a soft voice. It was not quite a sound, but a feeling, a gentle nudge in her mind. "Do not fear the unknown," it seemed to say. "Embrace it, and you will find your path." Startled, Katrin stepped back, her heart racing. She glanced around, but she was alone. Yet the forest felt welcoming, as if it had wrapped her in an invisible embrace. Over the following weeks, Katrin's connection to the forest deepened. She learned to listen, truly listen, to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She realized that the magic she sought was not outside of her, but within, waiting to be awakened. One evening, as a full moon bathed the world in silver light, Katrin returned to Agnes's garden. The moonflower was in full bloom, its petals aglow with a soft luminescence. Katrin knew that this was the moment she had been waiting for. With a deep breath, she reached out and touched the flower. A warmth spread through her, a gentle radiance that flowed from her fingertips to her heart. In that instant, Katrin understood that she was like the moonflower, transforming under the light of her own truth. Agnes watched with pride as Katrin stood, her face serene and illuminated by the moon's glow. The young woman had found her path, not by seeking change, but by embracing her own nature. From that night on, Katrin became a guide for others in the village, sharing her knowledge of the plants and the lessons she had learned from the forest. She helped them see the magic in their own lives, encouraging them to embrace change with open hearts. Through her journey, Katrin discovered that true transformation comes from within. By nurturing her spirit and listening to the world around her, she had grown into her truest self, just as the moonflower blooms under the gentle light of the moon. And in that peaceful village, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Katrin found not only her place in the world, but also the joy of becoming who she was always meant to be. With each passing day, she learned that the greatest magic of all was the power of love, friendship, and the courage to embrace one's own journey. Story 35, The Enchanted Lantern. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst the whispering pines and rolling hills of the northern woodlands, there lay a hidden world known only to a few. This world, cloaked in mystery and magic, was said to be accessible through a special object, a lantern that glowed with the gentle luminescence of 1,000 stars. Our tale begins with a young girl named Lila, who lived on the outskirts of this village. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on a sunny day. Lila was known for her kindness and a heart that brimmed with curiosity about the world beyond her own. She spent her days wandering the edges of the forest, dreaming of adventures and the wondrous places she might discover. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and violet, Lila sat on the old stone steps of her cottage. She watched the shadows grow long and the stars begin their nightly dance in the sky. As she pondered the mysteries of the universe, her eyes were drawn to a peculiar glimmer in the underbrush at the edge of the forest. With her heart thrumming with excitement and a whisper of apprehension, Lila tiptoed towards the flickering light. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, she found a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. Its frame was wrought from silver, delicate and intricate, and its glass was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the dim light. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. As she lifted the lantern, it blazed to life, casting a warm golden glow that illuminated the forest around her. Within the light, she saw the world transform. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of unseen creatures. It was then that she noticed a path winding away from the oak, a path that hadn't been there moments before. The lantern seemed to pulse in her hand, urging her forward, whispering promises of adventure and discovery. With a deep breath, Lila stepped onto the path, her heart a melody of wonder and anticipation. As she traveled deeper into the forest, the lantern revealed a realm that defied all logic and expectation. The trees towered above her, their branches entwined with silken webs of starlight. Flowers bloomed with colors that had no name, their petals singing softly in the night. And the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine, a perfume that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. Lila walked for what felt like hours, the path winding through groves and glades, over streams that sparkled like liquid silver. She marveled at the beauty around her, her heart soaring with the joy of discovery. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched, that this magical world held secrets just beyond her sight. As she rounded a bend, she found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a grand willow tree, its branches swaying gently in an unfelt breeze. Beneath the tree sat a figure, cloaked in shadow and mystery. Despite the figure's obscurity, there was a sense of kindness and wisdom that radiated like a gentle warmth. "Welcome, traveler," the figure said, their voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "You have found the Lantern of Lumira, a guide to those who seek the magic hidden within the world." Lila stepped closer, her curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the Keeper of the Woods," the figure replied, the shadows shifting to reveal a wizened face, eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "And you, dear child, are the one chosen by the lantern to explore the wonders that lie beyond the veil of the ordinary." The keeper extended a hand, palm upturned. "But know this, the lantern reveals not only beauty, but also challenges. It is up to you to face them with courage and heart." With a nod of understanding, Lila accepted the keeper's words. She felt a sense of peace settle over her, a certainty that she would find her way through whatever lay ahead. The lantern pulsed in her hand, a steady beacon of light and hope. As she turned to continue her journey, the keeper's voice followed her. "Remember, Layla, the true magic lies not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." With those words echoing in her mind, Layla ventured forth, the lantern casting its glow over the path ahead. She felt a sense of purpose, a determination to uncover the secrets of this hidden world and the strength within herself. The journey was not without its trials. There were moments of doubt, times when the path seemed to vanish, leaving her adrift in a sea of shadows. But each time, the lantern's light guided her, revealing the way forward. She learned to trust in her instincts, to listen to the quiet whispers of the forest and the wisdom it held. Along the way, Lila encountered many creatures, each with their own stories and lessons to share. There was a wise old owl who taught her the value of patience and silence, and a mischievous fox who showed her the importance of laughter and play. She met a family of deer who spoke of the strength found in unity, and a gentle bear who imparted the power of kindness and compassion. Through these encounters, Lila's heart grew, expanding to encompass the beauty and wonder of the world around her. She discovered a resilience she hadn't known she possessed, a courage that burned bright and strong. Her journey eventually led her to a hidden valley, a place of breathtaking beauty, where waterfalls cascaded down emerald cliffs and meadows bloomed with flowers that glowed in the twilight. At the center of this paradise stood a crystal-clear lake, its surface shimmering like a mirror of the stars above. As Lila approached the lake, she felt a sense of completion, a realization that her journey had brought her to this moment, this place of reflection and understanding. She gazed into the water, seeing not just her reflection, but the image of a girl transformed by the magic of her journey. In that moment, she understood the lantern's true power. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of inner light, illuminating the path to self-discovery and growth. The challenges she had faced, the friendships she had forged, and the lessons she had learned had all been part of a greater tapestry, a story of transformation that would continue to unfold. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Lila turned to make her way home. The lantern's glow dimmed, its light now a gentle reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the wisdom she had gained. As she retraced her steps, the hidden world slowly faded, the path dissolving into the forest floor. Yet Lila knew that the magic remained, not just in the woods, but within her heart, a guiding light that would lead her through all the adventures yet to come. When she returned to her cottage, she placed the lantern on the mantelpiece, its glow a comforting presence in the quiet of the night. She settled into her bed, the warmth of the blankets wrapping around her like a cocoon. As she drifted into sleep, she held the lessons of her journey close, a promise of dreams yet to be realized. And so, in the village nestled amidst the whispering pines and rolling hills, the story of Lila and the enchanted lantern became a tale of wonder and inspiration, a reminder of the magic that lies within us all, waiting to be discovered with each new journey we undertake. In the end, Lila's adventure was not just a tale of a hidden world, but a story of friendship, courage, and the unending journey of the heart. As the gentle night embraced the village, the stars twinkled overhead, whispering secrets of dreams and the endless possibilities that await those who dare to seek them. Story 36. In the heart of the ancient forest of Luminara, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the moon painted silver paths on the forest floor, there lay a hidden world. This world, nestled beneath the emerald canopy, was veiled from human eyes by shimmering spells spun from sunlight and dew. It was a place where the air hummed with magic, and the very ground seemed to pulse with life, a secret realm known only to those with eyes to see and hearts to believe. In this enchanted forest lived a kind-hearted young girl named Leora. With hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the summer sky, she was known for her gentle spirit and boundless curiosity. Leora spent her days wandering through the woods, befriending the creatures who called it home, from the tiniest fireflies to the majestic deer with their antlered crowns. Her laughter was like a melody, rippling through the trees and bringing joy to all who heard it. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon and bathed the forest in a warm golden glow, Leora stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she found a small, intricately carved box made of fine, shimmering wood. It was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight, and a delicate lock that glistened like a star. As Leora reached out to touch the box, she felt a gentle warmth seep into her fingertips, as if the box itself was alive, pulsing with a quiet, waiting magic. Driven by an unexplainable pull, Leora decided to uncover the secrets of the mysterious box. She carried it home, her heart fluttering with anticipation and wonder. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the world was draped in twilight, Leora sat by the crackling fireplace, the box cradled in her lap. The fire cast dancing shadows across the room, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of burning pine. Curious and determined, Leora gently pressed her fingers against the lock, and to her surprise, it clicked open with ease, as if recognizing her touch. Inside the box, nestled upon a bed of soft, silvery moss, lay a small, iridescent stone. It glimmered with an inner light, shifting through hues of blue, green, and purple, like a piece of the midnight sky captured in solid form. As Leora gazed into its depths, she felt a warmth spread through her chest, and a soft voice, like a whisper carried on the wind, filled her mind. "Seek the hidden world," the voice murmured, "for within lies the key to your heart's true desire." Leora's heart raced with excitement and a hint of fear. What could the stone mean? What hidden world lay waiting for her? She looked around her cozy cottage, the familiar surroundings suddenly feeling too small for the adventure that beckoned. The next morning, with the stone tucked safely in her pocket, Leora set off into the forest, guided by a newfound sense of purpose. The trees seemed to arch overhead like guardians, their leaves whispering encouragement as she passed. The path was unfamiliar, leading her deeper into the forest than she had ever dared venture before. The air grew cooler, and the light took on an ethereal quality, filtering through the leaves in soft, shimmering beams. As Leora walked, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She paused, glancing around, and caught sight of a pair of eyes peering at her from behind a cluster of ferns. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red like autumn leaves, its eyes bright with intelligence and curiosity. The fox stepped forward, its movements graceful and cautious. "Hello," Leora said softly, kneeling down to meet the fox's gaze. "Are you a guardian of this forest?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then nodded. Leora's heart skipped a beat. She had always believed in the magic of the forest, but never had she imagined encountering one of its guardians. "I am seeking a hidden world," Leora explained, her voice filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. "Do you know where I might find it?" The fox studied her for a moment longer, then turned and began to trot down a narrow, winding path. Leora took this as an invitation and followed, her heart beating in time with her quickening steps. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air shimmered with a golden mist that hung like a veil, obscuring what lay beyond. The fox paused at the edge of the mist, turning to look at Leora with a gaze that seemed to say, "This is as far as I can go." Taking a deep breath, Leora stepped into the mist, the world around her blurring and shifting as if she were walking through the fabric of a dream. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain. She emerged on the other side to find herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The hidden world was a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the colors were more vivid, the air more vibrant. Trees with leaves of gold and silver towered above, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream wound its way through the glade, its waters sparkling in the soft light. Birds with plumage of every hue flitted among the trees, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that filled the air with joy. In awe, Laura wandered through this magical place, the stone in her pocket warm against her skin, guiding her steps. As she explored, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she had come home to a place she never knew she had lost. It was then that she noticed a figure sitting by the stream, their form wreathed in the soft glow of the hidden world. As Leora approached, she saw that it was an old woman, her hair as white as the blossoms, and her eyes as bright as the stars. She wore a robe woven from the colors of the forest, and her hands rested gently in her lap, palms upturned as if in offering. "Welcome, dear one," the woman said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have been waiting for you." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, the feeling of being truly seen and understood. "Who are you?" she asked softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I am the keeper of this realm," the woman replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "And you, Leora, are the one destined to bring balance to our world." The words filled Leora with a sense of purpose, a knowledge that she was part of something greater than herself. "But how?" she asked, her mind racing with questions. The keeper gestured to the stone in Leora's pocket, and Leora drew it out, cradling it in her hands. "This stone," the keeper explained, "is the heart of Luminara, a source of immense magic that keeps our world in harmony. It chose you, for you possess the courage and kindness needed to wield its power." Leora felt the weight of the stone in her hands, its warmth seeping into her skin. "What must I do?" she asked, willing to do anything to protect this beautiful world. The keeper's eyes softened, full of wisdom and compassion. "You must find the balance within yourself, dear one, for only by knowing your own heart can you bring harmony to the world around you." With those words, the keeper rose, her form shimmering like mist in the sunlight. "Remember, Leora," she said, her voice fading like the last notes of a lullaby, "you are never alone. Trust in yourself and in the friendships you have forged." As the keeper vanished into the golden mist, Leora felt a sense of loss, but also a newfound strength. She understood now that her journey was not just about finding a hidden world, but about discovering the magic within herself. With renewed determination, Leora turned back the way she had come, the stone's light guiding her steps. As she retraced her path, she noticed that the forest seemed more alive than before, as if the trees and creatures had awakened to welcome her return. When she emerged from the mist, the fox was waiting for her, its eyes filled with warmth and understanding. Together they made their way back through the forest, the sun setting behind them in a blaze of gold and crimson. As they neared the edge of the forest, Leora paused, turning to the fox with gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly, "for guiding me, for showing me the way." The fox dipped its head in acknowledgement, the bond between them unspoken but deep. Leora knew that their friendship was a gift, one that would endure beyond the boundaries of the hidden world. With the stone's glow lighting her path, Leora returned home, her heart full of the wonders she had witnessed and the lessons she had learned. She knew that her journey was only just beginning, and that the magic of the hidden world would forever be a part of her. As night fell and the stars blossomed in the sky, Leora lay in her bed, the stone resting on her bedside table. Its light was a gentle reminder of the hidden world and the keeper's words. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the stone and the comfort of the forest surrounding her. In her dreams, she walked once more among the golden trees, her heart alight with the magic of friendship and the promise of new adventures to come. And as she slept, the hidden world watched over her, its magic weaving through the night, a silent promise of hope and harmony for all who dared to seek it. And so, in the heart of the forest of Luminara, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the moon painted silver paths on the forest floor, the hidden world thrived, its magic alive in the hearts of those who believed. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and boundless courage, knew that she would always be a part of that magic, her journey a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of the world unseen. Story 37. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an emerald forest, where the whisper of the winds carried the scent of pine and the songs of birds, lived a young girl named Isla. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths winding through cottages with thatched roofs, each chimney puffing out curls of smoke like contented sighs into the crisp morning air. Isla, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, spent her days exploring the meadows and listening to the stories of the elders. Her favorite tales were about the ancient legacy of their village, a legacy whispered to be magical, yet elusive, hidden in the mists of time. One evening, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Isla sat with her grandmother by the flickering hearth. The warmth of the fire cast a gentle glow, wrapping them in a cocoon of light and shadow. "Tell me about our ancestors, Grandma," Isla asked, her voice a soft murmur above the crackle of the flames. Her grandmother, with eyes as deep and kind as the forest itself, smiled. "Ah, my dear Isla, our ancestors were guardians of the forest and the keepers of its secrets. It is said they possessed an enchanted amulet that held the wisdom of the ages." Isla leaned closer, her heart fluttering with intrigue. "An amulet? Where is it now?" "Lost to time, perhaps," her grandmother replied, her voice a gentle breeze through the branches of memory. "But some say it still lies hidden, waiting for the one with a true heart to find it." That night, Isla dreamed of the forest, of ancient trees whispering secrets and paths leading to hidden places. When she awoke, the morning sun kissed her cheeks with a golden promise, and she felt a pull, a gentle nudge in the depths of her being, urging her to seek the forgotten legacy. With a small satchel slung over her shoulder, holding a loaf of bread and a bottle of spring water, Isla set out. The forest was a symphony of life, leaves rustling like whispers overhead, and the ground cushioned by a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on her path. As she wandered deeper, guided more by instinct than knowledge, she came upon a glade she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and wise, branches spread wide as if embracing the sky. At the base of the tree, partially buried in the earth, was a glint of something unusual. With careful fingers, Isla unearthed a small, ornate box. The wood was dark and polished, etched with swirling patterns reminiscent of the forest itself. She lifted the lid, revealing a delicate amulet nestled within, a silver crescent moon entwined with a vine of emerald leaves. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, as though imbued with the light of distant stars. As she touched the amulet, a warmth spread through her, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. In that moment, she felt the presence of her ancestors, their voices a gentle chorus in her heart, speaking of unity with nature, of harmony and balance. With the amulet in hand, Ela returned to the village. She shared her discovery with the elders, who gathered in awe around the artifact, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the hearth. They spoke of the amulet's power to connect the past with the present, reminding them of their bonds with the earth and each other. Through her journey, Isla learned that the true magic of their legacy was not in the amulet itself, but in the lessons it imparted, of caring for the world, for each other, and for the stories that connect us all. In the days that followed, the village thrived with a renewed sense of purpose. They planted gardens that flourished with vibrant life, celebrated festivals that honored the seasons, and shared stories that breathed warmth into the coldest of nights. And Isla, with the amulet resting gently against her heart, felt a deep sense of belonging. She understood now that she was a part of something greater, a thread in the tapestry of time, woven with love and wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting their gentle light upon the world, Isla sat by the fire once more, surrounded by her family and friends. The air was filled with laughter and the sweet scent of wildflowers, and she knew that she was home. With a heart full of peace and a spirit rich with the legacy of her ancestors, Isla closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the fire lull her into dreams filled with starlit paths and ancient forests, where the magic of her heritage lived on, guiding her through all the days to come. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering willow wood, where the trees swayed with the secrets of the ages, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Bramblebrook, was nestled amidst rolling hills, blanketed in a patchwork quilt of wildflowers. The air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees created a soothing symphony that lulled its denizens to sleep each night. Bramblebrook was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the brook for which it was named. The villagers shared their lives with creatures of wonder and wisdom, and it was said that even the stones held stories waiting to be told. Yet, as tranquil as this village was, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold, sending ripples of curiosity through the community. It all started when the moon hung full and luminous in the star-studded sky, casting a silvery glow over the village. On this particular night, the villagers noticed something unusual. The lanterns that lined the cobblestone paths flickered with a peculiar lavender light instead of their usual warm amber glow. The light danced like lilac flames, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets to the night. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as warm as the sunlit meadows she loved to explore. Leora was known for her keen eye and her boundless curiosity. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to uncover the mystery of the lavender lights. As dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Leora set out to find answers. She wandered to the edge of the village, where the elder of Bramblebrook, a wise and gentle soul named Elder Mosswood, resided in a quaint cottage surrounded by herbs and hummingbirds. Elder Mosswood was a kind-hearted guide, known for his stories and his deep understanding of the magic that wove through their lives. Elder Mosswood, Leora began, her voice a soft melody in the morning stillness. Have you seen the lanterns? They glow with a strange light, and I can't help but wonder why. The elder chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like the stars. Ah, Leora, you have the eyes of a hawk and the heart of a poet, he replied. The lavender light is indeed a curious thing. It is said to appear when the veil between our world and the realm of the Fae grows thin. But fear not, for the Fae are friends to those who walk with kindness. Intrigued, Leora decided to seek the counsel of the village's most knowledgeable resident, a wise old owl named Sage, who roosted in the ancient oak at the heart of Willowwood. Sage had seen many things in his long years and was a trusted advisor to both humans and creatures alike. As Leora approached the towering oak, she could hear the soft rustle of wings as Sage descended to greet her. "Ah, young Leora," the owl hooted, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "What brings you to my woodland home this fine morning?" "Sage," Leora said, "I've come to ask about the lavender lights. Elder Mosswood mentioned the Fae, but I'm eager to learn more." Sage's golden eyes gleamed with wisdom. "The Fae are indeed playful spirits," he explained. "They are known to dance through the night, weaving magic with their laughter. They mean no harm, but their presence can unsettle those unaccustomed to their ways." Leora nodded thoughtfully, her mind a tapestry of questions and possibilities. "How might we communicate with them, to understand their purpose here?" Sage ruffled his feathers, considering her question. "The Fae respond to kindness and creativity," he advised. "Perhaps a gesture of friendship would invite their explanation." Inspired by Sage's words, Leora set about crafting a gift for the Fae. She gathered delicate petals from the garden, weaving them into a garland that shimmered with morning dew. She added sprigs of lavender, whose fragrance was beloved by the Fae, and infused the garland with her own hopes for understanding. That evening, as the moon rose high and the village quieted under its gentle glow, Leora placed the garland beneath the largest lantern, its lavender light casting an ethereal glow upon the offering. She sat nearby, her heart open and her spirit calm, awaiting the response of the Fae. As the night deepened, a soft melodic laughter drifted through the air, like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. From the shadows emerged a group of tiny, shimmering figures, their wings aglow with the colors of twilight. The Fae danced around the garland, their voices like the song of 1,000 nightingales. "Dear Leora," they sang in unison, their tones as sweet as honey, "your kindness has reached across the vale. We visit your village to share our joy, to remind all who dwell here of the magic that binds our worlds." Leora's heart swelled with warmth as she listened to the Fae's gentle words. "Thank you for your visit," she replied, her voice a whisper of gratitude. "Your light is a gift, and I am grateful for your presence." The Fae twirled in delight, their laughter a gentle breeze that carried away the mysteries of the night. "We shall return in times of joy," they promised, "to dance and share our light with those who welcome it." With that, the Fae faded into the shadows, leaving behind a lingering trace of their lavender glow. As dawn kissed the horizon, Leora felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that the mystery had been a bridge between worlds, woven with threads of kindness and understanding. From that day forward, the villagers of Bramblebrook welcomed the lavender lights with open hearts, knowing that they were a reminder of the magic that resided within and around them. And Leora, with her ever-curious spirit, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the wisdom of the elders, the creatures, and the Fae. And so, the village of Bramblebrook thrived under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, its stories swirling like the gentle wind through the whispering willowwood, a testament to the power of friendship and the enchantment of the unseen. As the lanterns flickered with their lavender glow, Leora knew that she was part of a tale as ancient as the woods themselves, a story that would be told beside crackling fireplaces for generations to come. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves and shadows whispered secrets, there lived a wise old tortoise named Gilder. His shell was a canvas of earthy browns and greens, worn smooth by time, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. Gilder was the keeper of the forest's stories, a gentle soul who knew the hidden lives of every creature and the delicate balance that nature required. The forest was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic seemed to blur. On misty mornings, dew-laden spiderwebs shimmered like tapestries spun by tiny artisans, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of birds greeting the day. In this enchanted place, each season carried its own magic. Spring brought carpets of bluebells and the chorus of frogs, while summer unfolded with the lazy drone of bees and fields of wildflowers swaying in the warm breeze. Autumn painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, and winter wrapped it in a silvery blanket of frost, where every breath was a cloud of mist. Gilder's home was near a gently babbling brook, its waters cool and clear, where mosses draped over stones like soft green blankets. It was here that the creatures of the forest gathered for counsel, drawn by Gilder's calm presence and the stories he shared. They came in all shapes and sizes, squirrels with their bushy tails, curious rabbits with twitching noses, and wise old owls who blinked slowly from their perches high above. One crisp autumn day, as golden leaves drifted lazily to the forest floor, a young fox named Lyra approached Gilder. Her fur was a fiery red, and her eyes shone with the curiosity of youth. Lyra had overheard whispers of a great change stirring within the forest, a change that might unsettle the harmony they all cherished. "Great Gilder," Lyra began, her voice a soft rustle like leaves in the wind. "I've heard tales of a storm unlike any other, one that could upset the balance of our home. What can we do to prepare?" Gilder smiled kindly at the young fox, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "Ah, dear Lyra, the forest has weathered many storms, each one a part of the grand tapestry of life. Let me share with you an old tale, a story passed down through generations, of how we can weather this storm together." As Lyra settled beside him, the other creatures gathered around, drawn by the promise of Gilder's tale. The air was filled with anticipation, and even the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling softly. "Long ago, when the world was young," Gilder began, his voice as soothing as the brook beside them, "there was a time when the forest faced a great challenge. A storm, fierce and wild, threatened to tear apart the land we call home. The animals were frightened, unsure of what to do as the skies darkened and the winds began to howl. But among them was an old owl named Eldrin, whose feathers were as silver as moonlight. Eldrin, like me, was a keeper of stories, and he gathered the creatures to share his wisdom. He spoke of the importance of understanding the forces of nature, of working in harmony with the land, rather than against it. Eldrin urged the creatures to listen to the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the earth. He taught them to look for signs, to heed the messages carried by the clouds, and to understand the language of the stars. And so, united by Eldrin's wisdom, the creatures learned to read the forest's secrets. As the storm approached, they worked together, each using their unique strengths. The squirrels gathered food and tucked it away, the rabbits dug shelters, and the birds carried news across the sky. Even the trees, with their deep roots and strong branches, offered protection from the raging winds. And when the storm finally arrived, it was fierce indeed. But the creatures were ready, their hearts united in purpose. They weathered the storm's fury, and when it had passed, they emerged into a world renewed by the rain, the air fresh and clean. Gilder paused, letting the weight of the story settle over the gathered creatures. The forest was silent, save for the gentle murmur of the brook and the occasional rustle of leaves. "The lesson, dear Lyra," Gilder continued, "is that by understanding and respecting the natural world, we can find balance and resilience. The forest always provides for those who live in harmony with it. We must trust in the wisdom of the seasons and work together as one." Lyra nodded, her heart filled with a newfound understanding. She could feel the truth of Gilder's words resonating within her, a deep sense of connection to the forest and all its inhabitants. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, the creatures began to disperse, each carrying with them the wisdom of Gilder's tale. The air was filled with a sense of peace and purpose, a reaffirmation of the bonds that connected them all. And so, when the storm did come, it found a forest prepared and united. The creatures worked side by side, their actions guided by the lessons of the past. And when the skies cleared and the sun returned, the forest stood proud and strong, its harmony intact. In the days that followed, the forest flourished, its beauty a testament to the power of unity and wisdom. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each bringing its own magic and wonder, weaving a tapestry of life that thrived in balance and harmony. And at the heart of it all, Gilder the tortoise continued to share his stories, his gentle presence a comforting reminder of the ancient truths that bound them together. For in the forest, where reality and magic intertwined, there was always a lesson to be learned and a story to be told. Story 40. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and shimmering silver streams, there existed a peculiar shop known only as Curiosities and Wonders. Its wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, and its windows glowed warmly with the promise of magical mysteries within. The shop was owned by a kindly old man named Mr. Ponder, whose twinkling eyes and white, wispy beard made him seem as much a part of the shop as the treasures it held. One crisp autumn afternoon, with leaves swirling like golden confetti in the wind, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had always been drawn to the unusual and the mysterious, her heart full of questions and her mind ever curious. As she stepped inside, the scent of old books and polished wood enveloped her like a comforting embrace. "Welcome, dear Clara," Mr. Ponder greeted her with a warm smile, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble shop today?" Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scanned the shelves lined with trinkets and artifacts from forgotten realms. "I'm looking for something special," she replied. "Something magical." Mr. Ponder chuckled softly, the sound like gentle rain on a rooftop. "Magic often finds those who seek it with a pure heart," he said. "Come, let me show you something." He led Clara to a corner of the shop where a small, intricately carved wooden box sat nestled among a collection of peculiar items. As he opened the box, a soft golden light spilled out, illuminating the room with a warm, inviting glow. Inside lay a simple, unassuming pocket watch, its surface etched with delicate patterns that seemed to dance in the light. "This," Mr. Ponder said, "is the Watch of Whispers. It holds the power to hear the secrets of the past and the dreams of the future. But remember, Clara, its magic is gentle and must be used with wisdom." Clara cradled the watch in her hands, feeling its gentle warmth seep into her skin. She could hear a faint, melodic ticking, like the heartbeat of time itself. With Mr. Ponder's blessing, she took the watch and set off on her journey of discovery. As Clara wandered through Willowbrook, she began to notice whispers carried on the breeze, like the softest of sighs. The watch guided her to a path she had never seen before, leading her deeper into the woods that bordered the village. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the trees cloaked in vibrant reds and oranges, their leaves rustling like whispered secrets. Along her journey, Clara encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, whose feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen. "Ah, the Watch of Whispers," he hooted, settling on a branch above her. "It is said that those who listen with their heart can unlock the stories of the world." Clara nodded, her heart swelling with the promise of adventure. "Will you help me understand its magic, Oliver?" she asked. Oliver blinked slowly, his eyes like twin moons in the dusky light. "The watch will reveal truths, but you must listen carefully and choose your path with kindness and understanding." As they ventured deeper into the forest, Clara and Oliver were joined by a mischievous squirrel named Pip, whose antics brought laughter and joy to their journey. Pip could scamper up the tallest trees and find the sweetest acorns, his eyes twinkling with delight. Together, they listened to the whispers of the watch, learning stories of ancient trees and forgotten streams. They discovered that the forest was alive with history, each leaf and stone holding tales of courage, friendship, and love. But their journey was not without challenges. They soon came upon a part of the forest shrouded in shadow, where the trees stood silent and still, as if holding their breath. The watch ticked softly in Clara's hand, urging her forward, yet a sense of unease settled over her. "What lies beyond?" Clara whispered, glancing at Oliver and Pip. "A riddle, perhaps," Oliver mused, ruffling his feathers. "The forest guards its secrets well, and only those with a gentle heart can pass." Pip chittered nervously, his bushy tail twitching. "But we have you, Clara. You can solve it, I just know." As they stepped into the shadowed grove, a voice echoed softly through the air, like a gentle breeze through the leaves. "To move forward, you must answer this. What can you hold in your left hand, but not in your right?" Clara pondered the riddle, feeling the watch's warmth in her palm. She thought of all she had learned on her journey, of the bonds of friendship and the wisdom whispered by the trees. Suddenly it came to her, and she smiled. "My right hand," she answered softly, her voice carrying warmth and understanding. At her words, the shadows lifted, revealing a glade bathed in golden light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a stream sang a melody of peace and renewal. "You have passed the test," Oliver hooted proudly, his eyes gleaming with approval. Pip danced around Clara, his joy infectious. "I knew you could do it! I knew it!" Clara felt a deep sense of fulfillment, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The watch ticked softly, its magic woven into the fabric of her journey. She realized that the greatest magic lay not in the watch itself, but in the wisdom she had gained and the friendship she had forged. With Oliver and Pip by her side, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories to share. As she stepped into curiosities and wonders, Mr. Ponder greeted her with a knowing smile. "You have discovered much, I see," he said, his eyes twinkling with gentle wisdom. Clara nodded, her voice a soft melody of gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Ponder. The watch showed me that the true magic is in listening, learning, and loving." And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, Clara's tale of discovery and wonder became a cherished story, reminding all who heard it of the gentle power of wisdom, friendship, and the whispers of the world around them. In the warmth of the shop, with the comforting glow of the golden light, Clara knew she had found something truly magical, a journey that had changed her forever, and a treasure she would carry in her heart always. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and a mind that constantly buzzed with questions about the world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as Lily was getting ready for bed, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from her nightstand drawer. Intrigued, she pulled it open and found a small, worn book with a tarnished bronze cover. Lily had never seen this book before, and as she ran her fingers across its intricate engravings, a warm tingle spread through her fingertips. Suddenly the book flew open, and a shower of golden sparks danced before Lily's eyes. A gentle voice seemed to whisper from the pages, "Seek the hidden wonders, little one. Embrace the magic within." From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The ordinary objects around her began to reveal their extraordinary secrets. The rusty old key in her mother's desk drawer could unlock doors to distant lands. The tattered scarf hanging in her closet could wrap her in invisible warmth on the coldest nights. Even the simplest things, like a frayed shoelace or a chipped teacup, held the potential for magic. Lily soon realized that she wasn't alone in her newfound abilities. There were others in the village who could see and harness the magic that hummed through everyday items. A kindly old baker named Mrs. Perkins could make her delicious pies rise to towering heights with a simple wave of her whisk. Mr. Thompson, the village cobbler, could craft shoes that would guide their wearers along the safest paths. Together, this unlikely group of magic wielders embarked on a journey to uncover the hidden wonders of their world. They traveled through enchanted forests where the trees whispered ancient secrets. They crossed shimmering streams that sang gentle melodies, and they climbed misty mountains that held breathtaking vistas of lands yet to be explored. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their wisdom and courage. One day, they came upon a deep ravine that seemed impassable. But Lily, with her keen observation skills, noticed a series of stepping stones that had been carefully camouflaged by the flowing waters. By working together and trusting in the magic around them, they were able to cross safely to the other side. Another time, they found themselves lost in a maze of twisted, thorny brambles. But Mrs. Perkins, with her warm heart and nurturing spirit, coaxed the prickly vines to part, revealing a clear path forward. Through these adventures, Lily learned that true magic wasn't about wielding great power or performing flashy tricks. It was about appreciating the wonder in the simplest things and using that wonder to bring people together. She learned to listen to the whispers of the world around her and to trust in the wisdom of her friends and mentors. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Lily grew into a wise and compassionate young woman. She continued to explore the hidden wonders of her world, sharing her knowledge and her love of magic with all who crossed her path. And on quiet evenings, when the village was bathed in the warm glow of sunset, Lily would often sit by the window with that tarnished bronze book in her lap. She would run her fingers across its intricate engravings, feeling the familiar tingle of magic, and smile at the incredible journey she had taken. A journey that had taught her to see the extraordinary in the ordinary and to cherish the wonders that surrounded her every day. Story 42. Once upon a time, Nestled within the embrace of rolling hills and whispering woods lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Known for its cobblestone streets and cottages with thatched roofs, the village was a place where time seemed to dance slowly, allowing each moment to unfurl like a petal in the sun. Among its many wonders, at the heart of Willowbrook, stood a small, unassuming bookshop named The Whispering Pages. The shop was owned by a kindly old man named Mr. Bennet, whose spectacles teetered on the edge of his nose as he pored over ancient tomes. The books in his shop were not merely books, they were gateways to worlds unseen, each with its own tale of mystery and magic. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was a tapestry of golden leaves and the scent of cinnamon lingered in the breeze, a young girl named Lila entered the shop. Lila was curious by nature, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on a dawn-lit meadow. She loved nothing more than to lose herself in the stories that filled every nook of the Whispering Pages. On this particular day, as Lila wandered through the aisles, she stumbled upon an odd-looking book tucked away on a high shelf. Its cover was worn and faded, yet it glimmered with an allure that beckoned her closer. As she reached for it, the book slipped from its perch and landed softly in her hands, as if it had been waiting for her all along. The book was titled The Chronicles of the Silver Feather, and as Lila opened it, she discovered a solitary silver feather pressed between the pages. The feather shimmered with a light that seemed to pulse with a gentle heartbeat, and as Lila touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingertips. With a soft rustle, the feather lifted from the book and hovered in the air before settling lightly on her shoulder. In that instant, Lila knew this was no ordinary feather. It was a key, a guide to a journey she had only dreamed of. Mr. Bennet, who had been watching from behind the counter, approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, the silver feather has chosen you," he said, his voice as soft as the rustling pages. "It is a rare gift, one that will lead you to discover the hidden wonders of our world. But remember, true magic lies not in the feather itself, but in the journey it inspires." Intrigued and excited, Lila thanked Mr. Bennet and set off on her adventure. The feather, now nestled in her hair, seemed to hum with anticipation as she stepped out into the world beyond the village. Her journey led her through the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets of old. Here, she met her first companion, a wise squirrel named Nutmeg. With fur the color of autumnal fire and eyes that twinkled with mischief, Nutmeg had a knack for finding hidden paths and forgotten treasures. "Follow the wind, dear Lila," Nutmeg chattered, bounding from branch to branch. "It carries stories from lands far and wide. Listen closely, and it will guide you true." Together, they ventured deeper into the forest, where the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the melody of birdsong. Their path led them to a shimmering pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the sky's gentle hues. Here, they encountered a graceful heron named Seraphia, whose wings glistened like moonlight on water. Seraphia bowed her long neck in greeting. "I see the silver feather has found its bearer," she said in a voice as smooth as a lullaby. "The pond holds many reflections, but only those with a pure heart can see what lies beneath." As Lila gazed into the water, she saw not only her own reflection, but that of a hidden realm, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. Inspired by the visions, she realized that her journey was as much about inner discovery as it was about exploring the world around her. Guided by her newfound friends and the ever-present silver feather, Lila traveled across meadows dotted with wildflowers and through valleys echoing with the songs of crickets. Each step brought her closer to understanding the magic that dwelt not in objects, but in the connections between them. Her final test came in the form of a riddle, whispered by the wind as she stood at the edge of an ancient grove. The riddle spoke of balance, of harmony between light and shadow, joy and sorrow. It was a puzzle that required not the might of muscle, but the strength of insight. As Lila pondered the riddle, she remembered the reflections she had seen in Seraphia's pond. She understood that to find balance, she must embrace both sides of the coin, the laughter and the tears, the sunshine and the rain. With this revelation, the path before her revealed itself, bathed in a gentle golden glow. At the end of her journey, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories and her spirit alight with newfound wisdom. She had discovered that the true magic of the silver feather was not in granting wishes or casting spells, but in opening her eyes to the wonders of the world and the bonds she had formed along the way. As she stepped once more into the whispering pages, Mr. Bennet welcomed her with a warm smile. "I see the silver feather has served you well," he said, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Remember, Lila, the greatest treasures are those we carry within us." And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a mind alight with dreams, Lila returned the silver feather to its place within the book, knowing it would wait patiently for the next seeker of wonders. And as the village of Willowbrook settled into the embrace of night, the stars twinkled above like scattered jewels, whispering tales of magic and friendship to those who listened with open hearts. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the cool breeze rustled the leaves outside, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was filled with endless possibilities and that her journey had only just begun. And thus ends the tale of the silver feather, a story of discovery, friendship, and the gentle magic that resides in the heart of those who dare to dream. Story 43. In the heart of the ancient elder grove, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of ages past, a gentle harmony thrummed through the air, echoing the balance of nature itself. The forest, cloaked in a tapestry of vibrant greens and dappled sunlight, was home to a myriad of creatures, each living in a delicate symphony with the land around them. As the golden sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the forest began to stir with life. The gentle rustle of leaves played a soft melody, while the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers filled the cool evening air. Amongst the towering oaks and whispering pines, a young deer named Finch roamed the forest floor, her hooves barely making a sound on the carpet of fallen leaves. Finch was a curious soul, her heart brimming with wonder for the world around her. Her wide, gentle eyes reflected the soft glow of the moon as she explored the hidden nooks of the forest. Her mother, wise and gentle, often spoke of the ancient magic that flowed through Eldergrove, a magic tied to the very essence of the seasons and weather. Tonight, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finch felt a flutter of excitement. She had heard whispers of a gathering, a time when the creatures of the forest would come together to celebrate the turning of the seasons. As Finch wandered deeper into the forest, the sounds of nature enveloped her in a comforting embrace. The soft hoot of an owl echoed through the trees, while the gentle trickle of a nearby stream sang a soothing lullaby. Suddenly a warm, friendly voice called out to her from the shadows. "Ah, Finch, my dear," croaked Sage, the ancient turtle who was known for his boundless wisdom. "I see your heart is eager to learn the secrets of the forest tonight." Finch nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, Sage. I've heard tales of the gathering and the magic that accompanies it. Will you show me the way?" Sage chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. "Of course, my child. Follow me, and remember, every creature in this forest has a role to play in maintaining the balance of our home." With Sage leading the way, Finch embarked on a journey through the forest, her senses alive with the symphony of nature. As they made their way through the trees, the air grew crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The soft carpet of moss beneath Finch's hooves provided a comforting cushion, while the gentle caress of the night breeze carried with it the promise of something magical. Soon they arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Finch gasped in awe as she beheld the gathering before her. Creatures of all shapes and sizes had come together, their eyes shining with a shared purpose. A circle had formed around a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. At the center of the gathering stood Eldra, the venerable stag whose antlers seemed to touch the sky. His presence commanded respect and admiration, for he was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom. As Finch and Sage joined the circle, Eldra spoke, his voice as gentle and powerful as the wind through the trees. "Welcome, friends, to the turning of the seasons," he began, his gaze sweeping over the gathered creatures. "Tonight, we honor the balance that sustains our home and the magic that binds us to the rhythms of nature." As Eldra spoke, the air shimmered with a subtle energy, a reminder of the magic that pulsed through the forest. Finch felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something greater than herself. The gathering commenced with a soft hum, a song that seemed to rise from the very heart of the forest. Finch closed her eyes, allowing the melody to wash over her, each note a testament to the harmony and balance that defined Eldergrove. The creatures joined in, their voices weaving together in a tapestry of sound. The rustle of the leaves, the babble of the brook, and the gentle chorus of crickets added layers to the symphony, creating a resonance that spoke of unity and peace. As the song reached its crescendo, Eldra stepped forward, his antlers casting a delicate shadow on the ground. "This night marks the transition from summer's abundance to autumn's rest," he declared. "Let us remember that with each change comes a lesson, and with each lesson, wisdom is born." Finch watched as a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it a cascade of golden leaves. Each leaf danced in the air, a reminder of the cycle of life and the beauty of change. She felt a sense of peace and understanding settle within her, a realization that she, too, was a part of this intricate web. The gathering concluded with a gentle silence, each creature reflecting on the wisdom shared. As the first light of dawn began to break, painting the sky with soft shades of pink and gold, Finch knew that the lessons of the night would stay with her forever. With a heart full of gratitude, Finch turned to Sage. "Thank you for guiding me, Sage. I've learned so much tonight." Sage smiled, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge of countless seasons. "Remember, Finch, the balance of our world depends on each of us playing our part. Cherish the wisdom of the forest, and it will guide you always." As Finch made her way back through the forest, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the world around her offered a promise of harmony and peace. The ancient magic of Eldergrove, woven into the very fabric of the land, was a reminder that the beauty of nature lay not just in its wonders, but in the balance and unity of its many parts. And so, with the dawn of a new day, Finch carried the lessons of the forest in her heart, knowing that she was part of something timeless and extraordinary, a world where every creature, great or small, had a place and a purpose in the grand symphony of life. Story 44. In the far reaches of the Andromeda Spiral, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon black velvet, there was a little-known planet named Zephyrax. Its skies glowed with an endless dance of auroras, painting the heavens with ribbons of teal and violet. It was a world of gentle winds and rustling emerald jungles, home to the winged Zephyrians, a peaceful folk whose feathers shimmered in the colors of dawn. One such Zephyrian, a young and curious soul named Lyra, was known for her love of exploration. With wings that caught every breeze and eyes that sparkled with wonder, she often roamed the jungles, her heart yearning for the mysteries beyond her world. On a day when the auroras were brighter than ever, a strange vessel appeared in the sky, a sleek silver craft that drifted silently before landing in a clearing. From its belly emerged a being unlike any Zephyrian had ever seen. It was small and round, with skin that gleamed like polished stone and eyes that glowed a soft amber. This creature was a Glimmerkin from the planet Luminara, known for their insight and quiet wisdom. The Glimmerkin's name was Orin, and he had come to Zephyrax on a mission of discovery. Yet as he stepped out onto this foreign soil, his heart wavered with trepidation. The lush world around him was so unlike his own, with its stark landscapes of crystal and light. He felt out of place, his usual confidence dimmed by the unfamiliar. Lyra, perched on a nearby branch, watched Orin with curiosity. She could sense his unease, and with a gentle flutter she landed beside him. Orin startled at first, unfamiliar with such creatures, but he saw no harm in Lyra's bright gaze. "Hello," Lyra chirped softly, her voice like the whisper of leaves in the wind. "You must be from far away." Orin nodded, his eyes reflecting the auroras above. "Yes, I come from Luminara. Everything here is so alive." Lyra smiled, her feathers ruffling with the breeze. "I can show you around if you'd like. There's a lot to see, and I know all the best places." Thus began an unlikely companionship. Lyra, with her zest for adventure, and Orin, with his thoughtful perspective, ventured through the jungles of Zephyrax. They shared stories of their worlds, Lyra speaking of the endless skies, and Orin describing the luminescent cities of his home, where every structure was crafted from light itself. Yet, as with all friendships, there were moments of misunderstanding. One day, as they explored a grove of luminescent flora, Lyra playfully tugged on a vine, setting off a cascade of glowing spores. Orin, unfamiliar with such plants, gasped in alarm, fearing they might be dangerous. "Why would you do that?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. Lyra paused, realizing her mistake. I just wanted to show you how beautiful they are at night." Orin took a breath, his initial fear giving way to understanding. "I see. It was beautiful. I just didn't know." Their misstep became a lesson in patience and communication. They learned to appreciate their differences, realizing that each misunderstanding was an opportunity to grow closer. As time passed, they faced challenges together. One afternoon, a sudden storm swept through the jungle, its winds howling like a chorus of spirits. The rain fell in sheets, and the sky darkened with tempestuous clouds. Lyra, accustomed to such tempests, sheltered Orin beneath her wing, guiding him to a nearby cave. Inside, as the storm raged outside, Lyra and Orin huddled close, sharing warmth and stories to pass the time. Orin spoke of the quiet rains of Luminara, gentle mists that sparkled like stars. Lyra listened, imagining the serene beauty of his world, and in turn she shared tales of her ancestors, who danced with the auroras. In that cave, surrounded by the echoes of the storm, they found solace in each other's presence. It was then that Orin realized the true meaning of friendship, not just in shared laughter and exploration, but in being there for one another when the skies grew dark. When the storm finally abated, and the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, Lyra and Orin emerged from the cave. The jungle glistened with raindrops, each leaf a prism reflecting the morning light. Together, they took flight, soaring above the treetops, their laughter mingling with the songs of the wind. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new discoveries and deepening their bond. Lyra's wings carried her with grace, while Orin's wisdom guided their path. They learned from each other, their hearts expanding with every shared moment. As the days turned to weeks, Orin knew the time would come when he must return to Luminara. Yet the thought did not sadden him, for he understood that the friendship he had found with Lyra was a treasure he would carry always, a light that would never fade. On the day of his departure, as the silver craft awaited him, Orin turned to Lyra. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with warmth, "for showing me the beauty of your world and for your friendship." Lyra's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Orin, for teaching me that even the most different of us can find common ground." With a final embrace, Orin boarded his vessel, and as it ascended into the sky, Lyra watched until it disappeared among the stars. She knew they would meet again, for true friendships, like the auroras, were eternal and boundless. And so, under the shimmering canopy of Zephyrax, Lyra continued her explorations, her heart forever touched by the glimmering light of friendship she had found with Orin. The lessons they shared became the stories she told, echoing through the jungles like a gentle breeze, reminding all who listened that understanding and kindness were the keys to bridging any distance, whether between worlds or hearts. Story 45. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering forest, there stood a small, time-worn cottage with ivy-clad walls. This cottage belonged to a gentle soul named Nora, known for her kind heart and curious nature. Her days were spent tending to a garden filled with blossoms of every hue, their scents mingling in the air to create a fragrant tapestry that embraced all who visited. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the wind, Nora decided to explore the village market. The cobblestone streets were lined with stalls brimming with fresh produce, hand-woven crafts, and peculiar trinkets. As she meandered through the bustling scene, her eyes caught a glimmer from a small stall tucked away in a corner. It was manned by an elderly gentleman with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Ah, Nora," he greeted, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've found my little collection." Among the oddities lay a simple-looking brass key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift ever so slightly in the light. "What does this key open?" asked Nora, her curiosity piqued. The old man leaned closer, whispering, "It unlocks the wonders that lie within your heart." Intrigued and enchanted, Nora exchanged a few coins for the mysterious key and slipped it into her pocket, feeling a subtle warmth radiate from it. As she walked back home, the path seemed to hum with an energy she had never noticed before, each rustling leaf and chirping bird singing a new melody. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Nora sat by her fireplace, the key resting in her hand. As she traced its patterns, a soft golden glow enveloped the room, and the air shimmered with possibility. With a gentle turn, she pretended to unlock an invisible door, and to her astonishment, the world around her transformed. The cottage walls dissolved into the grand expanse of a celestial garden, where constellations bloomed like flowers and time flowed gently, like a river of stardust. In this magical place, Nora felt a presence beside her. She turned to see a wise owl perched on a nearby branch, its eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. "Welcome, dear Nora," the owl spoke, its voice a deep, melodic echo. "I am Orion, guardian of the celestial garden. You have unlocked the path with your key." Nora marveled at the wonder of it all, feeling a sense of belonging in this enchanted realm. "What am I to do here, Orion?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Your heart will guide you," Orion replied. "As you journey through this garden, you will discover the truths hidden within yourself." With Orion's gentle guidance, Nora embarked on her journey, each step revealing a new wonder. She encountered a stream that sang of forgotten dreams, its waters reflecting visions of her past and future. Here she met a playful fox named Fen, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and who delighted in games of chase through the starlit meadows. "Come, Nora," Fen called, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Let us explore the hidden glades and secret paths." Together, Nora and Fen wandered through fields of moonlit flowers, their petals whispering secrets only the night knew. As they ventured deeper, the path grew more challenging, winding through shadowed woods where the air was thick with mystery. Yet with each step, Nora felt her heart grow lighter, more attuned to the magic around her. In the heart of the forest, they came upon a glade bathed in soft, silvery light. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, draped in shimmering leaves that chimed like 1,000 tiny bells. Beneath this tree sat an ancient tortoise named Eldrin, whose shell was etched with the stories of time itself. "Greetings, traveler," Eldrin said, his voice a slow, comforting rumble. "You have journeyed far and have much yet to learn." Nora approached with reverence, sensing the wisdom that emanated from Eldrin. "What must I understand, Eldrin?" she inquired, her heart open to the lessons of this magical place. "True strength lies not in force, but in understanding," Eldrin replied. "To solve the challenges ahead, you must listen with your heart and see with your spirit." As Nora pondered Eldrin's words, a soft rustle caught her attention. From behind the great tree, a shadow emerged, a creature both beautiful and strange. It was a magnificent stag, its antlers woven with vines and tiny blossoms that glowed like embers. "I am Solus," the stag announced, his voice a gentle breeze. "To leave this place, you must solve the riddle of the stars." Nora felt a flicker of doubt, but Orion, Fen, and Eldrin gathered around her, their presence a soothing balm. With their encouragement, she closed her eyes, letting her heart guide her thoughts. She recalled the stream's song, the laughter of the fox, the wisdom of the tortoise, and the serenity of the celestial garden. Slowly, the riddle unraveled in her mind, revealing the truth she needed. "Stars are the dreams of the night, guiding us through darkness," she whispered, her voice steady and clear. Solus nodded, a serene smile gracing his features. "You have found your way, Nora. The path is now open." In a swirl of light and warmth, the celestial garden faded, and Nora found herself once more in her cozy cottage, the key resting in her palm. Though the magical realm had vanished, its wonders remained etched in her heart, like constellations in the night sky. With a contented sigh, Nora set the key on her mantle, a token of her journey and the friends she had made. She knew that whenever she needed guidance or comfort, she had but to look within, where the magic of the celestial garden would forever dwell. And so, under a blanket of stars, Nora drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle wisdom and luminous beauty of the world she had discovered. A world unlocked not by force, but by the simple turning of a key and the boundless wonder of her heart. Story 46. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars whispered ancient tales and planets spun in kaleidoscopic orbits, there existed a small, verdant world named Luminara. This planet, nestled in the Orion cluster, was known for its lush bioluminescent forests that glowed in gentle hues of blue and green, casting an ethereal light over the land. On a cool, tranquil evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose gently in the sky, casting silvery beams across the landscape, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. In a clearing surrounded by whispering, luminescent trees, a young human named Lila was setting up camp. She was an explorer from Earth with a heart full of curiosity and a spirit eager for adventure. Her auburn hair caught the glow of the forest, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed around at the alien beauty. Nearby, hidden among the shimmering leaves, was a native of Luminara, a creature known as Tico. Tico belonged to a species called the Illumari, known for their delicate, glowing wings and gentle, melodic voices. Tico observed Lila with a mixture of curiosity and wariness, his azure wings folded neatly behind him. Illumari were seldom seen by outsiders, and Tico had never encountered a human before. As Lila began to prepare her evening meal, humming softly to herself, a sudden rustle in the underbrush startled her. She turned quickly, her eyes scanning the shadows, and there, hesitantly stepping into the moonlit clearing, was Tico. His eyes, large and shimmering like pools of liquid light, met hers, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. "Hello," Lila called softly, her voice gentle and inviting, though laced with surprise. She could sense no threat in the creature before her, only a shared curiosity. Tico tilted his head, the edges of his wings fluttering slightly. "Greetings, traveler," he replied, his voice a harmonious blend of notes, like a song carried on the breeze. "What brings you to our world?" Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her at the sound of Tico's voice. "I come seeking knowledge and adventure," she said. "Your world, it's filled with such wonder." As they conversed, a rhythm of mutual understanding began to form between them. However, their journey together was not without its bumps. Lila, eager to learn more about Luminara's flora, once unknowingly picked a luminescent flower that was sacred to the Illumari. Tico, seeing this, felt a pang of distress and voiced his concern. "That flower," Tico said gently, "is a symbol of harmony and peace among my people. We use it in our ceremonies." Lila's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and regret. "I'm so sorry, Tico. I didn't know," she said earnestly. "Please, guide me in your ways. I wish to learn and respect your traditions." This misunderstanding, instead of creating a rift, became a bridge of deeper understanding. Tico took it upon himself to teach Lila about the customs and beliefs of the Illumari, and in turn, Lila shared stories of Earth and its wonders, helping Tico understand her world. Their friendship grew stronger through shared challenges. One such challenge came when they encountered a fierce storm, a rare but powerful occurrence on Luminara. The winds howled and the skies darkened, threatening to tear apart their camp. Together, they worked in harmony, Tico using his knowledge of the land to find shelter for them, while Lila used her resourcefulness to secure their supplies. As they huddled together in a cozy cave, the storm raging outside, they shared stories and laughter, their bond growing deeper with each passing moment. Tico spoke of the luminescent festivals of his people, where the forest would come alive with music and dance, while Lila recounted tales of Earth's seasons, painting vivid pictures of autumn leaves and winter snow. Through it all, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended species and worlds. They learned that understanding and compassion could bridge any gap, and that the heart's language was universal. When the storm finally subsided, the sky was a canvas of brilliant stars, and the forest sparkled anew with the glow of renewed life. As they emerged from the cave, Tico and Lila stood side by side, their eyes reflecting the shimmering beauty around them. Lila turned to Tico, her heart full. "Thank you, Tico, for sharing your world with me," she said, her voice soft with gratitude. "And thank you, Lila," Tico replied, his wings catching the starlight, "for showing me the beauty of yours." Together they continued their journey, side by side, their friendship a beacon of light in the vast galaxy. As they walked through the glowing forest, their laughter intertwined with the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a melody that would echo across the stars, a timeless song of unity and love. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, their story became part of the whispering lore of Luminara, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered that the true essence of friendship lies in understanding, acceptance, and the shared joy of exploring the wonders of the universe together. Story 47. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight painted silver paths upon the forest floor, there lay a snug little village named Thistledown. This village, known for its warm-hearted folks and their lively festivals, was nestled amidst towering oaks and shimmering brooks that sang gentle lullabies to those who wandered by. Thistledown was not just any village. It was brimming with magic, gentle, soft magic that made the flowers bloom in colors unheard of and kept the air filled with a sweet scent of honey and lavender. In this enchanting village lived a young, curious girl named Lila. With hair as dark as raven's feathers and eyes that sparkled like stars in a midnight sky, Lila was known for her kindness and an insatiable curiosity. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved Lantern Festival, which marked the arrival of autumn, was just a week away, yet the magical lanterns that usually floated above the cobblestone paths were nowhere to be seen. These lanterns, crafted from enchanted willow branches and glowing with ethereal light, were known to dance with the breeze, casting a warm glow that made the entire village look like a scene from a dream. Lila, with her heart full of wonder and a touch of concern, decided to unravel the mystery of the missing lanterns. She knew she needed guidance and wisdom, so she set off to visit the wisest creature in the Whispering Woods, the great owl, Eldrin. Eldrin's home was a majestic oak tree, ancient and gnarled, its roots weaving through the earth like the stories of old. As Lila approached, the tree seemed to hum a gentle welcome. She climbed to Eldrin's perch, where the owl sat with feathers so soft they seemed to be woven from the night itself. His eyes, pools of golden wisdom, blinked slowly as Lila explained the strange absence of the lanterns. "Ah, the lanterns," Eldrin hooted softly, his voice like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "They hold the light of the stars, you see. Without them, the festival's magic cannot be complete." "But where could they have gone?" Lila asked, her voice a whisper of concern. Eldrin tilted his head thoughtfully. "The lanterns are drawn to joy and laughter. Perhaps something has dimmed their light." With this cryptic advice, Lila thanked Eldrin and descended the tree, her mind abuzz with possibilities. She decided to visit her friend Finn, a clever fox known for his quick wit and sharper eyes. Finn lived in a cozy burrow near the bubbling brook that wound through the village, its waters sparkling like liquid silver under the moon's gaze. Finn greeted Lila with a wag of his bushy tail, and she quickly explained her quest. Together, they wandered through the village, observing the villagers as they prepared for the festival. They noticed Mrs. Whistlestop, the baker, seemed unusually somber, her usual cheerful whistle absent as she kneaded dough for the festival's pastries. They saw Old Man Theo, the woodcarver, staring wistfully at an unfinished carving of a dancing bear, his hands resting idly in his lap. "Do you see what I see?" Finn asked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Lila nodded slowly. The villagers, they seemed different, as if a shadow has passed over their hearts. With newfound understanding, Lila and Finn decided to bring back the joy that the village seemed to have lost. They started by visiting Mrs. Whistlestop, offering to help with her baking. As they worked, Lila regaled her with tales of adventures in the forest, and Finn made her laugh with his antics, balancing donuts on his nose until they toppled over. Slowly a smile crept back onto Mrs. Whistlestop's face, and her whistle returned, light and merry. Next they visited Old Man Theo. Lila, with her gentle words, encouraged him to tell stories of his youth, tales of grand festivals and laughter that echoed through the years. Finn, meanwhile, helped polish the woodcarver's tools, and together they began to work on the carving. As the bear took shape, Theo's eyes sparkled with a light that had been missing for some time. The following days were filled with similar visits, each one bringing a spark of joy and laughter back to the village. Lila and Finn's efforts soon bore fruit. On the eve of the festival, the magical lanterns returned. They floated above the village like a constellation of tiny stars, their glow brighter than ever. The Lantern Festival was a joyous celebration with music and dancing filling the air. The villagers, their hearts light and full of laughter, gathered under the lantern-lit sky. As the festival reached its peak, Eldrin the great owl flew in, his wings whispering through the night, and perched upon a branch overlooking the festivities. With a nod of approval, Eldrin spoke to Lila, his voice carrying over the music and laughter. "You have reminded the village of a simple truth, dear child. The light of joy and friendship can brighten even the darkest of times." Lila, with Finn by her side, watched the lanterns dance in the autumn breeze. She felt a warmth spread through her heart, knowing she had helped bring back the light to her beloved village. The mystery had been solved not with magic or grand gestures, but with simple acts of kindness and understanding. As the night wore on and the festival began to wind down, the villagers bid each other good night, their hearts full of happiness and contentment. Lila and Finn, tired but satisfied, made their way back to their homes under the blanket of a starry sky. And so, in the village of Thistledown, where magic whispered through the trees and the air was always sweet, the Lantern Festival became not just a celebration of autumn, but a reminder of the power of joy and friendship. As Lila drifted off to sleep that night, she knew that the light of the lanterns would forever dance in her dreams, a symbol of the warmth and love that illuminated her world. Story 48. In the heart of the gentle, rolling hills of Eldergrove, where the whispering willows swayed to the rhythm of the wind, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Willowbrook was known for its serene beauty, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the sun cast a golden glow over the fields as it settled into the horizon each evening. In this village lived a young man named Finn, who was known for his kind heart and quiet nature. Finn had always found comfort in the familiar rhythms of his life, tending to the fields with his father and gazing at the stars with his little sister, Malin. Yet deep within, Finn felt an unsettling restlessness, an inkling of change that he couldn't quite understand or articulate. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the landscape in hues of amber and crimson, Finn wandered into the ancient woods that bordered Willowbrook. The woods were said to be enchanted, a place where time seemed to slow and whispers of magic lingered among the trees. As he walked, the cool air brushed against his skin, and the forest seemed to hum with secrets untold. Finn's path led him to a clearing where an old, gnarled tree stood, its branches twisting towards the sky like wise old fingers. At its base sat an elderly woman with eyes as bright as the morning sun, her presence as serene as the forest itself. She was known in the village as Sage Marin, a keeper of wisdom and lore. "Ah, young Finn," Sage Marin greeted, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "What brings you to these parts of the woods?" Finn hesitated, unsure of how to voice the turmoil within. "I feel different, Sage Marin, like I'm meant to change, but I don't know how or why." Sage Marin nodded knowingly, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Change is a dance with the unknown, dear Finn. It's both daunting and beautiful, like the forest in autumn. Sometimes we must look within and listen to the whispers of our own heart." With a wave of her hand, Sage Marin conjured a small, shimmering orb from the air. It was a delicate sphere of light, pulsating softly with warmth. "This is the ember of reflection," she explained. "It will guide you, illuminating your path and helping you see what lies within." Finn took the orb, feeling its gentle warmth seep into his fingers. It was comforting, like the embrace of an old friend. "Thank you, Sage Marin," he said with gratitude, bowing his head. As he walked back to the village, the ember floated beside him, casting a soft glow that blended with the waning light of the day. That night, as the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, Finn sat by his window, the ember illuminating his room in a gentle hue. Over the next weeks, Finn carried the ember with him, its light revealing insights and reflections he had never considered. He began to notice the beauty in the changing seasons, the way each leaf's fall was a graceful surrender, a promise of renewal. He found himself listening more closely to the stories of the villagers, each tale a thread in the rich tapestry of life. One evening, as the first snowflakes danced upon the air, Finn visited the village blacksmith, an old friend named Garin. Garin was a man of strength and kindness, his laughter a hearty melody that echoed around his forge. Finn shared his journey with Garin, who listened with a thoughtful nod. You know, Finn, Garen said, his voice steady and warm, when I work with metal, I see it go through many changes. It bends, it melts, it reshapes, but in the end it becomes something new, something stronger. Perhaps change is like that for us too. Finn pondered Garen's words, feeling their truth resonate within him. He realized that change was not something to fear, but to embrace, a chance to become something new and stronger. With each passing day, the ember's light seemed to grow brighter, reflecting the inner transformation that was slowly unfurling within him. As winter blossomed into spring, Finn's heart felt lighter, his spirit more attuned to the world around him. The village noticed his newfound vitality, the way he moved through life with a quiet confidence and a gentle smile. One morning, as the first buds of spring peeked through the earth, Finn returned to the Enchanted Woods, the ember glowing beside him. He found Sage Maren by the old tree, her eyes filled with warmth and pride. "You've grown, Finn," she said softly. "The ember has helped you see yourself, but it was your heart that embraced the change." With a grateful heart, Finn returned the ember to Sage Maren. "Thank you for guiding me," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "The journey is yours, dear Finn," Sage Maren replied, her smile as gentle as a mother's embrace. "And it is far from over. Remember, change is the essence of life, a symphony of growth and discovery." Finn nodded, understanding now that life was a journey of endless transformation, each change a step towards becoming more of who he was meant to be. As he walked back to Willowbrook, the sun rose higher in the sky, casting a warm glow over the land. The air was filled with the fragrance of new beginnings, and Finn felt at peace, knowing he was exactly where he was meant to be. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the seasons danced in harmony and the stars watched over the night, Finn embraced the beauty of change, knowing that with each new dawn he would continue to grow, guided by the gentle wisdom of friendship and the ever-present magic of transformation. Story 49. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering oaks and whispering pines created a cathedral of nature, there dwelled a community unseen by most and known only to those who listened with their hearts. The forest was a place of deep magic, where the veil between the ordinary and the mystical was as thin as a spider's silk. As the golden hues of autumn began to paint the leaves, the forest hummed with the gentle symphony of nature preparing for the slumber of winter. Among the rustling foliage and the soft patter of acorns falling to the earth, lived creatures who held the secrets of the woods in their very being. At the center of this tranquil realm, nestled beside a babbling brook that sang its timeless song, lived a wise old turtle named Thistle. Her shell was a tapestry of moss and lichen, testimony to the years she had spent in harmony with her surroundings. Thistle was the guardian of the forest's lore, her wisdom etched in the lines of her ancient face. One crisp morning, as the mist wove its delicate tendrils through the trees, and the air was tinged with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves, a young squirrel named Fern approached Thistle. Fern was a curious creature, her eyes bright with the spark of adventure. She scurried over the dew-kissed grass, her bushy tail flicking with excitement. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Fern, her voice as light as the breeze that tousled the treetops. "I have heard whispers among the trees about a change in the forest, something unusual with the arrival of this autumn. Can you tell me more?" Thistle, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, nodded slowly. "Ah, Fern, you have keen ears. Indeed, there is something afoot. This autumn brings a rare event, a phenomenon tied to the balance of our world. It is the dance of the seasons, a magical occurrence that happens only once every 100 years. Fern's eyes widened with wonder. "The dance of the seasons? What is that?" Thistle took a deep breath, the cool morning air filling her lungs. "It is a time when the spirit of the forest awakens, and the harmony of the elements is celebrated. The winds will carry melodies that only those who truly listen can hear, and the leaves will shimmer with an ethereal glow. But it is also a time when our world must be in perfect balance, for the dance to bring renewal and life." Fern listened intently, her heart swelling with the desire to witness such a marvel. "How can I help, Thistle? What must be done to ensure the balance?" "The balance," Thistle replied, her voice a gentle murmur, "depends on the harmony between all living things. Each creature must play its part, from the smallest ant to the grandest deer. Our task is to remind the forest of this unity, to weave the threads of connection between us all. With newfound purpose, Fern set off through the forest, her path weaving amongst the wildflowers and beneath the canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. She visited her friends, the wise owls who hooted their ancient songs from their nests high above, the industrious beavers who busied themselves with their dam, and the playful fox cubs whose laughter echoed through the trees. Together, they spread the message of harmony. The owls whispered it in the night, their voices mingling with the stars. The beavers carved it into their wooden structures, and the foxes shared it in their games. Slowly, the forest began to hum with a song of unity, a melody that resonated in every leaf and stone. As the days passed, the forest transformed. The leaves, once a patchwork of reds and golds, now shimmered with a silvery luminescence under the soft light of the moon. An air of anticipation settled over the woodlands, akin to the gentle hush before a symphony begins. When the night of the Dance of the Seasons arrived, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it the scent of pine and the crispness of approaching winter. The creatures gathered in a clearing, bathed in moonlight, their eyes alight with wonder and expectation. Thistle, at the center of the gathering, looked around at her friends, her heart swelling with pride and love for this place she called home. She raised her voice, a soft, melodious chant that wove through the air like a silken thread. As her song filled the clearing, the forest joined in, a chorus of whispers and rustles, of hoots and howls, of croaks and chirps. The air shimmered, and for a moment time seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a gentle sigh, the magic of the dance unfolded. The leaves twirled in the air, carried by an unseen hand, casting a kaleidoscope of colors against the night sky. The brook's song grew louder, its notes a jubilant cascade that matched the rhythm of the dance. In that moment, Fern understood the true gift of the dance of the seasons. It was a reminder of the beauty in balance, of the strength found in unity. It was the forest's way of teaching that every creature played a vital role in the story of life, and that together they could create a world of wonder. As the dance came to a gentle close, and the first light of dawn brushed the horizon, the forest sighed a contented breath. The creatures, filled with a sense of peace and belonging, returned to their homes with the promise of harmony in their hearts. Fern, her eyes sleepy but her spirit alight, nestled into her cozy nest high in the branches. She watched as the morning sun painted the world anew, her heart filled with the understanding that she was a part of something much larger, something beautiful and eternal. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic whispered in every breeze, the balance was maintained, and the dance of the seasons became a cherished memory, passed down through generations. It was a story of unity, of friendship, and of the gentle wisdom that the forest shared with those who chose to listen. As the last leaves of autumn fell, blanketing the earth in a quilt of colors, the forest settled into the stillness of winter, carrying with it the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of renewal. And beneath the protective embrace of the towering trees, the creatures of the forest slept, their dreams filled with the echoes of the dance and the warmth of their shared bond. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a secret glen nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the whispering trees and the scurrying woodland creatures. This talent was not merely a curiosity, it was a sacred bond that connected her to the very heart of nature itself. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the golden-leafed paths, she came across a peculiar sight. A small, intricately carved wooden box lay half buried in the fallen foliage, its surface glimmering with an ethereal radiance. Drawn to its mystical allure, Willow knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves, revealing a delicate pattern of vines and flowers etched into the wood. As her fingers traced the intricate carvings, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she heard a soft, melodic voice echoing in her mind. "Open the box, dear child, and discover the secrets of the forest realm." Willow's heart raced with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. Cautiously, she unlatched the tiny clasp and lifted the lid, her eyes widening at the sight before her. Inside, a shimmering emerald-green mist swirled and danced, beckoning her closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow leaned forward, and the mist enveloped her, transporting her to a hidden world unlike anything she had ever imagined. She found herself standing in a breathtaking glade, where towering trees stretched their branches towards a canopy of luminous stars. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle trickle of a nearby stream provided a soothing melody. As Willow marveled at her surroundings, she noticed a group of tiny, glowing creatures flitting among the flowers. They were unlike any beings she had encountered before, delicate and ethereal, with gossamer wings and faces that radiated pure joy. One of the creatures fluttered towards Willow, its sparkling eyes filled with curiosity. "Welcome, dear child," it chirped in a voice as clear as a bell. "You have been chosen to guide us on a quest of great importance." Willow listened, captivated, as the creature explained that their realm was in grave danger. A dark force had taken root, spreading a sinister blight that threatened to consume the very essence of the forest. Only Willow, with her unique connection to nature, could help them restore the balance and save their world. Without hesitation, Willow agreed to embark on this extraordinary journey, knowing that the fate of the enchanted realm rested upon her shoulders. Her newfound friends, the glowing creatures known as the luminaries, pledged their unwavering support and guidance. Together, they ventured deep into the heart of the forest, encountering wondrous sights and overcoming formidable challenges along the way. They navigated treacherous ravines, crossed sparkling streams, and climbed ancient towering trees that seemed to stretch into the heavens themselves. Throughout their quest, Willow learned invaluable lessons about the delicate balance of nature, the power of friendship, and the strength that lies within each of us. She discovered that even the smallest acts of kindness could have profound impacts, and that true courage often resided in the most unexpected places. As they drew closer to their destination, the blight's corrupting influence grew stronger, casting ominous shadows and sapping the very life from the once vibrant foliage. Willow and the luminaries faced their greatest test when they encountered a malevolent force, a twisted, thorny entity that fed on the darkness and sought to extinguish all light and hope. In a breathtaking battle, Willow called upon the deep well of courage within her heart and the boundless love she held for the natural world. With the luminaries rallying by her side, she wielded the power of the enchanted box, unleashing a brilliant radiance that pierced through the shadows and banished the darkness forever. As the last vestiges of the blight dissipated, the forest realm was reborn in a magnificent display of renewal. The trees regained their lush, verdant hues, and the air was filled with the joyous songs of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves in the warm breeze. Willow stood in awe, her heart swelling with pride and a newfound sense of purpose. She had not only saved the enchanted realm, but had also undergone a profound transformation herself. The journey had awakened a strength and resilience within her that she never knew existed, and she emerged as a true guardian of nature, forever bonded to the wondrous world she had discovered. As the luminaries gathered around her, their faces aglow with gratitude and admiration, Willow knew that her life had been forever changed. The magical box had opened a doorway to a realm of endless possibilities, and she vowed to cherish and protect its mysteries for as long as she lived. With a contented smile, Willow bid farewell to her glowing friends, knowing that their paths would cross again whenever the forest realm needed her guidance and protection. As she stepped back through the portal and into the familiar surroundings of her beloved glen, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. From that day forward, Willow walked with a renewed sense of purpose, her heart brimming with the knowledge that she was part of something far greater than herself. The enchanted box had unlocked a profound connection to the natural world, and she would forever be its steadfast guardian, ready to answer the call whenever the whispers of the forest beckoned her once more. Story 51. In the gentle embrace of a lush, verdant valley, where the whisper of a stream could be heard mingling with the soft rustle of leaves, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village was nestled under the watchful gaze of the towering Emerald Mountains, whose peaks seemed to touch the very stars on clear nights. Here, The air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the skies were painted in hues of lavender and rose by the setting sun each evening. It was in this serene village that young Finn found himself standing at a crossroads. Finn was a gentle soul with eyes the color of the deepest forest green and hair that tumbled in unruly curls the shade of dark chocolate. He had spent all his life in Willowbrook, a place where every stone and stream was familiar and comforting. Yet as he stood at the edge of the village, a gentle unease stirred within him, a yearning for change, for something beyond the valley's embrace. Finn's struggle with change was like the eternal dance of the seasons. It was inevitable, but not always welcome. He felt a deep connection to the land, but an equally strong pull towards the unknown. As he pondered his feelings, he idly traced patterns in the soft earth with a stick, his mind a tangle of thoughts and emotions. "Why do you look so troubled, dear Finn?" Came a voice as soft as the wind through willow branches. It was Elder Maris, Willowbrook's wise and gentle guide, whose presence was as steady and comforting as the village itself. "I don't know what to do," Finn admitted, his voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of the murmuring stream. "I feel like there's something more for me out there, but I don't want to leave everything I know behind." Elder Maris smiled, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless moons. "Ah, the heart's longing for growth can be as persistent as the river's journey to the sea," she said. "Come, let us walk, and perhaps the path will reveal itself." Together they strolled along the meandering path beside the stream, the ground soft beneath their feet. The air was alive with the songs of crickets and the gentle lull of the water. As they walked, Elder Maris began to speak of the ancient tales of Willowbrook, stories of transformation and courage, of those who had ventured beyond the mountains and returned with tales of wonder and wisdom. Finn listened intently, the words weaving into the tapestry of his thoughts. As they rounded a bend, the forest opened up to reveal a hidden glade bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. In the center of the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of green silk. "This tree," Elder Maris explained, "is said to hold the magic of transformation. It is a reminder that change is not something to be feared, but embraced. Like the tree, we grow stronger and more beautiful when we allow the winds of change to shape us." Finn gazed at the willow, mesmerized by its beauty and the gentle sway of its branches. In that moment he felt a flicker of understanding, a whisper of the path he might take. But he knew he wasn't quite ready. Not yet. Days turned into weeks, and Finn continued his daily life in Willowbrook, yet he often found himself returning to the glade, seeking the wisdom of the willow. It was there that he met Lila, a spirited young woman with eyes like the summer sky and a laugh that bubbled like a brook over stones. Lila was new to Willowbrook, having traveled from a distant land across the mountains. "Hello, Finn," she greeted him one day, her voice bright and cheerful. "Elder Maris told me about this place. It's magical, isn't it?" Finn nodded, feeling a warmth spread through him at her presence. "Do you ever struggle with change?" he asked, sharing his burden with her. Lila sat beside him, her gaze thoughtful. "I did once," she confessed, "but I learned that change is not about leaving things behind, but about carrying them with you in a new way. It's like weaving a new pattern into an old tapestry." Her words resonated with Finn, and he found himself opening up to her about his fears and dreams. Lila listened with the patience of a friend who understood the heart's quiet struggles. Together they spent many afternoons beneath the willow, sharing stories and laughter, their friendship blossoming like the wild flowers that dotted the glade. As the seasons turned, Finn began to notice subtle changes within himself. He felt a growing sense of confidence and clarity, as if the magic of the willow had taken root in his heart. With Lila's encouragement and the gentle guidance of Elder Maris, Finn started to embrace the idea of venturing beyond the valley. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the spicy scent of fallen leaves, and the world was draped in shades of amber and gold, Finn stood once more at the edge of Willowbrook. This time, however, he felt a quiet courage in his heart and a sense of peace in his soul. "Elder Maris," he said, turning to the kind elder who had become both mentor and friend, "I think I'm ready to see what lies beyond the mountains." Elder Maris placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Remember, dear Finn, that the journey is as important as the destination. Carry with you the love and lessons of Willowbrook, and you will never truly be far from home. With a final embrace from Lila and the heartfelt blessings of the villagers, Finn began his journey. As he walked along the winding path, the village slowly faded behind him, but he felt its presence like a gentle whisper in the breeze. The path led him through forests where the sunlight danced through the canopy, across streams that sang of distant lands, and over hills that rolled like waves frozen in time. With each step, Finn discovered more about the world and about himself. He learned to listen to the wind, to read the clouds like a storybook, and to find comfort in the quiet strength of nature. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Finn would pause to reflect beneath a tree or beside a stream. He would remember the tales of Elder Maris, the laughter of Lila, and the wisdom of the ancient willow. These memories were like beacons, guiding him through the darkest nights and the loneliest paths. Months passed, and Finn finally reached the other side of the Emerald Mountains. Here, he found a world that was both familiar and new, filled with vibrant cultures, bustling marketplaces, and the warm smiles of strangers who became friends. He shared stories of Willowbrook, of the gentle valley and its magical willow, and in turn, learned tales from lands far and wide. Through his journey, Finn discovered that the world was a vast tapestry, each thread a story waiting to be told. He realized that change was not an end, but a beginning, a chance to grow, to learn, and to weave new patterns into the fabric of his life. Years later, when Finn finally returned to Willowbrook, he was greeted with open arms and hearts. The village was as he remembered, yet he saw it with new eyes, each detail enriched by his experiences. The willow tree still stood in the glade, its branches swaying gently, as if welcoming him home. Finn knew in his heart that he had changed, but he also knew that he had carried a piece of Willowbrook with him throughout his journey. As he sat beneath the willow once more, he felt a deep peace settle over him, like the embrace of an old friend. And so, under the watchful gaze of the Emerald Mountains, Finn found that life was a beautiful journey of discovery and transformation, and that true growth came from embracing change with an open heart. With this wisdom, he knew that wherever his path might lead, he would always find his way back to the place and the people that had nurtured his soul. And thus, the story of Finn and the magical willow of Willowbrook became yet another tale to be told under the starlit sky, a gentle reminder of the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation. Story 52, The Whispering Grove. Once, in the tranquil village of Willowmere, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there existed a peculiar legend. It spoke of an enchanted grove where the trees could speak and the air shimmered with the glimmering glow of hidden magic. Though many dismissed it as mere folklore, there was one young soul who believed with all her heart that the grove held truths yet to be discovered. Her name was Leora, a gentle-hearted girl with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves at dawn. She was known for her kindness, often seen helping her neighbors with their chores or tending to the village garden. Leora had a particular fondness for stories, especially those told by her grandmother, who spun tales of yore by the fire's warm glow. On a crisp autumn morning, as the wind carried the scent of pine and earth, Leora set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hem brushing the fallen leaves that crunched softly beneath her feet. Her heart was light, and her spirit curious, for she had decided to seek the fabled Whispering Grove. The path to the grove was not marked on any map, but Leora had a guide more reliable than any cartographer's chart, a small, intricately carved compass that her grandmother had given her. It was said to lead its bearer to the place they most needed to be, guided by the desires of the heart rather than the mind. As she walked, the forest seemed to welcome her, the trees bending slightly as if bowing in greeting. Birds chirped melodious tunes, their wings painting the sky with strokes of vibrant hues. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying with it the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a brook. After a time, the path grew narrower, the canopy above thickening until it seemed as if night had fallen early. Leora felt a tingle of anticipation, a gentle thrill that danced along her skin. She clutched the compass tightly, its needle quivering with purpose, and pressed on. The grove revealed itself as she pushed past a curtain of ivy, its boughs parting to welcome her into its embrace. The air here was different, imbued with a soft luminescence that bathed everything in an ethereal glow. The trees were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their leaves whispering secrets in a language older than time itself. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent oak, its branches stretching wide as if to encompass the world. At its base lay a small stone altar, upon which rested a shimmering amulet. Leora approached, her breath catching in her throat. The amulet pulsed gently, a heartbeat of light that seemed to resonate with the rhythm of the earth. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, soft and wise, filled the air. "Welcome, seeker of truths," it said, the words caressing her ears like a lullaby. "You have come far, guided by your heart and the compass of your soul." Leora gazed around, seeking the source of the voice, but found only the serene, watchful eyes of the grove's inhabitants. "Who speaks to me?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper against the symphony of nature. "I am the spirit of this grove," the voice replied, "guardian of its secrets and keeper of its magic. You have been chosen, Leora, for your heart is pure and your intentions noble." Leora felt a swell of warmth within her chest, a sense of belonging that she had never known before. "What must I do?" she inquired, eager to prove herself worthy of the grove's trust. The spirit's voice was gentle, yet imbued with ancient wisdom. "The world beyond this grove is in need of healing, and you, with your gifts of kindness and understanding, can aid in its renewal. Take the amulet, and with it, the knowledge of the grove. Listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the earth, and let them guide you." With reverence, Leora lifted the amulet from its resting place. As she did, a soft breeze rustled the leaves, and the grove seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment. The amulet glowed warmly in her hand, its light entwining with her own. "Thank you," Leora said, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will do my best to honor this gift and the trust you have placed in me." With the amulet around her neck, Leora left the grove, her path illuminated by the gentle glow of its magic. The world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid, and the air sweeter than before. She felt as if she carried a piece of the grove with her, a connection to its ancient wisdom and serene beauty. Upon returning to Willowmere, Leora found that her newfound understanding blossomed in unexpected ways. She could hear the whispers of the wind, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, and sense the gentle pulse of life in all its forms. She used this connection to help her village, guiding the farmers to richer soil, aiding the healers in finding the right herbs, and comforting those who were lost or in pain. As the seasons passed, the village flourished, its fields lush and its people content. Leora became known as the Heart of Willowmere, beloved by all for her gentle wisdom and unwavering kindness. She never forgot the grove and its whispered promises, returning often to sit beneath the great oak and listen to its stories. In time, the legend of the Whispering Grove grew, passed down from generation to generation. But no one ever doubted its truth, for Leora, with her radiant smile and warm heart, was living proof of its magic. And while the grove remained hidden from most, those who ventured with pure intent found a welcome as warm as a hearth's embrace on a cold winter's night. And so, in the cozy village of Willowmere, where the air hummed with life and love, the legacy of the Whispering Grove lived on, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and a heart open to the wonders of the world. As the years turned to decades, the Grove's secrets continued to inspire and guide, a beacon of hope and harmony for all who dared to dream. Story 53. Once upon a time, nestled in the quaint village of Willowbrook, lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where cobblestone paths wound through lush gardens, and the aroma of fresh-baked bread wafted from the bakery at the corner of Maple Street. The village was known for its serene beauty, where time seemed to slow, and every day unfolded like a gentle melody. Lila was an inquisitive soul, her heart filled with wonder about the world around her. She lived with her grandmother, in a cozy cottage adorned with ivy and surrounded by wildflowers that swayed like dancers in the breeze. Her grandmother often shared stories of the past, tales of bravery, kindness, and the occasional sprinkle of magic. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped lower in the sky and painted the village in hues of amber, Lila stumbled upon something peculiar while exploring the attic. It was a dusty, ornate box, tucked away in the corner beneath old quilts and forgotten keepsakes. Its surface was carved with intricate patterns of stars and moons, and it seemed to hum softly when touched. Curiosity piqued. Lila carefully opened the box. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay an exquisite silver mirror. It was small enough to fit in her palm, and as she gazed into it, the reflection wavered like ripples in a pond. To her astonishment, the mirror began to shimmer and revealed scenes of distant lands and unfamiliar faces, as if it held a portal to other worlds. Excited and a bit anxious, Lila decided to show the mirror to her grandmother, who listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a hint of knowing. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother said softly, "this is no ordinary mirror. It is said that it reveals the truth of one's heart and guides the bearer on a journey of discovery. But remember, it is wisdom, not haste, that will unlock its secrets." With her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Lila embarked on a journey not just through the scenes in the mirror, but also through the landscape of her own heart. She carried the mirror with her wherever she went, seeking guidance in its ever-changing reflections. On the outskirts of Willowbrook, in the shade of the ancient oak trees, Lila met her first helper. It was a clever squirrel named Pip, whose bushy tail twitched with mischief and whose eyes sparkled with intelligence. Pip had a knack for finding hidden paths and often chattered away with tales of his own tiny adventures. "Trust your instincts," Pip chirped one day as they sat beneath the oak. "The mirror shows you what you need to see, but it's your heart that knows which path to take." Encouraged by Pip's wisdom, Lila continued her journey. The mirror showed her a deep forest, shrouded in mist and mystery. It was said to be home to creatures who understood the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. Determined to uncover its secrets, Lila ventured into the forest, her heart steady and her mind open. In the forest, she encountered a gentle deer named Sylvie, whose presence was as calming as a soft lullaby. Sylvie had a serene grace about her, and her eyes mirrored the wisdom of the ancient woods. She taught Lila to listen, to truly listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. "Sometimes the answers we seek are in the quiet moments," Sylvie murmured, her voice like a gentle breeze, "in the rustle of leaves, in the sigh of the earth, and in the silence between your thoughts." As Lila journeyed deeper into the forest, guided by the mirror and her newfound friends, she came across a clearing bathed in moonlight. Here, the air was thick with magic, and tiny lights danced like fireflies in an enchanted waltz. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone, upon which was etched an inscription that seemed to glow with its own light. To solve the riddle of the stone, Lila knew she must rely on more than just her eyes. The mirror revealed images of her past, moments of joy and moments of challenge, each one a thread in the tapestry of her life. She realized that the stone's true purpose was not to test her intelligence, but to reflect her understanding of herself and the world. With a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and listened to the echoes of her journey, the laughter shared with Pip, the peace felt with Sylvie, and the love that bound her to her grandmother. She spoke softly, trusting in the truth of her heart, and as she did, the stone's inscription glowed brighter until it filled the clearing with a warm, golden light. The light enveloped her, and she felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest, the mirror, and the stone had taught her that the greatest magic lay not in distant lands or hidden artifacts, but within herself, in her kindness, her courage, and her open heart. With the mystery of the mirror unveiled, Lila returned home, where her grandmother awaited with open arms. The journey had changed her in ways she had not anticipated, weaving wisdom and love into the fabric of her being. That night, as the stars blinked above Willowbrook, Lila placed the mirror back into its velvet-lined box. She knew its magic would always be with her, a gentle reminder of the journey she had taken and the truths she had discovered. And so, with the soft glow of the fireplace flickering in the hearth and the comforting presence of her grandmother by her side, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full and her dreams bright with possibility. And from that day on, the mirror remained a cherished keepsake, not for its ability to reveal other worlds, but for its gift of revealing the wonders within. Story 54. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, nestled between rolling hills and ancient oak forests, there lived a kind-hearted boy named Finn. He was known for his gentle nature and his love for wandering the lush meadows that surrounded his home. The villagers often saw him exploring, his pockets filled with treasures like smooth stones, feathers, and acorns. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the breeze and the air was sweet with the scent of ripening apples, Finn set out on one of his adventures. His path led him to an old overgrown garden at the edge of the village, a place whispered about by the elders but seldom visited. Finn, guided by curiosity, stepped through the rusted gate. The garden was a tapestry of colors, goldenrod, deep maroon, and fiery orange, each leaf a testament to the splendor of the season. As Finn wandered deeper into the garden, he stumbled upon a curious sight. A small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried beneath a tangle of roots. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and it seemed to hum with a gentle warmth in his hands. Finn's fingers tingled as he opened the lid, revealing a small, glowing stone nestled inside. It shimmered with an inner light that shifted through every color of the rainbow. Entranced by its beauty, Finn tucked the stone into his pocket and continued his exploration. Little did he know, this was no ordinary stone. As he wandered through the garden, the stone began to hum softly, resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Finn felt a warmth spreading through him, as if the stone was whispering secrets of the world. His journey took him to the heart of the garden, where he found an old oak tree with branches that stretched toward the sky like welcoming arms. At its base sat an elderly woman with kind eyes and a knowing smile. Her hair was as white as the first snowfall, and her presence seemed to blend seamlessly with the natural world around her. "Ah, young Finn," she greeted, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I see you have found the Heartstone." Finn was surprised. "The Heartstone?" he echoed, holding the glowing stone in his palm. The woman nodded. "It is a very special gift. It holds the secrets of the earth and has the power to reveal the magic hidden in ordinary things. But it also comes with a responsibility." Finn listened intently as the woman explained that the Heartstone could connect him with the hidden wonders of the world. However, to truly unlock its potential, he would need to embark on a journey of understanding and growth. "Your journey will not be one of distance, but of discovery," she advised. "You must learn to see with your heart, to listen with your spirit, and to trust in the strength of kindness and friendship." With these words, Finn felt a sense of purpose awaken within him. He thanked the woman, who introduced herself as Elder Willow, and promised to honor the gift of the Heartstone. Over the next few days, Finn began to notice subtle changes in the world around him. The chatter of squirrels held secret conversations, the rustling leaves whispered ancient stories, and even the babbling brook seemed to sing a song of ages past. It was as though he had been given a new pair of eyes, ones that could see the magic woven into the fabric of everyday life. Eager to learn more, Finn visited his friends, the cheerful baker, the wise old librarian, and the gentle shepherdess, each of whom held a piece of wisdom that helped guide him. The baker spoke of patience, the librarian of knowledge, and the shepherdess of compassion. Through them, Finn learned that wisdom was not just in grand gestures, but in the simple acts of kindness and understanding. One evening, as Finn sat by the hearth in his cozy home, he pondered the greatest challenge he had yet to face. A rumor had spread through Willow Glen of a deep sadness that had settled over the nearby Whispering Woods, a place once filled with the laughter of woodland creatures and the songs of birds. The villagers spoke of a mysterious fog that had cloaked the woods, leaving it eerily silent. Determined to help, Finn set out the next morning, the Heartstone glowing softly in his pocket. As he approached the woods, he felt a chill in the air and saw the fog swirling like a living entity. It was then that he heard the faintest of cries, like the sound of a heart in distress. Guided by the Heartstone's gentle warmth, Finn ventured into the woods. The fog thickened around him, but he remained calm, trusting in the stone's guidance. Soon, he came upon a clearing where he saw a majestic stag, its eyes filled with sorrow. The stag's antlers were tangled in thorny vines, and it seemed trapped by an unseen burden. Finn approached slowly, speaking softly to the stag. "I am here to help," he assured, his voice a balm to the creature's distress. As he reached out to untangle the vines, he felt the heartstone pulse in his hand, its light illuminating a path of understanding. In that moment, Finn realized that the stag's entanglement was not just physical, but emotional. The woods had been neglected, its harmony disrupted by the villagers' growing disconnect with nature. Finn understood that the true challenge was to restore the balance, to rekindle the bond between the village and the forest. With gentle hands, Finn freed the stag, who looked at him with gratitude and wisdom. The fog began to lift, and a soft light filtered through the trees, revealing a world reborn. Birds resumed their songs, and the woods seemed to sigh with relief. Finn returned to Willow Glen, carrying with him the lesson that true magic lay not just in the Heartstone, but in the connections we nurture and the kindness we show. The villagers, inspired by his journey, began to visit the Whispering Woods, bringing with them love and care, and the bond between the village and the forest flourished once more. And so, under the twinkling stars and the embrace of a gentle breeze, Finn found his place in the world, a guardian of the magic in ordinary things, a friend to all who sought wisdom through kindness. As he drifted to sleep that night, the Heartstone nestled by his bedside, he knew that he would never be alone, for he had discovered the true power of friendship and the beauty of seeing with the heart. And with that, the world of Willow Glen settled into a peaceful slumber, whispering tales of wonder and harmony to the dreamers of the night. Story 55. In a quaint village nestled between lush, emerald hills, there was a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures waiting to be discovered. Her heart was filled with the stories her grandmother used to tell her, the ones about the magical lands hidden just beyond the familiar fields and forests of their little town. One warm, golden afternoon, as the sun dipped ever so slightly in the sky, Lila found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Woods. The woods were known for their gentle breezes that seemed to carry secrets from faraway lands. Today, those whispers were especially enticing, and Lila felt a tug at her heart urging her to explore. With a deep, calming breath and a heart full of courage, Lila stepped into the forest. The air was cool and sweet, filled with the scent of pine and blooming wildflowers. Sunlight danced through the canopy, creating patches of light that waltzed across the forest floor. As Lila ventured deeper, she noticed the trees began to shimmer faintly with hues of blue and gold. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. But soon, another sound caught her attention, a soft, melodious tinkling like glass chimes in the breeze. Following the sound, Lila arrived at a clearing where she beheld the source of the enchanting music. Before her was a circle of tiny, luminescent creatures fluttering gracefully in the air. They looked like butterflies, but their wings glowed with an ethereal light, and their bodies were as delicate as spun sugar. "Hello, traveler," chimed one of the creatures, its voice as sweet as the music it made. "We are the Lumalites, keepers of the forest's secrets. What brings you to our glade?" Lila, filled with wonder, replied, "I've come to see what lies beyond the stories I've been told. I want to learn and explore the wonders of this magical place." The Lumalites danced joyfully, their lights twinkling like stars reflected in a gentle stream. "Then you must journey to the heart of the Whispering Woods," they suggested, "where all paths converge and the forest's magic is at its most vibrant." Encouraged by their words, Lila continued her journey, her path illuminated by the glowing Lumalites who decided to accompany her. Along the way, she encountered more curious wonders, a brook that giggled as it babbled over stones, and flowers that sang a soft lullaby when touched by the wind. But soon, Lila found her path blocked by a tangled thicket of thorny vines. The vines hummed with a gentle vibration, as if alive with the forest's energy. Remembering her grandmother's stories, Lila knew that challenges like these were meant to test one's patience and creativity. With a thoughtful smile, Lila knelt by the thicket and began to hum a tune she often heard in her dreams. As her soft melody filled the air, the vines slowly began to untangle and sway, parting just enough to let her through. Her heart soared with a sense of accomplishment, and she understood the power of gentle persistence. Finally, she arrived at the heart of the Whispering Woods. It was a breathtaking sight, a tranquil glade with a pond so clear it mirrored the sky above, surrounded by trees whose leaves shimmered with every color of the rainbow. In the center of the pond stood an ancient stone, carved with symbols that glowed softly in the fading light. Lila approached the stone, feeling a warmth spread through her as she touched its surface. The symbols pulsed gently, and she realized they were a message, a reminder that true magic lies not just in the places we explore, but in the courage we muster to seek them out. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Lila knew it was time to return home. Her heart was full, not just with the wonders she had witnessed, but with a newfound understanding of herself and the world around her. The Lumalights guided her back to the edge of the forest, their glow a comforting companion against the deepening dusk. As Lila stepped back into the familiar fields of her village, she turned to her new friends and whispered her gratitude. "Thank you for showing me the way," she said, her voice tender with promise. "I will keep this magic in my heart and let it guide me always." With that, Lila returned home, her spirit alight with the joy of exploration and the quiet strength of her newfound courage. As she nestled into her cozy bed that night, the stars outside her window seemed to shine just a little brighter, as if they too were celebrating her journey. And so, with dreams of shimmering forests and glowing guides, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, enveloped in the warmth of her adventure and the comforting promise of more to come. Story 56. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees were so tall that their tops whispered to the clouds, there was a place known only to those who listened closely to the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. This was the Forest of Everchange, a realm where magic danced with the seasons, and every creature played a part in the symphony of life. As dawn's golden light filtered through the dense canopy, the forest awoke with a gentle yawn. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. In this sanctuary, an elder oak stood proudly, its branches sprawling like the arms of a wise old sage. Beneath its leafy embrace, a community of creatures gathered, each with a role in the grand tapestry of nature. There was Sylvan, the wise old squirrel with fur as silver as moonlight. His eyes sparkled with stories of yesteryears, and his heart beat with the rhythm of the forest. Sylvan was known for his tales, spun with the threads of wisdom passed down through generations. Perched beside him was Brindle, a gentle fawn with a coat dappled in sunlight and shadows. Her curiosity was insatiable, and her steps were as soft as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the morning sun climbed higher, the forest's symphony grew louder. The chatter of birds was a melody, harmonizing with the babbling brook that wound through the trees. This brook was home to Lyra, the playful otter whose laughter was a cascade of bubbling joy. She was the keeper of water's secrets, understanding its flow and the life it nurtured. One day, as the forest basked in the warmth of late spring, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The sky, usually a vast expanse of blue, was painted with swirling colors, hues of lavender and rose, shimmering as though the heavens themselves were alive. The elder oak, feeling the magic in the air, rustled its leaves in a knowing sigh. Sylvan, sensing the change, gathered the creatures close. "Listen," he said, his voice a soft whisper that carried through the forest. "The seasons speak to us, and today they sing of balance and harmony." Brindle, her eyes wide with wonder, asked, "What do the colors mean, Sylvan?" "The sky is weaving a tale," Sylvan replied, his gaze lifting to the swirling hues. "It is the dance of seasons, a rare moment when spring and summer greet each other with a gentle embrace. It is a reminder of balance, of giving and receiving, much like the forest itself." The creatures listened intently, their hearts attuned to the elder's words. Lyra, always eager to learn, twirled in the water, sending ripples of laughter across the brook. "How can we honor this dance?" she asked, her eyes reflecting the sky's colors. Sylvan smiled, his silver fur glistening in the sun. "By living in harmony, by cherishing each moment and each other. The forest thrives because each of us plays a part, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree." As the day unfolded, the creatures embarked on a journey of understanding. They moved through the forest with a newfound appreciation, observing how each element contributed to the whole. The bees buzzed tirelessly, spreading life from flower to flower. The wind carried seeds far and wide, promising growth where there was once barren earth. Together they discovered the magic of interconnectedness. Brindle learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, understanding its tales of distant lands. Lyra, with Sylvan's guidance, discovered how the water's flow mirrored the passage of time, each drop a moment in the endless river of life. As dusk painted the sky with shades of twilight, the creatures gathered once more beneath the elder oak. The air was cool, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of a peaceful night. Sylvan, his heart full of pride, spoke softly to his friends. "You have seen the magic of balance," he said, his voice a gentle breeze. "The forest thrives because we all contribute, in our own way, to its harmony." Brindle nuzzled against Sylvan, her eyes reflecting the fading colors of the sky. "We are part of something greater, aren't we?" she murmured, her voice a soft echo of understanding. "Indeed," Sylvan replied, his gaze warm and wise. "And that is the greatest magic of all." As the stars blinked into existence, the forest settled into a serene silence. The creatures, content and enlightened, rested beneath the watchful eyes of the elder oak. The dance of seasons had passed, but its lessons lingered, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in unity and balance. And so, the forest of Everchange continued to thrive, its heart pulsing with the wisdom of the ages, whispered through the rustling leaves and the singing streams. Each creature, from the smallest ant to the tallest tree, played its part in the eternal dance of life, guided by the gentle hands of friendship and the timeless embrace of nature's magic. Story 57. In the vast stretches of the galaxy, where countless stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in a velvet sky, 2 distant planets orbited their suns. These worlds, though separated by light years, were about to bring forth an unlikely friendship that would illuminate the cosmos with its warmth. On the serene planet of Azuria, known for its endless oceans and gentle breezes, lived a young Aquarian named Lyra. Her people, the Marani, were graceful beings with shimmering scales that reflected the azure blue of their seas. Lyra was curious by nature, often found exploring the coral reefs and the echoing caverns beneath the waves. Meanwhile, on the desert planet of Emberon, there resided a small, flame-hearted creature named Brix. The Emberites, with their rocky skin and fiery eyes, thrived in the heat of their sun-baked lands. Brix, always eager to uncover the mysteries beyond his sandy dunes, often found himself dreaming of the stars. One fateful day, Lyra, in her quest to understand the galaxy, boarded a small exploration vessel. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she navigated through the stars. Simultaneously, Brix, driven by his fiery ambition, clambered into a makeshift spacecraft, determined to see what lay beyond his planet's fiery horizon. As destiny would have it, a cosmic storm swept through their paths, and the 2 ships collided near a remote asteroid belt. Alarms blared, and panic surged through both travelers as they were forced to crash land on a small, lush moon. When the dust settled, Lyra and Brix emerged from their respective vessels, each wary of the other. Lyra's scales glistened under the moonlight, while Brix's rocky skin glowed with an inner warmth. They stared at each other, unsure and cautious. "Who are you?" Lyra's voice was like a gentle wave, filled with curiosity. "I could ask you the same," replied Brix, his voice crackling like embers. The first days on the moon were difficult. The 2 struggled with misunderstandings, as their ways of life were as different as water and fire. Lyra found Brix's fiery nature overwhelming, while Brix thought Lyra's calm demeanor was too placid. Yet the moon was not a forgiving place. Its nights were cold, and its flora, though plentiful, required careful tending. As they attempted to survive, they discovered that their differences were strengths. Lyra, with her affinity for water, could summon rain from the clouds, nurturing the plants. Brix, with his inner fire, could keep them warm through the chilly nights. Slowly, the walls of misunderstanding began to crumble. One evening, as they sat around a fire Brix had built, Lyra asked, "Why do you seek the stars, Brix?" Brix stirred the fire thoughtfully. "On Emberon, the stars are like jewels, unreachable but always there. I wanted to touch them, to see if they were real." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the flames. "On Azurea, the stars guide us through the waters. I've always wondered if they could guide me through the sky too." In that moment of shared dreams, a bond began to form. They started to work together more seamlessly, each learning from the other. Lyra taught Brix about the soothing qualities of water, while Brix showed Lyra the beauty of light and warmth. Their challenges were many. A sudden storm threatened to flood their campsite, but Brix used his fiery hands to evaporate the water, turning the threat into a gentle mist. When the food supply dwindled, Lyra sang to the plants, coaxing them to grow, while Brix used his warmth to speed their ripening. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. They laughed at each other's stories, shared meals, and even learned a shared song that combined the soothing notes of Azurea with the rhythmic beats of Emberon. One starry night, as they lay side by side, Lyra whispered, "I'm glad we met, Brix. I never imagined finding a friend among the stars." Brix smiled, his fiery eyes softening. "Me too, Lyra. It's like finding a light in the darkness." As the days turned into weeks, their friendship blossomed. They understood that while their planets were different, they were united by their shared journey and the lessons they learned from each other. Eventually, a passing ship noticed their distress signal and came to their rescue. As they prepared to part ways, Brix handed Lyra a small, glowing ember. "To remember our time here," he said. Lyra gave Brix a small vial of shimmering water, and this to remind you of Azurea. With promises to visit each other's worlds, they bid farewell, each holding a piece of the other's planet as a token of their friendship. As they returned to their homes, Lyra and Brix carried with them not only the memories of their adventure, but also the understanding that true friendship knows no boundaries. The stars, once distant and cold, now felt a little closer, warmed by the light of their newfound bond. And so, in the quiet of their respective worlds, under the watchful gaze of the same stars, both Lyra and Brix knew that they were never truly alone. They had each other, a friend across the cosmos, bound by the heartstrings of the universe. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the stars and the shared adventures yet to come. Story 58. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the whispers of the trees were said to be the secrets of the earth itself, there lay a world unseen by most. Here, amidst the dense canopy of emerald leaves and the dappled sunlight that danced gracefully upon the forest floor, lived a community of creatures who thrived in quiet harmony. It was a place where the air was perpetually infused with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of life filled every nook and cranny. The forest was home to an array of beings, but none were as revered as the wise old owl, Orin. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes shimmered like twin pools of starlit sky. Orin had lived through many cycles of the seasons, each one etching more wisdom onto his soul. It was said that Orin knew the secrets of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the stories of the stars. His deep, resonant voice often echoed through the woods, sharing tales of times long past and lessons learned from nature itself. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a gathering took place beneath the great oak. This ancient tree was the heart of the forest, its roots extending far and wide, binding the community together. Creatures of all kinds assembled there, from the inquisitive squirrels to the gentle deer, each one eager to listen to Orin's tales. Among the gathering was a young fox named Finn. His fur was a vibrant red, like the embers of a dying fire, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Finn was known for his adventurous spirit and his desire to understand the world around him. He sat eagerly at the base of the great oak, his bushy tail curled around his paws, ready to absorb the wisdom of the elder. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow upon the earth, Orin began his tale. "In the beginning," he said, his voice smooth and melodic, "the forest was a place of perfect balance. Nature's creatures lived in harmony, each one playing their part in the grand design. It was a time when the spirit of the seasons danced freely across the land, bringing change and renewal." The creatures listened intently as Orin spoke of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with each passing season. He described the spring song, a melody carried by the gentle breezes that coaxed the flowers from their slumber and awakened the streams from their icy rest. With each note, life flourished and colors burst forth, painting the forest in shades of green and gold. Then came summer's embrace, a time when the sun's warmth wrapped around the earth like a comforting blanket. The days were long and filled with laughter, the nights alive with the symphony of crickets and the glow of fireflies. It was during this season that the creatures learned the value of patience and the rewards of hard work, as they gathered and prepared for the times ahead. As Orin's tale wove on, he spoke of autumn's whisper, a gentle reminder of the cyclical nature of life. The leaves turned to brilliant hues of crimson and amber, dancing to the ground in a beautiful farewell. The air grew crisp, and the forest creatures shared stories around the fires, passing down knowledge and traditions to the next generation. Finally, Orin told of winter's stillness, a time of reflection and rest. Snow blanketed the forest in a soft, white silence, and the world seemed to pause. It was in these quiet moments that the creatures learned the importance of peace and the strength that could be found in togetherness. Finn listened, captivated by the story and the lessons it held. He felt a sense of wonder and gratitude for the forest and its secrets, understanding more deeply the role he and his fellow creatures played in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. As Orin concluded his tale, he turned his wise gaze upon Finn. "Remember, young one," he said softly, "the forest thrives when we live in harmony, respecting the rhythm of the seasons and the wisdom passed down through time. It is our duty to cherish and protect this balance." The gathering dispersed slowly, each creature carrying the warmth of Orin's words within their hearts. Finn lingered a moment longer, gazing up at the stars that twinkled above like 1,000 watchful eyes. He felt a renewed sense of purpose and a gentle peace settling over him. As he made his way back to his den, the forest seemed to embrace him, its familiar scents and sounds wrapping around him like a comforting hug. The leaves rustled softly in the breeze, and the moonlight cast a gentle glow upon his path, guiding him home. Finn knew that he was part of something much greater, a vibrant tapestry woven together by the threads of nature creatures and the magic of the seasons. With each step, he promised himself to honor the wisdom of the forest and to play his part in preserving its harmony for generations to come. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a mind brimming with dreams, Finn curled up in his cozy den, the stories of the forest and the lessons of the night lulling him into a peaceful slumber. As he drifted off, the gentle rustle of the trees seemed to whisper a lullaby, a promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 59. In a far-off corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across a velvet tapestry, lay the planet of Luminara. Known for its breathtaking auroras that danced across the sky in waves of color, Luminara was a place of peace and beauty. The planet was home to the Luminarians, gentle beings of light who glided gracefully above the surface, leaving trails of luminescence in their wake. On this serene planet, a young Luminarian named Aaron floated near the edge of a crystal-clear lake. The light around Aaron pulsed softly, reflecting the curiosity that filled his heart. He often spent his days gazing upward, wondering what lay beyond the shimmering firmament. One day, as Aaron watched the sky, a flash of light streaked across the horizon. It was not one of the usual stars or auroras. This was something different. Aaron's heart fluttered with excitement and a tinge of apprehension. He followed the trail of light to where it had come to rest, a small silver vessel nestled among the tall, whispering reeds at the lake's edge. As Aaron approached, the vessel's hatch opened with a gentle hiss, revealing a being unlike any he had ever seen. It was a traveler from the distant planet of Terralon, a robust, Earth-like world known for its verdant forests and towering mountains. The traveler, named Kale, emerged cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder at the luminous landscape before him. Kale was a Terralonian, a creature of earth and stone, with skin that shimmered with hues of green and brown. He carried the scent of rich soil and fresh pine, a stark contrast to the ethereal world of Luminara. Aaron and Kale regarded each other, both intrigued and a little wary. Aaron's light flickered uncertainly as he spoke. "Greetings, traveler. What brings you to our world?" Kale's deep voice rumbled like distant thunder, yet held a warmth that put Aaron at ease. "I am Kale from Terralon. My starship veered off course, and I found myself drawn to the beauty of your planet." Aaron's curiosity got the better of his apprehension. "I am Aaron. Welcome to Luminara. Perhaps I can help you find your way home." As the days passed, Aaron and Kale explored the wonders of Luminara together. They shared stories of their worlds, learning about each other's customs and ways of life. Despite their differences, a friendship began to blossom, nurtured by their mutual respect and fascination. One evening, as they lay beneath the swirling auroras, Aaron noticed Kale seemed troubled. "What weighs on your heart, my friend?" he asked softly. Kale hesitated, then spoke. "I fear I may never return to Terralon. My ship is damaged, and I lack the knowledge to repair it." Aaron's light brightened with determination. "Perhaps together we can find a solution." The next morning, they set off to seek the wisdom of the elders of Luminara, ancient beings of light who resided in the crystal caverns. The journey was long and filled with challenges. They traversed shimmering fields and crossed rivers of liquid light, their path illuminated by the glowing flora. Along the way, they encountered a dense forest of luminescent trees. As they wove through the trees, they found themselves engulfed in a thick fog of shimmering particles. Aaron's light dimmed in confusion, and Kale, who was more accustomed to solid paths, stumbled through the mist. "Stay close," Aaron whispered, his voice a beacon in the haze. Kale nodded, reaching out to grasp Aaron's glowing hand. The warmth of Aaron's light guided him, and together they navigated the fog, emerging into a clearing where the fog lifted, revealing the entrance to the crystal caverns. Inside, the caverns sparkled with countless crystals, their surfaces reflecting endless hues. The elders, their forms like bright stars, awaited them. Aaron spoke with reverence. "Wise elders, my friend Kale is in need of assistance. He wishes to return to his world." The elders listened, their light flickering with thought. Finally one spoke, his voice a gentle melody. "The bond you share is rare and precious. Through your friendship, you have the power to mend what is broken." With newfound hope, Aaron and Kale returned to the lakeside. Together, they worked tirelessly on Kale's vessel. Aaron used his light to illuminate the ship's complex inner workings, while Kale's hands, strong and skilled, repaired the damaged components with materials they gathered from the land. Days turned into nights, and under the watchful gaze of the auroras, the ship began to take shape once more. As they worked side by side, their understanding deepened. Aaron learned to appreciate the solidity and resilience of Kale's world, while Kale marveled at the ethereal beauty of Aaron's. Finally, the day came when the ship was ready. It gleamed under the starlit sky, a testament to their friendship and determination. Kale turned to Aaron, his eyes filled with gratitude. "I could not have done this without you, my dear friend." Aaron's light pulsed warmly. "Nor I without you. Our journey together has taught me the value of trust and collaboration." As Kale prepared to depart, he paused. "Will you come with me, Aaron? There is much of Terralon I would like to show you." Aaron hesitated, looking around at his beloved home. Then he nodded, his light twinkling like a playful star. "Yes, my friend, I would like that very much." Together, they boarded the vessel, and as it rose into the sky, the auroras danced around them in a joyful farewell. The stars stretched out before them, a vast and endless expanse, full of possibilities and new adventures. As they traveled through the galaxy, Aaron and Kale discovered the true essence of friendship, the ability to bridge worlds, to share in both joys and challenges, and to grow stronger together. Their bond became a beacon, a light that shone brightly across the cosmos, reminding all who saw it that even the most unlikely of companions could find unity and understanding. And so, under the watchful gaze of distant suns, their journey continued, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the endless wonders of the universe. Story 60. In a distant corner of the spiral galaxy, where stars twinkled like a smattering of diamonds against the velvet black of space, there floated an unusual spacecraft known as the Harmony. Unlike the sleek, metallic rockets often envisioned, the Harmony was a delicate tapestry of glowing fibers and translucent panels, woven together with the flora of its home world, Viridia. It was a living ship, tended by a gentle race known as the Luminara, who revered the balance of technology and nature. On board the Harmony was Leora, a Luminara with skin that shimmered like moonlight on a gentle river, and eyes as deep and wise as the ancient forests of her planet. Her heart was pure and kind, yet she yearned for adventure beyond the whispering groves of Viridia. This particular voyage was a mission of peace, to foster understanding among the diverse species scattered across the galaxy. Far from Viridia, in the stormy skies of the planet Thundara, there lived a rugged creature named Rax, a Thundarian. The Thundarians were known for their resilience and strength, with scales that glistened like wet stones in a rainstorm and a roar that could echo through the mountains. Rax was brave and loyal, but also fiercely independent. His life spent navigating the tempestuous weather of his home world, riding the lightning currents that danced through the air. The two would have never crossed paths, were it not for an unexpected event. The Harmony, guided by the natural energy of the universe, had detected a distress signal emanating from Thundara. Leora, with her compassionate heart, felt compelled to respond, hoping to offer aid to whoever might be in need. As the Harmony descended through the churning clouds of Thundara, the ship's natural shielding glowed softly, like a lantern in the mist. Leora stepped out onto the rocky terrain, her delicate frame standing in stark contrast to the fierce landscape. It was not long before she encountered Rax, who was trying to repair a broken weather beacon that had been damaged in a particularly violent storm. Rax, wary of the unexpected visitor, greeted Leora with suspicion. "Who are you, and what do you want on Thundara?" he growled, his voice a rumble that mirrored the thunder overhead. "I am Leora, from Viridia," she replied gently, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I come in peace, having detected your distress signal. I wish to help." Rax bristled, his scales tingling with the energy of the storm. "We Thundarians do not need help from outsiders," he insisted, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity. Despite his initial reluctance, Rax found himself intrigued by Leora's quiet strength, and the way she listened, truly listened, to his concerns about the beacon. As they worked side by side to repair it, a misunderstanding came to light. The distress signal had been sent inadvertently, a result of a malfunction rather than a true call for help. Embarrassed, Rax apologized for his brusqueness. "I am sorry, Leora. I did not mean to be unkind. We Thundarians are not used to offers of assistance." Leora smiled, her eyes warm and forgiving. "There is no need for apology. We are all learning, are we not? Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to understand one another better." As the storm raged on, Leora and Rax shared stories of their worlds. Leora spoke of the serene beauty of Viridia, where trees sang with the wind and the nights were lit by the gentle glow of bioluminescent flowers. Rax recounted the exhilarating thrill of riding the lightning, the raw power of the storms that shaped his world and his people. Their conversations flowed like the streams of Viridia, deep and meaningful, and through them, a friendship began to blossom. They discovered that despite their differences, they shared a love of their respective worlds and a desire to protect them. Their bond was tested when a sudden storm, fiercer than any Rax had ever seen, threatened to tear through the Thundarian settlement. The wind howled like a wild beast, and lightning cracked the sky with blinding flashes. In the midst of chaos, Rax and Leora united their strengths. Rax's knowledge of the storm's patterns and Leora's intuitive understanding of nature's balance. Together, they devised a plan to channel the storm's energy away from the settlement. Leora, using her connection to the Harmony, created a barrier of light that danced and shimmered like the auroras of Viridia, while Rax directed the lightning into the ground, where it could do no harm. As the storm subsided, leaving behind a sky washed clear and bright, the Thundarians emerged, grateful and awed by the partnership they had witnessed. Rax and Leora stood side by side, their friendship now as strong as the mountains that ringed Thundara. In the days that followed, Rax and Leora continued to learn from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and cooperation. Leora shared the Luminara's ways of nurturing harmony between technology and nature, while Rax taught her the resilience and courage of his people. When it came time for Leora to return to Viridia, there was no sadness, only gratitude for the experiences shared and the friendship forged. Rax, with newfound respect for the gentle strength of the Luminara, promised to visit Viridia one day to see the world that had shaped such a wise and kind soul. As the Harmony lifted into the sky, its glowing fibers weaving patterns of peace across the heavens, Leora looked down at the figure of Rax, now a steadfast friend. She knew that their paths would cross again, for the universe had a way of bringing together those who were meant to be. And so, under the watchful stars, two unlikely companions from different worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their tale, whispered among the winds of Thundara and the leaves of Viridia, became a beacon of hope, a reminder that through understanding and kindness, even the greatest challenges could be overcome. Story 61. In a galaxy far, far away, there was a small planet called Kalari, known for its vibrant flora and mischievous inhabitants called the Kalarians. These furry, three-eyed creatures were notorious for their insatiable curiosity and love of tricks. One day, a young Kalarian named Zyx stumbled upon an abandoned spacecraft that had crash-landed in the lush Kalari forests. Zyx's eyes widened with wonder as the hatch opened, revealing a tall, slender being with shimmering blue skin and large, luminous eyes. This was Astra, a Lumian from the distant planet Luminara, known for its inhabitants' ability to manipulate light and energy. At first, Zyx and Astra eyed each other with suspicion and fear. Zyx had never seen a creature like Astra before, and Astra was wary of the mischievous Kalarian. However, as they attempted to communicate, they realized that neither understood the other's language. Misunderstandings ensued, with Zyx's playful antics often clashing with Astra's serious demeanor. Zyx would play pranks, and Astra would respond with frustration, creating a rift between them. But as they spent more time together, trying to repair Astra's ship, they began to understand each other's ways. One day, while exploring the forest, they stumbled upon a group of vicious predators circling a helpless creature. Without hesitation, Zyx and Astra worked together, using Zyx's quick thinking and Astra's energy manipulation abilities to scare away the predators and save the creature. In that moment, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a deep compassion and a willingness to protect the innocent. From that day on, their bond grew stronger, and they learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Zyx taught Astra to embrace playfulness and laughter, while Astra showed Zyx the beauty of patience and understanding. Together they faced countless challenges, from navigating treacherous terrain to outsmarting cunning adversaries, but their friendship remained steadfast. As the days turned into weeks, Astra's ship was finally repaired, and it was time for her to leave Kalari. Zyx felt a pang of sadness, but Astra promised that they would meet again, for their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their planets and species. Years later, when a group of Lumians visited Kalari to study its unique ecosystem, they were greeted by a wise and respected Kalarian named Zyx, who welcomed them with open arms, just as Astra had welcomed him so long ago. In that moment, the true meaning of friendship shone brighter than the stars themselves, a bond that knew no boundaries, a connection that transformed misunderstandings into mutual understanding, and a shared journey that enriched the lives of two unlikely companions forever. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was an ordinary child with an extraordinary sense of curiosity. His days were spent exploring the nooks and crannies of his village and the fringes of the mystical forest, where the trees were said to hum tunes of ancient secrets when the wind blew just right. The village itself was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, blooming gardens, and charming cottages with thatched roofs that glinted in the golden sunlight. The air always carried the scent of fresh bread and honey, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. It was a place where time seemed to dawdle, encouraging the villagers to savor each moment of their simple, serene lives. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced down from the trees in a flurry of amber and crimson, Finn stumbled upon an old, peculiar compass at the edge of the forest. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly glow, and its needle spun wildly, never resting on any particular direction. Intrigued, Finn tucked the compass into his pocket, feeling a tingle of warmth spread through his fingers as he did so. As soon as he returned home, Finn showed the compass to his grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes and stories woven as intricately as her handmade quilts. "Ah, my dear," she murmured, tracing her fingers over the compass. "This is no ordinary compass. It is said to guide those who seek their true path, not with directions, but with lessons." Curious and eager to uncover its secrets, Finn decided to set out on a journey. He packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of sweet berry juice, and set off towards the forest, with the compass clutched in his hand. As he walked, the trees seemed to lean closer, their whispers growing more pronounced, as if encouraging him onward. The first day of his journey was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot and the soft calls of distant birds. As evening descended, casting the forest in hues of deep indigo, Finn felt a gentle tug from the compass, leading him to a clearing where a campfire crackled invitingly. By the fire sat a small, rotund hedgehog named Hazel, who wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched on her nose. "Hello there," Hazel greeted with a voice like the rustling of autumn leaves. "I see you found the compass. It's been waiting for someone like you." Finn, taken aback by the talking hedgehog, stammered a reply. "Yes, it led me here." Hazel smiled. "This compass will show you more than just the way. It will reveal what you truly need to learn." They shared a meal by the fire, and Hazel told Finn a story of a time when she, too, had been guided by the compass. "It teaches through the heart," she explained, "and the lessons are different for everyone." The next morning, with Hazel's words in mind, Finn continued his journey. As he walked, the compass began to glow softly, guiding him deeper into the heart of the forest. Along the way, he encountered a gentle stream that sang as it danced over smooth stones, and an ancient oak whose branches seemed to reach out in welcome. After several days, Finn came upon a peculiar scene. In a sun-dappled glade, a young fox was tangled in a mess of brambles. The fox's eyes were wide with fear, and it whimpered softly, unable to free itself. Finn hesitated, unsure how to help without causing more pain. Remembering Hazel's words, Finn closed his eyes and listened, not just with his ears, but with his heart. Slowly, he began to understand the fox's plight, and realized the brambles were enchanted to tighten with struggle. Using calm and gentle words, he soothed the frightened creature, encouraging it to relax. As the fox calmed, the brambles loosened, allowing Finn to carefully free it. Grateful, the fox introduced itself as Ember and offered to accompany Finn on his journey. Together, they continued deeper into the forest, the compass guiding them with its mysterious glow. The days turned into weeks, and with each step, Finn learned more about himself and the world around him. He learned the language of the trees, the songs of the birds, and the stories hidden in the stones. Ember proved to be a wise companion, teaching Finn the value of patience and the importance of seeing beyond the surface. One evening, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars, Finn noticed the compass's glow had shifted to a steady, gentle light. It was then that he realized his journey was not just about finding a destination, but about discovering the wisdom within himself. The compass had guided him to see with his heart and to trust in the bonds of friendship. With a newfound sense of peace, Finn and Ember decided it was time to return to the village. As they retraced their steps, the forest seemed to hum a song of farewell, its whispers now familiar and comforting. When Finn finally returned home, his grandmother greeted him with a knowing smile. "You've found what you were seeking, haven't you?" she asked, her eyes twinkling. Finn nodded, holding the compass close. "Yes, I have. I've learned that the true path isn't always the easiest, but it's the one that teaches us who we really are." And so, with his heart full of the forest's secrets and the compass's gentle guidance, Finn knew that he would always find his way, no matter where the journey might lead. As the village settled into the quiet embrace of night, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Story 63. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the sun's golden rays filtered through the leaves in a dance of light and shadow, there lay a quaint village named Whispering Pines. The village was renowned for its harmonious blend of nature and magic, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets known only to the trees, and the gentle brook could sing songs of yesteryears. In this village, a young girl named Leora lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage covered with ivy and surrounded by wildflowers of every hue. Leora was a curious soul, her eyes twinkling like the stars above, always eager to learn about the mysteries of the world around her. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often told her stories passed down through generations, tales of adventure and magic hidden within the very fabric of their land. One crisp autumn afternoon, while the air was filled with the scent of pine and the rustling of leaves, Leora ventured into the forest. Her heart was light, and her spirit was adventurous. She wandered deeper than usual, following the call of a mysterious melody that seemed to echo softly through the trees. It was a tune she had never heard before, resonating with a gentle, enchanting lilt that beckoned her forward. As Leora walked, she noticed that the forest around her began to change subtly. The trees stood taller, their trunks thicker, and their leaves shimmered with an unusual iridescence. The air felt different, charged with an energy that tingled against her skin. Soon enough, she found herself at the edge of a serene glade, where a small pond lay cradled in the embrace of ancient willows. On the edge of this pond sat an old, intricately carved chest, half submerged in the crystalline water. Leora's heart quickened with a mixture of fear and excitement. She approached cautiously, the grass soft under her feet, and knelt beside the chest. It was adorned with curious symbols that seemed to shift and dance when she looked at them directly. With a deep breath, Leora reached out and touched the chest. At her touch, it opened with a gentle sigh, revealing a shimmering cloak made of the finest gossamer, woven with threads of moonlight and stardust. She lifted it carefully, and as she did, a warm, comforting glow enveloped her, as if the cloak itself was alive, imbued with an ancient, benevolent magic. The moment Leora donned the cloak, the world around her transformed. The glade seemed to breathe with life, the colors more vivid, the sounds more harmonious, and the air more fragrant than before. She felt a connection to the forest she had never experienced, as if she could understand the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds. Just then, a soft voice spoke from behind her. "Welcome, young traveler," it said, gentle as the rustling leaves. Leora turned to see a fox sitting at the edge of the glade. Its fur was a rich auburn, with eyes like molten gold, gleaming with intelligence and kindness. "Who are you?" Leora asked, both surprised and intrigued. "I am Phelan, guardian of this hidden realm," the fox replied with a nod of its elegant head. "And you, it seems, have discovered the Cloak of Harmony, a gift from the forest to those pure of heart." Leora listened, her curiosity piqued. Phelan explained that the cloak had the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world, to those willing to see beyond the ordinary. It was a gift that came with the responsibility of protecting the balance between the magical and mundane. "Will you accept this task?" Phelan asked, his gaze searching. Leora hesitated for a moment. The responsibility sounded immense, but within her heart, she felt a calling, a deep-rooted desire to preserve the beauty of the world she loved so dearly. Steeling her resolve, she nodded. "I will," she said, her voice steady. "I will protect this balance." Phelan smiled, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "Then your journey begins." With those words, the fox turned and began to walk towards the forest, gesturing for Leora to follow. As she walked alongside Phelan, Leora learned about the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm woven with magic, where every creature and plant had a story to tell. They traversed through meadows where flowers bloomed in colors beyond imagination, across rivers that sang as they flowed, and under skies painted with hues of dawn and dusk. Leora discovered that this world was a tapestry of life, each thread vital to the whole, and she marveled at the interconnectedness of all things. As days turned into weeks, Leora grew more attuned to the magic around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to dance with the shadows of the moon, and to speak the language of the stars. Her friendship with Phelan deepened, their bond becoming as natural and enduring as the forest itself. Yet, as with all journeys, challenges lay ahead. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet, Phelan shared a troubling discovery. A darkness was spreading through the forest, a blight that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of their world. "The source is unknown," Phelan explained, his voice tinged with concern, "but it is clear that it seeks to disrupt the harmony we strive to protect." Leora felt a chill despite the warmth of the cloak. She realized that this was the true test of her resolve. Determined to help, she set out with Phelan to find the source of the darkness. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of the forest, through dense thickets and over rugged hills. As they traveled, they encountered other creatures, each with their own wisdom to share. An ancient owl with eyes that shimmered like the night sky, a family of deer whose gentle presence brought peace, and a playful otter who guided them across a treacherous river. Through these encounters, Leora learned that wisdom often came from unexpected sources, and that strength lay in unity and friendship. The forest itself seemed to rally around her, offering guidance and support in its own subtle ways. Finally, they reached a clearing where the trees stood twisted and dark, their leaves brittle and lifeless. At the center lay a pool of inky blackness, pulsating with a malevolent energy. Leora understood that this was the heart of the blight, the source of the darkness threatening their world. With Phelan by her side, Leora approached the pool. She could feel the cloak humming with energy, resonating with the magic of the forest. Drawing on all she had learned, she summoned the harmony that flowed through her, focusing it into a beacon of light that pierced the darkness. The pool writhed and hissed, but the light was unwavering. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, its tendrils retreating like shadows before the dawn. As the clearing brightened, the trees straightened, their leaves regaining their vibrant green hue. The forest sighed in relief, its harmony restored. In that moment, Leora understood the true power of the cloak, a power not of dominance, but of balance and understanding. She realized that her journey had not only been about protecting the forest, but also about discovering the strength within herself, the courage to face the unknown, the wisdom to heed the lessons of nature, and the spirit to embrace the magic of the world. As the sun rose over the forest, casting its golden light over the land, Leora and Phelan stood together, watching as the forest came alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. The darkness had been vanquished, but the journey had left its mark, a reminder of the delicate balance that must always be cherished and protected. With a grateful heart, Leora turned to Phelan. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with warmth, "for everything." Phelan nodded, his eyes reflecting the light of the morning sun. "You have done well, Leora. The forest is safe, and your journey has just begun." With those words, the fox turned and disappeared into the trees, leaving Leora to reflect on her adventure. She knew that while her quest had reached its conclusion, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants would endure, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the world. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Leora returned to Whispering Pines, where the stories of her journey would be told for generations to come. A tale of courage, wisdom, and the enduring magic of a world hidden within the embrace of nature. As she walked through the familiar paths, the sun warming her face and the gentle breeze whispering secrets in her ear, Leora knew that she was home, and that her adventure had only just begun. In the days that followed, Leora shared her experiences with the villagers, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that inspired others to look beyond the ordinary, to discover the magic within their own hearts. Her grandmother, proud and loving, listened with tears of joy in her eyes, knowing that Leora had found her path, a journey of harmony and understanding that would guide her through life's many adventures. The village thrived, its people more connected to the world around them, their lives enriched by the magic that Leora had helped to unveil. The forest, too, flourished, its beauty and vitality a testament to the balance that had been restored. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora continued her journey, ever curious, ever kind, forever bound to the magic of the world and the wisdom of the forest. Her story became a cherished part of the village's heritage, a reminder of the power of friendship, the strength of unity, and the enduring magic that lies within the heart of every living being. And in the heart of the forest, where the sun's rays danced upon the leaves and the gentle brook sang its eternal song, the cloak lay waiting, ready to bestow its magic upon the next soul who dared to dream, to explore and to discover the wonders of a world hidden within the embrace of nature. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a forest so ancient that its roots intertwined with the very breath of the earth, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were as secretive as they were wondrous. This was no ordinary forest, for it was said that here the whispers of the wind could be understood, and the dance of the leaves told tales of old. As dawn unfurled its soft pink and gold over the canopy, the forest awoke in a symphony of gentle sounds. A family of deer stepped gracefully through shafts of dappled sunlight, their hooves making barely a sound on the mossy carpet. Nearby, a squirrel chattered cheerily as it scampered up an ancient oak, its bark rough and comforting beneath tiny paws. In the heart of this enchanted woodland stood a tree older than time itself, known as the wisdom oak. Its branches reached high into the sky, cradling nests of songbirds who sang the forest's history in sweet, lilting melodies. The tree was a repository of knowledge, its gnarled bark etched with the tales of seasons past, and its leaves shimmering with a magic that changed with the wind. The creatures of the forest revered the wisdom oak, visiting it to listen and learn. Among them was a wise old owl named Eldwin, whose feathers were like silver moonlight. Eldwin was the keeper of the forest's secrets, having lived many lifetimes, each season teaching him new lessons. His eyes, deep and knowing, mirrored the mysteries of the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the scent of falling leaves and the promise of cooler days, Eldwin called a gathering at the base of the wisdom oak. The creatures assembled quietly, their eyes bright with curiosity. The squirrels sat beside the rabbits, and the foxes lay down with the deer, all united by a shared respect for the owl's wisdom. "My friends," Eldwin began, his voice soft and resonant like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "As you know, our forest thrives on balance. Each creature, each tree and stream, plays a role in this delicate harmony. But a new challenge has arisen." The wind sighed through the branches as the creatures listened intently, their ears perked and eyes wide. "The seasons have begun to shift," Eldwin continued, "and the weather is changing in ways we have not seen before. The rains have become unpredictable, and the winters colder. It is up to us to restore the balance." The creatures murmured among themselves, their concern as palpable as the cool earth beneath them. A young rabbit named Thistle, whose fur was as soft as the clouds, looked up at Eldwin with hopeful eyes. "What can we do, wise Eldwin?" Eldwin's eyes twinkled kindly. "We must first understand that the forest is a tapestry woven from countless threads. Each of us is a thread, and together we must strengthen the weave. Let us seek the wisdom of the seasons and learn from the changes." With renewed purpose, the creatures set out to explore the forest. The deer bounded gracefully through the undergrowth, their eyes keen for signs of change. The squirrels, nimble and quick, gathered acorns and nuts, storing them away against the unpredictability of the seasons. The birds took to the sky, their keen eyes surveying the canopy for clues. As the days turned shorter and the nights grew crisp, the creatures of the forest worked together, sharing their findings and insights. They discovered that the trees, too, were whispering secrets, their leaves rustling with advice passed down through generations. "The trees say we must plant more of them," chirped a sparrow, her voice bubbling with excitement. "They speak of ancient groves that once flourished here, providing shelter and nourishment." The foxes, known for their cleverness, offered their help in finding the best places to plant new saplings. Together, guided by Eldwin's wisdom, the creatures began to restore the forest, planting seeds that would one day grow into mighty oaks and maples. As the first snowflakes began to fall, the forest stood renewed, its spirit vibrant and strong. The creatures gathered once more beneath the wisdom oak, their hearts full of gratitude and hope. "You have done well," Eldwin said, his voice as warm as a winter hearth. "You have shown that wisdom is not just in knowing, but in doing. Together, we have woven a stronger tapestry, one that will endure the trials of time." The forest, with its gentle creatures and ancient trees, had found its balance once more. The seasons would continue to turn, each bringing its own magic and lessons, and beneath the watchful boughs of the wisdom oak, the creatures of the forest would thrive, united in harmony and peace. And so as the moon rose high and bathed the world in silvery light, the creatures settled into their nests and burrows, their dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow. The forest whispered a lullaby of rustling leaves and gentle breezes, a song of life and balance, sung softly under the stars. Story 65. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the sunlight danced playfully through a canopy of interwoven branches, there lived a community unlike any other. This forest, called the Verdant Embrace, was a place where the natural and magical worlds met, each enveloping the other in a gentle, timeless dance. The inhabitants of the Verdant Embrace were creatures of profound wisdom and gentle hearts. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with moss and tiny blooming flowers. Thistle had lived in the forest for more than a century, and his eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. His voice was as soft as the rustle of leaves in the autumn breeze, and he was respected by all who knew him. Thistle shared his home with a lively squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of ripe chestnuts, and a family of sparrows who filled the air with their cheerful songs. Together they formed a small but tightly knit community that thrived on the harmony and balance of the forest. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn began to paint the leaves in warm hues of gold and crimson, Thistle sensed a shift in the forest. The air held a whisper of something unusual, a delicate tremor that only the most attuned could feel. As he ambled through the dew-kissed underbrush, Thistle encountered a young fawn named Willow, whose eyes were wide with concern. "Wise Thistle," Willow began, her voice as soft as the morning mist, "I have heard the elders speak of a magical phenomenon that occurs once in a lifetime, a shimmering aurora that dances across the sky, bringing with it messages from the past." Thistle nodded, his eyes crinkling with a gentle smile. "Ah, the autumn veil. I remember the last time it graced our skies. It is indeed a rare and wondrous event, tied to the very balance of nature itself." Intrigued by the promise of such an event, Pippin scampered down from his perch in the branches above. "What messages does it bring, Thistle?" he chirped, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "The autumn veil brings wisdom from those who have come before us," Thistle explained, "reminding us of the lessons learned and the harmony we must strive to maintain. It is a time when the forest speaks in a language only the heart can understand." As the days passed, the anticipation of the autumn veil spread through the forest like the gentle ripple of a pond. The creatures, from the smallest beetle to the largest bear, waited with bated breath for the celestial dance to begin. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the forest gathered in a clearing. The air was cool, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. A hush fell over the crowd as the first tendrils of the aurora began to unfurl across the sky, weaving patterns of ethereal light that shimmered like silk. The creatures watched in awe as the autumn veil unfurled its splendor, casting a soft, magical glow over the forest. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whispers of the past floated through the air like a gentle breeze. Thistle, standing at the edge of the clearing, felt a warmth blossom in his chest as the veil spoke to him. He heard the voices of his ancestors, wise tortoises who had walked the forest paths long before him, sharing their knowledge of seasons past. With each flicker of light, the stories of the forest unfolded, tales of balance, respect, and the enduring bond between all living things. As the aurora continued its celestial dance, Thistle turned to the gathered creatures. "The autumn veil reminds us of the delicate balance we must uphold," he began, his voice carrying the weight of the wisdom bestowed upon him. "Our forest thrives on harmony, and it is our duty to protect and nurture this precious gift." Pippin, perched nearby, nodded in agreement, a newfound understanding in his eyes. "We must care for each other and our home," he said, his voice bright with resolve. The creatures of the verdant embrace listened intently, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose and unity. They knew that the forest's magic was a living tapestry, woven from the threads of their actions and the lessons of those who had come before. As the aurora began to fade, leaving behind a sky strewn with stars, the creatures slowly dispersed, each carrying the wisdom of the autumn veil within them. Thistle, feeling a deep sense of peace, returned to his mossy abode with Pippin by his side. In the days that followed, the forest seemed to hum with renewed energy. The creatures worked together to care for their home, planting seeds, clearing paths, and tending to the needs of their fellow inhabitants. The wisdom of the autumn veil had taken root in their hearts, guiding them toward a future steeped in balance and harmony. And so, the verdant embrace thrived, a living testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic that binds all of nature. As the seasons continued their timeless cycle, the forest remained a sanctuary of peace, where the whispers of the past mingled with the promise of tomorrow, and the heart of the forest beat with the rhythm of life itself. Story 66. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy where the stars gleamed like a million tiny candles against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a cluster of planets, each teeming with life as diverse as the colors of a rainbow. Among these celestial bodies were the verdant planet of Silva, known for its sprawling forests and gentle breezes, and the crystalline world of Glacia, where shimmering ice fields stretched endlessly beneath an ever-twilight sky. From Silva came a gentle creature named Leora, whose skin bore the soft green hue of new leaves and whose hair cascaded like willow branches in the wind. Leora was a caretaker of her planet's vast arboreal sanctuaries, communicating with the trees through whispers and songs that resonated with the hum of life itself. Her heart was as open as the forest canopy, always eager to learn and share with those around her. From Glacia hailed a being known as Thalon, a figure of delicate translucence with eyes that reflected the icy beauty of his homeland. Thalon belonged to a community that valued logic and clarity, where emotions were as rare as the warmth of the sun. Yet, beneath his cool exterior lay a quiet curiosity about the universe and its myriad mysteries. Their paths first crossed in a place neither had anticipated, a bustling space station that served as a hub for travelers from every star system. It was here, amidst the hum of engines and the chatter of countless voices, that Leora and Thalon found themselves thrust together by fate. The misunderstanding that sparked their unlikely acquaintance began over a simple plant. Leora, captivated by a rare Glacian ice flower displayed in the station's botanical garden, reached out to touch its crystalline petals. Unbeknownst to her, the flower was a cherished symbol of Thalon's people, and her innocent gesture was mistaken for an act of disrespect. Thalon, witnessing the scene, approached with a cool demeanor, his voice like the tinkling of icicles. "You should be careful with that," he remarked, his words carrying the weight of his culture's reverence. Leora, startled by the sudden reproach, withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing with the colors of embarrassment and confusion. "I meant no harm," she replied softly, her voice as gentle as the whispering leaves. This initial misunderstanding set the stage for a journey neither had anticipated. As fate would have it, the space station experienced an unexpected malfunction, forcing its inhabitants to work together to ensure their safety. Leora and Thalon, paired by circumstance, found themselves navigating the twisting corridors of the station, seeking to restore balance to the disarray. In the dim, flickering light of the station's corridors, they faced challenges that tested their resolve. Mechanical failures, language barriers, and cultural differences all threatened to divide them. Yet with each obstacle, they discovered new facets of one another. Thalon's analytical mind found solutions where none seemed possible, while Leora's empathy and warmth bridged gaps that could not be spanned with logic alone. One evening, as they rested in a quiet alcove, the hum of the station a distant lullaby, Leora shared stories of her home. She spoke of Silva's vibrant forests, where the trees danced in the wind and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms. Thalon listened intently, his icy exterior softening with each word. In return, Thalon shared tales of Glacia, describing the serene beauty of its endless ice fields and the ethereal glow of its twin moons. As he spoke, Leora began to see beyond the surface of his world, glimpsing the quiet grace and strength that lay beneath. Through their shared stories, they came to understand one another, their hearts growing closer with each revelation. Leora realized that beneath Thalon's cool exterior was a soul as deep and nuanced as the forests she loved, while Thalon discovered a warmth in Leora that thawed the icy barriers he had always known. As they worked together to repair the station, their bond deepened, forged in the fires of shared challenge and mutual respect. They learned to anticipate each other's needs, offering support when one faltered and celebrating together when success was achieved. In the end, it was not the differences that defined their friendship, but the understanding and acceptance of those differences. They had grown, not in spite of their misunderstandings, but because of them, learning that friendship was not about finding someone who mirrored oneself, but about embracing the beauty in diversity. When the station was finally restored, and the time came for them to part ways, Leora and Thalon stood together beneath the vast dome of the space station, where stars twinkled like a promise in the night sky. They exchanged gifts, a small sprig of Silva's heartleaf plant from Leora and a tiny glacian ice crystal from Thalon, symbols of their worlds and the friendship that had grown between them. As they bid farewell, Leora and Thalon knew that the bond they had forged would transcend the vast distances of space, a testament to the power of understanding and the enduring strength of friendship. And so, with hearts full of warmth and hope, they departed to their respective worlds, carrying with them the lessons of their journey and the comfort of knowing that, in the grand tapestry of the universe, they had found a friend. Story 67. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves in a symphony of golden hues, there stood a small, quaint village. This village, cradled by the gentle embrace of ancient trees and serenaded by the soft whispers of the wind, was a place where time seemed to slow down, where the pace of life was dictated by the rhythm of nature itself. In this village lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra was known for her gentle spirit and kind heart, but she carried a quiet burden within her. She felt an unsettling restlessness, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name, a desire for change that both frightened and intrigued her. Lyra often found herself wandering the forest paths, seeking comfort among the towering trees and the soft, mossy ground. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves fell like golden confetti around her, Lyra stumbled upon a glimmering pond she had never seen before. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the vibrant canopy above. As she gazed into its depths, she felt a peculiar sensation, as though the pond was whispering secrets just beyond her understanding. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Lyra leaned closer, and to her astonishment, the surface of the pond began to shimmer with a soft, ethereal glow. From its depths emerged a figure, a delicate, shimmering sprite, her form as light as the morning mist. The sprite looked at Lyra with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Do not fear, dear Lyra," the sprite said, her voice a gentle melody. "You stand on the brink of transformation, a journey that mirrors the very cycles of the forest. Change is but a natural course, a path that leads to growth and discovery." Lyra listened, her heart both nervous and excited. "But how will I know what to do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The sprite smiled, a tender expression that warmed Lyra's heart. "You need not fear the unknown, for wisdom comes from experience and friendship," she replied. "Take this journey with an open heart, and let the magic of the forest guide you." With that, the sprite gave a gentle wave of her hand, and the pond's surface rippled like silk in the breeze. Lyra felt a warmth spread through her, a comforting presence that seemed to settle within her very being. She knew then that she was not alone, that the forest itself was her companion on this journey. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself embracing the changes unfolding within her. She began to notice the subtle magic in the everyday, the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows that danced around her feet, or the soft rustle of the wind as it whispered ancient tales through the branches. She met others in her village who shared her journey, each walking their own path of transformation. There was Rowan, the gentle woodcarver, whose sculptures seemed to capture the very soul of the trees he shaped, and Mira, the wise healer, whose hands worked wonders with the herbs and plants the forest graciously provided. Together, they formed a circle of friendship, a bond as strong and enduring as the roots of the mighty oaks surrounding them. They shared their fears and hopes, supporting one another with kindness and understanding. Through their camaraderie, Lyra discovered that change was not something to fear, but a beautiful opportunity for growth and renewal. One evening, as the sun set in a blaze of crimson and gold, Lyra returned to the glimmering pond. The sprite appeared once more, her presence as comforting as a warm embrace on a chilly night. "You have grown, dear Lyra," the sprite said softly. "Your heart has embraced the beauty of change, and in doing so, you have discovered the magic within yourself." Lyra smiled, a sense of peace settling over her like a gentle snowfall. "I have learned that change is not an end, but a beginning," she replied, her voice steady and sure. "It is the journey itself that brings wisdom and joy." With a nod and a twinkle in her eye, the sprite faded back into the pond, leaving Lyra with a heart full of gratitude and wonder. From that day forward, Lyra walked her path with newfound confidence, her spirit as bright and enduring as the forest she loved. She knew that life was a tapestry of endless possibilities, each thread woven with care and compassion. And in the heart of the forest, she found her place, a place of balance and harmony, where the magic of transformation was forever embraced, and where the gentle dance of change was celebrated with joy. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the soft, silvery light of the moon, Lyra lived her life, a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the enduring power of friendship and wisdom. And as the seasons turned and the forest whispered its eternal secrets, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. The end. Story 68. Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Willow, who had a heart full of curiosity and wonder. One warm summer evening, as the fireflies danced in the twilight, Willow noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the edge of the forest near her home. She had explored those woods countless times, but this light was different. It shimmered and pulsed like nothing she had seen before. Unable to resist the allure of the unknown, Willow ventured into the forest, following the mesmerizing glow deeper and deeper until the familiar sights and sounds faded away. She found herself in a realm unlike any other, where the trees seemed to whisper ancient secrets, and the very air shimmered with magic. As she marveled at the ethereal beauty surrounding her, Willow was startled by a sudden rustling in the bushes. Out hopped a tiny creature with gossamer wings and a radiant smile. "Welcome, dear Willow," the glowing sprite chirped. "We've been expecting you in the Enchanted Glade." Willow's eyes widened in disbelief as more whimsical beings emerged from their hiding places, giggling pixies, wise tree sprites, and gentle forest guardians. They welcomed her warmly, their voices like tinkling bells, and led her deeper into the heart of this wondrous realm. Along the way, Willow encountered marvels beyond her wildest dreams. Glittering waterfalls that sang like choirs of angels, towering trees that whispered ancient lore, and sparkling pools that revealed glimpses of other realms. With each new wonder, her sense of curiosity and courage grew stronger. Yet, the Enchanted Glade also presented challenges. Willow had to navigate through a maze of towering hedges, each twist and turn testing her wits and resourcefulness. She had to decipher riddles posed by mischievous woodland creatures, drawing upon her wisdom and empathy. And when faced with a vast chasm, she had to summon her bravery and trust in the guidance of her newfound friends. Through it all, Willow remained steadfast, her spirit undaunted by the obstacles in her path. She learned that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it with an open heart and a thirst for knowledge. At last, Willow found herself in a breathtaking crystalline grotto, where the very air seemed to shimmer with magic. Here, the wise elders of the Enchanted Glade welcomed her with warm embraces and shared the ancient tales of their realm. As the night gave way to dawn, Willow realized her journey had come full circle. She had ventured into the unknown, faced her fears, and emerged with a deeper appreciation for the wonders of the world. And though she knew she must return home, a part of the Enchanted Glade would forever remain in her heart. A reminder to always embrace the magic of exploration and the beauty of the unknown. With a final farewell to her newfound friends, Willow stepped back through the shimmering veil and found herself once more in the familiar forest near her home. But now she saw it with fresh eyes, alive with possibility and enchantment. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, she knew that the Enchanted Glade would forever beckon her back, a wondrous realm where dreams and reality intertwined, and the spirit of adventure lived on. Story 69. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of leaves whispered secrets to the wind and the sunlight danced in dapples upon the forest floor, a hidden world thrived in harmony. This was a place where the boundary between reality and magic blurred, and the natural creatures lived lives entwined with the rhythms of the earth. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant hues, with emerald moss blanketing the ground and towering oaks stretching their limbs skyward. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that dotted the woodland. Gentle streams wove through the terrain, their waters singing a soft lullaby as they tumbled over smooth stones. In a glen where the sun's rays filtered through the leaves in golden shafts, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of earthy browns and greens, worn smooth by time and adventure. His eyes, deep and knowing, had witnessed the forest's cycles for over a century. He was a guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through generations. Thistle had many friends among the forest's inhabitants. There was Luna, the silver-furred squirrel, whose acrobatics among the trees were as graceful as a ballet. Her bushy tail flicked playfully as she gathered acorns and shared them with those in need. Then there was Bramble, the gentle deer, whose coat blended seamlessly with the dappled sunlight. Bramble's watchful gaze and gentle demeanor brought comfort to all who shared the forest with him. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began to blush with shades of amber and crimson, Thistle sensed a change in the air. The forest was preparing for its long winter slumber, and yet something was amiss. The usual symphony of nature was disrupted by a restless energy, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Thistle gathered his friends in the glen, the golden leaves rustling softly as they settled around him. Luna perched on a low branch, her eyes wide with curiosity, while Bramble stood nearby, ears pricked attentively. "There is a disturbance in the balance of our forest," Thistle began, his voice a gentle rumble. "The seasons are not flowing as they should, and I fear that the harmony we cherish is in peril." Luna twitched her nose, a sign of her concern. "What could be causing this, Thistle? The forest has always followed the cycle of the seasons." Thistle nodded, his old eyes thoughtful. "I believe it is the work of the north wind, who has grown restless in his domain. He stirs the clouds and disrupts the dance of the elements, forgetting the wisdom of balance that has been passed down through time." Bramble, with his steady voice, asked, "How can we restore harmony, Thistle? We are but small creatures in this vast forest." A smile spread across Thistle's face, a reminder of the gentle strength he carried within him. "We may be small, but together we can weave a tapestry of magic and unity. We must seek the guidance of the ancient oak who stands at the heart of the forest. His roots run deep, and his branches touch the skies. He knows the language of the wind." And so the three friends set off on their journey, the forest opening before them like a well-loved book. They moved with purpose, their footsteps a quiet whisper on the soft earth. As they traveled, the scent of autumn leaves filled the air, and the gentle murmur of the forest accompanied them like an old melody. The path led them to the great oak, whose trunk was as wide as a dozen men standing arm in arm. His bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and his leaves quivered with a wisdom that seemed to echo through the ages. Thistle approached the oak with reverence, his voice a respectful murmur. "Great oak, we seek your counsel. The balance of our forest is threatened, and we ask for your guidance to restore the harmony between the seasons." The oak's branches swayed gently, and a deep, resonant voice filled the clearing. "Ah, Thistle, Luna, Bramble, you are wise to come here. The north wind has indeed forgotten the delicate dance of the elements. But fear not, for the answer lies within the heart of the forest itself." Luna's ears perked up, her curiosity piqued. "What must we do, great oak?" The oak's voice was both ancient and gentle, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "You must remind the north wind of the beauty in balance. Gather the whispers of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the babble of brooks, the songs of birds, weave them into a melody of harmony, and offer it to the wind." With newfound purpose, the friends set about their task. Luna darted through the trees, collecting the soft rustle of leaves in her tiny paws. Bramble wandered to the stream's edge, capturing the gentle melody of the water's song. Thistle, with his steady gait, gathered the hushed whispers of the forest floor, where tiny creatures scurried unseen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, the friends returned to the great oak. Together, they combined the sounds they had gathered, creating a symphony of nature's voice. The melody was soft and soothing, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. With the melody woven into a harmonious whole, Thistle lifted his voice to the sky, calling upon the north wind. The air grew still, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the melody upward. It danced among the branches of the great oak, spiraled up into the sky, and reached the ears of the north wind. The north wind, touched by the beauty of the song, paused his restless flight. He listened, truly listened, to the symphony of the forest. The melody reminded him of the stories told by the earth and the sky, of the balance that had been preserved through the ages. With a sigh that rustled through the forest, the north wind settled into his proper place, allowing the seasons to resume their gentle dance. The air grew calm, and the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The friends watched as the leaves, painted in autumn's glory, fluttered gently to the ground, and the chill in the air softened to a comforting embrace. They knew that they had restored the balance, and with it the harmony of their beloved forest. As night fell, the stars twinkled above like scattered diamonds, and the forest settled into a peaceful slumber. Thistle, Luna, and Bramble returned to their glen, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that even the smallest creatures could weave great magic when they worked together. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures lived in harmony, cherishing the wisdom of balance passed down through generations. Their story, whispered by the wind and sung by the streams, would be told to those who listened, a reminder that in unity, even the quietest voices could change the world. In the heart of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the lives of the natural creatures unfolded in peaceful harmony, forever guided by the gentle wisdom of the great oak and the friendship that bound them all. Story 70. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and sun-dappled meadows, there lived a curious young girl named Amara. Her days were filled with the laughter of friends, the smell of fresh bread baking in the village ovens, and the gentle hum of bees in the wildflower fields. But Amara often found herself gazing beyond the hills, where the sky touched the earth in a band of shimmering blue haze. It was said that beyond those hills lay a forest so magical that even the oldest villagers spoke of it with hushed reverence. One balmy afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and amber, Amara felt a pull stronger than ever. Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and a tinge of apprehension. She decided it was time to discover the secrets of the enchanted forest herself. Armed with a small satchel filled with her favorite pastries and a little flask of sweet lemon tea, she set off, her feet tracing the familiar path until it gave way to the untrodden. As she crested the final hill, the forest unveiled itself like a secret kept for eons. The trees were unlike any Amara had seen before, their trunks twisted and spiraling towards the heavens, leaves whispering in a language of their own. The air was cool and sweet, tinged with the fragrance of unseen blossoms and the earthy scent of moss. Amara took a deep breath, stepping into the forest with a sense of wonder. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant melody of a babbling brook. She walked along a path dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy, her senses alive to every sound and scent. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught her eye, and she stopped, crouching low to the ground. There, peeking out from behind a mushroom as large as a toadstool, was a creature both peculiar and endearing. It had the body of a rabbit, yet its ears were feathered like a bird's, and its eyes sparkled with the curiosity of a child. The creature tilted its head, regarding Amara with an expression that was both inquisitive and welcoming. "Hello," said Amara softly, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet of the forest. The creature twitched its nose and, to Amara's delight, began to hop towards her, leaving a trail of tiny, glowing footprints in its wake. They walked together, the creature leading Amara deeper into the forest, showing her wonders she had never imagined. They passed by a grove where the fruit glimmered like jewels in the sunlight, and a field where flowers sang in whispers, their petals moving in harmony with the breeze. Each new discovery filled Amara with a sense of joy and an understanding that the world was far more magical than she had ever dared to believe. As dusk began to weave its twilight tapestry, the forest glowed with a soft luminescence, lighting the way forward. Amara realized she had ventured far, and though her heart was full, it was time to turn back. The creature seemed to understand, nuzzling her hand with affection. "Thank you," Amara said, her voice warm with gratitude. "I'll never forget this." The creature blinked its eyes slowly, and with a gentle nudge, it pointed Amara back towards the path home. With one last look at the forest that had welcomed her so kindly, Amara began her journey back over the hills, the evening sky casting shadows that were friendly and familiar. When Amara finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the velvet sky, and the moon hung like a silver lantern. She felt different somehow, not in appearance, but in the quiet courage that now nestled in her heart. She had ventured into the unknown, faced the gentle challenges of her own trepidation, and emerged with new friends and a heart full of stories. As she lay in bed that night, listening to the soft chirping of crickets outside her window, Amara thought of the forest and the creature with the feathered ears. She knew that courage was not the absence of fear, but the decision to explore despite it. And sometimes, the most enchanting places are found not just in distant lands, but within the spaces we dare to explore. And so, with a contented sigh, Amara drifted into dreams filled with shimmering forests and whimsical companions, her heart aglow with the magic of newfound courage and the promise of adventures yet to come. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little cobblestone street where a peculiar shop stood. The shop's wooden sign swung gently in the breeze, its faded letters reading, "Whimsical Wonders." It was a place where the villagers could always find something unexpected, a place that seemed to hum with mystery and magic. In this village lived a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as curious as the autumn leaves that danced in the wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lila wandered into Whimsical Wonders. The shop was filled with the scent of old books and lavender, and the soft glow of lanterns illuminated shelves brimming with curious trinkets. As Lila moved through the aisles, her eyes fell upon an unassuming object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate vines and tiny, glistening stars. Drawn to its quiet beauty, she picked it up, and to her delight, the box began to hum softly, a melody that felt both new and familiar at once. The shopkeeper, a kindly old woman with twinkling eyes named Marigold, noticed Lila's fascination. "Ah, the box of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart and can reveal the unseen paths of the soul." Intrigued and a little mystified, Lila asked, "What does it do?" Marigold chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves. "It shows you the wonders within yourself, dear, but it unlocks only for those who listen closely and tread with kindness." Lila decided to take the box home, her heart fluttering with anticipation. That night, as the village settled into a serene slumber beneath a blanket of stars, Lila sat by her window. The box was warm in her hands, and as she leaned in to listen, she heard a faint, melodious whisper. It spoke not in words, but in feelings, a gentle urging to explore the woods at the edge of the village. The next morning, with the box tucked safely in her satchel, Lila set out on her journey. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dapples of light that danced upon the forest floor. As Lila ventured deeper, she met a host of woodland creatures who became her companions. Wise old owl with feathers like autumn leaves, playful squirrel with eyes like twinkling stars, and gentle deer whose presence was as calming as a lullaby. Each creature had its own charm and insight. Owl shared stories of the ancient woods, tales that spoke of courage and wisdom. Squirrel, ever curious and full of laughter, reminded Lila of the joy found in small things. Deer, with her gentle grace, taught Lila the beauty of stillness and listening to one's heart. Together, they journeyed through the forest, and with each step, the box's melody grew clearer, guiding them towards a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. Here, Lila faced the challenge set before her. The tree whispered in the language of the heart, asking her to look within and see not just with her eyes, but with her spirit. It was a moment of reflection, of understanding that true magic lay not in the box, but in her own heart and the connections she had forged along the way. With a newfound wisdom, Lila gently placed the box at the foot of the tree. In that moment, the box opened, releasing a gentle light that enveloped her and her companions. It filled her with warmth, a feeling of peace and belonging, as if the universe itself was offering a gentle embrace. As Lila returned to the village, the box remained in the forest, a beacon of hope and discovery for those who would come after her. She carried with her the lessons of the heart, the whispers of the box that had guided her journey. And so, beneath the starlit sky, Lila lay in her bed, comforted by the warmth of her adventure. The village slept soundly, the gentle hum of whimsical wonders singing softly in the night, a reminder that magic is found in unexpected places and that the greatest treasures lie within. And with that thought, Lila drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreaming of the endless wonders yet to be discovered. Story 72. On the edge of the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled comfortably between lush rolling hills and a sparkling brook, stood a modest cottage with a curious little garden. Within this garden, a peculiar rosebush grew, its blossoms unlike any other. While most roses flaunted vibrant reds and pinks, these roses were a soft, shimmering silver, their petals whispering secrets to the night wind. In this cottage lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Lila. Lila, with her chestnut hair cascading like a waterfall and eyes the color of twilight, was known throughout Willowbrook for her kindness and her knack for discovering the extraordinary in the ordinary. She spent her days tending to her garden, crafting herbal remedies, and sharing stories with the village children under the shade of the great oak in the town square. One late summer's evening, as the stars blinked to life in the velvet sky, Lila noticed something unusual about the silver roses. One of the blooms seemed to glow more brightly than the others, its light pulsating softly, as if beating with a heart of its own. Intrigued, Lila approached the bush, and as she reached out to touch the luminous rose, it unfurled its petals to reveal a tiny golden key, no larger than a hummingbird. Curiosity tingling through her veins, Lila carefully plucked the key from the flower's embrace. As she held it, a gentle voice, as soft as the summer breeze, whispered through her mind, "This key unlocks the door to discovery, but only for those who seek with an open heart." Determined to uncover the secret behind this magical gift, Lila decided to embark on a journey. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of elderberry tea, and a notebook to jot down her thoughts, and set off at dawn, guided by her intuition and the promise of adventure. Her first stop was the village apothecary, where the wise and whimsical Elder Thistle resided. Elder Thistle, a sprightly woman with hair the color of moonlight and a laugh like tinkling bells, was a dear friend of Lila's. She greeted Lila with a warm embrace and a cup of steaming chamomile tea. As Lila shared her discovery, Elder Thistle's eyes twinkled with delight. "Ah, the key of whimsy," she mused, tracing the intricate patterns etched into the key's surface with her fingertips. "It is said to open the door to realms unseen, but only when the heart knows what it seeks." With Elder Thistle's cryptic words echoing in her mind, Lila continued her journey, each step guided by both her heart and the gentle guidance of newfound friends she met along the way. There was Finn, the joyous tinker with a gift for fixing broken things, who offered her a compass that always pointed towards home. And then there was Marigold, a wise old owl who perched on Lila's shoulder, sharing stories of the forest and its hidden wonders. Together, this unlikely band ventured through the whispering woods, a place where the trees swayed to an ancient melody, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss. Lila marveled at the symphony of chirping crickets and the rustle of leaves, feeling a deep connection to the world around her. As they reached the heart of the woods, they encountered their challenge, a grand oak with a door carved into its trunk, its surface glistening with dew. The keyhole beckoned, yet it was guarded by a riddle etched into the bark. "What is it that you seek, that cannot be held or seen, yet fills the heart with warmth and light?" Lila pondered the riddle, her brow furrowed in thought. She closed her eyes, letting the forest's whispers guide her. And then, like a gentle breeze, the answer came to her. A feeling of connection, of understanding and kindness that transcended the physical. "Friendship," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. As if in response to her answer, the door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a realm of wonder beyond. Inside, the air shimmered with possibility, every color more vibrant, every sound a melody. This was a place where imagination took form, where dreams danced upon sunbeams. Lila stepped through the doorway, her heart swelling with awe. Here she found not only the magic she sought, but also a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. The journey had changed her, teaching her that true magic lies in the connections we forge and the love we share. Returning to Willowbrook, Lila carried the light of her discovery within her, sharing tales of her adventure with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and find magic in their own lives. The silver roses in her garden blossomed anew, each petal a reminder of the wonders that await those who seek with an open heart. And so, as the moon cast its gentle glow over the cottage and the brook sang its lullaby, Lila settled into her favorite armchair by the fireplace, a book in hand and a smile upon her lips, content in the knowledge that the world was full of enchantment, just waiting to be discovered. Story 73. Once, in a forest where the trees stretched their arms high into the sky, their leaves whispering ancient secrets to the wind, there lived a community of creatures who thrived beneath their verdant canopy. This forest was not just a place of towering oaks and delicate ferns. It was a realm where the boundary between the natural and the magical was as thin as a dew-kissed spider's web, shimmering in the morning light. In the heart of this enchanted wood, nestled among the roots of a grand old willow, lived a wise old tortoise named Grindel. His shell was like a map of the forest itself, etched with lines and grooves that told the story of many seasons. Grindel was known far and wide for his calm demeanor and the gentle wisdom he shared with all who sought his counsel. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves drifted down like amber and gold confetti, a young fox named Aurelia trotted through the forest, her fur a vibrant russet that mirrored the hues of the season. She had heard tales of Grindel's wisdom and hoped he could help with the troubles that weighed on her heart. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. The air was tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of rain. As Aurelia approached Grindel's dwelling, the old tortoise was basking in a patch of sunlight that filtered through the willow's draping branches. "Good morning, Grindel," Aurelia called softly, not wanting to disturb the peace that enveloped the clearing. The tortoise opened his eyes slowly, a serene smile spreading across his face as he saw the young fox. "Ah, Aurelia," Grindel rumbled in his deep, soothing voice. "What brings you to my humble abode on such a fine day?" Aurelia settled down on the cool, mossy ground beside Grindel, her paws tucked neatly under her. "I've come to seek your guidance, Grindel," she began, her voice as soft as the whispering leaves. "The forest feels different lately. The streams run low, and the trees seem to sigh with weariness. I fear for our home and the balance that holds it together." Grindel nodded slowly, the sunlight tracing patterns on his ancient shell. "You are wise beyond your years to notice such things, dear Aurelia," he said. "The forest is indeed in a delicate dance with the seasons, and sometimes that dance falters." He paused, allowing the gentle hum of the forest to fill the space between them. "Long ago, our ancestors learned that the secret to harmony lies in understanding the rhythms of nature and working together to maintain them." Aurelia listened intently, her ears perked with curiosity. "But how can we help, Grindel? The forest is so vast, and we are but small creatures within it." Grindel chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves. "True, we are small, but even the tiniest pebble can create ripples in a pond. There is a place, deep within the forest, where the heart of the magic dwells. It is known as the Glade of Seasons, where the spirit of the forest manifests with each turn of the earth. There, you may find what you seek." The old tortoise's words filled Aurelia with a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Grindel," she said, her eyes bright with determination. "I will find the Glade of Seasons and learn what I can do to help." With a nod and a soft smile, Grindel watched as Aurelia bounded away, her tail a bushy plume trailing behind her. The path to the Glade of Seasons was not an easy one. It wound through the heart of the forest, past bubbling brooks and over moss-covered stones. As Aurelia journeyed deeper into the wood, the air grew cooler, and the light took on a silvery quality, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, and their leaves whispered secrets from a time long past. Finally, after what felt like hours of walking, Aurelia arrived at the Glade of Seasons. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. In the center of the glade stood a majestic tree, its branches spreading wide and high, its leaves a tapestry of every season: spring green, summer's emerald, autumn's fiery hues, and the silvery frost of winter. As Aurelia approached, the air seemed to hum with a gentle melody, a song of nature itself. She felt a warmth spread through her, as if the glade recognized her presence and welcomed her. A soft rustle drew her attention, and from behind the great tree emerged a graceful stag, with antlers like branches adorned with blossoms and leaves. His eyes were deep and knowing, and his presence exuded a serene strength. "Welcome, young Aurelia," the stag spoke, his voice like the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am Sylvan, guardian of the Glade of Seasons. I have awaited your arrival." Aurelia bowed her head respectfully, feeling a sense of awe in Sylvan's presence. "I have come to learn how we might restore balance to the forest," she said earnestly. "The trees grow weary and the streams run low. How can we help?" Sylvan nodded, a soft breeze stirring the leaves around them. "The forest has always thrived on the balance between the elements: earth, water, air, and fire. In recent times, this balance has been disturbed. The streams have run low because the rains have been withheld, and the trees grow weary from the lack of nourishment." He paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the glade to fill the air. "But there is hope, for the creatures of the forest are not powerless. By working together, you can restore the harmony that sustains us all." Aurelia's heart swelled with hope and determination. "What must we do, Sylvan?" she asked eagerly. "Each creature has a role to play," Sylvan explained. "The birds can carry seeds and water to parched areas, the squirrels can gather and plant acorns to renew the forest, and the foxes, like yourself, can guide others and ensure the safety of those who work. It will take time and effort, but together you can bring life back to the forest." Aurelia nodded, understanding the importance of the task before them. She could already envision the creatures of the forest, each contributing in their own way to the restoration of their home. "Thank you, Sylvan," Aurelia said, her eyes shining with gratitude. "We will do our best to restore the balance." With a gentle nod, Sylvan stepped back, his form merging with the shimmering light of the glade. Aurelia felt a renewed sense of purpose as she turned to leave, her heart filled with the promise of what lay ahead. The journey back through the forest was filled with a newfound energy. Aurelia's steps were light and swift, and as she traveled, she spread the word of the plan. The creatures of the forest, from the smallest mouse to the mightiest bear, listened and agreed to do their part. Days turned into weeks, and the forest buzzed with activity. Birds flitted through the trees, carrying seeds and droplets of water in their beaks. Squirrels scurried about, bearing acorns and nuts in the rich earth. Foxes, wolves, and deer patrolled the forest, ensuring the safety of all who labored. Slowly but surely the forest began to heal. The streams flowed with renewed vigor, their waters sparkling under the sunlight. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves lush and vibrant. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves. One day, as Aurelia stood on a hill overlooking the forest, she felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. The forest, once weary and struggling, now thrived with life and harmony. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over the land, Aurelia knew that the balance had been restored not just by magic, but by the wisdom and unity of the creatures who called the forest home. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of friendship, cooperation, and the timeless rhythms of nature. As Aurelia settled down for the night, a gentle breeze carried the soft murmur of the forest to her ears, a lullaby of peace and harmony that would echo through the ages. Story 74. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering silver lake, there was a small, charming shop called Woodland Wonders. The shop was renowned for its peculiar assortment of antiques, each with a story of its own. Its owner, the kindly old Mr. Thistle, knew every tale by heart and loved to share them with anyone who cared to listen. In this shop, among the dusty shelves and the soft glow of lantern light, lay a peculiar object that had caught the eye of many, a simple, unassuming wooden box, no larger than a loaf of bread. Its surface was smooth, and the grain of the wood seemed to dance under the light, as if whispering secrets of the forest from which it came. Few knew that the box held a magic of its own, a magic that could reveal the hidden wonders of the world to those with hearts pure and open. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze sent golden leaves skittering across the cobblestone path, a young girl named Mia entered the shop. Mia was known in the village for her curious mind and a heart full of dreams. Her eyes sparkled with the kind of wonder that only the young possess, and she loved nothing more than listening to Mr. Thistle's tales of far-off lands and enchanted objects. On this particular day, as Mia wandered through the shop, her gaze fell upon the wooden box. Drawn to it by some invisible thread, she reached out and gently traced her fingers along its surface. To her surprise, the box felt warm, as if it were alive. Mr. Thistle, watching from behind the counter, smiled knowingly. "Ah, you've found the dreamer's chest," he said, his voice like a soft melody. "It is said to hold the power to show its owner the world in a way never seen before, but only those with a true heart can unlock its secrets." Mia's curiosity was piqued, and with a gentle nod from Mr. Thistle, she lifted the lid of the box. Inside, she found nothing but a small, delicate feather, shimmering with a rainbow of colors. As she held it, a warmth spread through her, and the world around her began to change. The shop faded away, and she found herself standing in the heart of an ancient, enchanted forest. The forest was alive with magic. Every leaf glowed with a soft, golden light, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The gentle hum of a nearby stream played a soothing melody, and the trees seemed to whisper secrets to one another in a language that danced on the edge of understanding. As Mia marveled at the beauty around her, she noticed a small creature peeking out from behind a tree. It was a fox, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur was a deep auburn, and its eyes sparkled like emeralds. With a curious tilt of its head, it stepped forward and introduced itself as Rowan, the guardian of the forest. "Welcome, young dreamer," Rowan said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The forest has chosen you to embark on a journey of discovery and wonder. Along the way, you will meet friends who will guide you and face challenges that will test your heart and mind." With Rowan as her guide, Mia ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air shimmered with magic. Along the path, she met a wise old owl named Oliver, who perched high in the branches, his feathers as silver as the moonlight. Oliver spoke in riddles and shared tales of wisdom that made Mia ponder the mysteries of the world. Next, she encountered Luna, a gentle deer with eyes like pools of midnight. Luna had a gift for seeing the unseen and helped Mia to look beyond the surface of things, to find beauty in the unexpected and strength in the unseen. With her new friends by her side, Mia journeyed through the forest, each step a dance of discovery and delight. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars, and she found that the magic of the forest was not in the things she could see, but in the connections she made and the truths she uncovered. But soon, Mia and her companions came upon a challenge that lay at the heart of the forest, a great ancient tree whose roots were tangled and twisted, blocking the path forward. The tree was wise and had stood as a guardian of the forest for centuries, but it was troubled, its spirit weighed down by a burden unseen. Mia approached the tree with a gentle heart, placing her hand upon its rough bark. She closed her eyes and listened, and in the quiet she heard the tree's sorrow, a fear of losing its place in the ever-changing world, a fear of being forgotten as time moved on. With wisdom beyond her years, Mia spoke softly to the tree, her voice filled with kindness. "Dear guardian of the forest, your roots run deep, and your branches reach the sky. Though the world may change, you will always hold a place in the hearts of those who walk your path. Trust in the strength of your roots and the light of your leaves, and know that you are never alone." As her words filled the air, a gentle wind rustled through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and renewal. The tree's roots began to untangle, and the path forward opened, bathed in the soft glow of dawn's first light. With the challenge overcome, Mia's journey in the enchanted forest drew to a close. Rowan, Oliver, and Luna gathered around her, their hearts full of gratitude and friendship. "You have brought light to our forest, young dreamer," Rowan said, his eyes shining with warmth. Your journey has shown us that true magic lies not in the world around us, but in the hearts we touch and the lives we change. Mia smiled, her heart full of the lessons she had learned. She knew that though her time in the forest was ending, the magic she had discovered would stay with her always, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay in every corner of the world. As she returned to the shop, the forest faded away, and she found herself once again in woodland wonders, the wooden box still cradled in her arms. She looked up at Mr. Thistle, her eyes bright with the joy of discovery. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. Mr. Thistle nodded, his smile warm and knowing. "The world is full of wonders, Mia. Keep your heart open, and you will find them wherever you go." With a heart full of dreams and a spirit full of magic, Mia stepped out into the morning light, ready to embrace the world with newfound wonder and wisdom. And as the sun rose high above Willowbrook, the village seemed to shine a little brighter, touched by the gentle magic of a young girl's journey of discovery. Once upon a time, nestled in the verdant hills of Willowhue Valley, there lay the bustling village of Tinkerwood. This was no ordinary village, for Tinkerwood was home to the most wondrous assortment of whimsical creatures you could ever imagine. Amongst them was a peculiar fellow named Pipkin Wobbletop, a gnome with a nose like a button mushroom and a penchant for collecting the shiniest pebbles from the babbling brook that danced through the village. Pipkin lived in a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak tree, where the walls were lined with shelves of jars, each filled with his beloved pebbles. His best friend, a sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg, often visited him, scampering through the open window and chattering about the news of the day. Nutmeg had a tail so fluffy it looked like a cloud had settled on his back, and he wore a tiny acorn cap askew on his head. One sunny morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Pipkin awoke to find a curious sight outside his window. There, fluttering in the crisp morning breeze, was a scroll of parchment tied with a ribbon of shimmering silver. His heart fluttered with excitement as he untied it and read aloud to Nutmeg, who had just hopped onto the windowsill. "O residents of Tinkerwood," the scroll declared in elegant script, "a magical conundrum has befallen your village. By the stroke of midnight, all the colors in Tinkerwood shall fade into shades of gray unless a solution is found. The answer lies within the heart of the enchanted maze. Seek it out with courage and creativity." Pipkin's eyes widened in surprise, and Nutmeg's tail quivered with anticipation. "We must save the colors of Tinkerwood," Pipkin exclaimed, determination glinting in his eyes. And so they set off together, through the dew-kissed meadows and beneath the canopy of whispering leaves, toward the enchanted maze. The enchanted maze was a mystical place that shifted and changed with the turning of the seasons. Its walls were woven from flowering vines that bloomed with the most fragrant blossoms. As Pipkin and Nutmeg approached, the entrance shimmered with an inviting glow, beckoning them to enter. Venturing inside, they found themselves surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors. The path before them twisted and turned, leading to unexpected nooks and crannies filled with wonders. They passed a fountain that sang a sweet melody, its waters sparkling with every note, and a patch of flowers that giggled when tickled by the breeze. As they navigated the maze, they encountered a host of quirky characters eager to lend a helping hand. There was Madame Trill, a melodious magpie who wore a necklace of tinkling bells and loved to solve puzzles. She fluttered beside them, offering clues and rhymes that danced through the air like a playful breeze. "Find the heart that beats with light, where colors blend in pure delight," she chirped, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Next they met Bumbleberry, a portly badger with a fondness for honeyed tea and riddles. He offered them a steaming cup from his ever-present thermos and shared a riddle that set their minds whirring. What is the hue that's always true, yet changes with each view? With each twist and turn, Pipkin and Nutmeg gathered clues, their minds buzzing with possibilities. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the maze, a clearing bathed in a gentle glow, where a magnificent tree stood with leaves shimmering in every color imaginable. It was the Tree of Hues, the very heart of the enchanted maze. At its base lay a small, mysterious chest, its surface etched with symbols of the sun and moon. Pipkin's fingers tingled with anticipation as he opened the chest. Inside lay an exquisite prism, multifaceted and gleaming with an inner light. "This must be the answer," Pipkin whispered, his voice filled with awe. As they held the prism up to the light, it caught the rays of the setting sun, casting a rainbow across the clearing. Colors danced and twirled, filling the maze with a vibrant energy. Madame Trill sang a jubilant tune, and Bumbleberry clapped his paws in delight. Suddenly, the maze began to hum with magic, and the colors of Tinkerwood returned, brighter and more beautiful than ever. Pipkin and Nutmeg laughed with joy, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had saved their beloved village. Returning home as night fell, they found the villagers gathered in celebration, their faces aglow with gratitude and happiness. From that day on, Pipkin and Nutmeg were hailed as heroes, their adventure becoming a cherished tale told around crackling fires on starry nights. And so the village of Tinkerwood remained a place of wonder and whimsy, where colors danced and dreams took flight, reminding all who lived there of the magic found in friendship and the power of creativity to solve even the most whimsical of problems. Story 76. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sky's hues melted into soft purples and blues, a small village nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest began to glow with the warmth of lanterns. Here, in a quaint cottage with a thatched roof that seemed to blend with the trees, lived a young, curious soul named Finn. Finn was a child of quiet wonder, with eyes that sparkled like the stars reflected in the dew-kissed grass. Though the village was small, Finn's dreams were vast, stretching beyond the horizon where the sun sank each evening, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. One day, as the sun dipped lower and the world prepared to rest, Finn discovered a peculiar path at the edge of the forest. It was a narrow trail, winding its way through the trees like a ribbon of mystery. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, each a different hue of autumn, whispering secrets as the wind danced among them. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow it, feeling a gentle tug of curiosity in their heart. The forest welcomed Finn with open arms, its canopy filtering the fading sunlight into a mosaic of green and amber. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot created a soothing rhythm. As Finn ventured deeper, the familiar sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional call of a hidden bird. Soon, Finn stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft, silvery glow of moonlight. At its center stood a magnificent tree, unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, and its branches, adorned with luminescent blossoms, reached toward the sky as if cradling the moon itself. Beneath its boughs lay a carpet of soft moss, inviting Finn to rest. As Finn marveled at the tree, a gentle rustling caught their attention. From behind the tree emerged a creature no taller than Finn's knee, with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes that twinkled with wisdom and joy. It was a Wispkin, a guardian of the forest known only to those who dared to explore its depths. "Welcome, brave heart," the Wispkin said in a voice that was both a whisper and a song. "You have found the Heartwood Tree, a place of dreams and stories. Sit with me and let us share in the magic of the night." Finn, enchanted by the Wispkin's gentle demeanor, settled down beside the creature. Together, they listened to the symphony of the forest, where every rustle and chirp wove a tapestry of sound. The Wispkin spoke of the wonders of the forest, of hidden glades and babbling brooks, and of the creatures that called it home. Each story was a thread, weaving a cloak of comfort around Finn's shoulders. As the night deepened, Finn felt an urge to share their own dreams, of the vast world beyond the village, of distant stars and uncharted paths. The Wispkin listened with a knowing smile, its eyes reflecting the light of the blossoms above. "You possess a rare gift, dear Finn," the Wispkin said softly. "The courage to explore, to seek the unknown, and to embrace the wonders you find. Remember, the world is vast and full of stories waiting to be discovered. Let your heart be your guide, and you will never be lost." With these words, Finn felt a warmth blossom within, a quiet confidence that filled the spaces where doubt had lingered. The night passed in a gentle sway of time, and as the first light of dawn touched the horizon, Finn knew it was time to return. The path home seemed shorter, the forest more familiar, as if Finn and it had become old friends. When they emerged from the trees, the village lay in the soft morning light, unchanged yet somehow new. As Finn returned to the cottage, the world seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting the tales of adventure and discovery that would undoubtedly follow. The journey had been a small one, perhaps, yet it had opened a window to vast possibilities. And so, as sleep began to weave its gentle spell, Finn lay beneath the warmth of a patchwork quilt, dreams of the heartwood tree and the wise wispkin wrapping them in a cocoon of peace. The lesson of the night lingered, a reminder that courage and curiosity could lead to the most wondrous of places. With a heart full of dreams and the promise of more adventures to come, Finn drifted into a slumber as soft as the whispers of the forest, comforted by the knowledge that the world was wide and their spirit was unyielding. Story 77. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies with the wind, there lay a quaint little village named Moonflower Hollow. It was aptly named, for under each moonlit night the flowers glowed with a silvery sheen, casting a gentle, dreamy light over the cobbled paths and thatched cottages. The villagers, a kind and gentle folk, lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that inhabited the woods. Among them were the flickering firefly fairies, who danced like tiny lanterns in the night, and the whisker foxes, known for their sage advice and whiskers that tickled when they spoke. In this peaceful village there lived a young girl named Lila. She had hair like spun gold and eyes the color of autumn leaves. Lila was curious and loved nothing more than exploring the mysteries of the forest. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Sage, who had feathers as soft as the downy clouds and eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the stars. One crisp autumn evening, as the village prepared for the Harvest Moon Festival, a peculiar thing began to happen. The moonflowers, which always bloomed in radiant splendor, started to fade. Their glow dimmed until they were barely visible, leaving the village in an unusual shadow. The villagers were perplexed. How will we celebrate without the moonflower's light? They wondered aloud. The festival was a time for joy and togetherness, and the moonflowers were its heart. Lila, with her ever-present curiosity, decided to solve this mystery. She turned to Sage, who perched on her shoulder, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Perhaps, Sage suggested in his soft, feathery voice, we need to listen to the whispers of the woods. They might hold the answer. Together, they ventured into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and earth. As they walked, Lila noticed the usual chatter of the forest was hushed, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. The path led them to the glimmering glade, a secret spot known only to a few. It was here that the firefly fairies gathered to weave their light into the moonflowers each night. But tonight, the glade was empty, save for a gentle rustling. From the shadows emerged a whisker fox, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Ah, young Lila and dear Sage," the fox greeted with a bow of its tufted ears. "It seems you are here to uncover the mystery of the fading moonflowers." Lila nodded eagerly. "Do you know why this is happening?" The fox chuckled, its whiskers twitching merrily. "The firefly fairies have lost their sparkle, you see. They cannot light the flowers without it." "But why have they lost their sparkle?" Lila asked, puzzled. The whisker fox paused, its eyes reflecting the soft glow of the hidden moon. "They lost it to a shadow of doubt that crept in when they saw their light dimming with the changing seasons. They forgot that their true light comes from within." Sage hooted softly, as though understanding. "So it is not the light outside, but the belief in themselves they need to find." "Precisely," nodded the fox. "But how can we help them remember?" Lila wondered, her heart full of empathy for the little fairies. The fox pondered for a moment, then spoke with a voice like a gentle breeze. "Perhaps a story of old, one that speaks of courage and inner light, would rekindle their memory." Inspired, Lila and Sage returned to the village, gathering the villagers around the great fire at the center of Moonflower Hollow. As the flames crackled and sent warmth into the cool night air, Lila began to tell a tale of a star that seemed to dim but found its glow by believing in its own strength. The villagers listened, their hearts opening with the story's gentle wisdom. As Lila's voice wove the tale, the firefly fairies, drawn by the warmth and kindness, gathered around the fire. Slowly, ever so slowly, their own light began to flicker back to life, mirroring the glow of understanding in the villagers' eyes. When the story ended, the fairies, now sparkling with renewed brilliance, flitted to the moonflowers. With delicate touches, they passed their light to the petals, and soon the entire village was bathed in a soft, silvery glow. The Harvest Moon Festival proceeded with even more joy than before, as everyone danced under the luminous flowers, grateful for the reminder that true light comes from within. As the night deepened, Lila nestled near the fire, Sage by her side, and watched the moon cast a gentle silver path across the sky. The village was at peace, the mystery solved, and the magic of the moonflowers restored. And so, under the glowing moon, and amidst the gentle whispers of the woods, the villagers of Moonflower Hollow drifted into dreams, their hearts light with the memory of friendship and the wisdom of believing in oneself. Story 78. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a secret world thrived beneath the twisted roots and emerald canopy. This was the realm of the woodland whisperers, guardians of nature's delicate balance. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the misty glades, the forest stirred to life with a symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves. Beneath a towering oak, a family of field mice scurried about, gathering fallen acorns and seeds for their winter stores. The youngest mouse, Nibbler, paused to admire a vibrant wildflower, its petals unfurling like a tiny burst of sunshine. Nearby, a regal stag lifted his antlered head, scenting the crisp morning air as dewdrops glistened on his tawny coat. High above, a parliament of wise old owls kept vigil from their lofty perches. They were the Whisperers, ancient beings imbued with the forest's collective memory and tasked with maintaining harmony among all living things. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, they guided the rhythms of nature with their ethereal songs. On this particular morning, the owls gathered to welcome the arrival of spring's equinox. Grandfather Oak, the eldest and most revered among them, ruffled his feathers and began to speak in a voice as deep and resonant as the earth itself. "My friends, the time of renewal is upon us once more," he hooted solemnly. "The icy grip of winter shall soon give way to the gentle embrace of spring. As the world awakens from its slumber, we must ensure that the delicate balance is maintained." With a flick of his powerful wings, Grandfather Oak summoned a shimmering mist that swirled and coalesced into a wondrous spectacle. Tiny sprites, each no larger than a raindrop, emerged from the mist, their gossamer wings twinkling like stardust. These were the equinox sprites, tasked with coaxing the first blossoms from their buds and urging the sleepy creatures to rouse from hibernation. As the sprites dispersed throughout the forest, their delicate touches conjured a cascade of magical transformations. Snowdrop petals unfurled, revealing their pristine white blooms, while squirrels and chipmunks poked their noses from cozy dens, blinking in the warm sunlight. A family of rabbits ventured forth, nibbling on the tender new shoots that carpeted the forest floor. Nibbler, the curious young mouse, watched in awe as the equinox sprites wove their enchantments. One particularly spirited sprite landed atop a nearby toadstool, leaving a shimmering trail of spores in its wake. Nibbler scampered closer, her whiskers twitching with delight at the kaleidoscope of colors that swirled and pulsed before her eyes. As the days grew longer and warmer, the forest burst into full bloom. Wildflowers of every hue dotted the sun-dappled glades, while butterflies danced among the blossoms on painted wings. Overhead, songbirds trilled joyous melodies, their voices joined by the gentle trickle of streams newly freed from winter's icy grasp. Throughout this wondrous transformation, the Whisperers kept a watchful eye, ensuring that all creatures, great and small, found their place in nature's grand tapestry. They sang ancient songs that coaxed the rain to fall when the earth grew parched, and whispered soothing lullabies to calm the restless winds. As summer's golden days gave way to autumn's fiery splendor, the Whisperers gathered once more to prepare for the cycle's next turn. Grandfather Oak's eyes twinkled with wisdom as he gazed upon the bounty of the forest. "See how the seeds take root and bear fruit, only to slumber and be reborn anew," he murmured. "Such is the way of all things, an endless dance of life, death, and rebirth. Remember this, my friends, and cherish the harmony that binds us all together." With those words, the owls took to the night sky, their wings outstretched like silent sentinels against the rising moon, and in the forest below, the creatures great and small settled in for the long winter's rest, secure in the knowledge that the Whisperers would guide them through the endless cycle of the seasons. For in this enchanted realm, where the veil between worlds grew thin, the rhythms of nature flowed eternally, a tapestry woven by the Whisperers' loving hands and sung into being by their timeless melodies. Here in the heart of the ancient forest, magic and reality intertwined in perfect, harmonious balance. Story 79. In the gentle embrace of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered fireflies across a darkened meadow, there existed a peculiar and enchanting corner of the universe known as the Nebula of Whispers. It was here, amidst vibrant swirls of cosmic dust and the soft hum of solar winds, that two unlikely companions would find their paths crossing in the most unexpected of ways. On the vibrant and lush planet of Lyra, where the trees sang with the voices of the ancients and rivers flowed with waters as clear as crystal, there lived a creature named Tala. Tala was a Lyran, a species known for their delicate wings that shimmered with every color of the rainbow and their gentle melodic speech that was often mistaken for song. Tala spent her days tending to the luminescent gardens and listening to the stories whispered by the elder trees, her heart content within the beauty of her world. Meanwhile, on the stark and rocky terrain of the planet Thalor, there dwelled a being named Rax. Rax was a Thalorian, a robust and resilient species with skin as tough as stone and eyes that glowed with the soft light of distant stars. Thalorians were skilled in the arts of crafting and engineering, creating wonders from the seemingly barren lands they called home. Rax, with his hands that could shape the very essence of metals, often dreamed of exploring the universe beyond his own rugged planet. As fate would have it, the universe had a special journey in store for Tala and Rax. On a day when the celestial winds whispered of change, a mysterious portal opened between Lyra and Thalor, linking the two worlds in a shimmering bridge of light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Tala and Rax found themselves stepping through the portal, their paths converging in a realm of floating islands and cascading stardust. At first, Tala and Rax regarded each other with a mix of curiosity and caution. Tala, with her gentle nature and melodic voice, found Rax's gruff demeanor and rumbling speech to be somewhat intimidating. Similarly, Rax was unsure of Tala's delicate form and ethereal presence, fearing that even the slightest touch might cause her to vanish like a morning mist. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Tala's poetic expressions were met with puzzled stares from Rax, who was accustomed to more direct and literal conversation. Likewise, Rax's straightforward manner seemed brusque to Tala, who was used to the gentle diplomacy of her own kind. Yet despite these differences, there was an undeniable spark of curiosity that urged them to bridge the gap between their worlds. As they explored the realm together, Tala and Rax encountered a series of challenges that would test their resolve and deepen their understanding of one another. One day, while traversing a particularly precarious bridge of light, a sudden gust of cosmic wind threatened to sweep Tala away. Without hesitation, Rax reached out, anchoring her with his sturdy hands and murmuring reassurances that resonated with the strength of a mountain. In that moment, Tala realized that beneath Rax's tough exterior lay a heart as steadfast and caring as her own. Another time, when they stumbled upon a cascade of shimmering crystals that sang when touched, it was Tala's gentle guidance that helped Rax appreciate the subtle beauty of the melodies. As she coaxed the crystals into song, Rax found himself entranced by the music, understanding for the first time the eloquence of Tala's world. It was then that he saw her not as fragile, but as a being of grace and resilience. With each shared adventure, Tala and Rax discovered that their differences were not barriers, but rather the very threads that wove their friendship together. They learned to listen, not just with their ears, but with their hearts, finding common ground in the quiet moments of companionship and the shared joy of discovery. One evening, as they sat side by side on the edge of a floating island, watching the stars paint stories across the night sky, Rax turned to Tala with a thoughtful look. "You know," he rumbled softly, "I used to think that strength was all about being unyielding, like the rocks of Thalor. But now I see that there is strength in the way you see the world, in your kindness and your light." Tala smiled, her wings catching the starlight and scattering it like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "And I have learned from you, Rax," she replied, her voice a gentle melody. "I have learned that there is beauty in the steadfastness of your spirit, in the way you hold firm even in the face of the unknown. Together, we are more than we could ever be alone." In that moment, beneath the vast and endless sky, Tala and Rax understood the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended words and worlds, a connection forged from the shared challenges and the mutual respect they had grown to cherish. And so, within the nebula of whispers, two unlikely companions found a place to belong, their friendship a beacon of warmth and light in the ever-expanding universe. As the stars continued their eternal dance above, Tala and Rax knew that they had found not just a friend, but a kindred spirit with whom they could face any adventure the cosmos might bring. With hearts full of peace and the quiet joy of companionship, Tala and Rax rested, their dreams weaving together stories of new horizons and the promise of tomorrow. And the universe, in its infinite wisdom, cradled them gently, whispering its own lullabies in the language of stars. Story 80. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stardust painted the skies with shimmering hues, there existed a peculiar little planet named Luminara. Its surface, a tapestry of bioluminescent flora, glowed softly beneath the indigo heavens. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle hum of life harmonized with the whispering breeze. On this planet lived a kind-hearted creature known as Quillen, a Valonian with soft, feathered skin that shimmered like moonlight. Quillen had large, soulful eyes and a comforting aura that could ease even the most troubled minds. He spent his days tending to the luminous gardens of Luminara, nurturing the vibrant plants that thrived under his care. Far across the cosmos, from a planet known as Krylos, journeyed another being named Terek. A robust Kryloxian, Terek's skin was like polished stone, with deep grooves etched by the sands of his home world. His eyes glowed with an inner light, and his voice resonated like the gentle rolling of distant thunder. Terek had embarked on a voyage to explore the wonders of the universe, seeking knowledge and companionship in the stars. Their paths crossed by chance when Terek's spacecraft, the Starwind, encountered a turbulent storm in the astral seas and crash-landed on Luminara. Stranded and disoriented, Terek emerged from his vessel amidst the glowing foliage, his heart heavy with uncertainty. It was then that he met Quillen, who approached with cautious curiosity, his feathery form silhouetted against the radiant flora. At first, misunderstandings clouded their interactions. Terek, used to the harsh landscapes of Krylos, misinterpreted Quillen's gentle gestures as signs of weakness. Meanwhile, Quillen, unfamiliar with Terek's gruff exterior, mistook his stern demeanor for hostility. Yet, despite their differences, they found themselves drawn together by the shared challenge of repairing Terek's ship. As days turned into nights, bathed in the soft glow of Luminara's twin moons, Quillen and Terek labored side by side. They scavenged for materials in the lush jungles, their efforts illuminated by the bioluminescent plants that seemed to guide their way. Quillen, with his intimate knowledge of the land, taught Terek to listen to the whispers of the forest, while Terek shared tales of distant stars and the mysteries they held. In the quiet moments between their work, they sat beneath the twinkling canopy, exchanging stories of their homes. Quillen spoke of the serene harmony of Luminara, where every living thing thrived in balance. Terek described the endless deserts of Krylos, where survival depended on strength and resilience. Through these conversations, they began to understand the beauty in each other's worlds and the strengths they each possessed. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of a distant nebula, a fierce storm swept across Luminara. The winds howled through the trees, and rain fell in cascading sheets, threatening to wash away their progress. In the face of nature's fury, Quillen and Terek found themselves huddled together beneath a sheltering canopy. Quillen, sensing Terek's tension, offered a feathered arm in comfort, a gesture that spoke volumes beyond words. "Thank you," Terek rumbled, his voice softer than before, as he accepted Quillen's warmth. "I never realized how much I needed a friend until now." Quillen smiled, his feathers glistening with rain. "We may come from different worlds, but in this moment, we stand as one." With renewed determination, they weathered the storm, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment. As the tempest subsided and the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, they emerged from their refuge to find the land transformed. The storm's wrath had scattered debris across the landscape, but it had also revealed a hidden cache of crystals that gleamed with an ethereal light. Using these newfound resources, Quillen and Tarek worked tirelessly to repair the Starwind. Their teamwork, once marred by misunderstanding, now flowed seamlessly, each complementing the other's strengths. They laughed and shared dreams, their friendship a beacon of hope amidst the challenges they faced. At last, the day came when the Starwind stood ready for flight once more. As they prepared for departure, Quillen and Tarek lingered beside the spacecraft, savoring the bond they had forged. Tarek, his eyes glistening with emotion, placed a hand on Quillen's shoulder. "I will never forget this place, or the friend I found here," Tarek said, his voice filled with gratitude. Quillen nodded, his heart swelling with warmth. "And I will always look to the stars, knowing a piece of my heart travels with you." With a final embrace, Tarek boarded the Starwind, the engines humming with renewed vigor. As the ship ascended into the sky, Quillen watched, his heart aglow with the memories they had created together. Though their paths had diverged, the friendship between Quillen and Tarek endured, a testament to the power of understanding and kindness. In the vast expanse of the universe, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and wove their lives together in harmony. And so, beneath the gentle glow of Luminara's starflowers, Quillen continued to tend his gardens, his thoughts ever with his friend among the stars, knowing that wherever they roamed, they were never truly alone. Story 81. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint village, surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village for her kindness and a curiosity that seemed to sparkle like the stars. She lived in a cozy cottage adorned with flowering vines and a garden that hummed with the melodies of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in the wind and the air carried the scent of pine and earth, Clara wandered to the village market. It was a bustling place, where stalls overflowed with colorful produce, and the air was filled with the chatter of neighbors and the clinking of coins. Clara's eyes roamed over the various wares until they fell upon a peculiar sight, a stall that seemed to shimmer with a light all its own. The stall was manned by an elderly gentleman whose beard was as white as the first snow of winter. His eyes twinkled with a warmth that drew Clara closer. Among the trinkets and baubles, one item caught her attention, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unassuming at first glance, but there was something about it that whispered to Clara's heart. "Ah, you found it," the elderly man said with a knowing smile. "This is no ordinary box. It holds the secrets of the heart and the wisdom of the ages." Clara's curiosity was piqued. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice gentle and inquisitive. "Open it when you seek clarity, and it will guide you on a journey of discovery," he replied, his voice like the rustle of ancient leaves. With a nod of thanks, Clara purchased the box and carried it home, her heart fluttering with anticipation. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Clara sat by her fireplace, the warmth of the flames wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. She placed the box on her lap and with a deep breath opened it. Inside there was a small glowing orb, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. As Clara touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and suddenly she was enveloped in a soft golden light. The room around her faded, and she found herself standing in a lush meadow, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of wildflowers and the sky was a brilliant tapestry of colors. Nearby a brook babbled merrily, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. "Welcome, Clara," a voice called out, soft and melodic. Turning, Clara saw a graceful figure emerging from the trees, a woman with hair like autumn leaves and eyes that held the depths of the forest. "I am Althea, guardian of the woods." Clara smiled, feeling an instant kinship with Althea. "It's beautiful here," she said, her voice filled with wonder. Althea nodded. "This place is a reflection of your heart, a sanctuary of peace and possibility. You are here because you seek something. What is it?" Clara thought for a moment, letting the tranquility of the meadow seep into her bones. "I want to understand the magic of the box and how it can help me," she said. Althea nodded, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "The box holds the power of understanding and empathy. It can guide you to see the hidden beauty in the world and in yourself. But first, you must embark on a journey." Clara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "What kind of journey?" she asked. "A journey within and beyond," Althea replied, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You will meet others who need your kindness, and in helping them, you will uncover the magic that lies within you." With those words, Althea faded into the forest, leaving Clara alone in the meadow. But Clara did not feel alone. She felt the warmth of the orb in her hand, a reminder of the magic she carried. As she explored the meadow, Clara met a variety of enchanting creatures. There was Lyra, a mischievous sprite with wings that shimmered like dragonfly scales, who loved to play tricks but had a heart of gold. Then there was Finn, a wise old turtle who spoke in riddles and moved with a deliberate grace, teaching Clara the value of patience and reflection. Together they journeyed through the landscapes of Clara's heart, each step revealing new wonders. They traversed fields of golden wheat that whispered secrets of the past and climbed gentle hills that offered views of distant horizons. One evening, as the sky was painted with shades of lavender and rose, they reached a serene glade where a single majestic tree stood. Its branches stretched towards the heavens, and its roots were deeply entwined with the earth. "Here lies your challenge, Clara," Finn said, his voice a soothing murmur. "The tree holds a secret, but will only reveal it if you understand the language of the heart." Clara gazed at the tree, its grandeur filling her with awe. She closed her eyes and listened, letting the quietude of the glade envelop her. She felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the soft murmur of the brook nearby. And then she heard it, the tree's voice, a gentle whisper carried on the wind. It spoke of time and growth, of seasons and change, of the interconnectedness of all things. Clara opened her eyes, her heart swelling with an understanding that transcended words. She realized that the secret of the tree was the same as the secret of the box, the magic of empathy, the power of seeing and understanding the world through the eyes of others. With newfound clarity, Clara touched the tree's bark, feeling its life force thrumming beneath her fingertips. The tree shimmered with a golden light, and Clara felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. As she stepped back, the meadow began to fade, and Clara found herself once again in her cozy cottage, the orb still warm in her hand. She smiled, knowing that the journey had changed her, revealing the magic within her own heart. From that day forward, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers. She became known not just for her kindness, but for her ability to see the best in everyone and everything. And the village thrived, filled with laughter and harmony, a testament to the magic of understanding and empathy. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the fire crackled gently in the hearth, Clara drifted off to sleep, her heart filled with peace and the promise of new adventures to come. The end. Story 82. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, where the air was perfumed with the scent of wild flowers and fresh bread, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and kindness, spending her days exploring the meadows and woods surrounding her home. She had a knack for finding the hidden wonders of the world, though none were quite as mysterious as what she stumbled upon one sun-dappled afternoon. The day began like any other, with Lila setting out on her daily wanderings, her straw hat perched jauntily upon her head, and a woven basket swinging from her arm. The sky was a canvas of cerulean blue, painted with tufts of white clouds that drifted lazily above. As she ventured into the forest, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the symphony of birdsong filled her heart with joy. Deeper and deeper she went, until she came across a path she had never seen before. The path was lined with moss-covered stones that glowed softly, as if kissed by moonlight even in the brightness of day. Intrigued, Lila followed the trail, which led her to a small clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of a wise old giant. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was something that caught Lila's eye. A small, ornate box, carved from a wood that shimmered with hues of silver and gold. It was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Carefully, she knelt down and reached out to touch the box, feeling a warmth emanate from it. With a gentle click, the lid opened to reveal a tiny, delicate hourglass, its sands sparkling like captured starlight. As Lila held the hourglass in her hand, she felt a curious sensation, as if time itself had paused to take a breath. Intrigued and a little bewildered, she decided to take it home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. She turned the hourglass over, watching the sands begin to flow, and suddenly the room shimmered and transformed. The air was filled with the gentle hum of magic, and Lila found herself in a world that was both familiar and wonderfully strange. The room was no longer just her cozy living space. It was a vast library, filled with shelves that stretched up to a ceiling painted with constellations. Books of every shape and size lined the shelves, their spines gleaming with titles that promised adventures and secrets untold. At that moment, a soft rustling caught her attention, and out from between the shelves waddled a small, round creature with fur as soft as a dandelion puff. "Greetings, Lila," it said in a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "I am Whisk, the keeper of the library." Lila, though surprised, felt an instant warmth towards Whisk. "Hello, Whisk," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "What is this place?" "This is the Library of Time," Whisk explained, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. "It holds the stories of the world past, present, and future. The hourglass you found is a key, a rare gift that allows you to glimpse the threads of time." Lila felt a thrill of excitement and curiosity. "What should I do with this gift?" Whisk smiled, his whiskers twitching with delight. "The library is yours to explore, but remember, the true magic lies not just in seeing, but in understanding and sharing the stories you learn." Over the following days, Lila returned to the library each evening, guided by the hourglass. She met other inhabitants of this magical realm, a wise old owl named Sage, who spoke in riddles and rhymes, and a lively squirrel named Flicker, whose laughter was as infectious as it was bright. Together, they shared tales from the library, each story a thread in the grand tapestry of life. As Lila explored the library, she discovered that the stories held lessons hidden within their pages. One evening, she came across a tale about a village that thrived not because of wealth or power, but because of kindness and cooperation. The story spoke of a time when the villagers faced a great drought. Rather than hoarding their resources, they shared what little they had, ensuring that no one went hungry. In the end, their unity brought rain, and the village flourished once more. The tale resonated deeply with Lila, reminding her of the power of community and compassion. Inspired, she decided to bring these lessons back to her own village. With Whisk, Sage, and Flicker's encouragement, she began to organize gatherings where she would share the stories she had learned. The villagers, enchanted by the tales and their messages, began to come together more often, strengthening the bonds between them. As the seasons changed, so did the village. Neighbors helped each other with tasks, shared meals, and celebrated the small joys of life. The sense of unity and friendship grew, much like the vibrant flowers that blossomed in Lila's garden each spring. One evening, as Lila sat by the hearth, the hourglass glowing softly beside her, she realized just how much she had changed. The journey through the Library of Time had not only filled her with wonder, but had also deepened her understanding of the world and her place within it. She had learned that true magic was not just in the stories themselves, but in how they connected people and inspired them to be better. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila turned the hourglass one last time. The sands flowed, and the library shimmered into view. Whisk, Sage, and Flicker awaited her, their faces filled with warmth and pride. "Thank you," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion, "for everything." Whisk nodded, his eyes gleaming. "Remember, Lila, the library will always be here for you, as will we." With a final wave, Lila stepped back into her living room, the hourglass now a cherished keepsake on her mantle. She knew that its magic would always be with her, not just in the stories she had shared, but in the hearts of those who had come together because of them. As she settled into her chair, the fire crackling gently beside her, Lila felt at peace. The village outside her window was quiet, the night sky a blanket of stars. She closed her eyes, the warmth of the fire and the memory of the library lulling her into a gentle slumber, knowing that she had found her own kind of magic, right there in the stories and friendships that had blossomed from a single, extraordinary discovery. Story 83. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul with a heart full of wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Little did she know that her life was about to take an extraordinary turn. One crisp autumn morning, Willow was helping her mother in the garden when she spotted an old tarnished key half buried in the soil. Intrigued, she picked it up and brushed away the dirt, revealing an intricate pattern etched into the metal. As she traced the design with her finger, a warm tingle spread through her hand, and the key began to glow softly. Willow gasped in surprise, and the key seemed to pulse with energy, beckoning her to follow. Without hesitation, she slipped it into her pocket and set off on a journey, guided by the key's gentle pull. As she wandered through the winding forest paths, Willow encountered two peculiar companions. First, there was Rufus, a wise old owl with eyes that twinkled with mischief. He swooped down from the branches, offering to be her guide through the tangled woods. Then a sprightly squirrel named Chitter scampered up to join them, her bushy tail twitching with excitement. Together, the trio followed the key's mysterious trail, encountering enchanted clearings where butterflies danced on sunbeams and ancient trees whispered secrets in the breeze. Willow's heart swelled with wonder at the beauty around her, and she knew that this was no ordinary adventure. As the sun began to set, the key led them to a towering oak tree, its bark twisted and gnarled with age. Rufus fluttered closer, his sharp eyes detecting a faint glow emanating from a knothole high above. Willow peered up, and the key in her hand grew warm, as if urging her to climb. With Chitter's encouragement and Rufus's wise counsel, Willow mustered her courage and began to ascend the mighty oak. Her hands found purchase on the rough bark, and her feet explored every nook and cranny, propelling her higher and higher. As she neared the glowing knothole, a dizzying wave of vertigo threatened to overwhelm her. Willow's grip faltered, and she teetered precariously, clinging to the tree trunk. In that moment, a gentle voice seemed to whisper in her ear, "Trust your heart, little one. Embrace the wonder within." Steadying her breath, Willow focused on the warmth of the key in her palm and let its energy guide her. With renewed determination, she reached the knothole and peered inside, her eyes widening at the sight before her. Nestled within the tree's ancient hollow was a shimmering portal, its edges rippling like liquid starlight. The key in Willow's hand grew impossibly bright, and she felt a surge of courage coursing through her veins. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped through the portal, emerging in a wondrous realm where the boundaries of reality seemed to bend and shift. Here, the very fabric of existence was imbued with magic, and Willow found herself surrounded by sights and sounds that defied explanation. As she wandered through this extraordinary world, Willow encountered creatures and beings that challenged her perceptions and opened her mind to new possibilities. She learned that true wisdom often lies in embracing the unknown, and that the greatest adventures can be found within the depths of one's own imagination. With each passing moment, Willow's heart grew lighter, and she felt a profound sense of connection to the universe around her. She understood that the key she had found was not just an ordinary object, but a gateway to a greater understanding of herself and the world she thought she knew. When at last it was time to return home, Willow stepped back through the portal, her eyes shining with the magic of her extraordinary journey. As she emerged from the ancient oak tree, Rufus and Chitter greeted her with joyful cries, sensing the transformation that had taken place within their young friend. From that day forward, Willow carried the key with her always, a constant reminder of the wonders that await those with open hearts and curious minds. And whenever she felt the weight of the ordinary world closing in, she would clutch the key tightly, close her eyes, and let her imagination soar. For Willow had learned that the greatest magic of all resides within us. waiting to be unlocked by the keys of courage, wonder, and an unwavering belief in the extraordinary. Story 84. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the whispering woods, there existed a place where magic danced lightly in the air, like dust motes in a sunbeam. The village was known as Willowbrook, renowned for its cobblestone paths lined with blooming lavender and cottages with thatched roofs, wreathed in the scent of freshly baked bread and honeyed tea. The heart of Willowbrook was its market square, a bustling hub where villagers gathered to share stories and trade goods. Here, amidst the cheerful chatter and vibrant stalls, stood the beloved bookshop, the Enchanted Pages. Owned by a wise and gentle woman named Marigold, the shop was a haven for those seeking stories, wisdom, and occasionally a touch of magic. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like whispers from the trees, a peculiar event unfurled in Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to discover that every book in the Enchanted Pages had mysteriously exchanged its cover with another. A cookbook now wore the guise of a fairy tale, while a poetry collection masqueraded as a volume of spells. The villagers were both puzzled and amused, their laughter mingling with curiosity. Marigold, with her silver-streaked hair tied in a neat bun and spectacles perched on her nose, stood in the shop's doorway, a thoughtful smile playing on her lips. Her cat, Whiskers, a sleek gray feline with eyes like two polished amber stones, weaved between her legs, purring contentedly. "This is quite the puzzle, isn't it, Whiskers?" Marigold mused, stroking the cat's soft fur. "I wonder what magic is at play here." Determined to unravel the mystery, Marigold invited the villagers to gather in the shop. Among them was young Finn, a curious and clever boy with a knack for solving riddles. Finn had grown up listening to Marigold's stories, and his inquisitive nature often led him to uncover secrets hidden in plain sight. As the villagers settled in the cozy warmth of the bookshop, Marigold brewed a pot of chamomile tea, its soothing aroma enveloping the room. She handed steaming mugs to her guests, and they sipped the tea, feeling the gentle warmth spread through them like a soft embrace. "Perhaps we should start by looking for any clues," suggested Finn, his eyes twinkling with excitement. With Marigold's blessing, Finn and the villagers began to examine the bookshelves. They carefully opened each book, looking for anything unusual. Whiskers, ever curious, leaped gracefully from shelf to shelf, lending a paw wherever needed. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden glow through the shop's windows, Finn noticed something peculiar. On the spine of a book titled The Tale of the Whispering Woods, a tiny, intricate pattern seemed to shimmer in the fading light. It was a delicate design of intertwining vines, almost like a secret code. "Look here," Finn called softly, drawing Marigold and the others to his side. "This pattern isn't on any of the other books." Marigold adjusted her spectacles and peered closely at the spine. "Ah, yes," she murmured, a smile spreading across her face. "This is an enchantment mark, often used by the woodland sprites. They're playful creatures, known for their love of games and puzzles." Finn's eyes widened with understanding. "Do you think the sprites are behind this? Maybe they wanted us to find something." Marigold nodded thoughtfully. "It's quite possible. The sprites often leave riddles for those they deem worthy of a challenge." With a newfound sense of purpose, the villagers set about deciphering the pattern. Marigold retrieved a rolled parchment from behind the counter, where she kept records of the village's magical happenings. Together, they compared the pattern on the book to the symbols on the parchment. As they worked, the room filled with a gentle hum of anticipation, the kind that accompanies a mystery on the verge of revelation. Outside, the first stars began to twinkle in the dusky sky, as if watching over their endeavors. Finally, Finn exclaimed, "I've got it! The pattern spells out a riddle. In the forest where the moonbeams play, seek the stone by break of day." A hushed excitement swept through the room. The villagers exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Marigold clapped her hands softly, her eyes alight with adventure. "Then we must visit the forest at dawn," she declared. "Perhaps the sprites have left us another clue." The villagers agreed, and with a sense of camaraderie, they made their way home to rest before the morning's adventure. Marigold lingered in the bookshop a little longer, tidying up and speaking softly to Whiskers, who purred in response. As the first light of dawn kissed the village, a small group of villagers gathered at the edge of the whispering woods. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Marigold, Finn, and a few others ventured into the forest, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Guided by the riddle, they soon arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft glow of early morning. In the center stood an ancient stone, its surface etched with mysterious runes that seemed to shimmer and shift in the dappled light. Marigold approached the stone with reverence, her fingers tracing the runes. "This is a sprite stone," she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. "If we answer its riddle, it may reveal the secret of the books." Finn stepped forward, his heart racing with excitement. "What is the riddle, Marigold?" The wise woman closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the gentle rustle of leaves and the song of the wind. When she spoke, her voice was as soft as the morning breeze. "What has roots as nobody sees, is taller than trees, up, up it goes, and yet never grows." The villagers pondered the riddle, their minds sifting through possibilities. Finn's brow furrowed in concentration, and then his face lit up with understanding. "It's a mountain!" he exclaimed, his voice ringing through the clearing. As if in response, the runes on the stone glowed brighter, and a gentle, melodic laughter filled the air. The villagers watched in awe as the stone shimmered and transformed, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled in its base. Marigold carefully opened the box, revealing a collection of delicate, iridescent feathers and a small note written in elegant script. She read the note aloud. "Dear friends of Willowbrook, we hope you enjoyed our little game. These are feathers of friendship, gifts to remind you of the magic of connection and the joy of discovery. With warmth and laughter, the woodland sprites." The villagers smiled, their hearts warmed by the sprite's kind gesture. Marigold distributed the feathers among them, each one a token of the adventure they had shared. As they made their way back to the village, the sun rose higher, painting the world in hues of gold and amber. The mystery of the books had been a delightful puzzle, but the true magic lay in the friendship and wisdom gained along the way. Back in Willowbrook, the books had returned to their rightful covers, as if the sprite's enchantment had never been. The villagers gathered once more in the enchanted pages, sharing stories and laughter over cups of Marigold's soothing tea. And as the day drew to a close, with the fireplace crackling gently and whiskers curled up contentedly in Marigold's lap, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that magic, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the woodland sprites would always be a part of their lives. Story 85. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the verdant canopy whispered secrets to the wind, lay a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. Here the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was soft beneath a carpet of moss that shimmered under the dappled sunlight. This was a realm where time ticked to the rhythm of nature's own clock, a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical danced like shadows at dusk. Among the towering trees and babbling brooks, the creatures of this enchanted forest led lives intertwined with the very essence of the land. They were guardians of balance, each one playing a part in the grand tapestry woven by seasons and weather. At the center of this delicate harmony was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. With a shell as mottled and ancient as the stones that lined the forest pathways, Thistle carried the wisdom of centuries upon his back. Thistle was known across the forest for his gentle demeanor and his profound understanding of the natural world. His favorite spot was a sun-dappled clearing by a crystal-clear pond, where the water reflected the sky like a mirror. Here, Thistle would often be found in quiet conversation with the forest's inhabitants, sharing tales and teachings passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves rustled with the promise of change, a young squirrel named Pip approached Thistle with a heart full of worry. Pip's fur was a warm blend of chestnut and caramel, and his eyes sparkled with the curiosity of youth. Yet today, his eyes held a hint of unease as he bounded over to the old tortoise. "Thistle," Pip began, his voice tinged with concern, "the acorns are falling too early this year, and the winds are stronger than ever. I fear that winter will come harsh and soon, leaving us little time to prepare." Thistle, with the patience of the ages, nodded slowly, He gazed at the swirling leaves, their colors a vibrant tapestry of gold and crimson. "The forest speaks in whispers, young Pip," he said. "Every change in the air and every rustle of the leaves carries a message. We must listen closely to understand." Pip settled beside Thistle, the soft grass tickling his tiny paws. The tortoise continued, his voice as soothing as the gentle ripple of the pond. "The early fall of acorns and the strength of the winds are indeed signs, but they are not signs of despair. They are calls to action. This is the time when we come together, as we have always done, to ensure that the forest remains in harmony." With Thistle's words in mind, Pip set off through the forest, his agile form leaping from branch to branch. He visited the busy ants, whose intricate tunnels buzzed with activity, and the wise owls who perched solemnly in the high boughs, their eyes ever watchful. To each he relayed Thistle's message, and together they began to prepare for the winter ahead. The days grew shorter, and the chill of winter began to creep into the air, but the forest buzzed with a peaceful energy. Squirrels gathered late-falling acorns, sharing them with their neighbors in need. The birds flitted about, weaving nests snug enough to withstand the coming cold. Even the wind, fierce and blustery, seemed to soften as it swept through the trees, carrying the spirit of unity across the land. As snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the forest in a quilt of white, Thistle watched with a heart full of quiet pride. His shell glistened with frost, yet the warmth of the forest's harmony enveloped him. He knew that the wisdom of the ages, the lessons of balance and friendship, had once again guided them through nature's trials. In the stillness of winter, the forest rested, wrapped in a serene peace. And when spring finally kissed the land awake, the creatures emerged once more, their spirits renewed and their bonds stronger than ever. Thistle, now nestled in his favorite spot by the pond, reflected on the cycle of seasons. He understood that the true magic of the forest lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, enduring connections that bound all living things together. It was a truth whispered through the rustling leaves and murmured in the babbling brooks, a truth that would be passed down through generations, as steady and eternal as the ancient forest itself. And so, under the watchful gaze of the old tortoise, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring harmony of the natural world. Story 86. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering silver lake, there was a cottage with walls of warm, honey-colored stone and a roof of thatched straw. This was the home of a young girl named Mara, whose eyes gleamed with curiosity and whose heart was full of kindness. Mara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who was known throughout the village for her gentle wisdom and stories of old. Their cottage was surrounded by a garden that was always in bloom, no matter the season, and it was said that the flowers sang when the moon was full. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills and the sky blushed with shades of rose and gold, Mara noticed something peculiar. In the very heart of their garden, beneath the towering oak tree with branches that whispered secrets to the wind, lay a small pile of shimmering pebbles. They sparkled like stardust in the fading daylight, casting tiny rainbows on the dew-kissed grass. Curious, Mara knelt to examine them. Each pebble was smooth and round, as if polished by unseen hands. She glanced around, but the garden was still and peaceful, the only sound the soft rustle of leaves. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Mara decided to ask her grandmother about it. She found her in the kitchen, the warm, spicy aroma of cinnamon and cloves in the air as she prepared their evening tea. "Grandmother," Mara began, her voice a soft murmur, "there's a curious pile of pebbles beneath the oak tree. Do you know where they might have come from?" Her grandmother paused, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Ah, those pebbles are the work of the lake sprites, my dear," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "They are mischievous little creatures, but they mean no harm. They leave pebbles as gifts for those they favor." Mara's eyes widened with wonder. "Lake sprites? I've never seen them." Her grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling. "They are shy and often invisible to our eyes, but if you wish to see them, you must listen carefully to the whispers of the wind and the babble of the brook. They reveal themselves to those who are truly listening." That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvety sky, Mara lay in her bed, the quilt pulled up to her chin. She thought about the lake sprites and the mysterious pebbles. Her mind whirred with thoughts, but soon the gentle lullaby of the night carried her into a deep, peaceful sleep. The next morning, Mara awoke to find another pile of pebbles, this time on the windowsill, glistening in the early sunlight. Determined to solve the mystery, she decided to visit her friend Finn, who lived at the edge of the village. Finn was a clever boy, known for his sharp eyes and keen mind. As she walked along the winding path, the air was crisp and fresh, the scent of pine mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. When she reached Finn's house, she found him sitting on the steps, his wiry hair tousled by the morning breeze. "Mara," he greeted with a grin, his eyes alight with curiosity. "What brings you here so early?" Mara explained the mysterious pebbles, her voice filled with excitement and wonder. Finn listened intently, nodding as she spoke. "Let's investigate," he said eagerly. "Perhaps we can discover where the sprites leave their pebbles." Together they set off towards the lake, the path winding through the forest where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves a tapestry of orange and gold. As they neared the water, the soft lapping of waves greeted them, a soothing melody that echoed through the air. They spent the day exploring the shoreline, their eyes scanning the pebbles that lined the edge of the lake. Occasionally, they found a pebble that seemed to shimmer more than the others, and they placed it carefully in Mara's satchel. As the sun began to dip low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and crimson, Finn stopped suddenly, pointing towards a cluster of reeds near the water's edge. "Look, Mara, do you see that?" Mara followed his gaze and gasped in delight. There, nestled among the reeds, was a tiny sprite, its wings glimmering like delicate gossamer in the fading light. It watched them with eyes as bright as the morning star, a mischievous smile on its face. "Hello, little sprite," Mara whispered, her voice gentle and full of wonder. The sprite cocked its head, and in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves it spoke. "You have found our secret," it said, its tone playful yet kind. "We leave pebbles as a sign of friendship and joy, to those who fill the world with laughter and light." Mara and Finn exchanged a delighted glance, their hearts swelling with happiness. "Thank you, little sprite," Finn said, his voice full of gratitude. "Your gifts are beautiful, and we are honored." With a flutter of its wings, the sprite vanished into the twilight, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust that danced in the air like tiny stars. As they walked back to the village, their hearts light and full of joy, Mara and Finn spoke of their adventure, the mystery of the pebbles now uncovered. And so, each night thereafter, Mara would find a new pile of pebbles, each one a reminder of the friendship she shared with the sprites and the wonder of the magical world around her. And as she drifted off to sleep, the pebbles would shimmer in the moonlight, a gentle promise of new adventures to come. Thus, in the village by the silver lake, where the hills cradled the sky and the gardens sang under the moon, Mara and her friends lived in harmony with the sprites, their lives intertwined in a tapestry of magic and friendship, forever enchanted by the mysteries of their world. Story 87. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the rivers sang lullabies to the stones, there lived a myriad of creatures whose lives intertwined with the pulse of the earth. The forest was a tapestry of green and gold, with towering trees that reached for the sky and a soft carpet of moss that cradled the feet of all who wandered through it. In this enchanting place, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom of the great oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest. Its gnarled branches spread wide, offering shelter and counsel to all who sought it. The great oak had witnessed countless seasons pass, its roots digging deep into the soil, connecting it to the very lifeblood of the earth. One gentle spring morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the sky was a soft, endless blue, a curious young fox named Bram awoke to the forest's gentle stirrings. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 stars. Bram had a heart full of wonder, always eager to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within the whispering wood. As Bram stretched and yawned, the sunlight dappled through the leaves, painting patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. The birds sang a cheerful chorus, celebrating the warmth of the sun's embrace. Bram's ears perked up as he caught the sound of a gentle rustling nearby. It was his dear friend, Leora, a wise old turtle whose shell glistened like aged jade. "Good morning, Bram," Leora greeted, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook that wound its way through the forest. "I see you're ready for another day of adventure." "Indeed I am, Leora," Bram replied with a grin that could rival the sun's rays. "What secrets do you think the forest holds for us today?" Leora chuckled softly, her eyes crinkling with age-old mirth. "The forest always has a story to tell, my young friend. But first, let us visit the great oak. It is said that today the oak will share a tale of the magical phenomena that binds us all." Intrigued and eager, Bram trotted alongside Leora, the soft earth yielding beneath his paws as they made their way to the heart of the forest. The path was lined with wild violets and ferns that whispered as they passed, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of peat and pine. As they approached the great oak, Bram felt a familiar warmth envelop him, like an embrace from an old friend. The oak's massive trunk rose majestically, its bark etched with the stories of countless generations. High above, its branches danced in the breeze, casting a gentle shade over Bram and Leora. Gathered beneath the oak were other creatures of the forest, the graceful deer with their gentle eyes, the clever squirrels with their bushy tails, and the wise owls whose eyes held the secrets of the night. They all looked to the great oak, eager to hear the tale it would share. With a deep rumble that seemed to resonate through the very ground, the great oak began to speak. Its voice was a deep, resonant melody, like the distant roll of thunder or the steady beat of the ocean's waves. Long ago, when the world was young and time had just begun to weave its endless tapestry, the oak intoned, the seasons danced in a delicate balance, each one bringing its own magic to the earth. Spring breathed life into the land, summer bathed it in warmth, autumn painted it in hues of gold and crimson, and winter wrapped it in a cloak of snow and silence. Bram listened, enthralled, as the oak continued. In those days, the creatures of the forest discovered that they, too, were part of this grand dance. Each creature carried within it a spark of magic, a gift from the seasons that allowed them to live in harmony with the world around them. The oak paused, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze. But there was a time when this harmony was threatened. A great storm swept through the forest, its winds howling and its rain pouring down like the tears of a grieving sky. The balance was disrupted, and the creatures feared the magic would be lost forever. Bram felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of such a storm, but Leora nudged him gently, her presence a reassuring anchor. Yet, in the face of such adversity, the oak continued, the creatures of the forest came together, united by a common purpose. They called upon their inner magic, the wisdom of the ancients, and the strength of their bonds to restore the balance. The storm passed, and with it the harmony of the forest was renewed, stronger than ever before. As the oak's tale came to a close, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it the scent of rain and the promise of new beginnings. The creatures gathered beneath the oak felt a deep sense of peace and unity, reminded of the power of friendship and the importance of living in harmony with the world around them. Bram looked at Leora, his heart full of gratitude for the wisdom shared by the great oak. "I understand now," he said softly. "The magic of the forest is not just in the changing seasons or the wonders of nature, but in the connections we share and the harmony we create together." Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with pride. "Indeed, Bram, the forest is a living, breathing entity, and we are all a part of its story. By cherishing and protecting our home, we ensure that its magic will endure for generations to come." As the sun began its slow descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Bram and Leora made their way back through the forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the fragrance of cedar and earth. The creatures of the Whispering Wood returned to their nests and burrows, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. That night, as Bram curled up beneath the starry tapestry of the sky, he felt the gentle embrace of the forest around him. The whisper of the leaves, the songs of the night creatures, and the distant call of the great oak lulled him into a peaceful slumber. dreaming of the endless wonders that awaited him in the days to come. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Wood, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the ancient wisdom of the forest, and forever bound by the unbreakable threads of friendship and love. Story 88, The Whispering Willow, a tale of gentle magic and friendship. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees swayed like dancers to the song of the wind, there was a little village named Fern Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it lay hidden beneath the protective boughs of towering trees, whose leaves whispered secrets to those who listened. The villagers of Fern Hollow lived in charming cottages with mossy roofs and windows framed by ivy. Their lives were simple and harmonious, as they tended to the land and listened to the stories told by the forest. At the edge of the village, where the forest grew thickest and the sunlight trickled down in golden beams, lived a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her gentle spirit and her remarkable gift. She could understand the whispers of the trees. Many an afternoon she would sit beneath her favorite willow tree, its long, graceful branches swaying around her like a protective curtain, listening to the soft murmur of the leaves as they shared tales of the past and hopes for the future. One day, as Leora sat with her back against the willow's trunk, she heard a different kind of whisper. It was fainter than the others, almost lost amidst the rustling leaves, yet clear in its urgency. "Seek the heart of the forest," it said, "for there you will find the key to a world unseen." Curiosity sparked like a tiny flame in Leora's heart. She knew the forest well, yet she had never ventured as far as the heart. It was said to be a place of great magic, where the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred, and only the bravest dared to tread. Determined to uncover the mystery, Leora decided she would journey to the heart of the forest. As she prepared for her adventure, she gathered a few essentials: a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of sweet spring water, and her favorite book of forest lore. Before she left, she said goodbye to her mother, promising to return before nightfall. Her mother, though worried, trusted Leora's wisdom and the forest's gentle guidance. With the morning sun casting a warm glow on her path, Leora set off into the depths of the forest. The air was filled with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the songs of birds provided a cheerful soundtrack to her journey. As she walked, the trees seemed to lean in, their branches forming a leafy archway above her. She followed the whispers, letting them guide her deeper and deeper into the forest, where the light grew dimmer and the air cooler. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its leaves a vibrant green despite its apparent age. The whispers were louder here, and Leora could feel a gentle hum in the air, as if the very ground beneath her feet was alive with energy. Approaching the oak, Leora noticed something peculiar. At its base was a small door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled light. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She hesitated, recalling the tales of hidden worlds and the creatures that dwelled within them. But the whispers urged her on, comforting and encouraging, like the embrace of an old friend. With a deep breath, Leora reached out and touched the door. It swung open silently, revealing a staircase that spiraled down into the earth. The air was cool and smelled faintly of moss and mystery. With each step she took, the light from above faded, replaced by a soft, otherworldly glow that seemed to emanate from the very walls around her. At the bottom of the staircase, Leora found herself in a cavernous room filled with shimmering light. The source of this light was a magnificent pool of water in the center of the room, its surface perfectly still and reflecting the myriad of colors that danced across its surface. Surrounding the pool were stones engraved with the same symbols as the door, and a gentle breeze carried the whispers of the forest, now clearer than ever. As Leora approached the pool, she felt a presence beside her. Turning, she saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a small, delicate being, with skin that shimmered like the surface of the pool, and eyes that glowed with kindness and wisdom. Its wings, translucent and intricate, fluttered gently as it hovered beside her. "Welcome, Leora," the the creature said, its voice soft yet resonant, echoing in the cavern like a melody. "I am Eliana, guardian of the hidden world. You have been chosen to see what lies beyond, to witness the magic that binds our worlds together." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a mixture of awe and gratitude. "Why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because you listen, Leora," Eliana replied, a gentle smile playing on its lips. "You hear the whispers of the trees and the stories they tell. You understand the language of the forest, and with that understanding comes great responsibility." Eliana gestured towards the pool, its surface now rippling with images. Leora saw visions of the forest, but not as she knew it. This was a world vibrant with life and magic, a world where trees walked and spoke, where rivers sang as they flowed, and creatures of every kind lived in harmony. It was a hidden world, intertwined with her own, yet just out of reach for those who could not see beyond the ordinary. "You have the gift to walk between worlds," Eliana continued, "to see the unseen and to bring understanding between our realms. There is a balance to maintain, and you are the bridge." Leora felt a sense of purpose blossom within her, like a seed taking root. She realized that her journey to the heart of the forest was not just about uncovering secrets, but about embracing a part of herself she had only begun to understand. "Will you help us, Leora?" Eliana asked, its eyes searching hers. Leora nodded, her heart full of resolve. "Yes, I will." With her promise made, the pool began to glow brighter, enveloping the room in a warm golden light. Leora felt a gentle tug at her mind, as if the whispers were guiding her once more. Images of her village, the forest, and the hidden world intertwined, their fates connected by unseen threads. Eliana placed a hand on Leora's shoulder, its touch light as a feather. "Remember, Leora, you are never alone. The forest speaks to those who listen, and so do we." As the light faded, Leora found herself back at the base of the ancient oak. The door to the hidden world closed, but the connection still strong in her heart. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing. With a sense of peace and purpose, Leora began her journey back to Fern Hollow, the whispers of the forest guiding her home. When she returned to the village, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the night sky, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the familiar whispers. Her mother greeted her with a warm embrace, relieved to have her daughter safely home. In the days that followed, Leora shared her story with the villagers, who listened with wonder and respect. Though many could not hear the whispers as she did, they felt the magic of the forest more keenly, knowing that their lives were entwined with a world of wonder and mystery. Leora's journey had changed her, not only in understanding her gift, but in knowing the importance of listening, to the forest, to the whispers, and to the stories that bind us all. She continued to visit the ancient willow, her heart open to the secrets it shared, knowing that she was part of something much greater than herself. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the seen and unseen danced together in harmony, Leora found her place, a bridge between worlds, guided by the gentle whispers of the trees. As the years passed, Leora grew wiser, her bond with the hidden world deepening with every story she listened to and every secret she uncovered. She became a guardian of the forest in her own right, ensuring the balance was maintained and that the magic of the hidden world continued to thrive. The villagers of Fern Hollow came to rely on Leora's wisdom, seeking her guidance in times of trouble and celebrating with her in times of joy. Under her gentle influence, the village flourished, a testament to the power of understanding and the strength of friendship that knew no boundaries. Leora's story became legend, passed down from generation to generation, a reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the edge of the ordinary. Her legacy lived on in the hearts of those who dared to listen and in the whispers of the forest that continued to sing of magic and possibility. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the shimmering stars above, Fern Hollow remained a place of peace and wonder, a sanctuary where the seen and unseen embraced in a dance as old as time itself. The end. Story 89. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had a heart full of curiosity and a spirit that yearned for adventure. Little did she know, her ordinary life was about to be turned upside down by an extraordinary discovery. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the woods to gather wildflowers for her mother. As she knelt beside a babbling brook, something caught her eye. A tarnished old lantern, half buried in the leaves. Intrigued, she brushed away the debris and lifted the lantern, marveling at its intricate etchings. With a gentle twist, the lantern's rusted latch creaked open, and a warm golden glow spilled forth, illuminating the forest floor. Willow gasped in wonder, for the light seemed to possess a life of its own, swirling and dancing like 1,000 fireflies. As she watched the mesmerizing display, a soft voice whispered from within the lantern, "Welcome, dear child. I am Ember, the keeper of forgotten stories." Willow's eyes widened and her heart raced with excitement. "A talking lantern? This must be magic!" Ember chuckled. "Indeed, little one. But this is no ordinary lantern. It is a vessel for the tales that have been lost to time, waiting to be rediscovered by those with open hearts and eager ears." Willow knew then that her life had taken an extraordinary turn. With Ember's guidance, she embarked on a journey to uncover the forgotten stories, each one more wondrous than the last. Along the way, she met a kindly old bookworm named Sage, whose vast library housed tomes filled with ancient wisdom. Sage became a treasured friend, sharing his knowledge and helping Willow decipher the cryptic clues that led to the next tale. They also encountered a mischievous sprite named Zephyr, whose playful antics often led them astray, but whose unwavering optimism lifted their spirits during the most challenging times. One day, Willow and her companions found themselves deep in the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets. Ember's light grew dim, and a heavy fog descended, obscuring their path. "We must tread carefully," Sage warned. "These woods are known to test the hearts of those who venture within." As they pressed on, the fog thickened, and the humming grew louder until it became a deafening cacophony of voices, whispers of doubt and fear, urging them to turn back. Willow felt her resolve wavering, but Ember's warm glow reminded her of the courage that burned within. "Do not listen to the whispers, dear one," Ember soothed. "They seek to unravel the threads of our quest, but our bond is stronger than any doubt." Emboldened by Ember's words, Willow pressed forward, her friends by her side. With each step, the whispers grew fainter, until at last they emerged into a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. There, in the center, stood a towering willow tree, its branches heavy with glimmering crystals that seemed to sing with joy. Willow understood then that the tree had been the source of the whispers, a test of their resolve and a guardian of a precious tale. As Ember's light touched the crystals, they shimmered and danced, weaving a tapestry of light that told a story of love, loss, and the unbreakable bonds that transcend time and distance. Willow and her companions sat in reverent silence, their hearts filled with wonder and understanding. They had faced the challenge of the Whispering Woods and emerged victorious, not through force, but through the wisdom of their friendship and the strength of their convictions. From that day on, Willow's journey continued, each forgotten story igniting her spirit with renewed joy and purpose. And though the path was not always easy, she knew that with Ember's guidance, Sage's wisdom, and Zephyr's laughter, she would never lose her way. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, it is the stories we cherish and the bonds we forge that truly make life magical.